Glory belongs to Slytherin. Amanta unexpectedly traverses into the world of Harry Potter, discovering that her true identity is that of a descendant of Merlin. On her journey to unravel the mysteries of her lineage, she harbors ambitions to alter the course of events and rejuvenate Slytherin. If Harry Potter were to follow in the footsteps of Amanta Merlin and form a trio with Draco Malfoy as members of Slytherin, would they be able to transform the world's prejudice against Slytherin and restore its former glory? Slytherin shall undoubtedly ascend to greatness under my guidance. What belongs to me, I shall reclaim without exception. Chapter 1. The Hogwarts Admission Notice. Amanta gently closed the volume of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows before her, the gilded spine glinting softly in the flickering candlelight of the fireplace. It is decided, this shall be the place. A faint blush blossomed upon the pallid cheeks of the girl, fragile as though a mere gust of wind could shatter her. Hogwarts, a magical world. How intriguing. Identification number 07195. Are you certain you wish to transfer your consciousness to this parallel universe postmortem? A butler-like automaton emerged from the shadows behind her, its mechanical voice inquiring steadily of the ailing girl. In the current society, technology has advanced to create various parallel universes, yet it has failed to rectify the genetic flaws of artificial beings. The defective artificial beings of the new millennium, after unsuccessful experimental treatments, are dispatched to their designated parallel worlds, perhaps the greatest act of mercy in this technology-driven society. Affirmative, the girl replied without hesitation. She signed a contract presented by the robotic butler and activated her brain-machine interface in preparation for the impending data transfer. 3 days later, a notification chime sounded. On the screen, the progress of consciousness data transfer had reached 100. Open the window, Amanta murmured, slightly opening her eyes to issue her final command. The expressionless face of the robotic butler turned toward her. Do you wish to proceed with this operation? The outcome will result in the immediate forfeiture of your life. Amanta understood that even without opening the window, her body could only endure in the recuperation room for a few weeks at most. Before losing consciousness, she yearned to glimpse this world for the first time. Execute immediately. All the three-dimensional projections in the room were extinguished, and the dark ceiling slowly slid aside. The acrid, noxious gases swiftly filled the entirety of the vacuum recuperation chamber. Heavens, it turns out the sky is not blue. Amanta mused thoughtfully before succumbing to unconsciousness. A rapid series of knocks echoed through the air. Amanta jolted awake from her dream. Amanta, Amanta, are you awake? Came the voice of a young woman from outside. Amanta rubbed her eyes, feeling as though she had slumbered for far too long. Her body still bore some fatigue, and she momentarily struggled to regain her senses. She glanced around, discovering that she was in an unfamiliar room, where a few English books and sheets of paper were neatly arranged on a desk, accompanied by an ancient, rustic wardrobe, while a subtle aroma of camphor wafted through the air. It appeared she had successfully transmitted into the parallel world of Harry Potter. Realizing this, she immediately cleared her throat and responded toward the deep chestnut wooden door. Yes, I am awake. Then I shall enter, announced the young woman as she pushed the door open. Her cascading brown waves glistened under the sunlight streaming in from outside. But what captivated the attention most was her radiant smile. Amanta rubbed her forehead, searching through the memories implanted by the transmission system. This woman was Karina, a teacher who frequently came to assist at the orphanage. Hey, look at what this is, Karina exclaimed, raising a pale yellow envelope made of sheepskin. Amanta's gaze drifted towards it, and the elegant emerald ink inscribed upon it instantly captured her entire attention. Surrey, Heathrow District, Dudley Orphanage, 5th room from the left on the 3rd floor. Miss Amanta Merlin, recipient. Merlin? That's surname. Amanta's eyes widened in disbelief. If she recalled correctly, was not Merlin a legendary wizard who only appeared in the tales of the magical world? Generally speaking, the identities arranged by the parallel world transmission system are random, only ensuring that the user enters the desired narrative timeframe. It is akin to drawing a limited edition hidden prize from a gacha machine. Being a descendant of Merlin is an extraordinary status within the magical realm. Yet, she could not fathom why a descendant of Merlin, a name that had vanished for so long, would appear in an ordinary little orphanage. Moreover, the emerald handwriting on this letter, if her memory served her right, was almost certainly the admission notice from Hogwarts. Amanta felt her heart racing with an unprecedented intensity after so many years. Amanta, someone has written you a letter. Karina's voice pulled her attention back. Amanta took the letter, flipped it over, and the reddish-brown wax seal confirmed her suspicions. It bore a wax crest resembling a shield, encircled by a lion, a badger, an eagle, and a green serpent, all surrounding a capital letter H. Amanta's hands trembled slightly as she opened the letter. Karina, with a worried expression, inquired, "Amanta, are you all right? Do you know who wrote you this letter?" Amanta pondered for a moment, thinking that she would soon be leaving for Hogwarts, and decided to be forthright. "This is an admission notice." "Really?" Karina's expression reflected a blend of surprise and joy. "It seems that in just over a month, you will be starting high school." Could it be that Amanta, with her consistently stellar grades, had been specially admitted by some prestigious school? Amanta shook her head. "I fear not." Karina's expression turned puzzled. "This is a school of magic, where I will undergo 7 years of magical education." Amanta observed her face, speaking slowly. Before Karina's expression could fracture, Amanta displayed the letter before her to prove she was not rambling in madness. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the Wizarding Association, President of the International Magical Congress, and First Order Wizard of the Merlin Society. Dear Miss Merlin, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment for this term. The term is set to commence on September 1st. Considering your residence in a Muggle orphanage, we shall send Professor McGonagall on August 1st to escort you to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary items. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Karina's mouth gaped as if she could fit a pumpkin inside, and after a moment she stammered, "What? Oh, this is simply unbelievable. Goodness, this can't be some new-fangled prank, can it?" Amanta shook her head. It should not be. Yet she refrained from saying more, as she could not conceive of any reasoning that would convince Karina. Karina furrowed her brow tightly, her mind seemingly racing. "If you do not mind, may I temporarily borrow this letter to show the headmistress?" Surely the astute and seasoned headmistress, Osina, would be well versed enough to ascertain whether this letter was a mere prank. Amanda perceived her thoughts and nodded. Of course. Even if something were to go awry, she was unafraid, for Professor McGonagall would be coming soon to assist her in acquiring her school supplies. Even if they did not yet believe in the existence of magic, they would soon see it for themselves. After Karina departed, Amanta lifted a mirror from the desk to examine her reflection. The visage that stared back was both familiar and foreign. Her light golden, slightly curled hair, a petite, high nose, and shimmering light blue eyes. What was unfamiliar was the girl in the mirror, her complexion fair and rosy, with full cheeks that clearly indicated a robust health. Amanta was overwhelmed with emotions, inhaling deeply as the fresh air surged through her veins, invigorating her very being and sending tingles to her nerve endings. To have the opportunity to live once more in another world, I shall seize the chance to accomplish everything I have yearned to do. At that moment, nothing could bring her greater joy than the prospect of living freely and healthily. She grasped the calendar on the desk. On July 15th, 1991, at this juncture, Harry Potter should still be present, Amanta said with a sly wink. Perhaps she could alter the original trajectory of this world, transforming all unsatisfactory conclusions. Moreover, she harbored some selfish desires. Chapter 2. Amanta's Selfishness and Ambition. Amanta's selfishness was rather straightforward. Among the 4 illustrious houses of Hogwarts, her preference lay unequivocally with Slytherin, a house renowned for its cunning, strength, and unyielding ambition. Yet, within the halls of Hogwarts, and indeed throughout the entire British wizarding community, a significant number of wizards harbored prejudice against those of Slytherin lineage. Although Amanta had to concede that Slytherin had produced many nefarious dark wizards who followed the Dark Lord and committed various heinous acts, it still boasted heroes such as Regulus and Snape. Furthermore, her ancestral figure, Merlin, was reputedly a Slytherin as well. As Wilde famously stated, every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. The evil lies within the wizards, not the house, Amanta firmly believed. Her ambition was to lead Slytherin back to its former glory. Having resolved this, Amanta squinted as she stood beside the signpost in Surrey scrutinizing the map for the location of Privet Drive. At this moment, she hoped to alter Harry's perception of Slytherin before he received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Oh, perhaps she could even endeavor to sway Harry into Slytherin? This audacious thought leapt into her mind. Amanta nodded thoughtfully. The plan was not devoid of feasibility, after all. Even the Sorting Hat had proclaimed that Harry Potter could bring Slytherin to greatness. If even the Savior were to join Slytherin, then her objective would be at least partially fulfilled. An hour later, Amanta disembarked from the bus at Privet Drive. Instead of naively knocking on the door of number 4 and inquiring if Harry Potter resided there, she chose to search for traces of him in the vicinity. She recalled vividly that it was summer, and Harry often wandered nearby to escape the bullying of his cousin Dudley and his gang. After passing 12 lampposts along Privet Drive, she discovered a solitary, lanky boy swaying gently on a swing, his back turned to the road. From behind, she could see only his tousled, raven-black hair and the oversized, worn clothing he wore. Amanta felt a sense of certainty. This boy was likely the famed Harry Potter of the wizarding world. Tentatively, she called out, "Hey." The boy glanced around, seemingly checking for onlookers, and, upon realizing that someone was indeed calling him, hesitantly turned his head. A few meters away stood a girl whose features were as exquisitely delicate as a doll. Harry had never encountered such beauty. If he had to compare it to anything, it might have been a fleeting glimpse of the television screen Dudley had been watching. Hello, were you calling me?" Harry stammered, disbelief evident in his voice, astonished that such a beautiful girl would speak to him. "Yes," Amanta replied, mustering what she believed to be a harmless smile. However, she quickly recognized that the smile may not have been entirely successful, as Harry appeared even more flustered. She promptly quelled her smile and gestured towards the empty swing beside him. If you don't mind, may I join you on the swing?" "Oh, of course." Amanta subtly observed the boy beside her. A gust of wind swept through, lifting his heavy fringe momentarily to reveal the lightning scar on his forehead. Coupled with his broken round glasses held together by tape and the hint of striking green eyes beneath, she was certain that this boy was indeed Harry Potter. "Did you know? We are of the same kind." Amanta suddenly turned to him, her gaze earnest. "I'm sorry, I didn't understand," Harry replied, his innocent green eyes wide with confusion, reminiscent of certain fluffy little animals. "What I mean is, we both possess magic. We are wizards." Harry's eyes widened further. And Amanta, undeterred by his surprise, continued, "Haven't you ever noticed strange, unexplainable occurrences around you when you feel fear or anger?" Harry immediately recalled the recent incident at the zoo where he had conversed with a boa constrictor, leading to the glass vanishing and frightening Dudley half to death, along with the peculiar events that had transpired during his upbringing with the Dursleys. Yet, this revelation was still too incredible for him to accept readily. "You mean to say I'm a wizard? How can that be?" Harry murmured, disbelief etched across his features. Clearly, the magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming for him. "Harry, you are quite famous in the magical community. In fact, I have known about you since childhood, as well as your parents." Amanta dropped another bombshell. "My parents?" Harry seized upon the key point, halting the swing and gazing at Amanta with urgency. "Yes, your parents, Lily and James Potter, were remarkable wizards, well known for their kindness and integrity. I believe you will make them proud in the future. Could you tell me more about my parents?" Harry could not help but use a respectful tone. "Your parents, Lily and James Potter, were exceptionally kind and noble wizards, but they were murdered while fighting against Voldemort, the Dark Lord." Amanta observed Harry's face grow pale and continued, "Yet, when he attempted to kill you, something, perhaps a protection within you, caused the spell to rebound upon him. And thereafter, Voldemort vanished without a trace." My parents, Harry murmured, suddenly flooded with fragmented images, blinding green light, and a woman's anguished scream. Was that his mother? Accompanied by chilling, sinister laughter. These visions were clearer than any nightmare he had ever encountered. He thought that although the girl's words were absurd, they offered the only plausible explanation. "Harry, I also know that this summer you will receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. After the summer break, we will both attend Hogwarts together." Amanta skillfully shifted the topic, pulling Harry's thoughts back from his terrifying memories. "Hogwarts? Is that a school? We will go there to study?" Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. "Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in the world. For the next 7 years, we will learn magic together there." Amanta elaborated on the wonders of Hogwarts, and Harry listened with rapt attention. However, soon he recalled something, interrupting Amanta with a hint of discouragement. "But Aunt Petunia plans to send me to Stonewall High. I doubt Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would ever allow me to attend Hogwarts." Amanta winked at him mysteriously. "Do not worry, Hogwarts has its ways. You are a wizard, after all." "Really?" Harry asked, a sense of urgency creeping into his voice. "Absolutely." Harry could not quite fathom why this unfamiliar girl instilled in him an inexplicable sense of trust. He reluctantly accepted her words, but soon found himself pondering new questions. You just mentioned that Hogwarts has 4 houses. Will we be sorted into different houses by the sorting hat? Chapter 3. The plan to abduct the savior. Seeing the naive Harry falling for it, Amanta nodded and said, yes. Do you know which house you'll be sorted into? Harry asked with curiosity. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I'll probably end up in Slytherin. Slytherin? Didn't you say that some very wicked wizards come from there? Harry frowned. If his memory served him correctly, Amanta had just told him that many dark wizards hailed from Slytherin, including the one who murdered his parents, Voldemort. As if reading his thoughts, Amanta spoke softly. It's the people who are truly wicked, not the houses. Every house has its good, bad, and neutral individuals. If one were to develop a prejudice against a house for that reason, how would that differ from Voldemort? Harry felt a flush of embarrassment, as if shame washed over him for his earlier thoughts. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have thought that. You're right. Yet he remained puzzled. But why do you think you would end up in Slytherin? I think Slytherin suits someone like me, who is ambitious and desires to grow powerful. I have tremendous ambition. I wish to change the current state of Slytherin, to alter the public's bias against it, and to lead Slytherin back to the ideals upon which Salazar Slytherin founded the house. Amanta's eyes sparkled with fervor. She paused before adding, and there's another primary reason. Harry listened intently. What is it? Amanta stated earnestly, because I adore Slytherin's green and silver. Shortly, Amanta completely missed Harry's humor. But once he finished laughing, he turned serious and said, although I have no idea which house I will be sorted into, I sincerely hope we end up in the same one. After saying this, Harry's face turned crimson, and he glanced at the darkening sky above Privet Drive. Hastily rising from the swing. I'm sorry, I think I should head back. Aunt Petunia will want me to fry some bacon. Harry stammered, bidding farewell to Amanta before stumbling off toward number 4, Privet Drive. I'll be here waiting for you tomorrow, Amanta called after his retreating figure, unsure if he had heard her. Fortunately, the next day when Amanta arrived at Privet Drive, she found the boy in oversized clothing once again on the swing. For the following week, Amanta met Harry at this spot every day. She imparted some knowledge about the magical world, while Harry listened with wide, emerald eyes, filled with reverence, occasionally posing questions that seemed amusingly naive to a wizard. So, you mean wizards can ride brooms, but doesn't it hurt to sit on one for long? Can't wizard cameras take still pictures? How do owls know where to deliver their letters? At times, Harry also expressed curiosity about Amanta's own circumstances. How did you know you were a witch? He inquired. Sorry, since you're an orphan just like me, how do you know so much about magic? I read it all in books, Amanta fibbed without a hint of hesitation. However, this blissful period was short-lived. On the Tuesday before Harry's birthday, he dejectedly informed Amanta of a troubling matter. The letter from Hogwarts was burned by Uncle Vernon. Amanta comforted him. Don't worry, Hogwarts has its ways. Her words lifted Harry's spirits considerably. You're right, they even know I live in a cupboard. On Friday, Amanta was surprised to find Harry missing from their usual meeting place. She sighed and pretended to stroll past, heading down Privet Drive. A few steps later, she noticed a portly, blond man standing on a ladder at number 4, wielding a large hammer, attempting to seal his door with wooden planks. Upon hearing Amanta's footsteps, the man seemed startled, but once he realized it was merely an innocuous little girl passing by, he resumed his task, grumbling to himself. Kids these days run wild. Where are their parents? I wouldn't let a child roam outside alone. Amanta raised her gaze to meet his ruddy, bulbous face. Thank you for your concern. But I'm an orphan. Uncle Vernon was momentarily speechless, then brusquely waved her off. Then hurry back to your orphanage. Amanta glanced up at the second floor of the house, and as expected, a messy-haired boy was peering out the window at her. Harry's expression seemed clouded with sorrow, but upon seeing Amanta looking his way, he managed to muster a smile. Amanta gestured reassuringly, then turned to leave. If she recalled correctly, in the days that followed, Harry's Uncle Vernon would become utterly unhinged by the hundreds of letters flying out of the chimney and fireplace, leading the family on a wild goose chase across England to hide. Ultimately, on the night of Harry's birthday, as they spent the stormy night in a dilapidated shack on a rock, Hagrid, the half-giant from Hogwarts, would burst in, armed with the admission letter and a homemade cake, delivering a stern reprimand to the Dursleys, while transforming Dudley into a ridiculous pig with a tail. What a pity it was that she could not witness such a spectacle firsthand. Amanta shook her head in regret. It seemed she would not see Harry until after their shopping trip to Diagon Alley. However, after these few days of persuasion, Amanta felt somewhat confident about convincing Harry to join Slytherin. The next crucial moment would be August 1st, the day designated for procuring Hogwarts supplies. Amanta was fortunate, as it seemed coincidental that they were both scheduled to go shopping on the same day. In the original timeline, Harry had encountered the loquacious Draco Malfoy while buying school uniforms, But Draco's socially awkward attempts to engage Harry had backfired spectacularly, leading Harry to develop a strong aversion to Slytherin. Amanta's goal was to intervene before Draco could utter any of those crass remarks. Another stroke of luck was that during this time, their astute and seasoned headmistress, Osenna, had confirmed to Professor Karina that the Hogwarts admission letter was indeed genuine. Osenna also shared that every decade or so, a child from their orphanage would receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, so she had long since grown accustomed to it. Heaven knows how colorful Professor Karina's expressions had been while conveying this information to Amanta. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Heritage of Merlin. Time swiftly brought them to August 1st. On this day, Amanta rose early, filled with anticipation as she waited eagerly at the orphanage entrance. The thick fog of late 20th century London often enveloped the city. But Amanta's spirits soared like the dawn sunlight breaking through the window, carrying the fresh scents of grass and earth. A healthy body often imbued her with an invigorating vitality, a sensation she had never experienced in the preceding decade. By approximately 8 or 9 in the morning, an elusive ripple of air began to waft at the entrance. Amanta immediately straightened her somewhat stiff posture, with a soft puffing sound. A woman clad in a purple robe and sporting an exceedingly tight bun materialized at the orphanage's door, then proceeded directly inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Amanta hastened to greet her. "Excuse me, are you Professor McGonagall?" The woman, adorned with square spectacles and a stern expression, turned to Amanta, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "Indeed, I presume you must be Miss Merlin. Professor McGonagall, it is a pleasure to meet you. Are we to proceed to Diagon Alley now?" Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses perched on her nose, the sharp glimmer of intelligence unmistakably emanating from behind the lenses. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Merlin. However, before we head to Diagon Alley, I believe I ought to clarify matters with the headmistress here." At that moment, Headmistress Osenna was ensconced in her office, lifting her gaze from a mountain of paperwork. She removed her glasses and rubbed the creased corners of her eyes. "Professor McGonagall, welcome. Let me think. It has been 8 years since we last met, has it not?" Professor McGonagall replied courteously, "Yes, Jocelyn is quite the diligent child. Thanks to you, he secured a position at the Ministry of Magic last month." Headmistress Osenna smiled. "That is truly splendid." The two exchanged pleasantries. Yet Professor McGonagall swiftly shifted her tone, returning to a serious demeanor. "I would like to inquire about something of great importance. Could you enlighten me about the circumstances surrounding Miss Merlin's arrival here? Is the time ripe to unveil her lineage?" Amanta had long harbored curiosity about how the once reclusive Merlin lineage had quietly traversed through generations, culminating in her own presence at the orphanage. She instantly perked up, all ears. Observing Amanta's expression, Headmistress Osenna noted the absence of any unusual reaction before rubbing her brow and recounting the tale. "It is rather strange, this child. On that morning, Nurse Mabel went to fetch the milk we had ordered for the day. Upon her return, guess what? The milk barrel was devoid of milk. Yet a child was nestled within." At this juncture, Headmistress Osenna paused, as if lost in thought. She then opened the second drawer of the left cabinet, rummaging through papers to unearth a small black jewelry box. She handed the box to Amanta, who, upon the headmistress's prompting gaze, opened it. Inside lay a meticulously crafted silver bracelet, its design somewhat rough, resembling branches from the forest, yet at its center rested an uncut emerald stone. Through the stone, a peculiar inscription could be faintly discerned, "Merlin." Beyond that, nothing else was visible. "Amanta, you were far too young back then, so I kept it safe for you. Now, I believe it is time to return it to you." As Amanta reached for the bracelet, the moment it touched her fingers, it seemed to activate some mechanism. The branches began to quiver and slither like small serpents up her left wrist, coiling around it, as if they were always meant to be one with her arm. Headmistress Osenna gasped in astonishment. "Oh my, this is truly remarkable." Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in surprise, "If I am not mistaken, this must be the legendary ring of the wise Merlin." Her voice trembled slightly. "Regarding this matter, I believe I must report back to Professor Dumbledore." Professor McGonagall extended her arm. "Miss Merlin, I think it is time we head to Diagon Alley. Please grasp my arm tightly. You may experience a moment of discomfort, but I assure you it is the most efficient means of travel. Apparition, indeed, is one of the most effective forms of magical transportation. The art of apparition allows wizards to instantaneously transport themselves to any location they envision. However, it is an exceptionally advanced form of magic and comes with considerable risk." Amanta felt a twinge of apprehension. While she had faith in Professor McGonagall's abilities, she recalled that most individuals' first experience with apparition was far from pleasant. Before she could dwell on it further, she was suddenly spun at dizzying speeds, her surroundings warping and blurring, a powerful pressure enveloping her from all directions, nearly compressing her into a mere sausage. She clung tightly to Professor McGonagall's arm. Fortunately, this sensation subsided within mere seconds, returning everything to normal. Amanta bent over, clutching her stomach, gasping for breath as she took a while to quell the tumult within. Thankfully, she had not eaten breakfast. Professor McGonagall regarded her with admiration. Miss Merlin. I was initially concerned, as most people tend to vomit on their first attempt at apparition, but it appears you are quite exceptional. Regaining her composure, Amanta found herself standing before a dilapidated and squalid little tavern. Passers-by seemed oblivious to its presence, brushing past her while their gazes were drawn instead to a grand bookstore on one side of the tavern and a record shop on the other. The sign at the tavern's entrance read The Leaky Cauldron, undoubtedly one of the entrances to Diagon Alley. As a renowned and ancient establishment, it appeared rather dim and shabby, with several old witches seated in a corner, puffing on long pipes and sipping small glasses of sherry, while a short man in a tall hat engaged in conversation with a balding, wrinkled-faced proprietor. Upon noticing the two women enter, the tavern owner, Tom, raised his glass towards Professor McGonagall. Ah, Minerva McGonagall, it's been quite a while. What can I get for you? Professor McGonagall wrinkled her nose slightly, evidently unaccustomed to the tavern's ambience. No, thank you. I am here on Hogwarts business. Tom wiped his hands on a cloth, glancing over Professor McGonagall's tall shoulders. Oh, I see. A new first-year student from Hogwarts, I presume? Hello there, young lady. Amanta politely replied, her gaze scanning the room discreetly. Where is Professor Quirrell? Chapter 5. The Goblin at Gringotts Wants It. Soon, Amanta spotted a young man seated in a shadowy corner, his back to them. One could almost ascertain this was Professor Quirrell, primarily due to the enormous purple scarf wrapped around his head, which appeared quite peculiar and ludicrous even in the uniquely adorned Leaky Cauldron. Amanta strained to discern anything unusual about his scarf. Alas, who else besides her knew that Voldemort was concealed at the back of Professor Quirrell's head? Amanta sighed. Unfortunately, she was not Harry, and at least for now. Apart from the complex purple patterns on Quirrell's scarf, she saw nothing amiss. Miss Merlin? Professor McGonagall followed her gaze. This is Professor Quirrell. He teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Do not be fooled by his eccentric appearance. He is, in fact, a responsible professor. Professor McGonagall offered a brief introduction to her, yet showed no inclination to approach Professor Chilo. I believe it is time for us to depart. Ah, very well. Amanta followed Professor McGonagall as they navigated past the bar, arriving at a small courtyard enclosed by walls on all sides, where only a few weeds thrived, and a solitary rubbish bin rested against one of the walls. Professor McGonagall turned to Amanta, a rare smile gracing her lips. Miss Merlin, while I could simply apparate directly into Diagon Alley, I believe that might rob you of some of the joy, would it not? With a flourish, she drew her wand and gently tapped the brick above the rubbish bin. Count up 3 bricks, and then 2 across. Yes, here it is. The brick that Professor McGonagall had tapped began to tremble, and the entire wall rippled as though disturbed by falling stones, waves of motion cascading outward like a retreating tide. Eventually, it revealed a wide archway leading to a winding cobblestone street. Amanta's mouth fell open in astonishment. Although she had envisioned this scene countless times, witnessing it firsthand was infinitely more breathtaking than she had imagined. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Professor McGonagall announced. In her heart, Amanta echoed, welcome to the world of magic. Various cauldrons, crafted from tin, brass, copper, and silver, were on display, some capable of automatic folding and stirring. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the sign of the Potage's Cauldron Shop, which hung above an impressive pile of stacked cauldrons that reflected the early morning sunlight, casting a dazzling glare upon her face. Amanta couldn't help but steal a few more glances. You will need to acquire one for your potions class, but before that, Miss Merlin, we must first visit Gringotts to exchange your money. Very well. Prior to their journey to Diagon Alley, Dino Sina had already prepared enough pounds for her to last an entire term. She merely needed to visit Gringotts, a bank operated by goblins, to convert her pounds into the wizarding world's common currency. Along the way, Amanta, much like any young witch experiencing the magical realm for the first time, curiously absorbed her surroundings. Simultaneously, she discreetly noted the items for sale and their locations in her mind. The Quidditch supplies shop. Behind it is scribulous writing implements, and then there's flourish and blots. Professor, Amanta called out to McGonagall. Is something the matter, my dear Miss Merlin? After we retrieve the money, may I venture out on my own to purchase my necessary supplies? I believe I can manage it, and I would like to explore a bit longer, if that is permissible. The girl before her could not be more than 11 years old, and Professor McGonagall hesitated. However, perhaps it was the glimmer of a similar loneliness and resolve reflected in Amanta's eyes that swayed her, reminiscent of her own self at that age. Professor McGonagall gestured toward a nearby ice cream shop named Florian Fortescue's. Very well, I shall wait for you there. Should you encounter any difficulties or finish your shopping, come find me. Thank you, Professor. Amanta's desire to shop independently was not a mere whim. She had not forgotten her ultimate objective of altering the fateful encounter between Harry and Draco. The immediate priority was to locate either Harry or Draco. Once she found them, everything would fall into place. Today's exchange rate is 1 galleon for 5 pounds. How much would you like to convert? A goblin perched on a high stool behind the counter drawled lazily as Amanta approached. The currency used in the magical world consists of galleons, sickles, and nuts, where 1 gold galleon equates to 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver sickle equals 29 copper nuts. Professor McGonagall stood beside Amanta, providing her with further explanation. Very well. Amanta produced the pounds she had meticulously prepared and handed them over. As she raised her arm to place them on the counter, the drowsy goblin caught sight of the bracelet on her left wrist. Instantly, a look of shock crossed his face, and he nearly forgot to take the banknotes from her. He swiftly extended his slender hand to sharply rouse another goblin nearby. Awake! Quickly look. Do you see what that is? I can't be mistaken. The other goblin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. What a fuss. Oh, the gold. Is this truly real? He seemed so astounded that he nearly poked himself in the eye with his own fingernail. Their exaggerated reactions had drawn the attention of their colleagues. A goblin weighing coins glanced over, while another, who had been diligently recording in a ledger, found ink splotching across the parchment where he had been writing. Even a goblin, who had been examining a red gemstone, dropped it without noticing. Oh, goblin gold. Hurry, notify the manager. The goblin, having confirmed that he had indeed not misjudged, swiftly twirled the dial of an old-fashioned telephone with his slender, dark fingers. Amanta and Professor McGonagall exchanged puzzled glances, both bewildered by the goblin's extraordinary reaction. The only certainty was that they recognized the bracelet and its previous owner. A goblin guided Amanta and Professor McGonagall through a hall adorned with pristine white marble. They passed through a door, navigating past several others, before stopping before a grand silver door. Ladies, please enter. Our manager, Mr. Gringotts, awaits you inside. The goblin opened the door for them. It appeared to be an office of unparalleled luxury, with a gleaming marble desk adorned with an array of exquisite collectibles, including a crystal hourglass, an intricately designed golden scale, and various statues of goblins in diverse poses. Seated opposite them was an elderly goblin, hunched over in a chair embellished with a massive sapphire, his sharp gaze scrutinizing them. Miss, the bracelet you wear is mine. Chapter 6. The Trials of Wand Selection. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, instinctively placing herself protectively in front of Amanta. With all due respect, Mr. Gringotts, the rules of your kind apply solely to yourselves. It is undeniably mine. The elderly goblin glared at her vehemently. The crux of the matter stemmed from the stark differences in the concepts of ownership between goblins and wizards. Wizards believe that an item should become part of an estate upon death, to be inherited in accordance with the line of succession. In contrast, goblins held that the creations they forged should revert to their makers upon the death of the user. Frequent conflicts and even bloodshed between wizards and goblins often arose from this very issue. Merlin is dead. Heaven knows how long I have searched for this item. Back in those days, we were still in the forest, and one afternoon, that young man came into the woods and traded it from me. Mr. Gringotts rambled on, seemingly lost in some antiquated tale, his words muddled to the point that Amanta struggled to discern their meaning. As he spoke, he fixated a menacing glare on Professor McGonagall. Mr. Gringotts, I believe you do not wish to oppose Hogwarts, do you? Professor McGonagall coldly admonished him. Griphook shot a glare at Professor McGonagall, yet her words evidently held a certain sway over him. He rubbed his chin in contemplation, then rose from his chair, leaning on the table as he gazed at Amanta. If you hand it over to me, let me think. I shall craft a new key for the Merlin family vault for you. What do you say? The Merlin family has not graced us with their presence for several centuries. I suspect it must have been some foolish heir who misplaced the key. Miss Merlin, your family's vault is filled with many treasures, some even more exquisite than this. Are you truly certain you do not wish to unlock it? The treasures within are all yours. Griphook's eyes, once obscured by drooping eyelids, sparkled with avarice. It appeared that Gringotts housed the vault established by the Merlin family centuries ago. By his account, it contained a plethora of valuable items, presenting a tremendous temptation for Amanta. After all, as an orphan, she was rather destitute. Had it not been for the several £100s donated by Headmaster Osina, she would scarcely have been able to afford her school supplies. However, I am afraid this bracelet is the sole relic left to me by my family, and I cannot part with it in exchange for the key to my family's vault. Amanta decisively interrupted him, placing emphasis on the words my family. Griphook's insistent persuasion almost swayed her. Yet, the vault of the Merlin family rightfully belonged to her. Even if it remained unopened for the time being, she could not leverage her only link to her identity. Moreover, fairies are inherently cunning. Should she relinquish the bracelet to Griphook, she might never retrieve it again. The Merlin family had entrusted her with this bracelet, indicating that it must hold some crucial significance. Humph. That vault can only be opened with a specially crafted key, made by us fairies. There exists but one in the entire world. Are you truly prepared for this? I stand by my words, Mr. Griphook. Griphook let out a heavy huff, clearly perplexed as to why this little girl remained unmoved by his offer. Mr. Griphook, I believe you have observed Amanta's stance. May we take our leave? The fairy guided them back to the grand hall. Their return evidently stirred a commotion among the fairies in the hall. As those fairies caught sight of the still intact philosopher's ring adorning Amanta's wrist, they gasped in astonishment. Exchanging glances, such a reaction from the fairies indicated that the philosopher's ring possessed not only the distinction of being fairy-crafted, but also myriad extraordinary and potentially formidable magical functionalities. If they choose not to disclose this to her, she would gradually uncover the mysteries herself. As for the key to the Merlin family vault, she would find a way to obtain it or forge a new one. What was rightfully hers, she would reclaim without fail. Having acquired the necessary galleons, she departed from Gringotts. Observing Professor McGonagall's retreating figure toward the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Amanta surveyed the array of wizarding shops around her, beginning to formulate her shopping route through Diagon Alley. Of course, she did not forget her other task for the day. She raised her gaze to the sky. The August sun shone down fiercely, even before noon. If her memory served her correctly, Harry must have set out this morning to row to the dock with Hagrid before taking the train and the underground. It was needless to say that Harry and his companions had yet to arrive at Diagon Alley. Amanta resolved to first procure her school supplies and, in the meantime, search for Draco Malfoy. After all, a platinum-haired boy was sure to stand out in a crowd. Diagon Alley was not excessively large. After wandering about a few times, Amanta had yet to find the platinum-haired boy she sought. At one point, she spotted another boy with light golden hair standing outside the magical joke shop, frolicking and laughing. But she quickly shook her head. 11-year-old Draco could not possibly be that tall, nor would he be foolishly standing outside the window, staring blankly at the novelty items. She wondered when Harry and Draco would finally arrive at Diagon Alley. Shaking her head, she decided to first acquire a wand. Selecting a wand could prove to be a time-consuming endeavor, as she needed to find the one that suited her best. Standing at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, a mix of excitement and nervousness welled within her. She was about to possess her very own, unique wand. Good morning, Miss Merlin. Before Amanta could settle onto the dusty bench inside the shop, a gentle voice suddenly resonated from behind the counter. Caught off guard, she might have been startled. Taking a deep breath, Amanta replied, Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander. A slender, elderly gentleman emerged from behind the counter, his large silver eyes fixated intently on Amanta. The Merlin family has not purchased their wands here in quite some time. Miss Merlin, you are indeed a rarity. Mr. Ollivander approached, scrutinizing Amanta closely. Her hair and eyes bore a striking resemblance to the hues of a winter lake, unmistakably representative of the Merlin lineage. So, what brings you to procure a wand? Miss Merlin? Oh, no, I do not wish to pry into any family secrets. It is simply that the Merlin family is notoriously discerning when it comes to wands, making it exceedingly rare for one to withstand the power they wield. Chapter 7. The Elder Wand in the Window Display. Though Mr. Ollivander spoke these words, a growing excitement glimmered in his silver eyes, evidently piqued by the conversation. Mr. Ollivander, you are the finest wand maker in the world, and I am certain you will find the most suitable wand for me. Then let us begin. Which hand do you prefer to wield your wand with? Mr. Ollivander produced a silver measuring tape from his coat pocket. Left hand. Oh, indeed, the philosopher's ring. It will enhance the efficacy of your spells when used in conjunction with your wand. He meticulously took her measurements, from shoulder to fingertips, wrist to elbow, shoulder to the ground, underarm to knee, and finally measuring her head circumference. A wand of acacia wood, with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches long, flexible. Give this one a try. Amanta waved it, and a loud explosion echoed from the counter, accompanied by the scent of singed parchment. Not quite right. Let us try this one, a spruce wand, with dragon heartstring, 9¼ inches long, sturdy and powerful. Give this a go. As she touched this wand, an entire shelf of wand boxes tumbled down with a crash. Mr. Ollivander had to use his wand to restore order. Such a picky selection, just as I thought. Let us try this one, made of ebony, with unicorn hair, 12½ inches long, soft and pliable. There must be the perfect wand for you, Miss Merlin. Let me ponder. Amanta tried wand after wand, the boxes piling up nearly to her height. Yet Mr. Ollivander appeared even more exhilarated than before. Oh, how could I have overlooked this? The rare and elusive Elder Wand, notoriously difficult to master, can only be chosen by extraordinary wizards, capable of meeting the formidable and discerning standards of the Merlin family. Come now, let us try this one. Amanta continued to test several Elder Wands in succession. On one occasion, sparks flickered from the wand's tip, and she cast a tentative glance towards Mr. Ollivander, who merely shook his head. Still not right. So close yet so far. What could be the missing element? Mr. Ollivander paced restlessly, suddenly stopping in his tracks with an epiphany. There is one wand I crafted without anticipating it would ever be sold. Yes, this must be the one. This time, rather than searching the shelves, Mr. Ollivander approached the window display. Amanta looked on in confusion, only to discover the solitary wand nestled within the window. This wand appeared slightly longer than those she had previously tried. The purple velvet cushion beneath it had faded, a testament to its ancient origins. Mr. Ollivander reverently cradled the wand as he approached her. Elder, with a dragon heartstring core, 14 inches in length. Possessing exceptional flexibility, this wand requires its wielder to possess immense magical power and a noble character. It must be the one, Miss Merlin. As Amanta accepted the wand, a warm rush surged into her fingertips. With a gentle flick, brilliant light erupted forth. The dimly lit, crowded shop was filled with dazzling sparks, crackling and bursting into flames, transforming the background into a starry canvas, as the wand's tip danced like silken threads, weaving extraordinary and intricate images. The wand, once cold in the display case, now felt inexplicably familiar and comforting in her hands, as if she had rediscovered a long-lost treasure. A strange emotion stirred within her, akin to a sense of destiny. This must be it. Miss Merlin, I am confident you will possess a remarkable and unique destiny. You are destined for greatness. As she exited Ollivander's wand shop, Ollivander's words echoed in her mind, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating the depths of her very being and future. Amanta shook her head, reminding herself to focus on the present. The future remained a shrouded mystery, and who could truly predict it? Certainly not Professor Trelawney, whom she had in mind. It was Professor Trelawney who had foretold that the Dark Lord and that boy could not coexist, prompting Voldemort to strike at the infant Harry. The outcome was evident. He failed, leaving Harry with a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Speaking of Harry, having spent so long testing wands, she surmised that he and Hagrid would soon arrive in Diagon Alley. As she passed the Quidditch boutique, her attention was captured by a gleaming broomstick in the window. It was a golden-brown broom, its handle elegantly curved, each bristle smooth and neatly aligned, tapering to a sharp point, radiating brilliance under the multiple beams of light. The sign beside it proclaimed it the latest model, the fastest broom in the world, the Nimbus 2000. Hey, Quidditch ISNT for delicate girls like you, came a prolonged, haughty voice from behind her. Who is so insufferable? Amanta retorted instinctively. Turning, she was met by a boy with slicked-back platinum hair, a sharply chiseled chin, and a pair of haughty, light gray eyes. How ironic that she had been pondering who could be so obnoxious. It seemed only a Malfoy could fit the bill. Being a Malfoy, you would dare speak to me in such a manner? The golden-haired girl turned, her ice-blue eyes blazing with anger, causing the boy, for reasons unknown, to falter in his retort. I merely wish to caution you. Quidditch is perilous. The balls are unpredictable, you see. He abruptly altered his tone, diverting the conversation, sounding somewhat flustered. I've never seen you before. Who are you? Amanta keenly observed the faint blush creeping onto his ears. Seizing the moment, she replied, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Amanta Merlin. And you, Merlin? The boy exclaimed in surprise, quickly scanning his surroundings as if to ensure no one had overheard his slip. Soon, he relaxed and extended his hand toward Amanta. Hello, Amanta. I'm Draco Malfoy. As their hands clasped, she noted the coldness of his fingers, a fitting reflection of his pale complexion. Chapter 8. The first encounter with Draco. I didn't team miss here. Did I? You're of the Merlin lineage? My father said the Merlin family vanished long ago. I thought they were mere legends. Why are you here alone? Where are your parents? Clearly, Amanta's lineage piqued his interest, which was precisely what she desired. I'm an orphan. Professor McGonagall accompanied me. Forgive me. This is all I have left from them. Amanta raised her arm to reveal the emerald vine bracelet that lay quietly coiled around her wrist. What is that? Wait. I believe I've seen something similar in a book, Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells? Or perhaps something else, it doesn't matter. Is that the fabled ring of the sage possessed by Merlin? Amanta nodded, confirming Draco's conjecture, his pale gray eyes widening in astonishment. By Merlin's beard. I must tell my father. He will never believe what I've seen. It's more astonishing than a slug dancing before me. What do you wish to tell me? Dear Draco. A languid voice interrupted from behind them, and Lucius Malfoy appeared silently, his cold gaze sweeping over the two. Upon spotting Amanta's still-raised wrist, his steely gray eyes narrowed slightly. The ring of the sage? Lucius's expression shifted from incredulity to a hint of obsession, which he quickly suppressed. His demeanor toward Amanta transformed into distant politeness, laced with a subtle, probing curiosity. Lucius Malfoy, I sincerely apologize for Draco's discourteous behavior. Lucius swiftly extended his hand to shake with Amanta before turning to Draco with a stern tone. Draco, you should be aware of the consequences of such impropriety in front of this young lady. Draco, suddenly docile, stared at the ground, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Yes, father. When we return home, I shall transcribe the Malfoy family rules 20 times. The latter half of his statement was uttered with evident reluctance. May I inquire how to address you, miss? Lucius, satisfied, turned his attention back to Amanta. Amanta, having been engrossed in the spectacle, quickly composed herself to introduce herself. I'm Amanta Merlin, but I assure you, you've misunderstood. I was enjoying a pleasant conversation with Draco. Upon hearing the name Merlin, Lucius nodded with a significant air, donning his most practiced facade of a smile. The Merlin family is indeed an enigmatic lineage that has long since faded into obscurity. Miss Merlin, are you, like Draco, also a first-year student at Hogwarts this year? Indeed, I believe Draco and I shall soon reunite at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Draco's pale visage, and Amanta noticed the tips of his ears turning crimson. Indeed, I have heard that this year's newcomers include Harry Potter. You two must surely be the talk of Hogwarts this year. Lucius shifted the conversation, suggesting that it would be a privilege for Draco to accompany Miss Merlin on a shopping excursion as a gesture of goodwill, with the expenses graciously covered by Malfoy Manor. It was evident to any discerning observer that Lucius sought to facilitate a connection between Draco and Amanta, hoping to bask in the prestige of the Merlin family and forge new alliances. However, this suited Amanta's intentions perfectly, as her original plan was to find either Draco or Harry today and follow them. Moreover, the generous head of the Malfoy family had relieved her of a significant financial burden concerning her school supplies. She responded with a polite smile, "Thank you for your kindness. I would be delighted to shop with Draco. Draco, remember your duty as the heir of the Malfoy family. Do not bring shame upon our name." Lucius admonished Draco before hastily taking his leave, grasping his serpent-headed cane, as if other pressing matters awaited him. With a sigh of relief, Draco felt a twinge of loneliness. His father was perpetually busy, and even when they finally had the chance to be together, he could not linger a moment longer. Amanta offered a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. "Now you have me to accompany you. Shall we go?" "Oh, very well," Draco replied, somewhat startled, instinctively taking a few steps forward, only to turn back reluctantly to glance at the Nimbus 2000 displayed in the window. Amanta stifled a smirk and reminded him, "Where are we headed now? What have you purchased?" Draco scrutinized Amanta, noticing her empty hands, and skeptically elongated his tone. "You haven't bought anything yet, have you?" "Well, not much. I only acquired a wand," Amanta candidly admitted. "All right then," Draco replied with a hint of reluctance. "Show me your acceptance letter so we can determine what else you need to buy. Surely you brought it with you?" Amanta was taken aback. "Of course. As a noble Malfoy, why would I personally procure these items? Dobby will select the finest for me. Though, I suppose I must personally choose a wand and have a tailored set of robes made," Draco said slowly. Amanta was well aware that Dobby was one of the house elves at Malfoy Manor. House elves are a unique race bound to serve ancient, wealthy wizarding families, obeying their master's every command while performing domestic chores and errands. They fear liberation, considering being dismissed from their service and receiving wages as the utmost disgrace. However, Dobby was an exception. He fervently cherished freedom and yearned to earn a reward for his labor. In the original story, Harry inadvertently helped Dobby gain his freedom by giving him a sock, a moment that would come later. Amanta was yet uncertain how her actions would create a ripple effect in the future. "Shall we first acquire your robes?" she proposed. Draco showed no objection to this suggestion. The duo stepped into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "Oh, what delightful young wizards you are. Please, do come in," greeted Madame Malkin, a beaming witch in a purple dress. As they pushed open the door, Madame Malkin guided them through an array of colorful robes hanging on racks, the shop infused with a subtle scent of violet. They navigated through the crowded garments to a room at the back of the shop, where several empty stools awaited them, accompanied by floating measuring tapes and a large full-length mirror framed in bronze. "My dears, let's take your measurements. You must be here to order your Hogwarts uniforms," she cheerfully stated. Without Amanta uttering a word, Madame Malkin discerned their purpose, perhaps due to their evident youth. Young wizards of about 11 years old, the perfect age for starting at Hogwarts. Under Madame Malkin's guidance, Amanta and Draco each stood on a stool, just as she fitted them with black robes. A flurry of measuring tapes swiftly glided over, deftly taking their dimensions. "You two try these on. I shall attend to other customers for a moment," Madame Malkin said, her smile unwavering as she squeezed back through the racks, leaving the two entwined in the measuring tapes. The measuring device displayed a mischievous streak, first leaping onto their shoulders, stretching down to their feet, playfully bouncing before rolling up their sleeves and robe hems. Damn it, Draco exclaimed, clearly irked by the antics of the tape as he swatted at it, only for it to retaliate by sharply tapping his thigh. Ouch, he cried out. Amanta nearly lost her composure. If Lucius were to appear at that moment and witness his son in such a state, he would likely be incensed. Excuse me, may I try this on? A somewhat awkward voice inquired, before suddenly transforming into an exuberant tone. Recognizing that familiar voice, Amanta turned to see a messy-haired boy with broken glasses peeking through the clothing racks. Harry, what are you doing here? Amanta exclaimed, feigning surprise. Oh, it's a long story. Uncle Vernon didn't let me out for days. Harry recounted the recent events succinctly, concluding with a chuckle. It's a pity you didn't see Dudley sprout a pig's tail. It suited him perfectly. Amanta raised her eyebrows in regret. What a shame. And where is Hagrid? Wasn't he the one who brought you? He seemed a bit off after we left Gringotts. He mentioned wanting to stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. The two were engrossed in conversation, nearly overlooking the presence of a third party. Draco, having finished with his measurements, jumped down from the stool, arms crossed, casting increasingly dark glances at Amanta. Noticing Draco's mood darkening, Amanta suddenly realized it was perhaps the first time he had experienced being overshadowed. She couldn't allow his spirits to plummet any further. She recalled her purpose for the day. With a quick thought, she seized Draco's arm and physically tugged him towards Harry. Harry, this is Draco Malfoy. Draco. This is Harry Potter. Harry Potter? As anticipated, Draco's eyes widened at the mention of the name. Harry offered Draco a warm, friendly smile. Are you a friend of Amanta's? Hello, Draco. As Harry concluded his statement, he extended his hand towards Draco, who reciprocated with a brief handshake, his face swiftly adorned with a professional facade of a smile. Hello, Harry, it's a pleasure to meet you. Harry couldn't help but shiver slightly. His current understanding left him perplexed as to how a person could change their demeanor as quickly as flipping a page. Amanta observed the interaction with evident satisfaction. At least, for the moment, Harry and Draco had engaged in an amicable exchange, albeit possibly motivated by her presence and Harry Potter's renowned reputation. However, the absence of any conflict between them was indeed a promising beginning. She contentedly patted both of their shoulders. Are we all set? Shall we procure some other items? Harry will join us as well. That would be splendid. However, I believe I need to inform Hagrid. Hey, I'm here. A man, towering as if he were two individuals combined, with wild hair and an unkempt beard, stood outside the window, brandishing two enormous chocolate raspberry crunch ice cream cones and grinning foolishly at Harry. The unmistakable features allowed Amanta to deduce that this individual was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, as well as a half-giant. Harry quickly led Amanta and Draco out of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Little Harry, in just a short time, you've made so many new friends? Hagrid exclaimed, handing one of the giant ice creams to Harry while beaming at Draco and Amanta behind him. Oh dear, I haven't yet purchased for your friends. Harry, please wait here. Before Harry could respond, Hagrid jovially dashed towards Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. In no time, he returned, holding two massive ice creams. Harry, who are your friends? Allow me to make their acquaintance. Amanta spoke first. I am Amanta Merlin, and I thank you for taking care of Harry these past few days. Amanta, you are the girl Harry often mentions. Quite delightful. He turned to the proud Draco beside him. And you? What is your name? Perhaps motivated by the enticing ice cream. Draco skillfully donned a practiced smile and replied in an excessively formal tone, Draco Malfoy, thank you for your kindness. Upon hearing the name Malfoy, Hagrid's brow furrowed slightly. Yet he maintained his smile. Draco, hello. I am Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You can simply call me Hagrid. It seems you youngsters are all first-year students at Hogwarts, am I right? Amanda nodded. Indeed, like Harry, we are here to procure our essential school supplies. Harry looked at Hagrid with anticipation. By the way, may I wander around Diagon Alley with Amanta and the others? Hagrid assessed Amanta, seemingly finding her trustworthy. He wiped his ice cream-stained hands on his clothing and glanced towards the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Very well, I shan't interrupt your youthful enthusiasm. We shall meet at the Leaky Cauldron later, Harry. Harry happily waved to Hagrid. See you later. The Leaky Cauldron was situated next to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The shop was filled from floor to ceiling with an array of peculiar hardcover books adorned with strange symbols. After they informed the staff about their need for first-year textbooks, the clerk grabbed a list and disappeared into the dense rows of shelves, retrieving the necessary volumes one by one. As they waited, feeling somewhat bored, Harry stood before a shelf engrossed in a book titled Curses and Counter-Curses. Amanta imagined he was contemplating ways to deal with his cousin Dudley. Draco selected a volume called The Magical Game of Quidditch and found a seat to focus intently on it. Meanwhile, Amanta stared vacantly at a wordless book. Which house do you think you will be sorted into? Draco suddenly spoke, his gray eyes peering over the magical game of Quidditch at the two of them. Slytherin. Amanta answered without hesitation. Harry followed, his voice faltering slightly. I, like Amanta, am Slytherin. Really? Their responses evidently surprised Draco, if all goes as expected. I shall surely be a Slytherin as well. After all, my entire family is Slytherin. Amanta's lips curled into a slight smile. No one truly knows their house before the sorting, but I hope we meet in Slytherin. Absolutely. Draco and Harry chorused in unison. After acquiring their textbooks, they proceeded to purchase quills, parchment, a large cauldron, scales for potion ingredients, and a telescope, along with various potion materials, before heading to Ollivander's wand shop. Goodness. Trying out wands is the most exhausting and perilous activity. Harry and Draco experimented with numerous wands, but these mischievous wands refused to acknowledge them as their masters, protesting in a chaotic manner, nearly causing an explosion in the shop. Harry's antics rivaled Amanta's in intensity. By the time the three emerged from the wand shop, the evening was drawing near. Amanta retrieved the parchment list, counting items aloud. A telescope, scales. Oh wait, I believe I have yet to purchase a pet. Neither have I, Harry added, seeming somewhat perplexed. Is it necessary to have a pet? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I think we ought to acquire an owl. Wizards rely on them for delivering messages and packages. What about you, Draco? Amanta inquired again. My father bought me one long ago. It is a barn owl. Draco stated with a hint of pride. I believe barn owls are the most powerful and majestic of owls. The owl emporium was dimly lit, brimming with countless owls of various breeds. Amanta counted at least 2 or 3 dozen types, though there may have been more. As Harry reached into a cage to play with a pure white owl, Amanta suddenly recalled that Harry had grown up in an abusive environment under the Dursleys, never having received a worthy gift. She turned to Harry and said, By the way, I haven't given you a birthday gift for your birthday yesterday. How about I give you this snowy owl? Harry looked somewhat alarmed. Oh, no, that's not necessary. Amanta winked at him. It's fine. Just remember to return the favor on my birthday. All right, Harry stammered, silently committing it to memory. Meanwhile, the quiet Draco produced a book from the folds of his robe and handed it to Harry. This book is for you, as a birthday gift. Holding the magical game of Quidditch, Harry gazed at Draco, touched. Draco, thank you. Tears welled in Harry's eyes as he shifted his gaze between Amanta and Draco, feeling somewhat at a loss for where to place his hands and feet. No need to thank me, Draco replied stiffly. It was evident that he had abandoned his facade of smiles and pride, feeling somewhat ill-equipped for such a situation. Perhaps we can play Quidditch together in Slytherin someday. Even though it is quite absurd that first years are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. As they conversed, Amanta selected her own pet owl, a small and adorable eastern screech owl, its round head and face reminiscent of a ragdoll cat. After confirming that all the necessary school supplies had been procured, Amanta bid farewell to Draco and Harry at the entrance of the Elop's Owl Emporium. Harry lingered, a hint of reluctance in his demeanor, but Amanta reassured him that they could arrange to meet at their usual spot. Draco could not resist interjecting, Usual spot? Where do you two typically meet? Amanta raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You want to join? Draco cleared his throat. Well, I suppose I can begrudgingly discuss our upcoming curriculum with you both. His face bore an air of indifference, yet his eyes covertly darted toward Amanta, seemingly awaiting her response. Amanta sighed. All right, let us await the owl's correspondence. As she made her way towards Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, she noticed that the bustling crowds of Diagon Alley had significantly thinned, and she quickly spotted Professor McGonagall standing at the entrance. The sun was nearing its descent, and their delay had been considerable. Amanta hastened over, explaining, Professor McGonagall, I made friends with 2 first-year Hogwarts students, and we were shopping for our supplies together. Professor McGonagall interrupted. Hagrid has already informed me. It's quite all right. Have you acquired everything? Yes, we have, Amanta replied. Then I shall escort you back, Miss Merlin. Amanta grasped Professor McGonagall's arm tightly. After a dizzying whirl, they found themselves at the doorstep of the orphanage of Dursley, though this time her discomfort was notably lessened. Miss Merlin, I hope you enjoy a splendid 7 years at Hogwarts. After uttering this, Professor McGonagall relaxed her stern jawline and offered Amanta a faint smile, before vanishing into thin air, just as she had appeared that morning. With a month remaining until the start of term on September 1st, Amanta penned 2 notes, arranging to meet Draco and Harry at their usual place on Privet Drive in 3 days, and entrusted them to her new Eastern Screech owl, Bertha. Bertha swiftly returned with their replies. Wonderful. I've been poring over these textbooks. History of Magic is my favorite. I've decided to name my owl Hedwig after something I found in this book. I can't stop reading it late into the night. I can hardly contain my excitement to see you both and discuss everything. By the way, since I returned, the Dursleys' Haven tea bothered me at all. They act as if I don't exist. Harry's response filled 2 sheets of paper. In stark contrast, Draco's reply was unexpectedly brief. Good. Amanta flipped the light green paper over, meticulously inspecting it to ensure no additional words were written. Truly stingy with words, that Malfoy, she mused. Unknown to her. Within the confines of Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, a platinum-haired boy stood before an ornate, vintage dressing mirror, repeatedly donning various robes and brooches, scrutinizing his reflection. He then turned to the house elf Dobby, who stood dutifully by. Do you think this is appropriate for the day after tomorrow? Chapter 11. On the supremacy of interests over bloodline. Amanta, you finally made it. As Amanta caught sight of a boy in the distance with his tousled black hair, Harry waved his arms enthusiastically, his emerald green eyes brimming with joy. After a few days apart, the fleeting expressions of loneliness and fragility that had occasionally graced Harry's face had nearly vanished, replaced by the innocence and vivacity characteristic of their age. Amanta felt a genuine sense of happiness for him, albeit tinged with a hint of guilt. Had Harry truly followed her counsel and entered Slytherin, the narrative might have taken a drastically different turn, not to mention Voldemort and certain rigid wizards, who deemed him a naturally formidable dark wizard. Such a label could profoundly affect Harry negatively. Furthermore, would Harry retain his original brave, yet somewhat reckless disposition under Slytherin's influence? After all, a significant portion of the original narrative's progression relied on Harry's audacious courage, perhaps aided by a certain protagonist's halo, which the magical world referred to as fate and luck. Amanta silently reviewed the storyline in her mind. If the need arose, should Harry take an unexpected course of action, she surmised she must provide some guidance, ensuring that pivotal moments were not miscalculated, and that Voldemort did not rise again as Dumbledore had allowed. However, Amanta thought she could strive to do better, perhaps by preventing some deaths. I'm a bit worried. I might be the worst student in our class since I really don't know anything, having grown up entirely in the Muggle world. There's just so much to learn. Harry's words jolted Amanta from her reverie. She instinctively turned her head to see Harry. His expression one of concern, his round green eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling two emeralds. Don't fret. Many students come from Muggle families, yet they excel academically. Students from wizarding families merely have a slight head start, Amanta reassured him. Midway through her comfort, a haughty, languid voice interrupted from behind them. I believe Hogwarts should restrict enrollment to students from ancient wizarding families. Those from Muggle backgrounds simply lack understanding of the wizarding world. Consider it. They have not received the education of a wizarding family from childhood and may not even know that Hogwarts is the name of a school. Amanta raised an eyebrow and turned to see Draco, who had donned what she deemed to be a formal robe and shirt, secured at the collar with an intricately designed silver serpent brooch. However, after a brief moment of admiration, she shot back, if you believe in that nonsense, then why did you become friends with us? I mean, Harry and I also grew up in the Muggle world, did we not? Draco's pale cheeks flushed slightly as he averted his gaze, avoiding Amanta's eyes. Let us not forget that both the Merlin and Potter families are among the oldest wizarding lineages. No. It's because the Malfoy family prioritizes interests above all else. Amanta pinpointed the crux of the matter. Draco's presence here today must have been sanctioned by Lucius. Had it not been for the complex web of interests, Lucius, who harbored a profound disdain for Muggles, would never have permitted Draco to venture into such a Muggle-dominated area. Forming alliances with the Merlin and Potter families could yield benefits for the Malfoy family. This was undoubtedly the reason for his visit. For the future head of the Malfoy family, the pursuit of interests outweighed the notions of bloodline and early education, did it not? Draco listened, his gray-blue eyes reflecting confusion, as if he had never contemplated such matters. On the supremacy of interests over bloodline, well, you make a fair point, but I believe my friendship with you too is not solely driven by self-interest. His words tumbled out quickly, and he cast his eyes downward toward his toes, appearing somewhat anxious. In fact, I came here today without informing my father. What? As Draco's words resonated, a sharp cry erupted from beneath their feet. Oh, poor Dobby. If the esteemed master were to learn of this, that I brought the young master out without his permission, especially to the very place he abhors, the Muggle dwelling. Goodness. Dobby is indeed a wretched elf. What shall Dobby do? It was then that Amanta noticed a diminutive house elf standing beneath Draco's feet, adorned only in a tattered, gray pillowcase, with large bat-like ears that flapped as he spoke. Tears brimmed in Dobby's large, green eyes as he fervently banged his head against the ground, sobbing and murmuring to himself. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby should not have heeded the young master's command and brought him here without question. Amanta promptly lifted him from the ground, grasping his arm to prevent further self-inflicted harm. It's all right, Dobby, this is not your fault. Besides, Draco won't tell anyone, will you? Of course not, Draco replied, his complexion paling slightly. Well then, I am pleased to be your friend, Draco. Amanta sighed, attempting to present a smile that conveyed her understanding. Truthfully, Draco's rebelliousness surprised her, in her recollection. He had always been obedient to his father's wishes. Today, however, he had chosen to deceive his father to meet with them. Could this be the butterfly effect? Perhaps it was merely Draco's true nature. Amanta was aware that, in the original timeline, following Voldemort's defeat, Draco had gradually abandoned the notion of blood superiority. Draco forced a smile in response to Amanta, clearly puzzled by his own previous words, yet he resolved to follow his heart. "Hey, who are you?" he asked. "Oh, you must be the renowned Harry Potter. It is an honor, truly an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. Are you Dobby?" Harry inquired, slightly taken aback. "Forgive my impertinence, but are you a goblin?" No, dear Mr. Potter. I am a house elf of the Malfoy family. My name is Dobby. Yes, sir. It is indeed an honor that you may call me so." While Amanta and Draco exchanged complex glances filled with ulterior motives, the two green-eyed beings were already engrossed in lively conversation. Chapter 12. The Gifted Reading Speed. Watching Harry crouch down to converse fervently with Dobby, Amanta hesitated to interrupt their exchange. Just then, a familiar slow drawl floated from beside her. "In fact, I've already read several of the first-year textbooks. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, lest you embarrass yourself when school starts." Draco turned slightly away, his demeanor a mix of discomfort and pride. "Really?" Amanta raised an eyebrow. "But alas, you wouldn't assume I've done nothing these past 3 days, would you?" Draco regarded her skeptically. 3 days doesn't allow for much. "Pray, what have you accomplished?" Amanta mimicked Draco's slow, proud tone. "Oh, merely read through all the textbooks." Draco's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "What did you say? You've read all the textbooks?" Amanta stroked her chin, reflecting for a moment. "Well, it was just 8 books, not that many, I suppose." Merlin's beard. "Do you know how thick history of magic is? Not to mention magical theory and 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. I nearly felt dizzy just looking at them." Draco's expression clearly conveyed disbelief. Harry, having momentarily disengaged from his discussion with Dobby, looked up at the two. "Amanta, you actually finished all the textbooks? I've been stuck on history of magic for days, and I've only managed about 100 pages. Harry's voice trembled. Draco shrugged at Amanta. "You see, I'm not the only one who thinks so." Draco smirked, narrowing his eyes. "No need to boast in front of me." Amanta raised her hands in mock surrender. "You may not believe me, but feel free to ask me about the contents if you wish." Now it was Draco's turn to be perplexed. He hesitated for a moment before posing several questions he assumed Amanta could not answer. "What is the ingredient used to make shrinking solution?" Amanta answered promptly. "Powdered bicorn horn." "What is the shape of lacewing flies, and what are they used for?" Lacewing flies are small, herbaceous plants with heart-shaped leaves covered in fine hairs and serrated edges. Used for making beauty potions. "Who killed the demon Emmerich?" "Egbert." Amanta answered without a moment's thought, finding these questions far too simple. Draco's expression resembled one who had just tasted something utterly distasteful. Merlin's heels. "You truly managed to read all that in 3 days." Draco circled her skeptically, scanning her from head to toe, ensuring no magic was aiding her. "If possible, might I borrow a few books from you, Master Draco? I'd like to verify this in a few days." Amanta raised an eyebrow, challenging Draco. She was already concerned that she had finished her reading and would have nothing to do for the next 20 days. Draco, half skeptical, summoned Dobby. "Dobby, go to the Malfoy Manor library and fetch some books." Just as Dobby raised his hand, Draco added, "If my father inquires, tell him I'm the one reading them." "Understood?" "Yes, young master." Dobby pounded his forehead in distress, knowing that the Malfoy family library's books could not be loaned out. Dobby did not wish to deceive the master, but he could not defy the young master's orders. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby." Amanta quickly intervened. "Draco hasn't he done anything wrong? So can you keep this from your father for him, Dobby?" Perhaps because so few spoke to him with such sincerity, Dobby's enormous green eyes brimmed with tears. He took his tattered pillowcase and wiped his face with it, overwhelmed with emotion. "Dobby understands. You are truly kind-hearted, and you too, Mr. Potter, are very kind." "All right, Dobby. Hurry along, and don't let my father notice anything unusual," Draco urged. Watching Dobby vanish with a snap of his fingers, Harry turned to Draco eagerly. "Draco, Dobby shared with me his aspirations." "Oh, did he? What did he say?" Draco replied dryly, clearly disinterested in the topic. However, Harry remained oblivious to Draco's disinterest, looking at him with anticipation. "Draco, Dobby told me he desires freedom. He also mentioned wanting to earn his own wages through work." Unbeknownst to Harry, this sentiment was profoundly rebellious and astonishing for a house elf, even a source of shame. He simply felt he was voicing Dobby's reasonable demands. Draco rubbed his forehead, astonished. Did he truly say that? He found it hard to believe, for Dobby had never broached such topics in his presence. Yet, he quickly added, "Well, I might not be able to act on that. Otherwise, my father would surely punish me." A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of his father's furious reaction should he grant a house elf its freedom. Amanta interjected. "Then we could seize an opportunity for him to personally gift Dobby a piece of clothing. I recall that providing a house elf with an article of clothing signifies its liberation. Does it not?" Draco appeared somewhat reluctant. but then I would have no house elf to attend to my needs. Even coming here required Dobby to use apparition to bring me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to leave my home. He added. After a moment's contemplation, Amanta suggested, I suppose you could offer him a salary to continue his services? Draco nodded thoughtfully. This idea was indeed rather ingenious. As they conversed about finding an opportunity for Lucius to present Dobby with a garment, Dobby soon returned, cradling a stack of books that towered twice his height. The precariously high stack swayed alarmingly, prompting Amanta to hastily accept it. Thank you, Dobby. To her surprise, Dobby's eyes brimmed with tears once more. No one has ever said thank you to Dobby before. Miss Amelia, you are truly the kindest person Dobby has ever encountered. Dobby is so happy and content. He has never felt this way before. Draco quickly interjected, Dobby, we were discussing how we could arrange for my father to give you a piece of clothing. Afterward, I will compensate you for your work. Do you agree? Dobby stared at them with his enormous green eyes, dazed. What? Dobby did not mishear, did he? The young master actually uttered such words. Is it true? Dobby agrees. Dobby agrees. Dobby cannot think of a reason to refuse. Dobby is to be free. As Dobby declared this last sentence, he joyfully erupted into a somewhat comical dance. Chapter 13. Draco's Reluctant Integrity. The gathering concluded pleasantly. Amanta proposed that during their next meeting, each should bring their most suitable plan, specifically regarding Dobby's liberation. Harry hastily dashed back, and Amanta surmised it was time once again for Aunt Petunia to summon Harry for his chores. Rubbing her hands together and stretching her shoulders, Amanta lifted the towering stack of books and made her way to the bus station. Draco called out to her, Merlin's beard. You cannot possibly intend to carry all those books back, can you? Amanta turned her head to the side of the stack, blinking her slightly bewildered light blue eyes. Of course, Muggle society does not permit the use of magic. Draco glanced at the top book, Secrets of Dark Magic, with a hint of embarrassment. Amanta's boldness in displaying such a tome made him uneasy. Perhaps out of a desire to protect his family's library, Draco remarked. To prevent you from being perceived as insane by some Muggle, I shall generously escort you back. I truly appreciate your kindness, Draco. Amanta assessed Draco's slender, straight figure swathed in robes and wondered if he could manage such a burden. Yet Draco evidently did not disappoint. Dobby, take the books. Amanta smirked. Very well. That seems reasonable. Amanta and Draco maintained a respectful distance, walking ahead while Dobby snapped his fingers and became invisible, trailing behind them. Upon reaching the bus station, Amanta paused to inform Draco that they would need to endure an hour's bus ride. A bus? What is that? A mode of transport created by Muggles? Draco frowned, manifesting a deep-seated aversion. Well, yes, but if you wish to avoid drawing attention, I advise you to remove your robes. Draco's attire was conspicuously eye-catching among Muggles, and even without the robes, his extravagant shirt made him resemble a young noble from a bygone medieval era. No way. Draco reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail. 2 minutes later, he reluctantly shed his robes. Merlin's beard. If father were to see me like this, attempting to utilize Muggle transport, I would surely be disowned. If you regret it now, you still have time. I can manage carrying these items back myself. Amanta felt a degree of confidence in her current strength. Draco's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, pale to green and back to white, before he clenched his jaw in stubbornness. Malfoys do not go back on their word. Thus, 10 minutes later, the steadfast Draco Malfoy obediently followed Amanta onto the Muggle transport. Amanta purchased tickets for both and found a seat in the rear. Draco adamantly refused to sit. Disdain etched across his face as he surveyed the seats. I will not sit in a Muggle's place. Amanta shrugged. Very well, the noble Draco Malfoy may stand. After nearly being flung out of his seat by a sharp turn, he begrudgingly settled beside Amanta. Muggle transport is exceedingly unsafe, Draco complained. Amanta propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the platinum-haired boy lost in thought. Draco maintained his sullen demeanor, his sharp chin and pale lips appearing somewhat acerbic. Yet as Amanta instinctively glanced at the tips of his ears, she noticed they had turned a shade of pink. I cannot fathom why you insist on accompanying me. Perhaps you have truly changed from how you once were? Amanta mused aloud. Her reference to once pertained to the original timeline, wherein Draco realized the absurdity of some of his previous convictions after a series of events and Voldemort's downfall. However, Draco evidently could not discern the meaning of her once. I merely wished to observe the life you lead among Muggles. I did not anticipate it would be such a hassle. Perhaps next time, Dobby should come to fetch you. Thank you. Amanta glanced at him, her sincerity illuminating her pale blue eyes, resembling the largest gem set at the center of a crown. Or perhaps the morning star in the night sky. Draco experienced an inexplicable flutter in his chest. He immediately forced himself to look out the window. It was merely pity for the last scion of the Merlin family enduring a wretched existence in the Muggle world. Amanta, a voice called out. Oh, who is this? Your friend, Amanta? Karina had just emerged from the courtyard of the Dursley orphanage and spotted Amanta walking alongside a blonde boy. "Hey, Karina. This is my future classmate, Draco Malfoy," Amanta introduced, pulling Draco closer. "Oh, your future classmate? Is he from that magical school?" Karina's mouth fell open, scanning Draco up and down, likely searching for any signs of distinction. Amanta nodded. "Well, I made some French creme brulee and apple pie. Would you and your friend Draco care to come to my house for a taste? I can inform the matron that you may return a little later." Upon hearing this, Draco quickly stepped back, retracting his arm from Amanta's grasp. "No, I think I should return." As Draco's words trailed off, he suddenly recalled the stack of books that Dobby was clutching. He glanced at the elusive house elf beneath his feet, hesitating momentarily. What would become of the books intended for Amanta if he simply departed? Sensing his indecision, Karina perhaps misunderstood the situation. "Come now, do not be shy. Come and savor my culinary creations alongside Amanta. You may rest assured of my skills." With a gentle nudge, Karina escorted Draco and Amanta to her abode, where a warm, velvety carpet adorned with woven brown fawns lay beneath their feet. A plump orange cat lounged languidly on the sofa, purring contentedly as it observed their presence. Before long, a plate of aromatic baked pudding and apple pie was presented, the caramelized hue enticingly delectable. Amanta lowered her gaze, fork in hand, and savored a piece. The soft pudding melted in her mouth, its sweet warmth reminiscent of a complex blend of sunlight, a crackling fireplace, and honey. She had never known family in her previous world, nor in this one. Yet, she felt, for the first time in her existence, a flicker of warmth or perhaps the essence of home. Chapter 14, The Hogwarts Express. "Delicious." She beckoned to Draco. "You should try some as well." Draco seemed mentally prepared. He closed his eyes and resignedly scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The moment the spoon touched his lips, his eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the baked pudding with disbelief. "All right, I concede, Muggles indeed possess culinary prowess," Draco declared with a hint of pride, evidently his highest commendation for Muggle cuisine. Karina emerged from the kitchen, playfully tapping both their foreheads, though Draco appeared somewhat disgruntled by the gesture. "Of course. What need is there to mention my culinary talents?" Karina settled beside Amanta, cradling her face with care. "Amanta, you are leaving. Naturally, I am thrilled. It is where you belong. You are destined for that place. Yet, I must admit, watching you grow has made me somewhat reluctant to part." Her hazel eyes shimmered with reluctance as she chattered on, an unusual display of sentimentality towards Amanta, whom she had always regarded as a sister. "Do remember to write to me, Amanta," Karina added, her concern palpable. "Of course, I will," Amanta replied, her demeanor previously detached. Having witnessed the choices and fates of characters in several books, she believed she could manipulate everything, for she understood them and knew the entirety of their stories. Yet, at this moment, she inexplicably felt a sense of belonging to this world. After spending a simple yet joyful time in Karina's cozy cottage, Draco once more accompanied Amanta to the orphanage. Dobby finally materialized, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, and handed Amanta a hefty stack of books. "You've worked hard, Dobby." After helping the tearful Dobby to his feet with gratitude, Amanta entered the Doss orphanage. The orphanage had already dimmed its lights. The iron bars of the fence reflected a silvery glow, while a full moon hung above, serving as the sole source of illumination. Suddenly, Draco called out from behind her. "Amanta, next time you can come to my house to taste my mother's cooking." He quickly added, "But that will likely be at Christmas." Was this an invitation? Though Christmas was still quite distant. Amanta paused, turning back with a gentle smile. All right. After a few gatherings among the trio, Draco increasingly found Amanta's abilities extraordinary. No matter how many books he entrusted to her, she could recite their contents verbatim at their next meeting. "Goodness, you have an incredible memory. You must be a genius." Harry's astonishment voiced Draco's unacknowledged thoughts, despite his reluctance to admit it. Having always been regarded as the most exceptional of his pure-blood lineage, Draco had relentlessly held himself to the stringent standards of an heir to avoid disappointing his father. Amanta merely shrugged, innocently stating, "I thought everyone was like me." Facing the intense gazes of the two boys, she contemplated whether to reveal that it was perhaps her nature as an artificial being that endowed her with such a remarkable memory. Amanta's astonishing capabilities inadvertently influenced Harry and Draco, who unexpectedly became more eager to learn. Particularly Draco, who spent days immersed in his family library, hastily skipping meals. Much to the pride of Lucius and Narcissa, who boasted of their son's diligence to anyone who would listen. However, Amanta regretted that they were prohibited from using magic off school grounds, leaving her unable to apply the knowledge she had acquired. Yet, there was a silver lining. The start of term was just around the corner. Harry raised a train ticket, scrutinizing it closely. King's Cross Station, departs at 11 o'clock. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? He flipped the ticket back and forth, confirming he was not mistaken. Platform 9 3/4? Amanta, Draco. Do you know what platform that is? Oh, Harry, you are indeed somewhat ignorant. There's a wall between platforms 9 and 10. You simply walk straight through, Draco replied. Walk into what? The wall. Harry felt his ignorance resurface once more. Fortunately, Draco had grown accustomed to his inquiries over the past few days. Of course. If you don't make it, just wait there for us. A week later, as Amanta stepped onto platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, she spotted Harry and Draco standing beside the Crimson Hogwarts Express. Hey, Amanta, look over here. Harry waved excitedly, drawing the attention of several older students who whispered amongst themselves. Look at that boy's excitement. It's just like when you were in first year. Oh, don't remind me. I still recall how you were so thrilled that you couldn't sleep a wink, insisting on dragging everyone in the dormitory to dance flamenco all night. To prevent Harry's identity from causing further commotion, Amanta hurriedly wheeled her luggage towards them. Harry, Draco, you arrived so early? She panted. Having taken quite a long journey via subway and bus, I was so excited that I had the Dursleys drive me here first thing. Wake up. There's no such thing as platform 9 3/4. Uncle Vernon said so. They all laughed, hoping to see me fail. And guess what they saw? Before I even got off the train, I spotted Draco with his parents, and I rushed over. You can't imagine Uncle Vernon's face. It turned beetroot red. Haha. All right. We should board the train and find a good spot, Draco interjected coolly, cutting off Harry's exuberant storytelling. They dragged their luggage through clusters of students congregating, eventually finding an empty compartment near the rear of the train. Phew. The three of them sighed in unison, relieved. Amanta set down her suitcase and closed the compartment door, pulling out her wand and toying with it in her hands. So far, no one had discovered that Harry was present, which left her with a lingering sense of anxiety. Heaven knows how apprehensive she felt while passing by that boisterous group of younger students. If it were to come to that, she shuddered to think of how we might transform into a veritable menagerie. Draco snorted disdainfully. Am I really that famous? Harry found it somewhat incredulous that he was indeed renowned. Chapter 15, A Delightful Time on the Train. Of course, the illustrious savior, Draco replied with a sardonic tone, glancing at Amanta, who sat across from him, and Harry. Is there anything you can do about the scar on his forehead? I once read a spell in a book that temporarily confuses others. However, I haven't actually wielded my wand yet. Amanta weighed her wand in her hand, seemingly searching for an appropriate grip. Shall I give it a try now? No. Let us not, Harry hastily exclaimed, covering his forehead with his hands and retreating into the corner of his seat. I don't want to become a test subject. Oh, it's not that I don't trust you. I mean, you haven't used magic before, have you? Well, I think we can start practicing on the train, Amanta declared, rising from her seat, crossing over the small table, and removing Harry's glasses. Reparo. The broken lenses, which had been taped together, swiftly reassembled, breaking free from the adhesive to return to their original form. Harry stared in astonishment as he accepted the pristine pair of glasses that looked almost foreign to him. Amanta, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed in admiration. Draco, who had been quietly observing, interjected, to succeed in your first attempt at magic indeed suggests you possess some talent. This indicates you both have more work to do. Come on, it's time to assess our progress over the past month. At Amanta's prompting, Harry and Draco also drew their wands, attempting to cast spells on nearby objects. With trepidation, Harry raised his wand and aimed it at his glove, reciting, Wingardium Leviosa. Meanwhile, Draco pointed his wand at the corner above his head. Tergio. It was a cleaning spell, and Amanta could tell that Draco was rather dissatisfied with the train's cleanliness. After Harry had repeated his incantation a dozen times, a light sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, yet finally, the glove responded, rolling lazily across the table. Better than remaining completely still, Amanta encouraged. Oh dear, I apologize for interrupting your study time. Would you like to purchase some snacks? A smiling witch knocked on their compartment door, and Amanta suddenly realized it was past noon. She had long been salivating over the train snacks, having skipped breakfast this morning for that very reason. No, my parents brought me cheese French pancakes, Draco replied with a frown, clearly uninterested. However, Harry and Amanta had already opened the compartment door. What do you have? Harry inquired. Why not try a bit of everything? Amanta suggested. Draco rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat fatigued. I'll take it all. Harry and Amanta collapsed onto their seats under the weight of a towering pile of food, which included chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and a myriad of peculiar snacks, forming what could only be described as a small hillock. Draco, are you really not going to have any? Amanta asked, taking a bite of pumpkin pasty. She refrained from expressing her bewilderment. Could there truly be someone uninterested in such delights? Draco glanced at her stuffed cheeks, and heaven knew the temptation it presented to a boy of 11. He steadied himself, mentally reciting the Malfoy code of conduct. No, Thank you. As Harry unwrapped a packet of chocolate frogs, a card suddenly flew out. In a frantic rush, he bent down to retrieve it, causing the surrounding snacks to tumble toward him, almost burying him beneath their weight. Once he finally emerged from the snack avalanche, he held the card aloft for Amanta to see. Amanta, look who this is. The card depicted an elderly man with long white hair and a beard, grimacing at her. Below, it read Merlin. The back of the card detailed Merlin's life and significant achievements. However, what caught Amanta's attention was the identical Philosopher's ring adorning the old man's arm, mirroring the one on her left wrist. Could this be mine? Amanta asked, holding the card aloft. Of course, Harry replied cheerfully. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the door. Amanta turned to see a round-faced boy dejectedly knocking on their compartment door. Excuse me, have you seen my toad? The round-faced boy searching for his toad was almost certainly Neville Longbottom. Perhaps disturbed by Harry and Amanta's snacks, Draco snapped, We don't have any toads here. Neville's face turned pale, tears welling in his eyes. I'm sorry, I lost it again, my toad, he lamented, shuffling away in sadness. Harry shook his head. Draco, you're too harsh. Still, I can't understand why anyone would keep a toad as a pet. Amanta glanced up at the luggage rack above. There sat 3 large bird cages, and in the middle one was her owl, Pasha, already asleep, curled into a fluffy brown ball. She realized, all their pets were owls. Knock, knock, knock. The compartment doors swung open once more. Have you seen a toad? Neville lost one. A crisp girl's voice called from the doorway. Though her tone seemed overly self-assured, Amanta looked over to see a girl with fluffy, curly brown hair standing at the entrance, her prominent front teeth slightly oversized. And Neville stood behind her. She must be Hermione Granger. No, how many more times must I say it? Draco retorted bluntly, unfazed by his words. Hermione's gaze fixated on Amanta's arm. Oh my, is that the Philosopher's ring? The one worn by Merlin? I've read about it in books. I thought it only existed in legend. Goodness, I never imagined I would see it in reality. Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth, and Neville peered over her shoulder. Equally surprised. Are you a descendant of Merlin? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued as she plopped down into the empty seat beside Amanta. Amanta exchanged a glance with Harry. It seemed they might not be able to maintain a low profile before arriving at school after all. Yes, I am Amanta Merlin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Amanta replied, maintaining a polite smile. After a month of practice, she had become much more adept at controlling her expressions. Chapter 16. The Usage of the Philosopher's Ring. My name is Hermione Granger. May I inquire about your names? Hermione beamed with a bright smile as she surveyed the compartment, taking note of the 2 individuals seated across from her. I am Harry Potter, and this is Draco Malfoy, Harry stated while casting a sidelong glance at the sullen-faced Draco, who he introduced almost as an afterthought. Hermione seemingly disregarded the latter, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh, Harry Potter, I have read about you in numerous books. This is truly unbelievable. By the way, which house do you all wish to join? I have read in books that Gryffindor is the best. Though I find Ravenclaw quite appealing as well, Hermione rambled on excitedly. I believe we all intend to join Slytherin, provided the Sorting Hat does not surprise us, Amanta interjected. Slytherin? Hermione appeared taken aback by this response. Oh, I apologize. I meant to say that the reputation of Slytherin in the outside world seems rather unfavorable. Hermione hesitated, choosing not to elaborate further. Amanta replied calmly, I think we ought to follow our hearts rather than heed external opinions. Hermione seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, Amanta, your words have enlightened me. Amanta smiled faintly. Not all Slytherins are ill-intentioned. I believe you are quite intelligent, and I look forward to becoming friends with you at Hogwarts. Hermione glanced at the time and promptly stood up, ushering Neville out with her. I must be off. Neville, let us search elsewhere for your toad. After taking a few steps, she poked her fluffy head back in. By the way, I almost forgot to remind you. You all need to change into your school robes quickly. I inquired with the conductor a while ago, and we are nearing our destination. Harry sprang to his feet. Goodness, I have yet to change into my robes. He looked at Amanta and Draco, evidently hoping to find kindred spirits. Unfortunately, Draco had come dressed in his school robes, and Amanta had already prepared hers, donning it at that moment and fastening the silver clasp at her collar. Harry reluctantly retrieved his suitcase from the luggage rack, rummaging for his robes, and hurriedly put them on. As he struggled to fasten his case, it became evident he was facing a significant dilemma. Amanta, what should I do? We have purchased far too many snacks. My luggage can no longer accommodate them. Harry lamented as he stuffed snacks and various school supplies into his case, which was bulging at the seams. Draco scoffed. You are responsible for your own provisions. I will not assist. With that, he turned his gaze out the window, ignoring them as he absently rubbed the ring on his right thumb. Amanta opened her suitcase, realizing there was little space left in hers as well. She suggested, perhaps, Harry, you should check how much you can still fit into your pockets. just as she reached for a handful of sweets, intending to force them into Harry's pockets. The candies suddenly felt weightless, transforming into a stream of air and swiftly being sucked into the philosopher's ring on her hand. Amanta gasped in astonishment, raising her left arm to inspect her empty palm. What just happened? What about that pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? She had read extensively in recent days, but had yet to encounter an explanation for such an occurrence. Draco looked equally surprised, fixating intently on Amanta's wrist. Could the philosopher's ring be a storage ring? He raised his right hand, indicating the ring on his thumb to Amanta. The heirloom of the Malfoy family is indeed a storage ring, capable of holding the contents of an entire bedroom. It was an ancient and exquisite silver ring, adorned with the Malfoy family crest and embellished with deep green patterns. Crafted from a unique material by goblins, the larger the ring, the greater its capacity. If the philosopher's ring is of such size, Merlin's pants. One could only imagine what treasures it might contain, perhaps even relics left behind by Merlin himself. Amanta scrutinized it, attempting to touch the emerald embedded within, yet the bracelet appeared unresponsive. How does one utilize this? It is simple to place items inside. One merely needs to silently will the thought of depositing an object. Draco picked up a chocolate frog, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed to liquefy, zipping into his ring. How marvelous! Harry exclaimed. Draco shrugged, casting a resigned glance at Amanta. However, retrieving items requires a password. The noble Malfoys are ever loyal to their interests. He softly uttered this phrase, and a wisp of smoke emanated from the ring, rematerializing the chocolate frog in his hand. How could she possibly know the password for this bracelet? Amanta lifted the bracelet, noticing the small letters spelling Merlin floating within the dark green gemstone. Could it be this? Yet if so, who would be so audacious as to inscribe the password on the exterior? She mused that such a person must be rather foolish. Merlin, Amanta recited, clinging to the hope of desperation. To her astonishment, the phrase indeed had an effect. In an instant, a space collided with her vision. Amanta blinked, assured that she was not hallucinating. While fully aware that she remained aboard the Hogwarts Express, her consciousness seemed to have transcended into another realm. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. Before her lay an exceedingly spacious room, adorned with ancient dark carpets and illuminated by a grand crystal chandelier. If Draco's storage ring could be likened to a bedroom, then the philosopher's ring was akin to a villa. However, to her dismay, the room contained nothing but the pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans she had just deposited in it. Oh wait, it appears there is something else, a very worn parchment map lay crumpled on the floor. Regrettably, the passage of time had rendered the writing nearly illegible, with a hint of disappointment. Amanta retrieved the pack of beans and the map, showcasing them to Draco. I did it. However, it seems there is little else here, merely a map. Draco and Harry leaned in, shaking their heads in disappointment. It is completely indecipherable. Harry reassured her, do not fret. You now possess your very own expansive storage chamber. This is undeniably exceptionally cool, you know? Harry eagerly shoved the pile of snacks into Amanta's hands. Resigned, Amanta accepted the heap of treats, considering it a practice run for utilizing the storage ring. Chapter 17. Welcome to Hogwarts. After Harry had organized himself, the sky outside had completely darkened. Amanta gazed out the window as the forest whisked by and wisps of mist enveloped the mountains. The deep blue-purple hues saturating the sky and casting shimmering patches of light upon the tranquil lake. From the timing of each bridge passage, Amanta deduced that the train was slowing down. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on board. The voice of the train announcer echoed through the carriage as Amanta stood up to check her belongings. Noticing Harry's anxious face had turned pale. There is nothing to worry about, Harry. She addressed Harry, albeit with uncertainty regarding its efficacy. Draco adjusted his collar, finally expressing, my father informed me that upon our arrival at Hogwarts, we will first be sorted into houses. Amanta, Harry, welcome to Slytherin. Harry managed a weak smile, and Amanta could discern his anxiety as beads of sweat threatened to dampen his fringe. Slytherin, indeed. They waited until most of the passengers had disembarked before approaching the train's door. The platform was teeming with people, the crowd so dense that it seemed to alleviate the chill of the night air. First years. Look here. Come over. Oh, Harry. Is that you? A massive oil lamp swayed high above the heads of the students, its warm orange glow illuminating the bushy beard of its bearer. Hagrid. It's us. Along with Amanta and Draco. Harry beamed widely, his mood visibly lightening, as he raised a hand in greeting to Hagrid before squeezing through the throng with Amanta and Draco. Excellent. Come along, young ladies and gentlemen. Any more first years? Follow me. A cluster of little first years trailed behind Hagrid, their small frames accentuated by his towering stature as they stumbled along a narrow path down the slope, with Amanta nearly slipping several times. Be careful. Draco furrowed his brow and grasped her sleeve. We re about to see Hogwarts. First years. Are you ready? Hagrid's booming voice pierced the darkness of the night. A collective gasp arose from the crowd ahead. Amanta followed the gaze of the others upwards. Beholding a magnificent castle perched upon the hillside, its windows ablaze with light, and its Gothic spires reaching skyward. Below lay a dark lake, suggesting they would be crossing it by boat. For to a boat. Hagrid called out to the throng of first years. Amanta, Draco, and Harry climbed into a small boat, joined by a girl with short hair. Hagrid settled into a boat of his own, leading the way. As soon as they were all seated, the oars began to row themselves towards the castle, an eerie sight, as Amanta and Harry remained silent, entranced by the sight of Hogwarts. The girl with short hair suddenly spoke. "Oh, Draco, it's been a couple of months since I last saw you. How have you been?" She sported a thick mane of black hair, her dark eyes scrutinizing the other 3 occupants of the boat without reservation. "Oh, thank Merlin. I'm quite well," Draco replied nonchalantly, leaning against the side of the boat and idly flicking the water's surface with his fingers. "Have you made new friends? It's no wonder you missed the family gatherings lately. You've been with them, haven't you?" Her apparent disdain for Draco's indifference sparked annoyance in the girl, who scrutinized Amanta and Harry, particularly focusing on Amanta. "I assume none of us are strangers among the pureblood 28, Draco. Where did you meet these unsavory individuals? Surely, they aren't mudbloods. Does your father know you associate with them?" The girl's comments were scathing. The pureblood 28 referred to the families that had never been tainted by Muggle or Muggle-born wizards, and Amanta deduced the girl's identity. However, her words had evidently ignited Harry's anger. Clenching his fists, his face flushed with indignation, he retorted, "Is that truly how you perceive us? Is that your judgment on a few individuals you've never met?" Amanta restrained Harry's fury. "I believe one should not measure others by their own limited understanding, nor make such shallow and ignorant remarks." She met the girl's gaze with a frosty stare, who returned the look with a venomous glare, as if attempting to pierce her with her eyes. Draco cast a quick glance at Amanta, a flicker of approval in his eyes, and she noticed the corners of his mouth twitch upwards slightly. "Pansy, has the Parkinson family fallen into disrepute? Your behavior is quite an embarrassment to them." Draco's words confirmed Amanta's suspicions. Pansy Parkinson. She now understood why Pansy had been glaring at her with such animosity. Pansy had always been a loyal admirer and follower of Draco, if memory served her right. This situation must have led Pansy to view her as a rival. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Amanta instinctively shifted away from Draco, attempting to distance herself from him. Pansy was left speechless with rage, clearly taken aback that Draco remained unfazed even when she invoked his father's name. Her eyes reddened, her lips pressed tightly together. She finally managed to stutter, "Draco, you've changed, have I?" It seemed Pansy wished to say more, but Hagrid's booming voice interrupted her thoughts. "We've arrived. First years. Disembark and follow me." They hurriedly clambered out of the boats. As Hagrid counted the boats, he called to the first years, "Come and see whose toad this is." "Thank Merlin." Neville rushed forward, cradling his toad and planting fervent kisses on it. "Oh heavens." Amanta watched as a red-haired boy in the crowd made a face as if he were about to retch. They ascended a flight of steps. Someone appeared to have stepped on another's robe, resulting in a few complaints, yet no one lingered, eager to keep pace behind Hagrid. Each first year wearing expressions of anxiety and anticipation. Before long, they reached the damp grass before the castle, and Hagrid rapped 3 times on the enormous oak door. The door swung open immediately, revealing Professor McGonagall standing at the threshold. Today, Professor McGonagall wore a vibrant emerald green robe, her hair tightly styled, each strand appearing taut against her scalp as her sharp gaze swept over the crowd. Then, a hint of warmth graced her otherwise stern visage as she welcomed, "First years, follow me." And welcome to Hogwarts. Chapter 18, An Unexpected Butterfly Effect. Traversing a corridor adorned with lofty arches, Professor McGonagall led the first years into a small, empty room. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must determine which house you shall enter. The sorting ceremony is of utmost importance, and I hope you will hold it in high regard, regardless of the house you are assigned to. I hope you will cherish it, for each house has produced extraordinarily talented wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your actions may earn or deduct points for your house. At year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup." Professor McGonagall briefly outlined the rules of the houses. "In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will begin, so I hope you take this time to tidy up your appearance." As she said this, her eyes lingered on several students whose robes were somewhat disheveled before she hurriedly exited the room. Amanta promptly lowered her gaze to adjust her cloak's tie, ensuring every corner was smooth from the journey. Suddenly, a series of sharp screams erupted from the crowd. Amanta looked up to see several milky white, translucent figures, the ghosts of Hogwarts, floating through the walls, engaged in conversation as they drifted directly above their heads. One ghost, adorned in a lavishly layered ruff, noticed them. "Ah, freshers," he exclaimed, spinning around them with a jovial grin, eliciting gasps from the crowd. "I hope you find your way to Hufflepuff. I am one of them." Another ghost, resembling a monk, chimed in. Before the new students could recover from their astonishment, Professor McGonagall returned, opening the door and instructing the crowd, "Form a line and follow me." Harry was the first to squeeze into the line, with Amanta hastily positioning herself behind him and Draco falling in line behind her. They stepped outside, traversing a grand hall before entering an extraordinarily opulent dining room. The room was adorned with 4 long tables, already occupied by numerous students from other years of Hogwarts, who cast a myriad of curious and scrutinizing glances at the newcomers. A few individuals evidently recognized Harry, whispering and pointing at him as they surveyed Amanta. Amanta speculated that it was likely due to Harry's damp fringe, which revealed the scar upon his forehead. As she passed the long tables, she overheard snippets of conversation. "Look at that boy. He appears to have a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. I see it too. Let me calculate. How old is Harry Potter now? Could it really be him?" At the front of the 4 tables stood a raised platform with another long table, where the other Hogwarts professors were already seated. Amanta followed the line and positioned herself in front of the faculty. Instinctively, she glanced upwards. The arched ceiling of the dining room was not an ordinary roof, but a starry sky reminiscent of the one they had just witnessed outside, with thousands of floating candles illuminating the entire hall. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which rested an exceedingly worn and patched-up sorting hat. This is the renowned sorting hat. The previously cacophonous chatter in the dining hall gradually subsided, replaced by an air of solemnity as all eyes turned towards them. Suddenly, the broad brim of the sorting hat split open, resembling a wide mouth. Then, it opened its mouth and began to sing an ancient yet melodious song. "Perhaps you think me not attractive, but you must not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more beautiful than I shall gladly consume myself." The sorting hat song was both amusing and enchanting, captivating the attention of all present, while Amanta alone discreetly surveyed the faculty table, mentally cataloging the professors and speculating on their identities. She quickly spotted Professor Quirrell, still donning the purple scarf she had seen him wear at the Leaky Cauldron. Beside him sat a dark-robed professor with a sullen demeanor, whom Amanta suspected to be Professor Snape, distinguished by his prominent hooked nose and greasy, shoulder-length black hair. "For I am a thinking magical hat." Upon concluding its song, the sorting hat was met with enthusiastic applause, as a pair of twins at the Gryffindor table stood up, waving and whistling at the first-year students. Amanta returned her gaze to the sorting hat, which was bowing to each of the 4 tables in turn. Professor McGonagall approached with a scroll of parchment. "Now, when I call your name, step forward, don the sorting hat, and sit upon the stool." She looked at the list and announced, "Hannah Abbott." A little girl with golden braids stumbled forward, seated on the stool and donning the sorting hat, which was far too large, obscuring her face. Moments later, the hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." A cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table, with some students clapping enthusiastically, and the monk-like ghost from earlier tipped his hat to Hannah with a smile. Terrence Boot, Ravenclaw, Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. One by one, first-year students were called forth, stepping out of line to wear the sorting hat before scampering towards their respective house tables, each greeted with applause and cheers from their new peers. Hermione Granger. Amanta heard Professor McGonagall call, and she glanced at Hermione, who hurriedly adjusted the hat on her head as she rushed to her designated table, mentally chanting, "Gryffindor." After a moment, the sorting hat declared, "Ravenclaw." Had she misheard? Amanta nearly betrayed her astonishment, peering over Harry's shoulder to see Hermione bouncing towards the Ravenclaw table, leaving only the sight of her curly chestnut hair behind. How could it be Ravenclaw? She recalled their earlier conversation on the train when they discussed their desired houses, and she had told Hermione, "I think we should follow our hearts rather than heed external opinions." It seemed her arrival had instigated a series of unforeseen events. Once a domino falls, it triggers an unending chain reaction. How great a disturbance could a tiny butterfly's wings cause? Chapter 19, The Captivating Sorting Ceremony. Following Hermione, Professor McGonagall continued to call out names, with Neville still being sorted into Gryffindor, and then it was Draco's turn. He shook his robes and confidently approached the stool. The sorting hat had barely brushed his hair before it exclaimed, "Slytherin." Draco turned back with a satisfied glance at Amanta and Harry before striding towards the Slytherin table. Clearly, many at the Slytherin table recognized Draco, as numerous students greeted him warmly. A large boy patted a slender one beside him, signaling for Draco to join them. The boy quickly stood to make room. The number of students left was dwindling. Not Moon, Parkinson, Harry Potter. When the sorting hat called his name, a murmur swept through the hall. Many students were quietly discussing, and several from the back of the Slytherin table leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse. "Harry Potter? See, I told you I wasn't mistaken." Is it really Harry Potter, the boy who lived? Harry nervously glanced back at Amanta, who placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder in an attempt to calm him. Don't worry, soon we will enjoy the feast together. These words seemed to soothe Harry somewhat, as he clenched his fists and stepped forward to don the sorting hat, which seemed to prolong the sorting process like never before. Amanta saw Harry tightly shut his eyes, gripping the edges of the stool, and after what felt like an eternity, the sorting hat finally declared, Slytherin. Harry appeared to exhale in relief, but this only incited greater commotion in the hall. Slytherin? Harry Potter has gone to Slytherin? Slytherin is not known for being good. Oh heavens. I had a feeling that prophecy was indeed true. Harry Potter is a more formidable dark wizard than the one whose name must not be spoken. Numerous malevolent gazes were cast upon Harry, and the pair of twins at the Gryffindor table whistled at him. Their voices were hardly hushed, and it was evident that Harry had overheard their idle chatter. His complexion turned a shade of deep anger as he glared back at several of the closest onlookers, before trudging heavily towards Slytherin. Fortunately, a thunderous applause erupted from Slytherin, which relieved Harry considerably. Several upperclassmen rose from their long table to shake his hand, cautiously introducing themselves. Harry, over here, Draco called out, 2 seats vacant beside him, clearly having saved a place for Harry during this time. Harry sat next to him, and it was apparent that being beside someone familiar brought him a sense of comfort. He flashed a grin at Amanta, who gestured reassuringly. Now only 4 remained. Amanta exchanged glances with the 3 next to her, one of whom was the red-haired boy she had seen earlier, his freckled face leaving her almost certain he was Ron Weasley. Soon, Lisa Dupin was sorted into Ravenclaw, followed by Ron into Gryffindor, and another boy into Slytherin. Amanta held her breath, now the only one left. Surely, they hadn't forgotten her name from the admission list? Even her composed demeanor could not quell the surge of anxiety, as a flurry of wild thoughts flickered through her mind. Amanta Merlin. Thankfully, less than a second later, she heard her name called. Merlin? Oh my. Which Merlin could it be? The one from the chocolate frog cards? The hall erupted with the most exuberant commotion since the sorting ceremony began. Many stood in astonishment, craning their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of her. Merlin? Oh my. This is even more fantastical than Harry Potter being in our house. My grandmother said the Merlin family vanished hundreds of years ago, supposedly exterminated during the medieval hunts against wizards. Goodness, it must be a coincidence. I mean, sharing a surname is plausible. No, look at that thing on her wrist. Merlin's socks. I can't be mistaken. That is the ring of Merlin. The hall buzzed with murmurs, and countless eyes filled with shock and curiosity were fixed upon her. After all, whether from wizarding or muggle families, one could hardly avoid hearing the name Merlin, a figure etched in the history of both worlds. He is the sole wizard that does not evoke fear or aversion among muggles. After all, they tread upon the land forged by Merlin and King Arthur. The pair of red-haired twins at the Gryffindor bench stood up and shouted towards Amanta. Miss Merlin, would you care to join Gryffindor? Our Weasley boy, Ron, is willing to wash your socks every day. One twin exclaimed, bursting into laughter, while Ron turned crimson, leaning across the long table, shaking his fist. Oh, what a lovely lady. Please forgive our jest. The other bowed with a roguish smile. Professor Dumbledore, seated at the head table, stood up from his grand golden chair. He tapped his wand against his throat. Silence. Silence. He must have employed a sonorous charm, as his resonant voice echoed throughout the hall, drowning out all other conversations. Perhaps out of respect for the headmaster, the students gradually quieted, many holding their breath in anticipation, eager to witness which house this mysterious descendant of Merlin would be placed into. At this moment, Amanta surprisingly felt less anxious. She stepped forward and placed the sorting hat upon her head. The wide brim of the hat obscured her vision, plunging her into darkness as she heard its voice whispering in her ear. Miss Merlin. Oh, what a rare guest. Let me see. To which house shall I assign you? The sorting hat seemed to be perusing through her mind. Oh my, how much knowledge resides within you, compared to the other first years with empty heads. Your intellect appears far more worthy of study. Undoubtedly, you possess numerous admirable qualities: ambition, determination, knowledge, and courage. Let me see what thoughts occupy your mind. The sorting hat paused for a moment, whether in observation or astonishment. Your ideas are remarkably bold, astonishing. Such ambition and poise I have only witnessed in Salazar Slytherin himself. I wish you the best of luck. It is evident that the traits you embody align more closely with Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Miss Merlin, what do you think? Amanta silently mused. Slytherin. Without a doubt, I too believe this to be the best choice. Your ambition will lead Slytherin to glory. Slytherin. The sorting hat declared loudly. Chapter 20. The Banquet of Diverse Thoughts. Hiss. Many gasped in surprise. Apart from the Slytherin table, the expressions of those at the other 3 tables were a tapestry of emotions. Initially, there was silence, as if time had been paused. Everyone stared at her, still reeling from the sorting hat's announcement. Only amidst the fervent cheers and applause from Slytherin did they seem to thaw from their stupor. Eyes wide as they exchanged whispers while watching Amanta on stage. Goodness, both Merlin and Potter have been sorted into Slytherin. I wager this is the darkest year Hogwarts has seen. Merlin S. Knickers. Do you think one of them could be the future Dark Lord? Yet. All of this fell well within Amanta's expectations as she replaced the sorting hat. Only Professor McGonagall, standing nearby, offered her a smile. Child, I wish you a delightful term. Amanta politely responded, Professor, likewise. She made her way to the Slytherin table, where all the Slytherins stood, paying her their respects. Half of them approached Amanta, one by one extending their hands in greeting. Blaise Zabini, a first year like you. A boy with brown skin reached out to Amanta, whom she recognized as the new student sorted into Slytherin ahead of her. Malcolm Baddock, pleased to meet you. I am Graham Pritchard, and this is Dorian Pusey. Welcome to Slytherin. Amanta politely shook hands in return. As she passed Pansy, she noticed Pansy sitting there, her complexion pale, deliberately turning her head away to avoid looking at her, clearly the only oddity in Slytherin. Others offered her their seats, but Amanta graciously declined, greeting them as she made her way towards Draco and Harry. Hey, Amanta, come here. Sit here. Harry leaned out eagerly, patting the empty seat beside him. The other three long tables erupted once more in commotion. They had been observing every move Harry and Amanta made at the Slytherin table, and Harry's actions now sent chills down their spines. Potter seems to know that, Merlin. I can hardly believe it. I'm going to be classmates with two of the most powerful future dark wizards. To put it plainly, this is truly dreadful. Goodness, I cannot articulate anything beyond that. Let us pray that we navigate these years at Hogwarts safely, a girl lamented despairingly to her companion. Silence, please. The esteemed Albus Dumbledore, our beloved headmaster, rose once more. Adorned in an extraordinary robe embellished with stars and moons, his half-moon spectacles perched upon his nose. In times past, he would have beamed and joyfully declared the feast open. Yet his expression now bore a hint of gravity. I believe we ought not to judge a wizard's worth by the house they belong to, just as we should never assess a wizard's abilities based on their lineage. Dumbledore's words struck with piercing clarity, leaving no room for evasion. The students from the four houses fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions betraying a sense of discomfort at the revelation. Dumbledore's authoritative gaze swept over the assembly, lingering momentarily on Amanta's face, causing her to start. Beneath the lenses of his half-moon glasses, his penetrating gaze seemed capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of those before him, laying bare her heart's musings as if exposed to the sun's unrelenting rays. Yet, apart from Amanta, none noticed this fleeting glance. With a flourish, Dumbledore raised his arms, his tones soaring as a radiant smile returned to his visage. All right, enough solemnity. This is our most joyous occasion. Welcome to a new school year. The previous discontent evaporated, and the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. A cornucopia of delectable dishes graced the long tables, overflowing with an array of tantalizing aromas that enveloped the entire dining hall. Roasted lamb, baked potatoes, succulent roasted chicken, Yorkshire pudding, and a myriad of other culinary delights, both familiar and unfamiliar, adorned the tables. The golden candlelight cast a warm glow on the sumptuous fare, rendering it irresistible and mouth-watering. Amanta delicately sliced a piece of roast beef, while Harry, with unrestrained enthusiasm, seized a hefty pork chop with one hand and a serving of crispy chips for dipping into ketchup with the other. Draco frowned slightly, meticulously securing his cuff with a delicate pin to prevent it from soiling in the gravy. Haven't you eaten enough on the train, Harry? He chided. Though he could tolerate the sight, Harry's manner of eating was quite unbecoming. Let him indulge. After all, Harry hasn't had many hearty meals with the Dursleys. Amanta observed with a sympathetic shake of her head. Harry appeared eager to speak, yet a mouthful of greasy pork chop hindered his articulation, resulting in muffled sounds. His dining etiquette was indeed lacking. Speaking of which, do they even teach such manners at your orphanage? Draco scrutinized Amanta's graceful demeanor as she elegantly wielded her knife and fork, cutting her beef into perfectly sized morsels with just the right flourish. Were it not for her orphan status, he would have assumed she was a refined young lady from a pure-blood family. No, I learned from a book you lent me, The Etiquette of Pure-Blood Families, which is richly illustrated and quite accessible, Amanta replied, placing her cutlery neatly at the edge of her plate, forming a perfectly symmetrical figure eight. She touched her left wrist, murmuring an incantation, and retrieved the aforementioned book from the ring of the philosopher. By the way, I finished it, so here it is. Oh, really? I believe it would be prudent to lend it to Harry as well, Draco remarked, eyeing Amanta with skepticism. Her proficiency seemed almost too practiced, leading him to doubt her claim. After all, he had spent an entire year mastering etiquette to achieve such finesse. A tall girl adorned with a gleaming silver badge approached them, raising a goblet filled with apple juice in salute. I am Gemma Mary, the prefect of Slytherin. and I extend a warm welcome to you." Amanta and her companions returned the gesture, and Gemma sipped her apple juice, leaning against the table with an air of pride. "By the way, our house has secured the house cup for 6 consecutive years." She patted Amanta on the shoulder. "With your arrival, I foresee our victory for a 7th year being a mere formality." Chapter 21. The Unkempt Professor Snape. Once everyone had satisfied their appetites, desserts were presented, filling the tables with an array of puddings, ice creams, fried fruit, donuts, strawberry jelly, rice pudding, and chocolate muffins. Harry, who had been patting his belly in exasperation, suddenly lit up, reaching for a syrup-soaked pancake and devouring it ravenously. Amanta suspected his stomach had been bewitched. It seemed like an endless abyss. Suddenly, as Harry was indulging, he let out a yelp, dropping the pancake onto the floor, clutching his forehead in distress. "What happened?" Gemma exclaimed, hastily setting down her goblet and looking at him with concern. Amanta and Draco each took a side, helping him up from the table. "Harry, you've surely overindulged. Don't you think you might burst?" Draco complained. Harry shook his head, his voice faint. "No." He glanced toward the head table, and Amanta followed his gaze, inquiring, "Whom do you see?" She was well aware that Harry Scar's pain was invariably linked to Voldemort, and this instance was no exception. It was undoubtedly Voldemort, residing in Professor Quirrell's mind. However, she recalled that Harry had not focused on Quirrell at that moment. Instead, it was Snape who had cast a glance at Harry, leading him to assume Snape was the source of his troubles. Thus, Harry, fueled by his negative impression of Snape, would attribute all misfortunes to him throughout the academic year. Snape had become the ultimate scapegoat. To prevent precious time from being squandered in hunting down Snape for alleged misdeeds, and to ensure their earnest savior remained on course, Amanta realized she must clear Snape's name. She silently added another detail to her plan. Harry pointed in a direction. "It's him, the professor chatting with Quirrell." Gemma followed his pointed finger. "Oh, the dark-haired man in the black robes is Professor Snape, the potions master and head of our Slytherin house. Though he may appear somewhat intimidating, he is actually a commendable head." Gemma provided a brief introduction to Harry before curiously asking, "What is it, Potter?" Harry, rubbing his scar, murmured, "I don't know, but when I looked at him just now, the scar suddenly burned like fire." He swallowed hard, hesitating. "I feel it might have something to do with that hook-nosed teacher. His gaze unsettles me." Amanta patted Harry's head, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. "Harry, Professor Snape is our headmaster. How could he possibly wish us harm?" "Amanta, you are correct, but, perhaps it is merely a coincidence." Harry also seemed uncertain, touching his forehead in confusion. "Strange, I feel nothing now. Could it have all been my imagination? Yet it certainly felt real." Amanta blinked, reminding him, "Did you not notice that there was another person beside Professor Snape? Professor Quirrell? That's impossible. It can't be him. I shook hands with him at the Leaky Cauldron not long ago." Harry shook his head, swiftly dismissing the notion. It appeared that our pure-hearted Harry harbored no suspicions regarding Professor Quirrell's intentions. Perhaps, she mused, it might be wise to frighten him a little. A peculiar gleam flickered in Amanta's eyes as she lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Really? Aren't you at all curious about what lies beneath that enormous turban of his? Aren't you curious?" She leaned closer to Harry, her tone laced with mystery. "Why does he always appear so anxious and on edge?" Harry shivered at her words, glancing once more at Professor Quirrell, increasingly convinced of his oddity. Whether it was his attire or the trembling hands that could barely hold a fork, he certainly seemed to conceal some secret, as if he were afraid of something. Draco cleared his throat, interrupting the uncanny atmosphere enveloping the two. "Actually, Severus Snape is my godfather," he stated flatly, delivering a revelation that astonished both Amanta and Harry. Why have you never mentioned this before?" Amanta, genuinely surprised, had indeed been unaware of this fact. After all, the original narrative had never brought it up. However, given the close relationship between Lucius and Severus, this connection seemed rather plausible. Draco sighed. "Because he doesn't wash his hair," he stated earnestly. Amanta and Harry found themselves at a loss for words. A master of potions, reduced to ridicule for his lack of personal hygiene, and still, he was the godfather of Draco. Well, for someone like Draco, who prided himself on appearance, such a thing was indeed hard to endure. Yet, wasn't he someone else also? Amanta's gaze drifted upwards, her eyes caught by Draco's gleaming platinum head, which dazzled her. "But isn't your hair even greasier? Not washing my hair is distinctly different from the meticulously styled look I achieve with hair oil," Draco retorted fiercely, neglecting Amanta's subtle suggestion that he might look better without it. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Harry inquired, "So, what do you think of Snape, your godfather? Although I personally find it somewhat intolerable, I trust in his character." "Rest assured, Harry, that's reassuring my pudding." Harry nodded vigorously, extending his hand to grasp a piece of jam pudding, only for it to vanish 6 centimeters from his fingertips. "Not just that piece of pudding. but all the desserts on the table had vanished. It seemed the feast was drawing to a close. Following a brief commotion, the hall fell silent once more as Dumbledore rose from his grand golden chair. Now that everyone is sufficiently fed, I'm not. Harry muttered softly. Amanta quickly elbowed him. For Dumbledore's gaze had swept their way. I have a few announcements to make. A few points to note this term. First years are forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. It is advisable not to cast spells in the corridors during break. And recruitment for Quidditch players will begin in the second week. Amanta silently noted this. Understood. First years are to stay out of the Forbidden Forest. Spells should not be cast in the corridors during breaks, and to sign up for Quidditch in the second week. Lastly, I must inform you all. Those who wish to avoid an untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Amanta recorded this as well. Understood. A visit to the right corridor on the fourth floor is in order. Before you all return to your dormitories, let us sing the school song. The lengthy golden lyrics flew from Dumbledore's wand, floating high above. After the discordant rendition of the school song concluded, Gemma, who had greeted them earlier, approached the front of the long table. First-year Slytherins, I will guide you back to the Slytherin dormitory. Follow me. Chapter 22, The Slytherin Common Room. Amanta trailed behind her as they departed the hall from the side, entering a brass door located to the right of the marble staircase. Traversing a dimly lit corridor that branched in numerous directions, Harry followed closely behind, yawning repeatedly. How much longer until we arrive? I'm so tired. Along the corridor, whispers from the portraits echoed softly. A knight was demonstrating his scabbard to a lady, who erupted into giggles. Gemma expertly navigated the labyrinthine pathways, finally halting before a stretch of gray stone wall. Remember, to enter the Slytherin common room, you must utter the correct password. Today's password is power. As she spoke the words, the stone serpent coiling around the wall seemed to come alive, slithering along the wall's edge and disappearing from their sight. Subsequently, the rough stone wall parted to reveal a small, spiral staircase descending into darkness. Gemma led them downward. Do pay attention to the notice board in the common room. The password changes every 2 weeks. She pointed to the brass notice board beside the base of the staircase, adorned with various sheets of parchment of differing sizes. However, Amanta was uncertain whether Harry had heard, for as soon as he descended the stairs, he dashed towards the transparent window on one side of the common room. Goodness! Are we underwater? This is incredible! Harry exclaimed. The Slytherin common room was surrounded by towering transparent glass, the most striking of which revealed the eerie green waters of the lake, where deep green algae swayed slowly with the current. A giant squid gradually emerged from the aquatic vegetation, extending a slimy tentacle to tap against the window, startling Harry into retreat. Amanta and Draco joined him. My father once described the Slytherin common room, but seeing it in person surpasses all descriptions. The dark depths of the Black Lake are indeed mysterious and captivating. Amanta traced her fingers along the glass, where enigmatic magical patterns seemed to flow subtly. It's hard to believe the boy who lived and our dear Miss Merlin have never experienced such sights. A sharp, derisive voice interrupted abruptly. Pansy Parkinson lounged on the emerald suede sofa in the center of the common room, flanked by several boys and girls, casting dubious and malicious glances their way. These individuals appeared to know one another and held a certain degree of influence and status. Most of the room's occupants turned their attention towards them, albeit hesitantly, devoid of the warmth they had shown during the feast. At the very least, no one stepped forward to speak on their behalf. Amanta Merlin, Pansy sneered. The Merlin family has been absent for so long. How can you prove your identity? Who knows if you're just some mudblood? And you, Potter, look at you. A pathetic muggle. Are the Potter family so impoverished that they can only rummage through muggle trash bins for clothes? Laughter erupted among her companions. Amanta had thought their troubles would conclude after the feast, yet it seemed Pansy was unwilling to relent. She did not seek trouble, but neither was she afraid of it. This battle was inevitable. Is that so? Then may I inquire, Miss Parkinson, what prompts you to question my lineage? Amanta pulled Harry, whose forehead was creased with tension, behind Draco, striding confidently into the center of the common room. What evidence do you possess? She regarded Pansy from a position of superiority, unflinching. At the very least, one must not falter in presence. Pansy did not direct her gaze at her. Instead, she turned her attention to the few individuals beside her, who regarded Amanta with a sense of amusement, as if they were witnessing some form of entertainment. With a blend of pride and disdain, Pansy smirked. Do not presume I am unaware. You are nothing more than a filthy mudblood. I have learned that you hail from a lowly muggle orphanage, masquerading under the pretense of the illustrious Merlin lineage, in a pathetic attempt to elevate your own status. Truly a despicable tactic employed by a wretched mudblood. One boy beside her made a retching gesture towards Amanta, while another girl rolled her eyes. Amanta chuckled softly, yet her gaze was icy and somewhat terrifying. Is that so? Am I not capable of deceiving you, Professor Dumbledore, and even outsmarting the Sorting Hat and Salazar himself? Moreover, I was under the impression that Slytherin did not accept wizards of Muggle descent. If I were to break this precedent, it would surely indicate that my abilities have garnered Salazar's recognition. Amanta strode forward, meeting the gazes of all present, her aura emanating an undeniable force that left everyone in awe. Never before had they encountered such a commanding presence in an 11-year-old first-year student. As she approached the fireplace in the common room, the flames crackled without warmth, casting an eerie chill throughout the space. Pray tell, was Voldemort more formidable during his first year? With a flick of her wand, she lightly tapped the firewood. Incendio. The flames erupted wildly, twisting and writhing upwards, as if the small hearth could scarcely contain their burgeoning form. Amanta turned back with satisfaction, the fierce red glow illuminating the fearful eyes of many. By the way, the very Tom Riddle, whom the majority of you and your families fervently follow, is but a half-blood. Gasps of shock filled the air as several students inhaled sharply, their faces pale with trepidation. Amanta raised her left arm, clearly displaying the ring of the sage under the light of the Slytherin common room. And those who doubt my claim to the Merlin lineage, surely you recognize this artifact? A few Slytherin students exchanged hesitant glances before stepping forward. I trust the Sorting Hat's judgment is infallible. To doubt their lineage simply because their parents tragically passed away is rather hasty. Jima approached, idly toying with a bone bracelet. If memory serves, are not you first-year students? Oh, and a few second and third years, rather idle? The expressions of those surrounding Pansy shifted to shades of green and white, with two girls casting reproachful looks at Pansy before rising from the sofa and exiting. The warmth of the fireplace caressed Pansy's face as she flushed red, and, amidst the scrutiny of many, she finally spat. Two wretches raised without parental guidance. Just wait. I shall inform my parents to investigate you. In due time, your secrets will be revealed. Draco drawled lazily, elongating his syllables. Pansy, do you wish for me to write to your parents about their beloved daughter openly provoking the most promising heir of Slytherin within her own common room? Chapter 23, Amanta's Interrogation and Counsel. Draco, your advocacy for her will lead to regret. I assure you. Pansy's eyes brimmed with tears. Upon witnessing the flicker of disdain in Draco's furrowed brow, she bit her lip and refrained from speaking further, turning sharply to flee the common room. The individuals who had been near Pansy also felt a sense of embarrassment, hastily lowering their heads as they made their way towards the dormitory entrance at the far end of the common room. The farce concluded, and the Slytherin common room returned to its prior silence. The ambient sounds grew clearer. The lake lamented against the windows, akin to the sorrowful roar of an aged man, while strange calls echoed from the depths of the black lake, indistinguishable yet hauntingly distant and mysterious. Draco finally released his grip on Harry's shoulder, from which Harry had almost swung a fist in retaliation. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse and retire to their dormitories, Amanta suddenly spoke, calling for everyone's attention. Kindly remain. Before you all return to your dormitories, I have something to convey. Amanta's petite figure stood at the heart of the Slytherin common room. Her gaze lifted towards the ancient silver-green tapestry adorning the wall, its intricate patterns embroidered with Slytherin's motto, Slytherin shall guide you to greatness. The golden threads, despite the passage of millennia, retained their luster, shimmering brilliantly against the deep green fabric. May I inquire why you and your families chose to follow Voldemort? Her calm question reverberated through the twisting contours of the common room, like the crisp crack of ice breaking. A few older students exchanged glances, seemingly uncertain about whether to respond. A senior girl stepped forward, her eyes reflecting a fervent obsession. He possesses the power we all yearn for. He is formidable. I believe that apart from Dumbledore, no one in the wizarding world can rival him, especially considering his youth. A black-haired boy lifted his gaze from his book, his expression cold and detached. Our family supports his views on pureblood supremacy and his desire to eradicate muggles. A pale-faced boy hesitated, fear evident in his voice as he spoke. The Dark Lord threatens my family. He warned us that if we do not choose to follow him, he will kill us all. His teeth chattered, and he shivered. He has achieved so much at such a young age, particularly in the realm of dark magic. He possesses audacity and courage, willing to act without regard for the law. Slytherin students chimed in, expressing their varied thoughts and opinions. Is that so? Amanta interrupted their discourse, redirecting their focus onto her, some puzzled by her intentions. The majority of you follow him simply because he is powerful? Her tone carried an undercurrent of disdain, inciting irritation among many. After all, she was merely an 11-year-old girl who seemed to dismiss the older students and their families, as well as the Dark Lord himself. No, 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 it cannot possibly be for that reason. Amanta's cold gaze swept over the eager students wishing to retort, her lips parting to utter a cruel truth. It is because you are all too weak. The faces of the Slytherin students paled, clearly struck by her words. The flames in the fireplace roared fiercely, crackling in response. The light danced upon Amanta's face, her eyes resembling shards of ice upon a frozen lake. Deep beneath the icy surface, something struggled to break free from all constraints and barriers. It was an indescribable fury that compelled her to continue. It is precisely your weakness that accentuates his strength. It is because of you and your family's ineptitude, be it in ability, magic, talent, or otherwise, that you allow a half-blood to dominate you. Amanta sighed. As members of Slytherin and heirs of pureblood families, are you truly destined to serve as mere puppets, forever bowing to another's whims, willingly becoming lambs led to slaughter? Is the honor of Slytherin merely a facade, reliant upon the trampling of others? Amanta strode past those who took pride in their allegiance to Voldemort, her scornful gaze sweeping over their faces as if to express her disdain for their folly and ineptitude. Beads of sweat formed on their brows, as if her words dissected their very characters. Their hidden natures, their unspoken depravity, were laid bare beneath the scorching sun, causing them to tremble in despair. No longer did they consider the Slytherin common room their sanctuary. Rather, their minds were consumed with the desire to escape this place. Are you aware of how the wizarding world perceives Slytherin and your families? Opportunism and treachery have rendered you a laughingstock, reduced to the status of pariahs after Voldemort's downfall. Amanta delivered these words with a lightness that conveyed her amusement at their plight. You, who profess to value honor above all else. Is this truly how you uphold Slytherin's legacy? She placed a foot upon the common room table, her gaze surveying them all with haughty superiority. Honor is earned through one's own efforts. Only the strong possess the right to define anything. Why do we not strive to be strong ourselves? Each word resonated with clarity, striking with conviction. Silence enveloped the room, yet within, a tempest of emotions surged. The inhabitants of the Slytherin common room were genuinely taken aback. They had not anticipated that a mere first-year student could articulate such piercing truths. Even more astonishing was the realization that this apparent wisdom was something many of them, and even their parents, had failed to grasp. Amanta's words felt like a slap across their faces, stinging, yet awakening clarity. Harry and Draco stared at her in bewilderment, suddenly finding her unfamiliar. Until now, they had merely perceived her as a prodigious bookworm. In fact, they had privately worried she might be sorted into Ravenclaw. However, it now seemed that her presence in Slytherin was indeed justified. Yet, it was a pale-faced boy who shattered the tense atmosphere. His lips quivered with fear as he softly spoke. I assure you, no Slytherin student has worked harder than my father. Although his grades are somewhat lacking considering Voldemort's extraordinary magical prowess, his words rekindled the hopes of those who had just felt their confidence shatter. Several previously disheartened Slytherin students rallied with renewed vigor. Indeed, he was correct. It was not that they lacked effort or ambition to grow stronger, but there would always be those more talented than themselves. Genius is innate and cannot simply be surpassed by mere diligence. Amanta smiled gently, her confidence unabated. Talent cannot serve as an excuse. I believe there are always shortcuts and techniques in the study of magic, skills that only the truly astute can master. Just as Snape's old potions textbook was filled with his personal annotations. In 6th year, Harry, who struggled with potions, merely followed the instructions in that old book and was hailed as a potions prodigy by Professor Slughorn. Yet, none among us possess a genius that could rival Voldemort's. Thus, we remain ignorant of such techniques. A curly-haired boy grumbled, is that so? But if no one among the students possesses such talent, then what of our headmaster and professors? Clearly caught off guard by this retort, the curly-haired boy hesitated. Moreover, have you not witnessed my capabilities? How do I compare to Voldemort in magical talent? Amanta observed the crowd with genuine curiosity. Silence fell as they recalled the fiery display of magic she had just exhibited. While it may not have been the most advanced spell, its potency far surpassed their own efforts, especially considering she had yet to attend a single class. A bold student ventured, but the Dark Lord came from an orphanage. Naturally, he wouldn't have learned such magic upon enrollment. Oh, wait. He abruptly halted, realizing that Pansy had previously provoked Amanta by mentioning her own origins from an orphanage. The crowd pondered this. If Amanta hailed from the Muggle world, when had she acquired such magical prowess? And when had she learned to wield it with such ease? Many began to privately speculate about Amanta's abilities and contemplated writing home to inquire about Voldemort's skill level during his time at school. As no further questions arose, Amanta nodded in satisfaction. Well, it seems there are no dissenting opinions. However, if you find yourselves unable to achieve greatness, then choose to follow me. I shall prove my worth, and I will elevate the spirit of Slytherin to new heights. Never. Well, what a splendid oration. The sharp sound of applause echoed at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, interrupting Amanta's speech. Swathed in black robes, Snape approached, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. The Slytherin students realized, to their astonishment, that their esteemed headmaster had been present all along. "Miss Amanta, you have indeed impressed me," he remarked, his cold, smooth tone trailing off with a flourish. "But first, I must insist that you descend from the table." Amanta promptly leaped down, greeting the headmaster with a bright smile that starkly contrasted her previous, imposing demeanor. Everyone stared at her, shocked at her rapid transformation. How quickly one can change their demeanor. Amanta, unfazed by the gazes of her peers, was determined to grow strong by any means necessary. Gaining Snape's favor was essential. Perhaps she could acquire his potions notes, or even special guidance in the subject. If fortune smiled upon her, she might even consider learning dark arts. Defense against the dark arts, nonverbal magic, and mind closure techniques from him. Oh, how versatile our esteemed headmaster is. Snape's gaze shifted nonchalantly to Harry and Draco, who still lingered by the window. "Ah, Draco, so you are here." He strode toward Draco, exuding an aura of authority. Draco stepped forward, his lips moving silently, seemingly torn between the desire to address him as godfather in front of others. Snape broke the silence. "My dear godson, your father sent me to inquire how your first day of school has been." His gaze flicked to Harry, lingering with a hint of disdain. "Ah, the poor old peacock, struck on the head by a troll, must be beside himself to see his precious son consorting with Potter. Oh, how could I have overlooked this detail? They are both Slytherins, after all." The name Harry Potter rolled off Snape's tongue with a soft menace. Snape approached Harry, extending a skeletal finger to lift his chin, scrutinizing his features and that unruly mop of black hair. Harry was compelled to raise his gaze, his innocent green eyes meeting Snape's inscrutable black orbs. "Let me see. You bear a striking resemblance to your father." "Thank you, Professor. Do you know what my father looks like?" Upon hearing Snape mention his parents, Harry's green eyes sparkled with excitement, a naive smile spreading across his face. "Just like him, arrogant and detestable." Harry's smile abruptly stiffened at the corners. "However, those eyes are remarkably akin to Lily's." His tone softened significantly at the mention of Lily, leaving Harry momentarily taken aback. Snape leaned closer, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Harry's eyes. Those green eyes were indeed identical. Emerald orbs more radiant than any gemstone, transforming into a spring lake whenever she smiled. Gentle and endearing. Snape seemed oblivious to how his hooked nose was nearly touching Harry's face, leaving Harry utterly petrified. Amanta cleared her throat softly. It was only then that Snape realized his indiscretion, swiftly straightening up to restore his somber demeanor. "Everyone, return to your dormitories at once. Do not let me find that the Slytherin hourglass has been deducted 100 points because Slytherin students remain in bed, indulging in dreams of acing their exams." The students, roused from their stupor, began to relax and make their way toward the dormitory entrance, Amanta and her companions included. Just as Amanta approached the exit to the common room, Draco hastened to her side, murmuring, "Amanta, the path you are about to tread will be an exceedingly arduous one." He seemed to perceive something, an unusual hint of concern in his voice. Amanta offered a smile in response. "Draco, I appreciate your concern, but I am evidently more aware of what I desire. I seek glory to bow before me. If I cannot conquer all, then I shall possess nothing." Chapter 25, The Dismal Slytherin Dormitory. Gemma walked ahead of Amanta, guiding her toward the entrance leading to the girls' dormitory. "Oh, I scarcely know how to articulate my feelings, but truly, you are, how shall I put it? You leave me utterly astounded." "In every conceivable way," Gemma added. The two traversed a winding classical stone bridge, flanked by numerous branching paths leading to each dormitory. Each door was marked with a black plaque inscribed with the room number and the names of its occupants. If memory serves, the first-year students' dormitories are nearby. By the way, since Slytherin admits the fewest students, our dormitories are all doubles. However, Gemma's expression appeared somewhat troubled. Amanta sensed what was amiss. "You mean I will be sharing a dormitory with Pansy?" Gemma hesitated, indeed. However, she quickly added, "There are plenty of vacant Slytherin dormitories. If need be, I can assist you in requesting a room change." "No, I believe I can manage." Amanta shrugged, and after navigating several intersections, they arrived at the door of room 221. "Oh," Gemma exclaimed in surprise, for the plaque of room 221 bore but a single name. Beneath the room number, it read Amanta Merlin, followed by a patch of darkness. Gemma leaned closer to inspect and, after a moment, reached a conclusion. "It appears something like ink has been smeared over it. It's utterly defiant." Clearly, the earliest returner to the dormitory, Pansy, had no desire to share with Amanta and had now vanished into the ether. Amanta shrugged. "I truly don't mind, but if it must be this way, living alone is quite agreeable." She bid farewell to Gemma, who hurried toward the corridor. "Though I yearn to return to the dormitory for a good night's sleep." As head girl, I must first ascertain where Pansy has gone. Best of luck. Amanta pushed open the silver snake-shaped doorknob. To her astonishment, the Slytherin dormitory was astonishingly sparse. The rough gray stone walls remained unrefined, exuding a raw, rugged essence, with a dark, unlit fireplace at the center. On the opposite wall, two massive transparent windows revealed the depths of the Black Lake, much like the common room. Additionally, there were two ancient four-poster wooden beds on either side of the room, draped with green silk curtains emblazoned with the Slytherin crest, while the bed linens were embroidered with silver thread, the only semblance of decorum amidst the stark simplicity. The atmosphere here was as chilling as the common room. Stepping inside sent a bone-deep cold coursing through her. Compared to the opulent common room dubbed a dungeon, this space more aptly embodied the essence of a subterranean lair. However, none of this mattered, for upon entering, Amanta's eyes fell upon a scene of utter disarray. Her belongings lay strewn about, all thoroughly ravaged. The suitcase that had once rested beside her bed was violently yanked open, now utterly devoid of its contents. Newly purchased parchment lay crumpled into balls, several quills stripped of their feathers and snapped, her clothes riddled with tears, and textbooks torn into separate pages scattered across the room. Without a doubt, this chaos was largely the handiwork of Pansy. She frowned, extending her wand. Reparo. All the fragmented items began to whirl around her. Even the debris beneath the bed was not spared, swirling into a vortex, reassembling until everything returned to its original state, ultimately settling back into the open suitcase. If Harry were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be left agape. Amanta sighed. She genuinely could not fathom why Pansy harbored such animosity toward her. Was it simply because of Draco? Setting aside the fact that her relationship with Draco was merely platonic, surely it could not warrant such extreme measures, could it? This lack of understanding only fueled an alienation in her feelings of unjustified resentment toward Pansy. After all, such behavior was undeniably juvenile and petty, was it not? Yet, since she dared to act, Pansy ought to face the consequences she deserved. She ignited the fireplace with a spell, the warmth of the flames briefly dispelling the dormitory's chill. As the fire flickered, she settled in front of it to pen a letter. Dear Headmistress Osina, I have safely arrived at Hogwarts and commenced my studies. All is well. I hope you might pass along my regards to Sister Karina. Yours affectionately, Amanta Merlin. She folded the letter and set it aside, intending to give it to Pansy in the morning. After completing her tasks, Amanta felt rather fatigued. The day's journey and speech had drained her significantly, and she required a good night's rest. The dormitory, though rudimentary, offered a decent level of comfort, and as soon as her head hit the pillow, she slipped into a deep slumber, carrying her Transfiguration textbook, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, within which lay the letter she had written the day before. She made her way to the Great Hall. Harry and Draco were already seated at the Slytherin long table. Draco held aloft the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, engrossed in its contents, while Harry remained preoccupied with his meal, occasionally glancing up at Draco's newspaper. Their unusual pairing had sparked much speculation among the other houses, with numerous curious and bewildered eyes cast upon Harry. Upon the appearance of Amanta, many immediately directed wary and doubtful glances her way, whispering among themselves. A few remarks drifted into her ears. Such formidable magical talent displayed right upon entering school. She must surely be the future Dark Lord. The darkest hour of the wizarding world is nigh. I must write to my cousin and urge them to prepare for relocation. It appeared that her actions in the Slytherin common room the previous day had already spread throughout Hogwarts. Yet, some offered her a few words of encouragement, albeit their voices betraying a hint of insecurity. Let us not jump to conclusions. I heard she made a speech in Slytherin yesterday about not following the Dark Lord any longer. Don't forget, she has managed to rally the Slytherins behind her. That alone indicates what? Amanta halted, leaning forward with sincerity. The two students who had just been conversing froze, instantly parting ways with ashen faces. Amanta recognized them as first-year students, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. She was not surprised. After all, she could not simply cover their mouths. Their fear of her was not entirely unwarranted. As for the rest, she would prove herself through action. Chapter 26, The Study Skills Alliance Trio. Harry had already spotted Amanta. Waving her over, Amanta, we're over here. She approached them, pulling out a chair. Her gaze swept across the long table, still failing to catch sight of Pansy. Before we head to class, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Draco set aside his newspaper, which had contained a report on Quidditch. Oh, do share. I truly hope to be of service to the esteemed Miss Merlin. Draco donned a practiced smile, though Amanta could perceive his good spirits. What do you think about forming a study group? As soon as the words left her lips, Harry gaped in astonishment, hastily shoving another bite of turkey sandwich into his mouth. What are you saying? I thought we already functioned like a study group. Perhaps we should rephrase it as a study skills sharing alliance? Amanta stirred her porridge. and we can invite more participants. I have no objections. Provided we can indeed procure that much useful information. Slytherin never shies away from seeking shortcuts. Draco shook his head. He was not wrong. Had Slytherin not been inclined towards shortcuts, they would hardly have taken such a liking to dark arts. Harry nodded in agreement. I'm on board too. The two were already hooked, and Amanta eagerly shared her plan. I've thought about our roles. Given the current situation, I will handle the library. Draco will connect with the professors, and Harry will engage with the upperclassmen. Her method of sifting through books was the swiftest and most effective way to distill pertinent information from the vast resources of the Hogwarts library. It would be even better if we had Harry's invisibility cloak. It would be a wondrous tool for perusing the restricted section. Unfortunately, Dumbledore would not be gifting the cloak to Harry until Christmas, 3 months hence. Speaking of Dumbledore, at that moment, the headmaster in his office sneezed, attributing it to the sweet honey butter pudding he was stirring. Today's snack is rather sweet, making my nose itch. I read efficiently, which allows me to compile a comprehensive summary of the library's books, extracting the most valuable content. Draco was tasked with forging good relationships with the professors, seizing opportunities to humbly seek their guidance. Most would likely not refuse. Yet, there was another layer to this that Amanta did not voice. Draco's father, Lucius, was one of Hogwarts' governors. Most professors would extend a bit more leniency to the son of a governor. Moreover, the notoriously difficult Professor Snape just so happened to be Draco's godfather. Draco nodded, adding, I can also write to my father to ask him to connect me with a few well-regarded scholars for advice. That would be most helpful, Draco. What about me? Harry interjected, lifting his head from his mashed potatoes, his words somewhat garbled. But I don't know anyone. Oh, but you are the famous boy who lived, Harry. No one is unaware of you. Just assure them you mean no harm. Amanta gazed into Harry's innocent green eyes and his rosy cheeks. He was truly adorable, and she could easily envision the affection that older students held for him. Trust me, you will undoubtedly endear yourself to those upperclassmen, and then you can engage them in discussions about their areas of expertise. Well, I hope so, Harry replied reluctantly. Every evening after classes, we can reconvene in the Slytherin common room to report our progress. By the way, we could also organize impromptu dueling sessions and experimental bases. Draco interrupted. That might not be feasible. Hogwarts prohibits students from dueling privately. Of course, we need a location, a secret base. Trust me, I will resolve the venue issue. The room of requirement at Hogwarts would be an ideal place. It can provide anything we need. Yet, she still needed to verify the space in person. Should we perhaps establish a symbol or something, akin to a prefect badge? Harry inquired. I can order some. My father knows a custom maker, Draco replied. Having nearly finalized their plans for the Skills Alliance, they gathered their books and made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. Hogwarts boasted a staggering 140 staircases. Yet the Transfiguration classroom was not particularly difficult to locate. They merely had to ascend a wobbly staircase to the left after exiting the Great Hall. As the staircase swayed and turned, Amanta suddenly recalled a question. Are the Slytherin dormitories really this austere? Draco complained. Oh, our rooms are just as cold and hard. I can guarantee that the Weasley family's dilapidated house is more comfortable than this. I think it's not too bad. Far better than the cupboard I lived in at the Dursleys, Harry interjected. Draco rolled his eyes. But it's not without remedy. My father has informed me that the current Slytherin dormitories were converted from medieval dungeons. To live comfortably, it requires the renovation efforts of each student cohort. Amanta nodded, realizing that remodeling the dormitory would indeed be a significant undertaking. All right. She then relayed to Draco and Harry the events she had encountered upon returning to the dormitory yesterday, hinting at Pansy's apparent fondness for Draco. As they stepped into the Transfiguration classroom, they found it adorned with numerous large bird cages, and a dark mahogany desk stood at the front, flanked by 2 upright blackboards. They had arrived somewhat early and chose a few seats towards the back. Harry was already seething with indignation as he nervously glanced towards Professor McGonagall's office, muttering, how could she be so tyrannical? Amanta shrugged. Fortunately, she encountered me, so there's no real loss. I know how Pansy feels about me, Draco began, but before he could finish, Pansy rushed in from the doorway. Immediately spotting the trio seated together, she halted abruptly, glaring venomously at Amanta, who sat between her and Draco. Amanta, I hope you enjoyed the gift I sent you yesterday. She sneered with malicious glee. Enjoy what? Enjoy you tearing my things to shreds, and then running off to get Professor Gemma to find you? Amanta raised her eyes, coolly recounting her misdeeds. Pansy glanced at Amanta's desk and, with keen eyes, noticed something tucked within her textbook. She swiftly dashed over, snatching Amanta's Transfiguration textbook, shaking out a letter and loudly reading it aloud. Chapter 27. The First Transfiguration Lesson. Oh, esteemed Headmistress Osina, I have safely arrived at Hogwarts and have enrolled. Everything is splendid. I hope you can also convey my regards to Sister Karina. Yours lovingly, Amanta Merlin. Pansy read in a mocking tone. Oh, your beloved Muggle orphanage headmistress. Let me imagine, do you all usually scavenge for food from dumpsters? Surely you can't bathe more than once a year? Her ridiculous inflection elicited laughter from several students. Amanta rose, extending her hand. Return it to me. She enunciated each word, her expression dark and stormy. Pansy stuck out her tongue and sprinted to the podium. Oh? The Muggle orphan is angry? Not a chance. Who would return it to you? She seemed so eager to see Amanta humiliated that she cared little for her own reputation. Is that so? I hope you won't regret it, Amanta replied, regarding her with an expression akin to that reserved for the deceased. Little did Pansy know that Professor McGonagall had just entered the classroom and was standing right behind her. With a stern frown, her voice trembled with anger. Miss Parkinson. I hope you can explain what you were doing. Pansy jumped, quickly hiding the letter behind her back. Professor McGonagall, I was merely playing a prank on Amanta. Professor McGonagall was not easily deceived. Return the letter to Miss Merlin and apologize. My apologies, I was wrong, Pansy said hastily and dismissively while glaring at Amanta. Slytherin loses 5 points. Although I did not wish to deduct points in your first lesson at Hogwarts, I hope this serves as a warning, Miss Parkinson. The Slytherin students seated nearby cast resentful glances at Pansy. After all, it was the very first class of the term. And Slytherin had already lost 5 points. Such a blow was hard to bear. Professor McGonagall watched Pansy retreat to her seat and declared loudly, If anyone else misbehaves in my classroom, I will ask them to leave and never return. Pansy's posture stiffened momentarily. Once everyone was settled, Professor McGonagall did not have them open their textbooks or begin with an introduction to the course content. Instead, she transformed the wooden podium into a small pink pig. The students erupted in astonished gasps. Harry chuckled, as the pig reminded him of his cousin Dudley. Draco whispered, Harry, if you eat that much every day, Professor McGonagall will turn you into a pig. Harry's face paled instantly, clearly contemplating the possibility. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, reverting the podium to its original form. This is one of the most advanced forms of transfiguration, turning objects into animals. Achieving such mastery requires prolonged practice. Harry sighed in disappointment. Amanta, I can only hope you learn quickly and turn Dudley into a pig. Amanta raised an eyebrow. I would rather not find myself imprisoned in Azkaban. But turning you into a pig does not seem to violate any wizarding laws, Draco gravely informed Harry. They proceeded to jot down several pages of intricate notes, with Professor McGonagall doing most of the talking while they took notes. It must be said that Professor McGonagall's pace was rather swift. Even Amanta merely managed to jot down sentences without grasping their meanings before she urged them to write the next. Next, each of them was handed a matchstick, tasked with attempting to transform it into a needle. Veriverto. The classroom was filled with the sounds of incantations. Blaise Zabini, seated in front of them, shouted the loudest, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, despite his insistence that it was merely the heat. Harry and Draco exerted themselves to no avail, their matchsticks remaining unchanged. After attempting more than 20 times, Harry, utterly exhausted, tossed aside his wand. Goodness, I suspect transfiguration is merely a hoax. It's just a matchstick. How could it possibly become a needle? This defies the laws of conservation of matter. Amanta, why aren't you practicing the transfiguration spell? Draco inquired, glancing at Amanta, who was the only one in the room not reciting the incantation. In fact, she hadn't even drawn her wand. Instead, she was meticulously reviewing her notes, trying to comprehend the relationships between the various concepts. Amanta, if you don't give it a try, this class will soon be over. Harry urged, clearly more anxious than Amanta. I simply want to see if anyone can genuinely transform a matchstick into a needle, so I can ascertain that this isn't just a dream. Amanta smiled slightly, no rush. She read the last sentence. The movement of the wand must be exceedingly precise, as it relates to the size of the object being transformed. She scanned her notes again, ensuring nothing was overlooked, before raising her wand. Veriverto. The rounded tip of the matchstick quickly shrank, a hole appearing in the middle, the wooden shaft becoming increasingly slender, until it shimmered silver. Though the other end wasn't quite as sharp as a true needle, it was undoubtedly a needle. Professor McGonagall glanced over, revealing the first smile of the lesson. Well done, Miss Merlin. She showcased the needle Amanta had transformed to the class, before picking up a matchstick herself to demonstrate the spell once more. I may lack magical talent. I surely won't fail all my exams at the end of the term, will I? Harry lamented despairingly after class. Amanta consoled him. It's all right, we have our SO group. SO group was the name Amanta coined for their study skill sharing alliance. S stood for the beginning letter of study, and O represented the ideal end-of-term grade, outstanding. Harry immediately perked up. By the way, how did you manage to learn to turn a matchstick into a needle so quickly? Professor, I truly want to learn. I have other matters to attend to. We'll meet in the common room tonight. Don't forget your tasks, Amanta reminded him. Though the first grade morning consists of merely one class, she still has a few matters to attend to before the dining hall opens for breakfast. Draco spoke up. I am heading to the Ollery. Would you care to join me? No, I think I lack anyone to whom I need to write. Nor do I have anyone writing to me, Harry replied with a shrug. Amanta, don't you still have a letter that needs delivering? Chapter 28, Draco's Inner Monologue. The Ollery is perched atop the western tower, accessible via a narrow spiral staircase that ascends to this circular chamber. I have always been aware of Pansy's affections toward me, and I comprehend her grievances regarding you and Harry. Draco, walking behind Amanta, suddenly spoke, appearing burdened with thoughts. Amanta raised an eyebrow. Her expressions of affection are rather overt. If you remain oblivious, you are either foolish or feigning ignorance. I apologize. I have long been preoccupied with the interests of the Malfoy family, which has prevented me from addressing this sooner. Draco's lips grew increasingly pale, revealing his inner turmoil. Amanta replied leisurely, well, that isn't precisely what I intended to convey. The most effective way to resolve troubles is to eliminate the source of the trouble itself. You understand my meaning. Draco halted on the spiral staircase, his lips devoid of color. Amanta, I do not perceive you as that sort of person. I have always regarded Pansy as a sister. When she singed her hair as a child, I doused her with a bucket of water, and there was that time she mistakenly ingested a sneezeweed. Draco recounted childhood memories in detail. However, since last year, her demeanor toward me has altered. Upon realizing this, I made a concerted effort to avoid her company. Yet she remained blissfully unaware. It was only when she saw other girls around me that it became apparent. He added, Pansy is still quite young, and her family indulges her excessively, which has rendered her somewhat obsessive. Observing Draco's anxiousness, Amanta turned around with a disarming smile. Draco, what are you pondering? Draco's usually pale gray eyes exhibited an unusual confusion. Huh? I merely meant that if she doesn't focus on her studies and continually devises schemes against others, she will inevitably be expelled from Hogwarts. Amanta lifted her foot, the heel of her Oxford shoe thudding against the floor, startling several owls above into fluttering between the branches. She was indifferent to the dynamics between Pansy and Draco. She merely wished for her life to remain undisturbed. After all, there were still countless tasks awaiting her attention. Draco hastily followed her, his tone slightly elevated. You are correct. I should have a serious discussion with Pansy, and perhaps write to her parents in an attempt to rein in her behavior. Amanta circled the Ollery and soon spotted her beloved Berta nestled in an artificial nook within the wall, wings curled, soundly asleep atop a mound of straw. Quietly, she placed the letter beside Berta, who opened one eye, peering at her, and contentedly fluffed her wings. Amanta, come see my dragon. Draco called from a short distance away, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. The dragon, the eagle owl Draco frequently mentioned, defied description beyond its imposing size and striking features. Oh my goodness, what is that? An eagle owl? It is magnificent, Neville exclaimed as he entered the Ollery, clearly taken aback. His admiration seemed to please the dragon, who flapped its nearly meter-long wings in satisfaction, its bright yellow glassy eyes regarding him with pride. Neville Longbottom? Amanta recognized him as the boy who had been searching for a toad on the train. Oh, you are Amanta Merlin and Draco Malfoy? It appeared Neville had heard plenty of school gossip over the past few days, as he took a few hesitant steps back upon realizing their identities. Oh, are you here to send a letter as well? Amanta noted him attempting to conceal something behind his back. Flustered, Neville shook his head vigorously, cheeks flushing. Nothing. It's not important. There is no need to fear us. Aren't you a Gryffindor? Show a bit of courage. Draco stroked the dragon's brown feathers, clearly enjoying Neville's earlier praise just as much as the magnificent owl did. Neville hesitated, glancing between them, seemingly assessing whether they would unleash a curse upon him at any moment, before swiftly delivering a letter to a Hogwarts common owl. Amanta called out to Neville as he turned to leave in haste. Neville, are you interested in joining our study skills group? Sorry, what is that? His toes pointed outward, revealing his eagerness to escape. It's an abbreviation for the study skills sharing group, aimed at helping each member achieve a no grade by discovering the most efficient and expedient methods. Neville's eyes brightened. Really? However, his gaze flickered between Draco and Amanta, as if recalling the unfavorable rumors surrounding them. He nervously descended the staircase, dismissively replying, I'll think about it if I have time. You actually invited Neville into our group? Draco shook his head. He is a complete fool, universally acknowledged to have poor talent, until he turned 8. Everyone thought he was mute. Amanta shook her head as well. Magic does not merely encompass spellcasting. Everyone possesses their own strengths, and I believe Neville must have his. Although she conveyed this to Draco, had she not known in advance about Neville's exceptional herbology grades and his eventual position as a herbology professor at Hogwarts, she might have shared Draco's sentiments. Thus, she added, even if he is not outstanding in other areas, He would make an excellent experimental subject. If our theories succeed with him, it would indicate our methods are broadly applicable. Draco conceded, "Your considerations are indeed comprehensive." As they exited the western tower, Draco spoke softly. "You know, before meeting you, I always believed I was the most exceptional." "That is evident," Amanta smiled. She sensed an indescribable shift in Draco's demeanor over the past month. "So I was arrogant, condescending, dismissive of others, reveling in sowing discord among factions. But after encountering you, I began to see myself clearly. Becoming a worthy heir to the Malfoy family is a distant aspiration. I have always viewed my father as a paragon, yet I have merely relied on the Malfoy family's prestige." Draco's tone was laced with bitterness. "Amanta, you are remarkable. I hope that one day I might stand alongside you." Amanta patted his shoulder, offering an encouraging smile. "I never realized you were so talkative. However, I wholeheartedly welcome it." Chapter 29. 3 Unassailable Figures. Descending from the western tower leads to the 8th floor of Hogwarts, where the Room of Requirement is also located. With some time remaining before lunch, Amanta decided to seek out the location of the Room of Requirement. As they stepped out of the West Tower, they encountered one of the most unfortunate events a Hogwarts student could face. Whoosh! Something zipped past them, accompanied by a piercing shriek that sliced through the air. Amanta instinctively ducked to the left. Crack! Draco, standing behind her, wore a look of utter shock. He stared down at himself, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality before him. His pristine white shirt and tie were splattered with red ink. The ink bottle lay shattered on the ground, and Peeves, clad in a floral shirt and a red and blue suit, doubled over with laughter. "Ha! Look at this poor first year, utterly dumbfounded. Do you like the special floral uniform I designed for you?" Peeves cackled, swirling around them, brandishing a box of chalk and hurling it towards their heads. "Now let us see how you like this." He swung his arm vigorously, launching piece after piece of chalk at them. Truly, their first day had been marred by the most troublesome of poltergeists. Amanta shielded her head while attempting to cast a few spells, but Peeves nimbly dodged her efforts, his laughter ringing out incessantly. Out of the corner of her eye, Amanta noticed Draco still frozen in place, unresponsive even as chalk struck him multiple times. She had no choice but to grab Draco and flee. "Run!" Peeves abruptly yanked the woolen carpet from beneath their feet. Both Amanta and Draco tumbled to the ground. Amanta hit the floor hard, and Draco appeared no better off. Clutching her nose, Amanta shouted, "Peeves, if you keep tormenting us like this, we'll go tell Nearly Headless Nick." Peeves had a notorious fear of the Slytherin ghost. Nearly Headless Nick, yet Amanta doubted the effectiveness of her threat. However, as soon as she spoke, Peeves vanished into thin air, his shrill laughter echoing in the air. "Ha ha!" Just as Amanta sighed in relief and prepared to rise, a chilling cough echoed from the entrance behind her. Cough, cough. Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, was rolling his murky eyes as he scrutinized them, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. New students today just love to play with such things, neglecting their classes and throwing professors' belongings around, don't they? No, it was Peeves. Amanta protested. "Peeves. Again Peeves." Filch groused impatiently. Heaven knows how much these students adore lying. Always blaming Peeves for everything. Do you know how students were punished for lying in medieval Hogwarts? You would be locked in the dungeons and subjected to the most brutal punishments. Filch's eyes gleamed with a terrifying light as he spoke of student punishments. "What are your names? I must write them down and inform your head of house so that he can administer proper punishment." "I am Draco Malfoy," came Draco's muffled voice from behind her. Amanta turned to see Draco finally resigned to reality, rising from the ground with a face full of despair. "Malfoy? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Let me think. Lucius Malfoy? Ah, could it be the Malfoy governor?" Filch's voice quavered slightly. "Yes, he is my father," Draco replied. "Governor Malfoy was the most well-behaved student in his time." "Oh, I am certain you are just like him. I must have misjudged you." Filch's lips twisted into a forced smile. "Lord Malfoy, I have always held him in great esteem. I hope you will speak well of me in his presence." Heh. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Filch, sensing Draco's growing impatience, found an excuse to leave. Amanta couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of having a governor for a father. Even the most cantankerous Filch had to show some deference. Speaking of the most irritable figures, if one were to rank the most troublesome individuals at Hogwarts, Peeves would undoubtedly claim the top spot, followed by Filch, and perhaps Severus Snape in third place. However, given Draco's current predicament, they had no time to seek out the Room of Requirement. Draco, face obscured in despair, trailed behind Amanta as they hurried toward the dungeons. Misfortune often comes in clusters, and soon enough, they encountered the third of their troublesome figures at the entrance to the dungeons. "My dear pupil and Miss Merlin, have you taken a dip in a divat?" The deep, melodious voice belonged to Severus Snape. Buffeted by their misfortunes, Amanta began to question her luck for the day. Amanta and Draco turned stiffly to face Snape. With a dismissive flick of his wand, Snape cast a cleaning charm, and the ink on Draco's clothing vanished without a trace. Miss Merlin, I hope you will be as astute as your speeches and learn a few spells, rather than traipsing around with my pupil, who looks as if his brain has been devoured by a slug, embarrassing us both. You are right, Amanta conceded humbly, lowering her gaze. Draco's mood lifted as his uniform returned to its original state. I apologize, Professor, he said. Perhaps their sincere acknowledgement of guilt caught even the long-sullen Snape off guard. In any case, do not let me see you again in such a state, resembling the simple-minded Gryffindors. After receiving their assurances, Snape turned and strode away, his robes billowing behind him toward his office. At the long table during lunch, Harry heard about the duo's series of misfortunes. He wore an expression that was a mixture of amusement and restraint. Goodness, this is absolutely dreadful. Thank goodness I didn't follow you too. Draco, still shaken, declared. I will have my father expel Peeves from Hogwarts. Harry raised an eyebrow at him. This must be karma for all the times you complained about me eating too much. The afternoon brought classes in charms and herbology, and Amanta noted with relief. Ah, no classes tonight. She glanced at the schedule. Tomorrow, we have defense against the dark arts, which I find quite intriguing. I am more interested in the dark arts themselves, Draco remarked. Harry frowned, uncomfortable with the statement. My parents were killed by dark magic, so I believe I will never dabble in it. Chapter 30. The Troll's Blunt Attack on the Foolish Banaba. Amanta ruffled Harry's fluffy hair. Spells have no black and white definition. The intent of the caster determines the nature of the spell. In fact, many righteous wizards have employed dark magic. She provided a simple example. Imagine if you were present when your parents were murdered, and you were already a mature wizard. In such a situation, could you restrain yourself from using harmful spells, opting instead for simpler binding charms to secure the perpetrator while awaiting the ministry's orders? Amanta observed the anger flushing Harry's cheeks and sighed. You cannot, and most cannot either. Those who can are exceedingly rare. She did not wish for Harry to be overly righteous, to the point of suffering guilt and anguish over the moral dichotomy of a spell. As is the case with the rare few like Dumbledore, he can triumph over his adversaries solely by wielding white magic. Yet, it is undeniable that employing more lethal spells would yield swifter results. This is one of the reasons why Voldemort reigns supreme in the magical realm. Upholding an unwavering sense of righteousness, akin to Gryffindor, proves to be a formidable challenge, potentially binding oneself by the very ideals one champions. Thus, they are Slytherin. The Slytherins will resort to any means necessary. For the sake of protecting their loved ones, they will not hesitate to employ all available tactics. However, she harbors a tinge of regret. I find it exceedingly difficult to wield dark magic. I have perused the regulations governing its use, which stipulate that the practitioner must possess an overwhelming surge of emotional power, such as hatred or a desire to obliterate their opponent, a sentiment I have yet to experience. Yet, at this moment, it does not seem all that regrettable. Based on your description, I appear to be quite suited for dark magic, Harry remarked gloomily. Although he comprehended Amanta's meaning intellectually, he found it difficult to accept on an emotional level. Amanta placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I merely suggest that you should not confine yourself due to unfounded notions. A wizard's virtue is not determined by the spells they employ, but rather by their intrinsic actions. Draco spooned some soup and interjected nonchalantly. Your discussion is rather intriguing, yet I must remind you that this is Professor Quirrell's class. He glanced at Harry. The pain from your scar at the last feast might be related to Professor Quirrell. Amanta raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I am quite curious about what lies beneath his scarf. Shall we find an opportunity to discreetly unveil it? Harry boldly proposed. Draco shot him a disapproving glance. Do you wish for Slytherin to lose all its points? During the afternoon's charms class, the diminutive Professor Flitwick stood atop a hefty stack of books. When he called out Harry and Amanta's names, he let out an excited shriek and tumbled to the ground, vanishing from sight, causing quite a commotion. At the end of class, Pansy passed by her with a glum expression. I hope you don't get too cocky, she tossed over her shoulder before hastily departing, seemingly unwilling to spare them another glance. Draco called out to her from behind. Pansy, see you in the common room tonight. I have something to discuss with you. Pansy halted, turned back with a smirk, and called out to them. Sure. She cast a triumphant glance at Amanta, who merely shrugged indifferently. The second period was herbology, where Sprout praised them while teaching them to identify the two-eared grass and the flowing liquid grass. This morning, a boy, seemingly from the Longbottom family, was able to distinguish between the bad blood grass and the deadly nightshade at first glance during the first class. Amanta exchanged a knowing glance with Draco. Draco pursed his lips. Well, you're always right. Amanta was not particularly adept at herbology. To her, the plants appeared to bear little distinction. Compared to the typical illustrations in textbooks, they seemed almost entirely dissimilar, particularly the smaller sleeping beans, which looked nearly identical to mistletoe berries. For the first time, she felt a sense of frustration in her studies. I fail to comprehend why we must study herbology. Do they expect us to wander into the wild and pluck a handful of grass to ascertain whether it possesses some special function? Eschewing internal conflict and opting instead to attack others, Amanta could not help but begin to question the practicality of these courses. I also believe these items could be purchased for a few galleons at the apothecary in Diagon Alley, Draco concurred, as he absent-mindedly swung a rebellious bouncing bulb stem. That stem appeared intent on escaping his grasp, thrashing about wildly and nearly colliding with several nearby individuals. Only Pansy giggled as she brushed off the dirt that splattered onto her. Draco, you are still so mischievous. Harry observed a leafless, wrinkled fig tree intently, as it began to expel purple fruits from its flower center. These plants are rather fascinating, are they not? At that moment, behind him, Blaze was startled by several hopping mushrooms, yelping and running amok throughout the greenhouse. Amanta shrugged. Indeed, quite interesting. After dinner in the Great Hall, today's activities came to a close. Amanta suggested to Draco and Harry, I know of a place that would be perfect for our SO group. Would you care to join me in searching for it? The morning's events had been delayed by Peeves and Filch, and she still had that matter on her mind. After all, locating the venue soon would enable them to commence their SO group extracurricular activities. Harry and Draco had no objections. What are we looking for? Draco inquired. To the 8th floor, in search of the tapestry depicting a troll beating up a blundering wizard named Barnabas. What? Draco and Harry chorused in disbelief. The tapestry of the troll beating Barnabas, Amanta replied, beginning to question their intelligence, as it illustrated a wizard named Barnabas attempting to teach a troll to ballet dance, only to be thoroughly beaten by the troll. Harry could not suppress his laughter. Ha, he is truly imaginative, teaching a troll to dance, especially ballet. I can hardly fathom what that scene must have looked like. Draco appeared contemplative. I feel as though I have heard this story before. But what does it have to do with the place we seek? That tapestry faces the room of requirement. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history, which can transform into whatever the user desires based on their intent. Amanta spoke with a hint of uncertainty, as she was unsure if such a record genuinely existed in Hogwarts, a history. Fortunately, neither of the two seemed to question her words, having grown accustomed to her penchant for reading. That sounds rather magical. Let us hasten to find it, Harry exclaimed eagerly. Draco, however, felt a twinge of apprehension. Let us hope we do not encounter Peeves again. Chapter 31, The Secret Base and the Room of Requirement. As the three ascended the final flight of stairs leading to the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Draco nudged Harry. You go ahead and check. Why must I? We've had enough misfortune today as it is. You should go. Reluctantly, Harry was the first to peer out from the staircase. No Peeves, Harry called back to them. Come on over. Amanta and Draco let out a sigh of relief. Just as they began to move, they were suddenly startled by Harry's expression. What is with that look? Oh, Peeves suddenly materialized behind Harry, grinning widely as he poured a bucket of what was likely Filch's mop water over Harry's head. Run. Draco's expression shifted dramatically as he grabbed Amanta and bolted. They fled haphazardly, darting past one junction after another, while Peeves' shrill laughter echoed behind them. Ooh, how delightful. New students wanted to play hide and seek with me. Come on, let the games begin. Ha ha ha. They ran until they were utterly exhausted. Unable to count how many curtains they had dashed past, or how many corridors they had traversed, Peeves' voice gradually receded. Yet his laughter still lingered in the air like a ghostly echo. Amanta felt as if her legs were encased in lead, and Draco was similarly fatigued. Their footsteps gradually slowing. They turned another corner. Amanta, Draco, Harry, drenched, stood ahead, a look of surprise lighting up his face as he saw them approaching. He gestured toward the wall beside him, indicating something of interest. Do you see? Is it this tapestry? He pointed to a comical tapestry depicting several trolls clad in pink ballet tutus dancing around a diminutive wizard in the center. Opposite the tapestry stood a smooth wooden door. What were you just thinking? Before Amanta could finish her sentence, Peeves' excited voice rang out from behind them. Oh ho ho, so this is where you were hiding. The game of hide and seek is over. Hurry inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Amanta pulled Draco and Harry toward the great door. In the final second before Peeves could catch up, the three of them stepped into the room, the door slamming shut behind them, completely muffling Peeves' cries from outside. Once their eyes adjusted to the intense white light, they beheld the interior of the room. The turquoise floor was lined with a series of muggle washing machines against the wall, while a countertop held bottles of laundry detergent and fabric softener, and even a dryer was thoughtfully provided. It was a bathroom, specifically one reminiscent of a muggle household. Adjacent to it was a small bathing area, complete with a bathtub brimming with bath bombs. I feel as though I've stepped into a muggle's bathroom, Draco remarked with a hint of disdain. There's no doubt about it. Your instincts are correct, Amanta replied. Harry eagerly rushed over, discarding his robe into one of the washing machines, followed by his shirt and tie. Amanta, I wish you weren't here, he said, his expression slightly awkward as he fidgeted with his belt. I don't mind, she replied. I do. Harry's face flushed crimson. Eventually, he awkwardly retreated into the bathing area, drawing the thick curtain and handing his clothes to Draco. Draco disdainfully pinched Harry's school uniform between his fingers and tossed it into the washing machine. This muggle contraption can actually clean clothes by spinning them around. While it may work, I believe we ought to learn the Scourgify charm as soon as possible. Once Harry had thoroughly cleaned himself, the trio began to explore the room. You all ran too quickly with Peeves. I couldn't keep up, and after just a few steps, I got lost. I wandered here, repeatedly thinking, I'm filthy. I need to find a place to wash myself and my clothes, Harry explained, his voice brimming with excitement. Then this door appeared on the wall. I thought, look, it really has appeared. Is this the door Amanta spoke of? Upon glancing again, I indeed saw the tapestry of trolls dancing. So I decided to wait here for you. Draco remarked, this room is truly marvelous. I dare say the number of people who know about it must be exceedingly few. If we were to require a space for the SO group, what would we need? Harry inquired. Amanta suggested, first, we need a blackboard and some chalk, along with tables and chairs. Draco added, we also need an area designated for dueling and spell experimentation, as well as a potions workstation and cauldrons. Amanta supplemented. That should suffice for now. Shall we venture out to test it? The trio exited through the door, and fortunately, they encountered no further signs of Peeves, oblivious to which unfortunate student he was tormenting. After pacing back and forth in front of the door 3 times, the door reappeared on the wall. This time, the room of requirement had transformed almost entirely into their envisioned space, exceeding their expectations. It seamlessly merged a charms classroom, a potions classroom, and a dueling platform along with a training area. Surely, someone has infused this with peculiar imagination. Draco shot a dubious glance at Harry, as a bubbling cauldron on one of the tables released an enticing aroma. It seemed to be a concoction of mashed potatoes with cheese. Harry rubbed his belly sheepishly, admitting, after everything we've been through, I'm utterly exhausted and famished. Amanta surveyed the space with satisfaction. This is splendid as a gathering place. However, until we recruit members from other houses, it would be more convenient to congregate in the common room, barring our spell experimentation. As they made their way back to the Slytherin common room, Draco wore a conflicted expression, feeling anxious about his impending conversation with Pansy. Remember to keep an eye on me. Pull her away before she can claw at my face, he warned. Pansy was already eagerly waiting at the entrance of the common room, her brows initially furrowed in disdain, but soon transforming into an eager smile as she spotted the trio approaching. Draco, let's go, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around his. She shot a disdainful glance at Amanta. Draco turned back, signaling frantically to Amanta and Harry. Harry was barely able to suppress his laughter, exchanging knowing glances with Draco, while Amanta merely raised an eyebrow. To untie the knot, one must tie it first. Seeking help from others is less effective than self-reliance. Draco and Pansy found a secluded corner, while Amanta and Harry settled at a low table in the common room. They could not hear what Draco and Pansy were discussing, but they occasionally caught glimpses of Draco and Pansy glancing their way. Chapter 32, a pivotal moment. Just as Amanta was elaborating on the principles of transfiguration to Harry, a sharp cry erupted in the air. No, Pansy, her eyes red and puffy, stumbled out, covering her mouth. Many curious eyes in the Slytherin common room turned toward her. Goyle, sitting nearby in a plush chair, took a bite of his greasy pizza and, with unperturbed nonchalance, muttered, Draco, did you break up with Pansy? Blaise approached, clapping Draco on the shoulder, confidently flashing a charming smile. Draco, it's all right to be heartbroken. You can always turn to me. Draco rolled his eyes. What nonsense. Don't project your ideas about girls onto me. He made his way through the gazes of his peers to sit in the armchair opposite Amanta and Harry. Harry set down his textbook, leaning forward with curiosity. What did you say? Draco interlaced his fingers, appearing somewhat anxious. I merely told her that I have no feelings for her whatsoever. My previous interactions with her were primarily out of respect for the Parkinson family. However, her recent actions only served to disgust me, and I informed her that I had written to her parents to warn them. After finishing this lengthy explanation, he seemed to shed a weight, his tone becoming lighter. Though Mr. and Mrs. Parkinson are exceedingly indulgent, they won't allow her to tarnish their family's reputation by misbehaving in public. Moreover, I warned them of the potential consequences of opposing Merlin's heir and the boy who lived. That sounds like a nightmare of a blow, Harry chuckled. Now she can no longer bully us at will. Amanta shrugged. I hope this proves effective. Let us not forget Pansy is still a Slytherin. I wouldn't want our hard-earned points to be entirely deducted by her. Draco sighed. Amanta, I have done all that I could. Well, you have done wonderfully. After all, Pansy is merely an 11-year-old girl. Given that we are both heirs of the sacred 28 families, I hope you can extend her a modicum of opportunity. I am not withholding any chances from her. The decision to seize them lies with her alone. Amanta blinked, and Draco evidently grasped her implication. Little Pansy is simply a spoiled only child, and the obstacles in her path are trivial in comparison. Her attention ought to be directed toward matters of greater significance. Though I am loath to admit it, Slytherin, apart from Pansy, still boasts individuals like Goyle and Crabbe, who are even more dim-witted. I wager that if someone were to offer them a piece of cheese, they would foolishly wander off with it. Amanta gestured toward the two hulking figures nearby, who were voraciously devouring meat-filled pizza and caramel pudding, with barrels of pumpkin juice beside them. Harry cheerfully remarked, "Oh dear, Draco, did you see that? They can eat far more than I can. I am well aware. They have always been this way since childhood." Draco's countenance darkened. "If Neville is not planning to join us just yet, then we shall commence our trial group with them," Amanta stated. "I can assure you. Getting them to comprehend your words is no easy feat," Draco scoffed. "Wouldn't that make the achievement all the more gratifying? If it truly is feasible." 3 gazes were directed toward the 2 gluttons, and Goyle and Crabbe suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They remained blissfully unaware of their impending fate as hapless test subjects. Crabbe foolishly poked his head out from the pudding. "Goyle, why do I have the sensation that something is behind me?" Goyle shook his head, his expression blank. "How strange, I feel the same. Oh well, let's have some pumpkin juice." Once back in her dormitory, Amanta sat on the edge of her bed, surveying the rudimentary decor of what was dubbed a dungeon room. She intended to practice the transfiguration spell she had just learned that day. The complexity of transfiguration progresses from small to large, from solid to liquid to gas, and from inanimate to animate. Thus, transforming a matchstick into a needle might be the simplest challenge of the transfiguration spell. Altering the room's decor would likely be only slightly more difficult than that. She first attempted to transfigure the 4 bedposts into serpentine shapes. Vera Verdo. In her mind, she envisioned the decorative serpents of the Slytherin common room. After several attempts, she finally grasped the technique. The wand's movement must neither be excessive nor too minimal. Beyond that, it required intense concentration to visualize the specific form. However, Amanta's recollection of the decorative serpent was still not detailed enough. Thus, after her modifications, the 4 serpents appeared somewhat crude. Nevertheless, for a student on her very first day of learning transfiguration, this was already an astonishing achievement. Even Professor McGonagall would marvel at her talent and comprehension. Mimicking her earlier efforts, Amanta transformed the fireplace, windows, and tables into various small serpentine decorations, then attempted to sketch a classical European floral pattern around the fireplace. However, as she was not a natural home designer, she soon found herself at a loss for further modifications. It seemed she would need to sketch some items from the common room for future reference in decorating her dormitory. Sitting beside the roaring fireplace, where an antique armchair awaited her, she languidly leaned back, pulling out a quill to write and draw on parchment. She crafted a timetable, organizing the key chronological events of the first semester as they had originally unfolded in the story. Amanta's fingers glided gently over the parchment, finally resting on a specific point. The most significant event of the first half of the semester would undoubtedly be the Troll's intrusion into Hogwarts dungeons. That day was Halloween Eve, precisely 2 months from now. During the Halloween Eve feast, Professor Quirrell rushed into the Great Hall in a state of panic, terrifyingly informing them, "There is a troll in the dungeon. You ought to be aware." Immediately following his announcement, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, no one doubted Professor Quirrell. Naturally, they were unguarded, believing him merely to have fainted from fright. All attention was diverted to the troll, including that of Professor Dumbledore, who was not taken aback. According to Amanta's conjecture, Professor Quirrell's true intention in releasing the troll was not to distract the entire faculty so he could steal the Philosopher's Stone. Although Professor Dumbledore had clearly stated at the start of the term that entry to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor was strictly prohibited, Quirrell could not ascertain whether it was merely a smokescreen. To enter recklessly would only serve to substantiate the allegations against him. Quirrell's objective was likely to gauge the professor's actions, thereby discerning the true location of the Philosopher's Stone and other clues. Much like a homeowner would hastily rush to check on their most prized possessions after a burglary. Unfortunately for Slytherin, Quirrell's suspicions were confirmed. He anxiously believed someone intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone, hastily rushing to the 4th floor to intercept, only to be bitten on the leg by the 3-headed troll. That being said, if one were to unveil Professor Quirrell's scarf, revealing the back of his head while he feigned unconsciousness, oh dear, how splendid that would be. Chapter 33, Professor Quirrell's Garlic Scarf. The first lesson on Tuesday morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts. The classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts was unremarkable, save for the long aisle left open between the desks and chairs, seemingly intended for students to practice their spellcasting. As Amanta stepped into the classroom, a pungent aroma of garlic assaulted her senses. Blaise pinched his nose and dashed outside, hoping to catch a breath before the lesson commenced. The stench was suffocating, and she longed for the fragrance of Daphne's perfume. Daphne Greengrass. The name Blaise invoked stirred memories within Amanta. She was one of Pansy Parkinson's entourage, the blonde with striking blue eyes who had sat across from Pansy, mocking her on the very first night of their enrollment. Moreover, she was the sister of Astoria Greengrass. Astoria, the future wife of Draco. She couldn't help but glance at Draco beside her and the distant figure of Daphne, contemplating the image of Draco and Astoria together in the future. Both being blonde, it was rather agreeable. Draco felt uneasy under her gaze. What are you staring at? Nothing. Just imagining what you might look like in the future. Draco's pale cheeks flushed a shade of pink. Do not jest about such things, he muttered. Blaise should not be spouting those words daily. Who knows how many people he might corrupt. Just as he complained, Professor Quirrell opened the office door and descended the stairs. He appeared sallow, with dark circles under his eyes, as though some force had drained his vitality. Frankly speaking, he bore a striking resemblance to a junkie. With his arrival, the garlic odor in the classroom intensified to a nauseating degree. Amanta's eyes began to water from the overwhelming stench. Harry pinched his nose and said, Amanta, I believe we no longer need to guess what lies beneath his scarf. It is undoubtedly stuffed with garlic. Amanta pinched her nose, speculating that perhaps he intended to mask his presence with the pungent scent of garlic. When you first encountered him at the Leaky Cauldron, did he exude such a strong aroma of garlic? She was certain he did not, for she had seen Professor Quirrell at the Leaky Cauldron that very day. If there had been such an overwhelming scent, not to mention the cramped quarters of the pub amplifying it, the establishment would surely have expelled him. Harry pondered for a moment, and then it dawned on him. Yes. When I first saw him at the Leaky Cauldron, he bore no trace of such a smell. Amanta lowered her voice, leaning closer to Harry's ear. I suspect it has much to do with Voldemort. Harry's expression shifted dramatically, as he seemed utterly unprepared for this connection. But Haven Tea people said that Voldemort is dead? There are many who believe he is merely too weak and has fled to another location. Perhaps he is currently residing within Professor Quirrell's scarf. Amanta gestured towards the nervously fidgeting Quirrell, who was stammering at the podium. I heard Professor Quirrell was quite normal before his return from the Forbidden Forest, but he has become an entirely different person since then. Do you think he might have encountered the weakened Voldemort there? Otherwise, how can we explain the pain of your scar? Your scar can only be linked to Voldemort, Amanta asserted. Harry contemplated her words. But if that is indeed the case, should we not inform the other professors? Or perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore? Without sufficient evidence to confront him directly, it would only serve to alert him, if Voldemort could easily linger there. Amanta pointed to the back of Quirrell's head. Then he could slip away effortlessly or transfer to another host. Just then, Blaise raised his hand to pose a question to Professor Quirrell. Professor, I heard that you encountered a vampire in Romania. Is the garlic in your scarf meant to ward it off? Laughter erupted in the classroom, with everyone craning their necks to see if there was indeed garlic hidden within Quirrell's scarf. Quirrell's face turned crimson as he stammered, Mr. Zabini, this is because I assisted an African prince in ridding him of a ghoul, and thus he gifted me this scarf. A Slytherin girl, Millicent Bulstrode, burst into laughter. Professor, how did you defeat the ghoul? Quirrell's hesitant demeanor did little to convince the students, and as they bombarded him with questions, he appeared on the verge of collapsing at the podium. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of merriment. Quirrell stuttered, attempting to shift the topic. Today's weather appears quite pleasant. Draco leaned in to join their discussion. Quirrell does indeed seem suspicious. Amanta shrugged at Harry, indicating it was apparent to any discerning observer. Seizing the opportunity amidst the students' jests at Quirrell, she recounted to Draco everything she had just discussed with Harry. Draco's complexion darkened. If what you say is true, my father has been following the Dark Lord for years and is now residing within this peculiar garlic professor's head, mingling with that clove of garlic, possibly having previously hidden in the Forbidden Forest on some unknown creature. Goodness, I wonder how my father would feel upon discovering this. Would he be so embarrassed he might wish to take his own life? Draco lamented. Amanta teased. No worries, this is all part of the Malfoy family's honor. Draco replied wearily, my father chose to follow the Dark Lord because he had the Malfoy family behind him. He could not jeopardize his family. Amanta shook her head, warning Draco, if Voldemort returns, temporarily aligning with him might yield certain advantages, but the likelihood of losing one's life is far greater. After so many years of laying low, Voldemort will be even more extreme and brutal. Death Eaters are nothing in his eyes, merely pawns to achieve his goals. Draco's expression turned grave. I recall your earlier words. Only by becoming truly strong can we refuse to be governed by others. As you stated, following the Dark Lord is not a good thing. My father's and our family's lives are in his hands. Amanta nodded, expressing her satisfaction. Thus, we must safeguard ourselves amidst the impending storm. and the path to self-preservation is certainly not by acting as accomplices or consorting with wolves. Slytherin must manage the smallest risks. Harry added from the side. Therefore, if we can conveniently resolve Voldemort, permanently eliminating the source of our fear, that would be even better. Chapter 34. A chance encounter with Hermione in the second-floor library. Amanta regarded Harry with approval. Well said. This defense against the dark arts class concluded with Professor Quirrell stammering, ultimately managing to utter the words class dismissed. During the free time before lunch, Amanta opted to visit the library on the second floor of Hogwarts. Upon entering through a small side door, it was difficult to articulate whether the space was exceedingly cramped or profoundly awe-inspiring. Countless bookshelves stretched out before her, seemingly endless, with spiral staircases leading to the second floor at intervals of several meters. The central walkway was flanked by shelves, and on either side were tables and chairs adorned with oil lamps and candles, providing illumination for students to study. Amanta wandered around, taking in her surroundings. The shelves were exceptionally tall, with the tomes perched atop them requiring a ladder to reach. Aside from the restricted section, there were also some enigmatic areas, such as the section for invisible books. However, it appeared that most of the volumes stored here were indeed invisible, as Amanta could only see a few solitary titles standing on the shelves. After perusing the area, she pondered, what should I borrow first? Amanta found herself in a quandary, as there was scarcely a book that did not pique her interest. She looked up at the shelves and decided to start from the beginning and read to the end. She removed an entire row of books from the top shelf of the first column and settled down nearby to begin reading. Her pace was astonishingly quick. She was nearly ready to turn the page before she had finished the one she was on. Immersed in a sea of knowledge, she lost track of time. A girl stood behind her in astonishment. Are you really reading? My goodness, I must say you read remarkably fast. Amanta frowned in displeasure, as she detested having her train of thought interrupted, especially while deeply engrossed in reading. However, when she turned around, her surprise quelled her irritation. Before her stood a girl with voluminous brown curls, none other than Hermione. Amanta! Hermione exclaimed in delight, quickly covering her mouth and glancing around, for the library prohibited loud noises. Oh, how did you end up in Ravenclaw? Amanta inquired, voicing her greatest curiosity about the Sorting Hat. She added, I recall you saying you thought Gryffindor was the best. Even though Amanta likely already knew the answer in her heart, she wished to hear Hermione articulate it. Hermione pursed her lips and sat down beside her. At first, I did believe Gryffindor was the best. After all the books say so, and most heroes and great figures hail from Gryffindor. However, after hearing that remark you made on the train, Hermione flashed her a smile. I believe I have chosen to heed the call of my heart. When the Sorting Hat was placed upon my head, it remarked upon my simultaneous possession of traits from both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, suggesting that my inclinations towards Ravenclaw were perhaps more pronounced. It then inquired where I wished to be placed, to which I responded, Ravenclaw, for I yearned to immerse myself in the pursuit of new knowledge. Thus, I was sorted into Ravenclaw. Amanta smiled gently. Congratulations. Oh, and you're in Slytherin too, along with Harry. Speaking of which, rumors about you both are swirling around the school, and they are rather unfavorable, suggesting you are the harbingers of the future Dark Lord. Amanta replied nonchalantly, I am aware. But you are not that sort of person, are you? Regardless of what they say, I believe you are not. Hermione interjected eagerly. We are certainly not. Then you must find a way to clarify those misconceptions. I mean, to clarify such matters. There is no need for clarification. Nor would it be effective. People tend to believe what they wish to see. Only when we truly act will they gradually alter their perceptions. At this juncture, inviting future academic prodigy Hermione into the SO group seemed a splendid idea. By the way, would you like to join the SO group I founded? She succinctly elaborated on the group's purpose to Hermione. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione furrowed her brow and declined. Oh no, while I have great respect for you personally, I believe there are no shortcuts in learning, for the most valuable insights are already inscribed in books, are they not? Attempting other methods, as Professor Flitwick has cautioned, may lead to uncertain and undesirable consequences. Amanta felt a twinge of disappointment, but understood. Though Hermione was brilliant, she was somewhat of a traditionalist, unable to embrace innovation. She often regarded the textbook's original wording as gospel. Their path was one of innovation, inventing spells, seeking new applications, and forging new avenues. In this pursuit, adherence to convention was folly. Defiance of authority was the true course. Yet if, one day, Hermione were to embrace a different mindset, she would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable ally. I hope you will consider it in the future. After Hermione departed, she ascended the wooden ladder in the library and began to scour the next row of books. In truth, her philosopher's ring could accommodate a vast number of tomes. If unrestrained, she could indeed clear an entire section of the shelves. However, considering the borrowing needs of other students and to avoid causing too much disturbance. She opted to borrow only 20 books at a time. After a rough calculation, excluding the summer and Christmas holidays, if she maintained a pace of borrowing 20 books daily, she would only manage to read approximately 40,000 volumes by the time she graduated in her 7th year. This figure was utterly trivial compared to the vast ocean of knowledge housed within the Hogwarts library. Thus, she resolved to prioritize books related to her studies, supplemented by a few random selections from other genres. As she approached Madame Pants to fill out the borrowing slip, clutching a towering stack of books that nearly exceeded her height, Madame Pants was taken aback and removed her glasses. "My dear girl, are all these for your reading?" "Indeed." "Oh, and I brought one for a friend," Amanta replied, gesturing to the topmost book, Quidditch Through the Ages. This particular volume was indeed intended for Harry and Draco. Madame Pants, no longer skeptical, and perhaps assuming she was borrowing on behalf of her friends, swiftly noted the titles and numbers on the borrowing slip. "From Slytherin?" It seems the students of Slytherin have developed quite the enthusiasm for learning. Quite a number of books have been borrowed in recent days. It appeared that her speech on the opening night had indeed made an impact. While the Slytherin students appeared outwardly unchanged, they had quietly begun to bolster their own abilities, nay, to intensify their competitive spirit. Chapter 35, Pansy received a howler. During lunch, she relayed this news to Draco and Harry. "Sounds promising. It seems the heirs of the pureblood families have finally decided to stand their ground, though Crabbe and Goyle remain as oblivious as ever." Draco cast a disdainful glance at Crabbe and Goyle, who were nearby. Goyle, with his usual foolish grin, beamed at Draco while voraciously gnawing on a greasy chicken leg. Amanta retrieved Quidditch Through the Ages from her philosopher's ring. "Oh, Quidditch Through the Ages is one of my favorite books, but unfortunately, I've already read it," Draco exclaimed. "I borrowed it from the library. Since you've already read it, why not lend it to Harry?" Amanta suggested. Harry's eyes sparkled as he accepted the book. "I wish we could play Quidditch too. The book Draco gifted me, The Magical History of Quidditch, has been perused countless times." Not only Harry, but Amanta too felt a yearning for the wondrous sport of Quidditch. However, upon mentioning the sport, Draco's expression soured. Why on earth are first years prohibited from bringing their brooms? It's utterly unfair that first years cannot join the Quidditch team. Second years are hardly older than us. Harry too felt a tinge of disappointment. "This is just dreadful." Amanta reassured them. "I've heard that first years will soon have flying lessons." "Really?" Draco and Harry asked in unison. Upon Amanta's nod, Draco excitedly began discussing Quidditch with Harry. Harry, full of envy, remarked, "I've never ridden a broomstick." Draco, animated, declared, "I'm exceptional at Quidditch." He proceeded to boast about his flying skills and Quidditch achievements, vividly recounting his flight from Malfoy Manor to the outskirts of London, where he narrowly evaded a Muggle helicopter. Initially, Harry listened with keen interest, but after 20 minutes, he began to drift into a stupor. Amanta stifled a yawn. Nonetheless, this was rather pleasant. Lately, Draco had taken to feigning a serious demeanor as he fiddled with the family heirloom ring on his thumb, coupled with his inherent tendency to mimic his father's adult-like mannerisms. It was easy to forget that he was merely 11 years old. Only when discussing Quidditch did Draco resemble a boy of his age. The afternoon's history of magic class was taught by a ghostly professor. It was said that Professor Binns had aged beyond his years, and one day he had forgotten to bring his body to class. His monotonous, ancient voice rendered even the most riveting historical tales tedious and dreary. Amanta propped her chin on her hand, battling the urge to let her head slump onto her desk. This was even more soporific than Draco's flying anecdotes. Fortunately, she had thoroughly reviewed the history of magic content beforehand. If she had relied solely on the lectures, she feared she would receive abysmal grades. She wondered if Draco and Harry were even paying attention. Turning her head, she noticed Harry with a vacant stare, while Draco's eyelids were half closed. During breakfast, a veritable flock of owls, numbering in the hundreds, swooped through the great hall, clutching parcels or delivering letters. Amanta had long grown accustomed to this spectacle. Her own owl, Berta, dropped off a letter before snatching a piece of toast and flying away. Draco received a parcel, bulging with sweets sent from home. He distributed the candies to Harry and Amanta. "I'm no longer a child. I don't need to consume so many sweets." He furrowed his brow, adopting a visage of distress, yet his tone betrayed an unmistakable sense of triumph. Before Amanta could utter a word, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted around them. Look, that red letter." Several individuals pointed towards an owl soaring into the great hall. It was effortlessly distinguishable amidst the flock, for it clutched a letter as crimson as blood, standing out conspicuously among its peers. "A howler. Oh, I can't believe it. Who receives a howler on the third day of school?" Hannah from the Hufflepuff table exclaimed. All eyes were fixated on the owl, eager to see it deliver its message to someone they despised, yet anxious that such misfortune might befall them. The owl, with the vivid letter in its beak, flew directly towards the Slytherin table. The other houses immediately erupted into malicious hissing. The Weasley brothers rose, clapping and laughing, their faces alight with glee. Oh, today promises entertainment. Let us see which Slytherin brat is in for it. The owl glided closer and closer, and a group of students seated towards the back of the Slytherin table wore expressions of sheer panic, as though they wished to flee at once. Meanwhile, those at the front sighed in relief, instinctively believing that the letter could not possibly be intended for them. The Weasley brothers cheered. Who is so fortunate? As the owl traversed most of the Slytherin table, only a few remained seated. The last few boys turned pale, eyes wide in shock, as they desperately recalled their misdeeds from the past week. Just as they began to accept their grim fate, the owl veered sharply above the final student. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. The earlier relief morphed into dread, the suffocating sensation returning with a vengeance. What in the world is this sudden pressure? Damn that owl! As the Slytherins cursed the oblivious creature, it suddenly halted in midair. A wave of relief washed over the crowd, mingled with curiosity about the identity of the unfortunate recipient of the howler. Pansy! Daphne exclaimed. The owl dropped the blood-red letter before a girl with black hair, who was bowing her head so low it nearly dipped into her plate. Pansy slowly lifted her gaze, her expression one of trepidation. Frantically, she reached for the howler, yet faltered in her resolve to open it, ultimately trembling as she tossed it onto a plate of buttered peas in front of her. I hear that not opening a howler immediately can lead to dire consequences, Draco murmured. Before his words could settle, a tremendous explosion erupted from the end of the Slytherin table. Pansy fell to the floor in terror, while students around her screamed and scattered. The spot where the howler had been was now charred, the remnants of food and utensils reduced to a pile of ash and debris. Chapter 36. The Abandoned by Slytherin. The deafening noise reverberated throughout the great hall. Pansy, we are utterly ashamed of our years of indulgence and neglect in your upbringing. If it weren't for Draco informing us, we would have remained oblivious to the extent of your outrageous behavior. We have never raised a daughter so shameless as to bring disgrace upon our family. As your mother, I command you to apologize to Miss Merlin and Mr. Potter, and vow never to act in such a manner again. Otherwise, we shall disown you from the Parkinson family. A woman's furious voice echoed against the walls of the hall, lingering in the air. Perhaps influenced by Mrs. Parkinson's wrath, not a single student dared to breathe, and it took quite some time before whispers began to circulate. Did you hear what Pansy did? I know. A Ravenclaw student eagerly shared the gossip he had overheard, while others nearby leaned in to listen intently. No wonder. She attempted to provoke the future two Dark Lords, undoubtedly the targets of her parents' ambitions, a Gryffindor student chimed in. The Ravenclaw student added quietly, with Amanta's immense talent. I assure you, if Pansy does not apologize, Amanta will make the Parkinson family regret it. Truly, a Slytherin through and through, adept at assessing the situation. Even willing to cast aside her own daughter when necessary, a Hufflepuff student remarked. The Slytherin table appeared far more composed compared to the other houses. Perhaps they had anticipated such an outcome, or perhaps they had witnessed the events being discussed firsthand. Blaise casually remarked. It seems Pansy's parents are genuinely furious. I'm glad I didn't rat her out. Goyle continued to chuckle foolishly, his gaze fixated on a distant buttered toast. Never mind that. Crab, pass me that toast. Gemma stretched, eagerly discussing the new products from Madame Pimpernel's beauty potion shop with the girl beside her. The Slytherin table buzzed with conversation, showing no regard for Pansy's presence. It seemed they had rendered her invisible. Even as Pansy remained silently seated on the floor beside the Slytherin table, several students who had fled from the explosion avoided her, choosing seats as far from her as possible. After all, most had only followed Pansy's lead out of fear of the Parkinson family's influence or in hopes of befriending the future heir. Now, it was evident that Pansy had no intention of apologizing to Amanta or Harry. Given Pansy's character, they doubted she would ever apologize. It would be easier to reach the stars. Thus, the outcome was glaringly apparent. If even the Parkinson family was prepared to abandon Pansy, there was no reason for them to expend energy on a girl whose antics might tarnish their own reputations. Pansy was, indeed, forsaken by Slytherin. She sat motionless on the ground for several minutes, seemingly in shock from the howler's content, still reeling from her mother's outburst. Daphne, her closest ally, could not restrain herself and approached, attempting to pull her up. Pansy, are you all right? Pansy angrily shrugged off her hand and bolted from the hall, all eyes upon her. Oh no, Pansy, wait for me. Daphne called after her retreating figure. The others at the center of the gossip remained remarkably calm. Amanta took a sip of her red tea, remaining silent as she observed the unfolding drama with an air of indifference. Pansy was, in front of her parents, the epitome of a dutiful daughter. None were aware of her true self behind closed doors. Draco, having produced a green apple from somewhere, took a hefty bite. However, I did not anticipate that the Parkinson family would address the matter in such a manner. They must regard it as exceedingly grave. Only issues that significantly impact the family's destiny or actions by the heir that tarnish the family name could provoke such a drastic decision to expel the heir from the family. It is likely that Pansy has thoroughly incurred their wrath, which explains their current fury. Harry curled his lip. They should have recognized Pansy's true nature long ago, or today would not have transpired as it did. This morning's herbology class saw Pansy's absence, and Professor Sprout called her name repeatedly, yet no response came. Upon the third call, Blaise raised his hand. Professor, Pansy received a rather vociferous letter from home this morning, he stated, tactfully halting his words there. Professor Sprout nodded in understanding, marking Pansy's name with a circle. At this point, Draco began to feel a twinge of concern. Do you think Pansy might do something extreme? Her temperament has been unsettled, and I feel a twinge of guilt, considering I penned that denunciatory letter. If something were to happen to her, I would feel somewhat responsible. Draco's lips appeared paler than usual. But what you say is indeed true. Amanta plucked a bubble bean pod, remarking that the Parkinson family ought to be grateful to him. Such an outcome was not beyond her expectations. As a quintessential Slytherin family, the Parkinsons must possess a keen intellect and an acute sense of timing. Otherwise, they could not have endured as one of the wizarding world's most venerable families. In recent days, Amanta's reputation has likely spread beyond the school, and these families have probably sensed the shifting tides of change in the wizarding world. Almost all students hailing from wizarding families could see that the Parkinson family had placed their bets. Hence, following that vehement letter, Amanta garnered heightened attention, albeit primarily of a fearful and anxious nature. Harry shrugged. What of it? Wasn't her prior treatment of us not a blow? His words seemed to lift Draco's spirits slightly. Indeed, after class, Amanta opted to visit the library to borrow books. Following her instruction, Draco and Harry begrudgingly set about their assigned tasks for the S.O. group. Draco decided to seek out Professor Snape in the dungeons, while Harry chose to approach a Hufflepuff upperclassman, believing them to be the most amiable. As Amanta traversed the corridors, she noticed that Slytherin students regarded her with greater eagerness, greeting her as they passed. In stark contrast, students from the other three houses exhibited a palpable fear. Upon spotting her from afar in the corridor, they would lower their heads and hurriedly veer away or even turn back. After all, none wished to encounter the third generation of the Dark Lord. Yes, they had privately begun to refer to Amanta by that title. In their discourse, Grindelwald was considered the first generation, Voldemort the second, and Amanta the third. As for the original candidate for Dark Lord, Harry, he had been deemed too innocent. And over the past few days, they had nearly dismissed him from consideration. Given the Parkinson family's attitude today, most were even more convinced of Amanta's extraordinary identity. Some whispered rumors suggested they believed Amanta to be the true heir of Slytherin, a notion that quickly gained traction among many. Chapter 37. Please, speak with her kindly. After borrowing 20 books from the library, Amanta chose to return to her dormitory to read in peace. After all, no one wishes to be on display like a parrot, accompanied by the incessant murmurs of gossip. Although they lowered their voices, believing Amanta to be oblivious, their furtive glances betrayed everything. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Amanta opened her book, a forceful knocking resounded at the door of room 221. Amanta furrowed her brow, as she detested interruptions while reading. However, out of courtesy, she decided to answer the door, perplexed as to who might seek her out at this hour. Before she could reach the door, a girl's voice, tinged with tears, called out, "Merlin, are you in there?" The voice seemed familiar, and before she could ponder further, she opened the door. Standing there was a blonde girl with blue eyes. Crying profusely, Amanta recognized her as Daphne, Pansy's closest friend. Upon seeing Amanta, Daphne swayed unsteadily, as if struggling to maintain her balance. What's wrong? Amanta felt a sense of foreboding, knowing she had little connection with Daphne. Daphne's visit likely pertained to Pansy. Please, you must help her. Daphne lifted her tear-streaked face, beseechingly gazing at her. Pansy is my best friend. I implore you. Daphne's distress over Pansy's situation was palpable. Help her with what? I am under no obligation. Amanta replied, preparing to close the door, unwilling to entangle herself in unnecessary troubles. Besides, Pansy's predicament was of her own making. She had no one to blame. Daphne quickly leaned against the doorframe, preventing Amanta from shutting the door. Amanta frowned, confused. You could seek help from the prefect or the head of your house. Pansy said she only wants to speak with you. I beg you. No, please, if you just talk to her, everything will be fine. She's feeling a bit overwhelmed right now. I promise I will heed your words in the future, please. I beg of you. Fine. Amanta regarded the sobbing girl before her. It was evident that if she chose not to intervene, the matter would persist indefinitely. What a nuisance. Where is she? Amanta ascended the narrow spiral staircase to the top of the astronomy tower. The astronomy tower, the tallest structure at Hogwarts, served as the venue for astronomy classes, and they were set to have their first lesson there at midnight. Amanta, you finally came. Pansy stood at the far end of the astronomy tower platform, the wind howling through her robes. From across the massive astrolabe, Amanta could see that her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having cried recently. Pansy's voice was slightly obscured by the wind's wail. Do you know how important Draco is in my life? To hear her better, Amanta stepped forward. She circled the enormous astrolabe, speaking plainly, your existence holds no significance to me, nor do I care how important Draco is to you. Yet Pansy appeared utterly unfazed by her response, continuing her monologue. You know, the first time I saw him at a family gathering when I was 5, I decided that when I grew up, I would marry him. His dazzling platinum hair stood out so much at the gathering. He was so young, just my age, yet already navigating the adult world with such confidence and charm. He is simply extraordinary. Thus, I have persistently approached him, deliberately engaging in foolish antics merely to capture Draco's attention. As I desired, he has always sought ways to assist me, resolving my troubles. However, since last year, he has grown increasingly distant, deliberately avoiding me. I initially assumed he was merely shy around me, but, Pansy interjected sharply, on the train at the start of the term, I saw the three of you seated together in a compartment, practicing spells, enjoying snacks, and teasing one another. The expression on his face was one I had never witnessed before, one of such ease and joy. Pansy hissed vehemently, I knew it. I knew it. He has someone else in his heart. Perhaps you are merely overthinking it. Amanta offered with a measure of reason. Impossible. Pansy countered fiercely. He has even targeted me a few times to defend you. Did Pansy not realize that her behavior was excessive? Amanta found herself momentarily speechless. It seemed Pansy had become utterly blinded by jealousy and infatuation. I vowed to win Draco's heart, no matter the means. Is winning Draco truly that important? Amanta questioned, somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend someone like Pansy, whose mind seemed devoid of anything but love. Yes, if I cannot have Draco, I would rather perish. Pansy whimpered, tears and laughter intertwining as she stepped back, nearly teetering on the edge of the platform. Your weeping and wailing will only earn his disdain, Amanta remarked, exasperated by her illogical reasoning. To pursue someone is to prove your worth, to enchant them with your charm, not to cling desperately. But I find myself utterly inferior to you, Pansy lamented, cradling her head as if it were filled with tormenting thoughts, casting a jealous glare at Amanta. Though you are an orphan, you possess everything. Talent, beauty, status. Everyone adores and favors you, while I, in your shadow, am bitter, petty, and foolish. Draco has turned away from me. Even my parents are abandoning me. I have lost everything. Pansy's words struck Amanta as somewhat ludicrous. After all, the notion that everyone favored her perhaps only applied to Slytherin. She had already been labeled the new Dark Lord by the other 3 houses. Amanta circled around the astrolabe, her ice-blue eyes coldly fixed on Pansy. Aside from your heritage as a descendant of Merlin, everything else you envy, did I not earn it through my own efforts? While I toiled through the night with books, what were you doing? While I practiced magic, what were you doing? How I conduct myself, and how you conduct yourself. Do you think you can attain everything without effort? What a foolish dream. Though Draco and Harry often referred to her as a genius, she merely stood at a slightly higher starting point, learning a tad faster than others. She worked harder than any of her peers, yet others always overlooked this fact. Pansy seemed stung by her words, gasping for breath. Even if I try, I can never match you. You cannot match me, but if you do not strive, you will forever remain beneath me, will you not? But what use is effort when Draco has already scorned me? Pansy's vigor began to wane. That is of no consequence. No, what truly matters is that you must be yourself, Amanta blurted out, immediately regretting her words. What was she doing? Providing psychological counseling to someone who had humiliated her? Chapter 38. You will fail because of your kindness. Yet perhaps this statement unexpectedly resonated. A look of confusion crossed Pansy's face as she repetitively murmured, be yourself. Be yourself, be myself. Amanta sighed in relief, sensing that her impromptu counseling might soon conclude, albeit uncertain of Pansy's thoughts. I understand now, to be myself. Pansy continued to mutter, her expression growing increasingly joyful. May I leave now? Amanta inquired politely, as it was now lunchtime. No. Pansy exclaimed, no? Before that, Amanta, please promise me, pull me back from this abyss. Pansy stood at the edge of the platform, a pleading expression etched on her face as she reached out to her. Amanta was tempted to walk away entirely. Yet, for reasons unknown, she suddenly thought of Draco. If Pansy were to leap off in front of her and meet an untimely demise, perhaps becoming a ghost haunting Hogwarts, how would Draco feel? What immense psychological trauma would that inflict upon him? His childhood companion jumping from the castle merely 3 days into the school year, all due to him and his letter. Surely, Draco would fall into despair. Recalling Draco's acts of kindness, such as paying her bills in Diagon Alley and lending her those rare books from Malfoy Manor. Perhaps she could reluctantly lend a hand? Resolutely, Amanta stepped forward, extending her hand. Her other hand concealed within her robe, gripping her wand, ever vigilant for any sudden movements. Pansy grasped her hand. Amanta, thank you. A smirk graced her lips, yet her eyes grew colder. Amanta sensed something amiss in Pansy's smile, but it was too late. A jolt of pain coursed through her, as if she had touched a live wire, rendering her unable to move. Amanta, you will fail because of your kindness and naivety. That is your greatest weakness, Pansy said lightly. Did you not claim that Slytherins would stop at nothing? I have learned well. With a fierce tug, she cast Amanta into the depths behind her, adding a swift kick for good measure. Caught off guard, Amanta was propelled from the pinnacle of the astronomy tower. The rush of wind screamed past her ears. She should have anticipated this. She should never have naively trusted the words of these two. Her foolishness in coming here, believing she could sway Pansy, flooded her with regret and self-reproach, but the instinct to survive quickly eclipsed all else. The sensation of weightlessness struck her like a hammer, mercilessly driving her towards the ground, while countless unseen hands reached up from the earth, desperately trying to pull her into the abyss. Never before had she desired life with such fervor. The rushing currents constricted around her mouth and nose, slicing against her cheeks like blades. Pain sharpened her awareness. She wiggled her fingers, realizing she could move. Summoning all her strength, she cried out, Accio broomstick. Her voice strained, nearly torn from her chest by the turbulent winds. Yet, upon finishing her incantation, despair washed over her as she realized her wand had likely fallen during the descent. At that moment, the Philosopher's Stone on her wrist erupted with a brilliant emerald glow. Even in daylight, it shone like the sun. A broomstick shot forth from some hidden corner of the castle, like an arrow piercing the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, soaring straight into her grasp. With no time for thought, she flipped over, pressing the broomstick beneath her, despite having never ridden one before. It appears that, due to the earlier outcry, a multitude of onlookers has turned their attention to her, and the air is filled with a cacophony of screams. Amanta mounted her broomstick, only to discover her wand lying tantalizingly close. Releasing one hand, she dove downwards, accelerating as she grasped her wand with precision. Yet, it was only then that she realized she was plummeting straight towards the cobblestones of Hogwarts. She was on a direct collision course with the ground, and it seemed her nose was destined to meet the earth with a shattering impact in mere moments. The surrounding screams intensified, nearly piercing her eardrums. Blood surged to her brain as she gripped the broom tightly and yanked it upwards. She ascended, barely skimming the ground. Higher and higher she soared, until she reached the level of the astronomy tower, and the vast expanse of sky unfurled before her gaze. No, Pansy's furious roar echoed behind her, soon to be left far behind. She narrowly avoided the castle's spires, weaving through the towers of Hogwarts, then gliding across the lofty bridge. Many Hogwarts students pointed in astonishment at the sky. Look, someone is riding a broom over the castle. Who could it be? It appears to be that Merlin. She swept over a corner of the Forbidden Forest, past the Quidditch pitch, through the Whomping Willow, and Hagrid's hut. The enormous pumpkins at the hut's entrance had ripened, and she found herself anticipating Halloween, wishing the earlier debacle had never occurred. The crisp air danced around her temples. Gradually, she released her grip on the broom, extending her arms to embrace the autumnal breeze as it caressed her fingertips. She glided over the surface of the Black Lake, the air behind her kicking up a V-shaped wake that startled a few tentacles protruding from the water. Ultimately, she landed in the small courtyard before the entrance of Hogwarts. Breathing heavily, she felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. The whispers and misunderstandings of recent days transformed into beads of perspiration upon her brow. Professor McGonagall burst through the castle doors, fuming, with Professor Snape following closely behind. How dare you? Do you not realize you nearly smashed your head, Slytherin points? Amanta had never witnessed Professor McGonagall in such a state of fury. Her words were nearly incoherent, her lips trembling with rage. Professor Snape interjected in a low, soothing tone. Minerva, I believe Miss Merlin is one of the most reliable students in our house. Let us first hear her side of the story. She was under no obligation to shield Pansy and Daphne from blame. After all, today, Pansy had indeed sought her demise. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, and perhaps a stroke of luck coupled with a hint of flying talent, she might well have met her end. Furthermore, it appeared that the gem from the Philosopher's Stone had endowed her with some innate magical ability, allowing her to perform wandless magic. She resolved to study this further upon her return. As Amanta pondered, she recounted the events of that afternoon in their entirety. This seemed only to infuriate Professor McGonagall further. Murder, this is unequivocally murder. I have taught here for many years and have never encountered such a student. She was nearly on the verge of fainting from rage. McGonagall glared sternly at Professor Snape. Severus, you cannot shield them simply because they are your house's students. This incident had evidently exceeded Snape's expectations. However, his expression remained inscrutable as he brushed a few strands of hair from his face. Very well, given the gravity of this situation, we must report this to Dumbledore. My recommendation is immediate expulsion. A voice, elegant and composed, interrupted. Dumbledore stood nearby, his expression unusually solemn. No one knew when he had arrived. Chapter 39, You are not of this era. Severus, investigate the matter and notify the Ministry of Magic to handle it. Very well. Snape replied before turning to enter the castle, and once out of sight, his countenance darkened. These little snakes are indeed lacking in discipline, more foolish than trolls. Severus likely never imagined such a grave incident would arise within his house. Professor McGonagall did not forget to remind him from behind. Hogwarts must be responsible for the safety of its students. This is the most serious incident at Hogwarts in a decade, Severus. After Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape departed, Dumbledore seemed considerably more relaxed, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Amanta. Lucky Miss Merlin, may I invite you to my office for a chat? The headmaster's office is located in a separate, small tower, guarded by a massive stone beast. Fizzing whizbees, Dumbledore uttered the password, and the stone beast stepped aside, revealing a spiraling staircase. At the top of the staircase stood a shimmering oak door, adorned with a golden, gleaming brass knocker. As they opened the oak door and entered the headmaster's office, the knocker, shaped like a griffin, opened its mouth and turned its neck, mimicking a roar. Amanta stepped into this most peculiar room, aside from the room of requirement, in all of Hogwarts. The walls were lined with portraits of past headmasters. Though they were all evidently napping within their frames, the years of headmastership having rendered them weary, even in their painted forms. An elderly figure in one portrait lazily yawned, peeking open one eye. Ah, our new Slytherin, an extraordinary newcomer. He winked mischievously at Amanta. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Phineas, it is not your concern. You may return to sleep. Humph, Albus, do not think you can dismiss me like a beggar, he retorted. Dumbledore, clad in deep purple robes adorned with numerous golden stars, settled behind his desk. Miss Merlin, make yourself at home, as if in your own abode. Would you care for a slice of treacle tart? Dumbledore cheerfully inquired, seemingly oblivious to the serious incident that had just occurred within the school. Amanta politely thanked Professor Dumbledore and took a piece of treacle tart, settling into a nearby armchair, surveying the renowned headmaster's office. On the desk, an elderly bird dozed, its feathers sparse and lackluster. Were it not for Amanta, one might not have recognized it as Fawkes the Phoenix. The sorting hat rested on a nearby shelf, alongside an array of uniquely shaped silverware. Amanta even spotted a silver swan gliding gracefully across the surface of the water. A little farther away, a tall, pitch-black cabinet stood, which Amanta surmised must be the one housing the pensive. Miss Merlin, I should have invited you sooner, Dumbledore resumed. Might I inquire as to why you called for me? Amanta asked cautiously. Miss Merlin, concerning your surname, Merlin, even among Muggles, it is not a common surname. You grew up in a Muggle orphanage. Have you not noticed anything unusual about your heritage over the years? Amanta shrugged. Muggles believe it to be a nickname given to me by the orphanage, considering the peculiar occurrences that often surrounded me. Well then, I must now inform you of some truths that you may find difficult to accept. Dumbledore gazed at her with a wise and benevolent expression. Initially, I hesitated to reveal all of this to you, but after today's events, I feel it is prudent to share, if only to prevent an extraordinary individual from foolishly wasting a lifetime in pursuit of the unknown. Dumbledore's words left Amanta somewhat perplexed. Did her lineage harbor some hidden secret? Was she perhaps an orphan abandoned by the enigmatic Merlin family? Or could it be that all descendants of the Merlins had perished, leaving her as the sole survivor? Professor, I do not quite comprehend, she admitted. Miss Merlin, you are, in truth, not a person of this era. Dumbledore's response left Amanta in shock. She had never contemplated such a possibility. What does this mean? Miss Merlin, your birth is a beautiful accident, Dumbledore remarked, his fingers gently tapping on the table. The Merlin family had vanished centuries ago. It was widely believed that they had perished during the witch hunts and uprisings of the medieval period. Indeed, their conjecture was not unfounded. I do not understand. I had thought the Merlin family had retreated to a place beyond reach. Even in seclusion, a family of wizards would surely leave traces in the world. For hundreds of years, did they not intermarry, study, work, or trade? The stars on Dumbledore's purple robe reflected the candlelight upon the table, casting a glimmer in Amanta's somewhat bewildered eyes. Adjusting his glasses, he began to recount a history unknown to all. This tale begins with my dear friend Nicholas Flamel. At that time, he was a young and talented alchemist who encountered a similarly legendary figure, Livia Merlin, while traveling across Europe with his wife. Livia was but a young girl then, yet she already exhibited remarkable prowess in enchantments, and Flammel's alchemical talents greatly intrigued her. They traveled together for a time before parting ways, maintaining a friendship across the years. However, it was an unfortunate era, indeed, a veritable dark age for wizards. The situation in Europe deteriorated, and cries for the extermination of wizards grew louder. Many wizards even resorted to serving muggles as spies during a campaign of eradication. The Merlin family faced utter catastrophe. Livia, pregnant at the time, and the Flammels, upon receiving word, hurried to her side, but it was too late. The Flammels searched the ruins, ultimately discovering the sole survivor, an infant barely born. Tragically, the child was gravely injured and on the brink of death, scarcely able to survive another hour. After deliberation, the Flammels chose to temporarily encase the child's soul within a magical vessel, hoping to one day find a suitable means to rescue her. Thus, she slumbered there for several centuries until 11 years ago. In an unexpected turn of events, they discovered that a small creation of theirs appeared capable of restoring the soul to flesh. The Philosopher's Stone? Amanta exclaimed. Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed. Voldemort inhabited Professor Quirrell and infiltrated Hogwarts in pursuit of the stone, seeking to forge a new body for himself. Chapter 40. To not be killed only makes me stronger. Miss Merlin, you are quite learned. Although I am uncertain how you came to know of the Philosopher's Stone, it is true. They utilized its power to restore your physical form. I read about it in a book. It was their most remarkable achievement, Amanta explained. If that is the case, then why did they send me to an orphanage? The Flammels were far too advanced in age. It would not have been prudent for them to care for you, Dumbledore reasoned. Indeed, in the eyes of many, the Flammels were ancient beings, having lived for centuries. Entrusting them with an infant was hardly realistic. At that time, the wizarding world was precarious, shrouded in Voldemort's shadow and threat, leaving every wizard in fear. No one was willing to accept an infant of unknown origins. Furthermore, to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from discovering your identity and exploiting it, I advise that you be sent to the orphanage of Osina. Regrettably, the secret of the stone's power to reshape flesh eventually leaked. Dear Miss Merlin, I fear Voldemort has already become aware of this. For years, he has been scheming to return, intent on recreating his own body, just as the Flammels did for you. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Amanta inquired, So, you concealed the Philosopher's Stone in the corridor on the 4th floor? Miss Merlin, I have imparted far too much already, Dumbledore replied gently, a smile gracing his lips, and he refrained from elaborating further. Amanta nodded, understanding that further questions would be impolite. As for Miss Parkinson, I believe she will receive the punishment her actions deserve, likely spending a few years in Azkaban. Dumbledore glanced at the clock he held. I fear the Ministry of Magic has arrived. Very well, Professor. Amanta silently chastised her own foolishness and blind confidence. Today, Daphne had relentlessly pursued her at her dormitory door. Were it not for her arrogance and obstinacy, she might have remembered to inform the headmaster, or Draco, or Harry. Venturing out alone, she had naively hoped to easily persuade Pansy. One cannot truly understand human nature without experiencing failure. She had underestimated the stubborn and selfish nature of individuals. However, with every setback comes wisdom. To not be killed only strengthens her resolve. Dumbledore's wise gaze pierced through his half-moon spectacles. Miss Merlin, I must remind you that a person's destiny is determined by their choices, not merely their abilities. You are friends with Harry, and I believe you can guide him towards the right path. Amanta nodded earnestly, though a hint of awkwardness lingered. It seemed the rumors of her connection to Harry as the Third Dark Lord had reached Dumbledore's ears. The notion that destiny is shaped by choice rather than ability must imply that he was aware of her speech in the Slytherin common room. She had urged her peers to enhance their abilities and unite for a common cause to truly govern their destinies, to earn honor rather than live as dependents. Yet, Dumbledore spoke of choice as the determinant of fate. The choices here were unmistakably those of light versus darkness, good versus evil. This was evidently a warning for her to avoid following Voldemort's path. Moreover, there was another matter, apart from her. Only two others in this world, Snape and Dumbledore, were privy to the truth. In the face of Dumbledore, she held profound admiration. Yet, aside from Snape and herself, no one knew that Dumbledore had long since predetermined the outcome. Harry was destined to perish. Harry would face Voldemort in their final confrontation. From the beginning, he was but a pawn. Thus, Dumbledore had sent him to Aunt Petunia's home as a mere infant, rather than the safer haven of Hogwarts. Fearing the development of deeper feelings for Harry, Snape had once questioned Dumbledore. You raise him as one would a pig for slaughter. Yet, she could not challenge Dumbledore's choices. In the grand scheme, Dumbledore's decisions represented a moral quandary. Is it a choice between the life of one individual or the lives of the many? Much like the trolley problem, no one can provide a definitive answer. In the original narrative, during the Battle of Hogwarts, Voldemort's Avada Kedavra curse merely extinguished the fragment of his own soul that resided in Harry's forehead. Subsequently, through the intricate laws of wands, Harry was able to rebound the killing curse, thus vanquishing Voldemort. Yet, all of this was merely a stroke of luck, a series of fortuitous coincidences. The world has undergone profound transformations due to her arrival, and she remains unaware of what the future holds 7 years hence. She harbors no desire for any of those around her to perish. Thus, she must shoulder the responsibilities that were originally meant for Harry, should he falter. It falls upon her to fulfill them. This is her obligation. Slytherin is committed to taking responsibility for its actions. Furthermore, Voldemort stands as her greatest obstacle on the path ahead. To slay Voldemort and usurp his position is indeed what Amanta yearns for most. She refuses to settle for a life as an ordinary professor post-graduation, nor does she wish to secure a minor role within the Ministry of Magic, or follow the conventional path of marrying and raising children, leading a life of mediocrity. The mundane happiness of ordinary people is not what she seeks. She will not tread the same path as Voldemort. He traverses a narrow and treacherous road, while she aspires to walk a grand highway. Voldemort is destined to stand apart from the majority. She, however, desires to be at the epicenter of power, commanding the allegiance of all wizards and guiding them toward a brighter future for the wizarding world, spearheading its transformation. She aims to be a figure capable of stirring the very winds of change within the wizarding realm. She envisions a world where all witches and wizards can walk proudly beneath the sun, no longer shrouded in the shadows of society. Free from the fear of Muggle persecution and hostility, even fostering a peaceful coexistence that promotes mutual advancement. For magic and technology will ultimately intertwine to yield even more splendid fruits. In her own time, technology surpassed much of the magic found in this world. There remains much for her to accomplish. As Amanta exited the headmaster's office, she hesitated, then turned to remind Dumbledore, "Be wary of Professor Quirrell." It was uncertain how Dumbledore would respond, yet Voldemort was at his most vulnerable at present. If Quirrell and Voldemort could be dealt with swiftly, it would be most advantageous. However, her warning seemed somewhat abrupt. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses in confusion. "Why do you say that, Miss Merlin?" Amanta was aware that her words amounted to unfounded accusations against the teacher, so she added, "During the feast, when Harry glanced at Professor Quirrell, his scar began to ache. I suspect it may be connected to Voldemort." Dumbledore's silver brows twitched, as if contemplating something. After a moment, he replied, "Miss Merlin, thank you for your caution." Chapter 41, Draco and Harry's Concern. Upon returning to the Slytherin dungeon, 2 fuzzy heads, one golden and the other black, came rushing towards her like bullets. It was Draco and Harry, who embraced her with such force that she nearly toppled over. "Amanta, it's so good to see you're all right." Harry sobbed as he clung to her, his green eyes already red and swollen, suggesting he had been crying for some time. "Amanta, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Draco's eyes were also red-rimmed, his nose slightly pink. He oscillated between laughter and tears, ultimately producing a rather grotesque expression, sandwiched between them. Amanta felt quite helpless. Just before suffocation set in, she managed to extricate her hands from their grasp and gently patted their heads. "It's all right now. Loosen your grip a bit, or you'll strangle me." Harry wiped his eyes and exclaimed happily, "Okay." They had been having lunch in the Great Hall when suddenly a cacophony of screams erupted from outside. Initially dismissive, they believed it was merely a Quidditch team in training. However, it wasn't too long before several upperclassmen entered, discussing Amanta's fall from the astronomy tower. Draco and Harry exchanged anxious glances, their hearts sinking at the horrifying realization. Just as they contemplated approaching the upperclassmen for more information, Professor Snape entered with a palpable aura of tension, ordering all Slytherin students to return to the dungeon immediately and inquiring about Pansy and Daphne's whereabouts. By now, Draco and Harry had begun to piece together the dreadful events that had transpired. They trudged back to the dungeon, feeling as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt. The wait was excruciating. Even after a few upperclassmen reassured them that Amanta was unharmed, they could not truly relax until they laid eyes on her once more. Harry was consumed with guilt. "We shouldn't have let her go to the library alone. We should have been suspicious when we didn't see her at lunchtime. We should have kept a closer watch on Pansy." He paced back and forth, eventually unable to contain his tears. Draco, too, was filled with overwhelming remorse. Staring blankly at the teacup on the table, "This is all my fault. If my inaction led to Amanta." He trailed off, his face ashen, rubbing his ring anxiously until his knuckles nearly bled. Draco and Harry treated her with such concern as if they had never seen her before, fussing over her as though she were a precious treasure. "Amanta, are you absolutely certain you're really, truly okay?" Harry asked anxiously for the 3rd time. Amanta raised an eyebrow, feeling her patience waning. "I'm fine. She recounted the events of that afternoon to Draco and Harry in detail. When she mentioned Daphne calling her to find Pansy, Draco's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. I should have warned you sooner. During that herbology class this morning, I should have realized that since Pansy hadn't come to apologize, she might resort to more extreme actions, especially with that Daphne, who is no good either, Draco said through gritted teeth. Amanta, I sincerely wish I were a girl, so I could always be with you, even share a dormitory, and not worry about anyone else. Harry's sentence was abruptly cut off by a fierce glare from Draco. Confused, Harry closed his mouth, not understanding why Draco was so furious. Did he not share the same thoughts? When Amanta recounted how Pansy had gripped her hand before pushing her off the astronomy tower, Draco's expression was one of exasperation. She asked you to pull her, and you did? Harry, biting his lip in agreement, chimed in, with someone like her, she can just go die? Amanta felt a twinge of grievance. Given Draco's concern during herbology about Pansy possibly coming to harm, well, to be honest, I didn't intend to get involved. It was mostly for your sake. She turned to Draco. Worrying that Pansy might truly seek to end her life would make you feel like you were responsible for her death or something, leading to a perpetual gloom. Reflecting on it, she realized her lack of concern for Pansy was primarily due to her desire to prevent any fallout that might affect Draco, stemming from her responsibility to her friend, or perhaps due to Draco's books and sweets. Draco's face flushed with a delicate pink hue, even his ears betraying a faint blush as he absorbed her words. Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, he struggled to articulate coherent sentences. Despite his stammering, Amanta continued to recount how she had, in a moment of peril while plummeting from the astronomy tower, harnessed the power of the Philosopher's Stone to conjure a flying broom. With it, she had seized her wand and circled the vicinity of Hogwarts before returning to the plaza in front of the castle's gates. Upon hearing about the Philosopher's Stone, their expressions remained relatively composed, but once she mentioned summoning a broom and taking a flight, both were left utterly speechless. Have you ever ridden a broom before? Harry interjected eagerly. Amanta shook her head. The astonishment on Harry and Draco's faces mirrored that of someone who had encountered a creature of legend. How is that possible? You learned so quickly. No, wait. You haven't even had a proper lesson. Draco exclaimed in disbelief. Amanta shrugged. In a crisis, I didn't consider other options. I haven't mastered many spells yet. Reflecting on that moment, she still felt the thrill of danger, the heart-pounding adrenaline rush of narrowly escaping death. Luckily, she possessed a modicum of flying talent. Otherwise, she might have met a grisly fate upon impact with the ground. You must be a natural at Quidditch, Harry suggested. Draco lamented. It's a pity first-year students aren't allowed to have broomsticks or join the Quidditch teams. Amanta shook her head and recounted to them the information Dumbledore had shared in the headmaster's office, including her lineage, the function of the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort's true intentions in infiltrating Hogwarts to seek the stone. Leaving aside the Philosopher's Stone for now, Amanta, it's quite astounding that you have lived for centuries. Harry marveled. The revelations she had shared today surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yet, upon hearing this particular revelation, they were still profoundly shaken. No wonder I always thought you had a classical appearance, Draco mused contemplatively. Amanta cleared her throat, steering the conversation back on course. I suspect Voldemort is hiding within Professor Quirrell's scarf. Dumbledore must have concealed the Philosopher's Stone somewhere within Hogwarts. Voldemort's infiltration is aimed at locating it to restore his physical form. The power of the Philosopher's Stone is indeed formidable, Draco remarked, scrutinizing Amanta's appearance, unable to discern any difference between her and others. If Voldemort were to successfully regain his body like you did, it would be utterly terrifying, Harry murmured softly. Suddenly, a memory seemed to stir within him. I think I might know where the Philosopher's Stone is. Harry excitedly shared his discovery with Amanta and Draco. Just as he began recounting the day in Diagon Alley on August 1st when he and Hagrid retrieved the mysterious package from Gringotts, a deep, silky voice interrupted from behind them. As a competent professor and head of house, I expect you to refrain from discussing matters that you should not be privy to, especially you, Potter. The trio quickly separated their heads. Professor, Draco acknowledged. Professor, Amanta and Harry lowered their heads, feeling somewhat guilty. Snape wore a half-smirk, his lips curling in a barely perceptible arc. Moreover, I sincerely hope you make better use of your brains filled with flobberworms and engage in deeper contemplation. However, there is evidently a more pressing matter at hand. Miss Merlin, come with me. Very well, Professor, Amanta replied briskly, rising to follow Snape, her robes trailing behind like a dark wave. She glanced back nervously at Draco and Harry, yet their expressions mirrored her confusion. Resigned, Amanta followed Professor Snape, uncertain of his intentions but hoping it was not anything sinister. Have you ever ridden a broom before? Snape inquired abruptly, striding ahead of her. No, Professor, Amanta answered truthfully. Then I must concede that you possess some innate talent for flying. Was it possible that Snape had discerned her flying aptitude due to today's events and intended to invite her to join Slytherin's Quidditch team? In the original narrative, she recalled that flying lessons had been introduced later, during which Harry, after being provoked by Draco, demonstrated exceptional flying skills and was consequently recruited into the Quidditch team by Professor McGonagall. Now, with Harry in Slytherin and having befriended Draco, the story had evidently altered. Yet, she never anticipated showcasing such remarkable flying prowess akin to Harry's, which might lead to her being sought after by the Quidditch team. Snape guided her through much of the castle, ultimately exiting towards the nearby Quidditch pitch. Flanking the Quidditch field were towering stands, adorned with hundreds of seats, while at either end stood 3 golden hoops, each 50 feet high, supported by poles. Several Slytherin Quidditch players were practicing on their brooms. Noticing Snape and Amanta approaching from a distance, they descended from their brooms to greet them. "Professor, Amanta Merlin, I saw you soaring above the castle earlier. What a spectacular flight!" exclaimed a tall boy as he approached with keen interest, his gaze fixated on Amanta beside Snape. It was her first time riding a broom, Snape stated coldly. "Oh my. I was outside on the corridor and saw her dive straight down, catching her fallen 1 mere feet from the ground," chimed in a boy with earrings, his eyes wide with astonishment. Excitement flickered in the tall boy's eyes. A prodigy, an absolute prodigy. Terence could never pull off such a maneuver. The boy with earrings stuck out his tongue. "Well, Terence has been absent lately, claiming he's spending time with his girlfriend. Perhaps," he scrutinized Amanta's frame. "She's agile and petite, perfect for a seeker. I'm Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team." The tall boy extended his hand for a shake, his formidable stature making Amanta feel diminutive in comparison. She shook his hand, and the boy with earrings promptly followed suit. "I'm Adrian Pusey, one of the chasers." Suddenly, Marcus remembered something and looked up at Snape. "Professor, but isn't it against the rules to have first-year students?" He gazed imploringly at Snape, his broad face lit with hope. Snape replied slowly, "Regarding this matter, I have already conferred with Dumbledore, who has granted an exception for the inclusion of a first-year student." "Amanta, what do you think?" Adrian tilted his head, watching her with interest. "I have no objections," Amanta replied resignedly. It was clear they had already deliberated all matters before seeking her opinion, making the inquiry seem more a formality than a genuine consideration. She was not entirely averse to joining the Quidditch team. However, it was likely that a couple of individuals would be green with envy. She still required a suitable broom, perhaps a Nimbus 2000 or the latest model from the Firebolt series. Marcus and Dorian engaged in a serious discussion about it. The Firebolt 2000 was clearly the best option, albeit somewhat exorbitant given the team's budget constraints. In truth, the Comet 260 was also quite commendable. Regarding this matter, I think you need not fret. A certain meddlesome peacock with a penchant for flaunting wealth will undoubtedly take care of it," Snape remarked ominously, seemingly displeased with a certain individual lately. "Miss Merlin, I hope you do not become overly smug from a mere compliment, losing sight of your training. Do not falter against that band of little giants from Gryffindor." With that, Snape swept away, his robes billowing as he made his way toward the castle. "Do you understand Quidditch?" Amanta shook her head. "Very well, then let us start from the beginning." Marcus dragged over a large wooden crate. "Before the afternoon class commences, allow me to provide you with a brief introduction to the sport of Quidditch." He opened the crate, revealing 4 balls, each differing in shape, size, and color. The Quidditch team comprises 7 players, 3 chasers, who are responsible for passing the quaffle and scoring by throwing it through the hoops. Dorian crouched down to pat a red ball the size of a soccer ball. "This is the quaffle. Marcus and I will be in charge of handling it." There are also 2 beaters, the bludgers, which fly around erratically, can strike players off their brooms. Beaters protect their teammates from being hit by the bludgers and aim them towards the opposing team. Dorian pointed to another smaller, shiny black ball. "This is a bludger. Additionally, there is a keeper." Marcus gestured towards the 3 hoops at either end of the pitch, explaining that the keeper's role is to defend the goalposts from the opposing chasers attempting to score with the quaffle. Lastly, there is the seeker, who is tasked with locating the golden snitch. Once the snitch is caught, the match concludes immediately. Dorian retrieved the final ball from the crate. "Amanta, your responsibility will be this ball." Chapter 43, The Capture of the Golden Snitch. The ball was no larger than a walnut, glimmering gold, with 2 tiny silver wings fluttering on either side, appearing almost adorable. Dorian held the ball up to Amanta. The golden snitch flies as swiftly as lightning, making it nearly impossible to spot during a match. He smiled before suddenly releasing it. The snitch darted erratically before vanishing into the center of the pitch. "Amanta, showcase your prowess." Dorian passed her the broom. Marcus smacked his palm against Dorian's head. "What are you doing? She's still a novice." "Precisely for that reason. Let us see if she is indeed a prodigy. I do not wish to lose this year's Quidditch Cup." Amanta mounted Dorian's broom. "All right, I shall give it a try." The broom felt more comfortable than she had anticipated. Perhaps it had been enchanted, akin to sitting upon a plush cushion. However, what truly enveloped her was the familiar sensation of unrestrained freedom in the sky. She ascended into the air, surveying the entire pitch, squinting to seek out any elusive traces. The Quidditch pitch, bathed in afternoon sunlight, was somewhat blinding, shimmering with golden flashes. Searching for the golden snitch felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nearly impossible to discern. Amanta glided weightlessly above the pitch, her eyes scanning for the snitch. Soon, she spotted a small glint. She rushed towards it, only to realize upon closer inspection that it was merely the reflection of a shard of glass. After circling the center of the Quidditch pitch a few more times, she still found nothing. Being in the sun for too long had made her eyes ache. She paused, focusing intently on the pitch, holding her breath in concentration. Suddenly, she detected an extremely faint buzzing sound nearby, reminiscent of a mosquito. Turning her head, she spotted the golden snitch not far to her right. She dashed after it. The snitch flitted about, its tiny wings flapping rapidly. Amanta kept her eyes locked on it, trailing through the pitch's hoops, her light golden hair streaming behind her like a banner in the wind. She followed the snitch above the stands, narrowly avoiding a collision with a crossbeam. Fortunately, she swiftly adjusted her course just in time. She was getting closer, following the snitch through the goalposts. Suddenly, the golden snitch veered sharply, soaring directly over her head. Amanta crossed her legs tightly around the broom, executing a somersault in pursuit. Almost there. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 1.5. 30 centimeters. She surged forward once more, extending her hand, her fingertips nearly brushing against it. Just a little more. Finally, she released her grip on the broom, balancing delicately with her legs and body. The small golden snitch reflected in her azure eyes. Amanta clasped her hands together. She had caught it. Her heart raced slightly as she held the little ball, feeling it wriggle in her palms as it flapped its wings. Amanta gently descended the broom, landing on the ground and walking towards Marcus and Dorian. She raised the captured golden snitch, signaling to them. I got it. Fantastic. Amanta, that was an extraordinary maneuver. You are undoubtedly a genius. It is a shame no one discovered your talent sooner. You should compete in the World Cup. Marcus exclaimed, full of admiration and excitement. Congratulations. You have passed the test. Dorian gave her a thumbs up, grinning broadly. Marcus pulled out his pocket watch and glanced at it. Let me see how long it took. Merlin's beard. Only 20 minutes. He exclaimed in astonishment. This year's Quidditch Cup is firmly in Slytherin's grasp. Dorian extended his palm, brimming with pride. Amanta high-fived them one by one. I am already aware of this. My godfather instructed my father to purchase a broom for you. He mentioned that our family's peacock is always eager to flaunt his generosity. And now is the perfect opportunity to invest in a talented player and support a struggling house. That was his exact wording. During the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class, Draco spoke with a sour tone. Your father bought you a Firebolt 2000? How utterly unfair. I only have a Comet 260. The bitterness in his voice was palpable. Clearly, he was exceedingly envious of Amanta's extraordinary selection for the Quidditch team. However, Harry did not exhibit the same level of jealousy as Draco. His sparkling eyes brimmed with anticipation, twinkling like a constellation of stars. Amanta mused that perhaps it was because he had never even touched a broom, remaining entirely unaware of his own flying potential. At this moment, Harry was still troubled by the fear of embarrassing himself upon mounting his broom, though his eagerness to learn flying and engage in Quidditch was no less fervent than Draco's. How exhilarating to think of seeing you on the Quidditch pitch. By the way, may I watch your training? I will inquire with Marcus, but I believe it should be permissible. Marvelous, Harry exclaimed. It was then that he noticed everyone in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was staring at him. Dear Mr. Potter, is there something amiss? Professor Quirrell's eyes darted suspiciously between the three of them, and Amanda felt his gaze linger on her unnaturally long. Suddenly, with a thud, Harry toppled from his chair, rolling on the floor while clutching his head and emitting cries of agony. Startled, Amanda and Draco rushed to help him up, but Harry continued to thrash on the ground, kicking his legs in a seizure of pain. His complexion was pallid, and he was drenched in sweat, as if enduring torment like never before. What was wrong with him? Could Potter be going mad? Had someone cast a curse upon him? Or was it the overpowering scent of garlic from Professor Quirrell? The classroom descended into chaos. A tumultuous uproar ensued. Quickly, get Mr. Potter to the hospital wing. Professor Quirrell shouted hoarsely from the back of the crowd. Harry gradually weakened and ceased his writhing, allowing Amanda and Draco to lift him with some effort. Fortunately, Harry was slight of build, or it would have been far more challenging. Draco, I know where the hospital wing is. I will lead you there, Blaise chimed in, patting Draco on the shoulder, signaling for them to follow. Amanda and Draco supported Harry on either side, his head drooping as he gasped for breath. At last, They were escaping the clutches of that garlic-scented classroom. I can hardly believe it, Blaise remarked as they exited. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the defense against the dark arts classroom. Amanda glanced back to ensure no one was following. She cast a concerned glance at Blaise, who was walking ahead, and quietly asked, Harry, does your scar hurt again? The pain was far more intense than the last time. Harry's face was devoid of color, as if he had yet to recover from the recent excruciating agony. Draco's expression reflected worry. Did this signify that his power had grown stronger? Amanda's countenance darkened. I fear that may indeed be the case. Chapter 44. Cedric's voluntary involvement. Blaise suddenly turned around with keen interest. Are you speaking of the Dark Lord? How did you know? Harry blurted out, and Amanda quickly placed a hand over his mouth. Blaise, unfazed, continued to lead them down the staircase. The pain in your scar can only be related to the Dark Lord. Amanda was taken aback. Her previous readings had only provided her with scant insights into Blaise, leaving her with a limited understanding of him. Over the past few days, Blaise had primarily attempted to exude a charming allure, often causing blunders in class. She had assumed him to be a frivolous individual, concerned solely with his looks and the admiration of the girls around him. Now, it seemed her judgment had been misguided. Slytherin truly harbored hidden depths. But could Blaise be aligned with Voldemort? Amanda felt a twinge of caution, as did Harry. They fell silent. And after guiding them to the hospital wing on the second floor, Blaise waved them off, signaling his intent to return to class. Once Blaise had departed, Draco leaned closer to Amanda and Harry, whispering, Do not worry about Blaise. He, like you, has always looked down upon Voldemort and the Death Eaters, or rather, he considers them beneath his notice. Draco shrugged. That is indeed somewhat intriguing. Amanda pondered, stroking her chin. Oh, what has happened to you? Madame Pomfrey hurriedly approached from behind the curtains of a hospital bed, scrutinizing Harry closely. Harry glanced at Amanda and Draco, hesitating. I suddenly have a terrible headache, he hinted. Come here, let me take a look, Madame Pomfrey instructed, motioning towards a corner of the room filled with peculiar medical instruments and potions. She then conducted a thorough examination of Harry. Child, you are perfectly fine, Madame Pomfrey declared, visibly irritated as she set down the instruments, apparently believing they were playing a prank on her. Amanda was not surprised, while Harry and Draco breathed sighs of relief, especially Harry, who murmured, Thank goodness. I thought my head might split open. Rest well, attend your classes, eat properly, and I refuse to believe such an incident will occur again. Madame Pomfrey admonished before allowing them to leave. They returned to the second-floor classroom for a drowsy history of magic lesson. During dinner, as nearly all the students had gathered, Dumbledore suddenly rose from the long professor's table and ascended to the central Golden Owl podium. Hogwarts students, as you dine, I have some matters of great importance to address. Everyone looked at Dumbledore with curiosity. It was rare for him to speak openly in such an informal setting. However, given the rampant gossip of the day, they likely surmised the content of his announcement. Many eyes darted towards the Slytherin table, searching for the subject of today as scandal. I cannot help but anticipate what Professor Dumbledore is about to say, Harry exclaimed excitedly. A faint blush crept onto Draco's cheeks, as though it had become a painful memory best left unspoken. He grumbled, Don't mention it. Just thinking about them makes me feel ill. Today, an exceedingly unfortunate event transpired. It is, however, a stroke of luck that we can still see Miss Merlin unharmed after this calamity. Hogwarts stands firmly against such occurrences, resolutely opposing conflicts among students and any attempts to take another's life. Pansy Parkinson had been taken away by the Ministry's orders and would soon face trial, likely facing a sentence of 1 to 4 years and subject to prolonged monitoring. Meanwhile, the Parkinson family announced that Pansy would be disowned. Daphne Greengrass, despite her insistence that she was unaware of the incident and had been threatened by Pansy, would be suspended for a year due to the severity of the situation, returning home for better familial guidance before resuming her studies in a year. I announce this matter tonight in hopes that you take heed. As wizards, good character is far more important than exceptional skill. I hope to witness each of you graduate with success during my years of teaching. Amanda was not particularly surprised by Pansy and Daphne's fates. They should have considered the consequences of their actions. Harry raised his arm in jubilant cheer, clearly wishing to dance in celebration. If only he could. Retribution. This is retribution. Amanda, why aren't you clapping with me? Cough, cough. Amanda offered a perfunctory clap. Draco clapped his hands together with considerable force, reddening his palms in the process. Damn it, he cursed, as Dumbledore descended from the podium. The hall erupted into a lively commotion, buzzing with discussions about the events of the day. A handsome, tall boy rose from the Hufflepuff table and approached Amanta and the others, causing a stir among his peers. He seemed somewhat taken aback, but maintained a gentle smile as he reached them, appearing a bit shy. Hello, I am Cedric Diggory from the 3rd year. Amanta, Draco. It is a pleasure to meet you. Amanta stared at Cedric. 3 years hence. Cedric's death during the Triwizard Tournament would shock all of Hogwarts and indeed the entire wizarding world. In the final challenge of the tournament, he and Harry had both grasped the Triwizard Cup, believing they had won glory for Hogwarts, unaware that the cup had been substituted with a portkey. Thus, upon their touch, they were transported to the graveyard of Little Hangleton, where Voldemort awaited. With a mere command, eliminate the nuisances, Peter Pettigrew cast the killing curse, ending Cedric's life so abruptly and effortlessly. One moment, he was a vibrant, cheerful boy speaking with life. The next, he lay as a cold, pale corpse. The fear that gripped the wizarding world stemmed from his death, confirming that Voldemort had indeed returned. No one could fathom the reality of it. As the shadow of terror loomed over all, only those within Hogwarts genuinely mourned his loss. In the hearts of all Hogwarts students, this handsome boy, embodying all the admirable qualities of Hufflepuff, honesty, fairness, kindness, and diligence, would forever remain in that night meant for glory. Amanta gazed at the boy before her, and a twinge of regret washed over her. Harry stepped forward, shaking Cedric's hand enthusiastically. "Cedric, what brings you here?" Chapter 45, The Specially Customized Firebolt 2000. Harry looked pleasantly surprised at Cedric. After all, Cedric was the top student of the third year. "Harry," Cedric replied with a shy smile. "I heard about your SO group from Harry, and I found it intriguing." He paused, and during my conversation with him, I realized you are not at all like the rumors suggest. Amanta was taken aback by his perception. Considering the gossip that often circulated among those who relished idle chatter in Hufflepuff, it seemed Harry had played a significant role in this. Harry beamed with pride. "See, I told you I could make it happen." He gave himself a thumbs up and then provocatively asked, "What about you, Draco? Any achievements?" Draco appeared somewhat disgruntled, likely having faced Snape's ire. "You all know how difficult that godfather can be. Welcome aboard." Amanta and Cedric shook hands, marking the first addition from another house to their SO group. At midnight, they had an astronomy class, the only course scheduled for such an hour. Amanta retraced the familiar path she had walked earlier that day, where Pansy had met her. However, Amanta felt no apprehension now. Her other worries seemed less pressing. Yet, as they took turns observing the constellations through telescopes, Harry frequently glanced around. "It's so painful standing here. I can't help but look down, thinking about what happened to you today." "It's all right now," Amanta reassured him. It was she who had fallen, yet Harry seemed to carry the burden of it. Draco was peering through the telescope at the sky. "Look up. This will help me feel better. My eyes are starting to blur. The sky is filled with sparkling dots." Harry complained. "Merlin's cauldron. I just identified one constellation, and now that I'm talking to you, I've lost it again." Amanta too found herself bewildered by the subject. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, she realized she had underestimated the complexity of most courses. Now she conceded that her talent lay primarily in spellcasting, while she was utterly clueless about herbology and astronomy. Especially astronomy, which had no textbooks. Observing the twinkling dots above, tracking their movements, they barely shifted even over half an hour, and yet the entire sky would appear transformed. Each star moved at its own pace. She could hardly imagine how dismal her situation would be in the cryptic divination class taught by Trelawney. The following afternoon, she adhered to her agreement with Marcus, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, and arrived at the Quidditch pitch. Harry and Draco, having obtained Marcus's permission, joined her in the stands to cheer on her training. Of course, Amanta suspected they merely sought an excuse to watch Slytherin's practice. After all, her task was to evade all the players in search of the golden snitch, which she deemed unremarkable. Her broom had yet to arrive at Hogwarts, so she utilized the common broom of the house. "Is that a bludger? My goodness. It must be a quaffle," Harry exclaimed excitedly from the stands, pointing at the players. Having never witnessed wizarding sports before, he occasionally stood up, gazing in wonder at the players' maneuvers. "Next year, I must join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Since they made exceptions, why not again?" Draco crossed his arms, visibly disgruntled. However, when he saw Amanta narrowly evade a bludger, executing several rolls in midair before stabilizing, his resentment began to dissipate. He watched her intently, anxious for her safety. What on earth is Bull doing? Doesn't he fear the bludger will knock Amanta off her broom? Bull, the newly recruited Slytherin beater, was chasing after the bludger, swinging wildly, while Draco's admonitions flustered him, nearly causing him to collide with the bludger. Marcus whistled repeatedly. "Relax, Bull, just perform to your potential." One could not deny that Quidditch was indeed a perilous sport. Harry stood up, cupping his hands around his mouth, and shouted to Amanta. "But this is simply so cool." Early on Friday morning, Amanta sat at breakfast in the hall with Draco and Harry as usual. The owls flocked into the hall as usual, an occurrence everyone had long since grown accustomed to. However, today brought a peculiar sight, even more remarkable than yesterday's howling letters. 6 long-eared owls flew in. But it was not the owls that caught the students' attention. Rather, it was the enormous, elongated package they carried together. All eyes were drawn to this strange phenomenon. Good heavens! What is that thing so massive? I bet it's some sort of super telescope. As the owls gracefully descended towards the Slytherin table, a hush fell over the Gryffindor long table. TCH, typical Slytherin, someone muttered. Could it be from the Malfoy family? Such grandeur. Yet, everyone remained transfixed on the owls, eager to discover the identity of the cinder and the contents of the packages. 6 owls circled down, dropping their parcels onto Amanta's lap. And before she could even open them, a letter plummeted onto her legs. I bet it's a Firebolt 2000. Let's see, Draco urged. The mere mention of the Firebolt 2000 drew numerous envious and curious glances from those around. She unwrapped the package to reveal a magnificent long mahogany box. Pressing the brass clasp, it opened with a satisfying click. Oh, Harry exclaimed in awe. The broomstick, adorned with gleaming silver lettering spelling Firebolt 2000, boasted a sleek, lustrous black finish, its elegantly curved form a sight to behold. The straight, neatly bundled twigs at the end were secured with a delicate silver binding. It was identical to the one she had seen in the Quidditch shop in Diagon Alley, albeit with a slightly different hue. This is a specially customized Firebolt 2000. Draco remarked with a tinge of envy. No wonder it arrived today. Father promised to buy me an even better one next year. Amanta opened the letter resting on her lap. Dear Miss Merlin, thank you for your care while overseeing Draco. Severus has informed me. And as a governor of Hogwarts and an esteemed Slytherin alumnus, I am honored to sponsor a talented member of an ancient wizarding family such as yours. I have commissioned a Slytherin-style design, and I hope you will bring glory to Slytherin. Lucius Malfoy, upon realizing it was indeed a specially customized Firebolt 2000. Many could no longer restrain their curiosity and stood to glimpse Amanta's direction. Initially, they merely stood, but as taller individuals obstructed their view, they began to nudge one another, clustering closer together. Eventually, a throng gathered around, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the Firebolt 2000. Out of consideration for the rumors surrounding Amanta being the descendant of a Dark Lord, they instinctively maintained a distance of about 2 to 3 meters. Yet, this gap continued to shrink as more individuals pressed in, eager to steal a glance at the broomstick. As the order of the Great Hall began to unravel, the prefects stepped forward, calling out to their respective house members. Seamus, Michael, Susan, come back. Sighing, Amanta tucked the Firebolt 2000 into the ring of wisdom. A resounding thud echoed as a multitude of individuals tumbled to the ground, followed by a chorus of cries and groans as they pushed each other away, nursing their aching backs and knees. Where's the Firebolt 2000? How did it suddenly disappear? Someone shouted, pointing accusingly at Amanta. I put it away, she replied innocently, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. TCH, stingy, they scoffed, dispersing in disappointment back to their seats. This is absolutely dreadful, ever since I met you. Draco mused, his gaze filled with envy and jealousy. I've begun to question whether I am truly my father's son. Hedwig, Harry suddenly exclaimed in delight from her left. Amanta watched as Harry's snowy owl swooped down, clutching a note in its beak. Harry eagerly opened it, scanned its contents, and then shared it with Amanta and Draco. Dear Harry, this Friday afternoon, you and Amanta, Draco, have no classes, do you? I was wondering if you would like to come over for tea. I would love to hear about your first week at school. Also, please extend my regards to Amanta. What happened the other day was truly dreadful for that poor girl. Please have Hedwig convey your response to me. Rubius Hagrid. After they finished reading, Harry asked, would you like to join me? I have no objections, Amanta quickly replied. Draco shook his head at first, but, seeing Amanta's agreement, begrudgingly added, I wasn't planning to go, but since Amanta intends to, I suppose I shall accompany her. He then added, although I hold little expectation for it, it is best if we stick together. Harry nodded in agreement. Indeed. We shouldn't let Amanta out of our sight for even a moment, except when we return to the dormitory at night. Pansy has already been escorted to the Ministry of Magic, Amanta reminded them. Draco and Harry exchanged concerned glances, shaking their heads. You're far too easily deceived, Draco advised solemnly. Harry nodded in agreement. We can't afford for you to encounter any more mishaps. Otherwise, we would blame ourselves for eternity. Very well, Amanta acquiesced. Is this what friendship entails? She pondered, realizing for the first time that she had 2 genuinely caring friends. Wait a moment. Today is Friday, which means our first potions class is imminent. Although Snape would never deduct points from Slytherin, there is no guarantee he won't take particular pleasure in making things difficult for Harry. Just in case. Harry, if I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort, what would I obtain? Amanta suddenly inquired. Huh. Harry responded, perplexed by Amanta's unexpected question. What infusion? What powder? I heard Snape enjoys putting others to the test during the first class, so I thought I would quiz you beforehand. Considering he doesn't seem particularly fond of you, Amanta replied swiftly, repeating her earlier question. If I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort, What would I obtain? A draught of deathly slumber is an incredibly potent sleeping potion. And what is Bezoar? Harry queried. A stone found in the stomach of a goat. Capable of counteracting poison, he answered, recalling that she had previously quizzed them on these topics before the term began. That's good to know, Amanta sighed in relief, pleased that her summer training with them had proven effective. The potions classroom was situated in a chilly underground chamber, mirroring the atmosphere of the Slytherin common room. Shelves lined the walls, filled with countless jars containing various preserved specimens. This class was held in conjunction with Gryffindor, their only course together thus far. When class commenced, Snape strode in with purpose, his somber demeanor instantly silencing the chattering first-year students. Like the other professors, he paused momentarily upon calling out Harry's name, even though it was not the first time he had done so since the term began. Harry Potter, our illustrious, renowned boy who lived. Laughter erupted from the Gryffindor side, prompting Snape to cast a cold glance in their direction. No noise during class, Gryffindor loses a point. Instantly, the Gryffindor students fell silent, their laughter extinguished. Potions required precise scientific measurements and an exceedingly stringent methodology. Since potion making did not necessitate the frivolous waving of wands, many remained skeptical that it constituted true magic. I do not place my hopes upon you, nor do I expect you to comprehend the ethereal essence wafting from the cauldron, where fragrant wisps of smoke dance in the air. You cannot fathom the enchanting potency of potions, those liquids that seep into the very fabric of our veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I could even impart to you the secrets of elevating your renown, brewing honor, and eluding death. Yet you must remember, you are not mere dullards. His voice was soft and silken, not loud, yet every individual present could hear him with crystal clarity. Potter. Snape suddenly bellowed Harry's name. Professor? Harry hurriedly stood up. What is the distinction between wolfsbane and aconite? Professor, they are the same substance, both referred to as aconite. What can powdered scarab beetle be used to create? A pang of anxiety gripped Amanta. This inquiry was absent from the original narrative, and she had not intended to pose a question to Harry. Harry's gaze appeared somewhat bewildered. Just as Snape curled his lip in disdain, Harry unexpectedly replied, the intelligence-enhancing potion. Professor, it seems you have diligently reviewed your textbook prior to the start of term. 5 points to Slytherin. Snape grunted. Harry joyfully resumed his seat, winking at Amanta. The Gryffindors were evidently displeased by Snape's bias. They had lost a point at the commencement of class, while Slytherin had accrued 5 points for merely answering a few questions. Ron quietly hissed. This sound did not escape Snape's keen ears. It appears that Weasley is somewhat dissatisfied. If you can provide a better answer than Potter, I shall retract the point deducted from Gryffindor. Ron's face turned pale. No, Professor. Snape clearly disregarded his refusal. What can powdered lionfish spine be used to create? Ron stammered. I am uncertain, Professor. What can fairy wings be used for? I don't know, Professor. Weasley, have you not perused your books before the term commenced? 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Snape thundered. Powdered lionfish spine can be used to concoct healing potions, while fairy wings can be utilized to create beauty elixirs. Do you comprehend? Has anyone performed better than Potter before you mock him? Or does Gryffindor merely emit foolish sounds? Why not write these down now? His barrage of rhetorical questions rendered the faces of the Gryffindors a myriad of colors. Subsequently, everyone promptly reacted, fumbling for their parchment and notebooks, hastily inscribing Snape's recent statements. No one dared to question Snape further. He recorded the recipe for a potion to treat scabies on the central blackboard, then divided them into pairs to brew potions. Amanta was paired with Draco, while Harry teamed up with Blaise. Snape glided near Harry, his long black cloak trailing behind him as he scrutinized their work. Potter, is this 3 grams? Harry jumped at Snape's sudden inquiry, hastily reweighing the dried nettle. Though his demeanor appeared stern, it was akin to personalized tutoring. However, Amanta had to concede that Draco exhibited remarkable skill in handling potion ingredients. They were the first in the class to complete their concoction. Gryffindor brutes, come and behold the perfection of the potion brewed by Malfoy and Merlin. Just as everyone leaned in to observe Amanta and Draco's cauldron, a sudden hissing explosion erupted from the back of the classroom. Neville and Seamus shrieked in terror, scrambling away from their desks. For some unknown reason, their cauldron had melted, emitting a noxious green smoke that billowed upwards, spilling potion onto the floor. Students screamed and fled, some even climbing onto desks and chairs, before further chaos ensued. Amanta brandished her wand towards the floor. Scourgify. The potion was swiftly cleared from both the cauldron and the ground. Neville cast a grateful glance at Amanta. You likely added the porcupine quills without removing the cauldron from the heat. 1 point deducted from Gryffindor. Snape reprimanded Neville and Seamus sharply, causing their faces to pale further. Chapter 47. Harry's Parents and Snape. After potions class, Harry's expression was far from pleasant. Is it merely my imagination, Or does it seem that Snape is targeting me? It is Snape who continually points out your errors. Otherwise, your cauldron might have ended up like Neville's, Amanta consoled him. To be frank, she felt a twinge of envy. Snape's gaze seemed perpetually fixed upon Harry and his cauldron, making the potions lesson feel like a private tutorial for Harry. Yet, I still feel rather odd about it. Harry furrowed his brow. Your feelings may not be unfounded, Draco interjected suddenly. Harry turned towards Draco. Draco, do you know why? Indeed, Draco nodded. A few days ago, I wrote to my father, mentioning that your godfather's attitude towards you seemed peculiar, and then my father recounted some tales from his school days. What tales? Do you truly wish to know? Draco inquired. I do, Harry replied eagerly. This matter pertains to your parents. And it might fundamentally alter your perceptions, Draco continued. Harry regarded him with confusion. Your parents were classmates with Snape. Draco elaborated. Observing Harry's bewildered expression, they were sworn enemies. Or to put it more bluntly, your father, James Potter, often rallied his friends to bully your godfather, subjecting him to numerous humiliations. Harry's eyes widened. He appeared somewhat unable to accept this revelation. Amanta understood. After all, Harry had long viewed his parents through a heavily tinted lens. While Lily was indeed a pure white jasmine, James could hardly be classified as a purely virtuous individual. Now that Harry learned his father was not the flawless paragon of justice he had imagined, especially having caused such great harm to Snape, it was entirely reasonable that he struggled to accept this truth. My father actually bullied Snape? Harry stammered. It could be due to your godfather's reclusive nature, or perhaps his aversion to hygiene, or his belief in blood purity. In any case, he was bullied. Of course, your godfather did retaliate on occasion, but that was infrequent. By the way, there is another crucial detail. Draco paused dramatically. What? Harry asked eagerly. Your mother, Lily, was your godfather's first love. They were childhood sweethearts, but ultimately, Lily chose James. So on the day of your enrollment, your godfather looked into your eyes and said they were eerily reminiscent of Lily's. Harry felt as though he had been struck by lightning. My mother and that greasy bat? What Draco had divulged had completely surpassed Harry's comprehension. He stumbled back to the dormitory, opting to return alone, having forgotten to accompany Amanta and Draco. However, by the afternoon, Amanta summoned Draco to the dormitory to fetch Harry. Harry followed behind Draco, his expression dazed, seemingly still reeling from the morning's revelations. We ought to seek Hagrid, Amanta reminded. What? Oh, right, find Hagrid. Harry repeated the words several times before realization dawned upon him, and then, like a soul lost, he led them forward. Harry, this way, came Amanta's gentle reminder for the 6th time as Draco gave Harry a sharp rap on the head. Wake up. Harry cradled his head in his hands, tears brimming in his eyes. However, it was evident that this jolt seemed to restore his senses, as he appeared considerably more composed. They departed from the castle, traversing the fields until they reached the edge of the forbidden forest, where a quaint wooden cabin stood, Hagrid's usual abode. Amanta knocked on the door, and a deep growl from a dog echoed within, accompanied by Hagrid's voice. Fong, back now, we have guests. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Hagrid holding the collar of an enormous black dog. Fong, back. Upon seeing the giant dog, Draco's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively took a few steps back from the threshold. Once he go in, I'll wait outside. Don't be rude. Fong is harmless. With that, Hagrid released the collar, and Fong bounded toward Draco. Draco's face paled, and he reflexively raised his arms to shield himself. Yet Fong merely knocked him to the ground, enthusiastically licking his face. Ha 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 ha, look who's in trouble now. Harry chuckled, and Amanta couldn't help but join in. After Fong finally concluded his exuberant greeting, the trio settled inside Hagrid's cozy cabin. Hagrid offered them freshly baked rock cakes. Despite being mentally prepared, Amanta found that the first bite nearly dislodged her teeth. She exchanged a knowing glance with Draco, and they wordlessly handed the rock cake to Harry, who was devouring it with gusto. Amanta recounted Harry's recent experiences to Hagrid, who listened intently before inquiring about the events from 2 days prior. Amanta relayed the details, including her selection for the Quidditch team. Hagrid sighed and shook his head. Some people just don't appreciate the opportunity to study at Hogwarts. Hagrid, I remember you knew my parents. Do you know anything about them and Snape? Harry suddenly asked, taking a bite of the rock cake. Hagrid hesitated, averting his gaze. Oh, just trivial matters, nothing significant. Hagrid, I know everything. I know my father often bullied Snape, and I'm aware of the connection between my mother and him. Harry pressed, perhaps seeking some form of acknowledgement from another who was aware of his parents' history. Hagrid gently patted his head. To me, James and Snape were always at odds. However, James had many friends, while Snape was perpetually alone, with a peculiar disposition, which led to him facing more misfortunes. Your mother distanced herself from him after he insulted her, calling her a mudblood. The term mudblood is an exceedingly derogatory label for wizards of Muggle origin, and understandably, your mother could not tolerate it, hence their separation. I hope you don't let that color your view of your father. He made mistakes, but he also did many good things. My perspective on Snape is similar. He had his virtues and vices. Harry nodded, somewhat understanding. While he conversed with Hagrid, Amanta had discovered a small note beneath the teapot on the little table. She beckoned Draco over to take a look. It was a clipping from the Daily Prophet, detailing report on the illegal break-in at Gringotts. An investigation is ongoing, and it is widely believed that this was the doing of an unidentified dark wizard. Gringotts has issued a statement reaffirming the robustness of its security, asserting that the intruder did not steal anything, as the vault was emptied on the morning of August 1st. A spokesperson for the goblins at Gringotts stated this afternoon, "Please do not interfere with Gringotts' handling of the incident. The items stored in the vault contain private information of our clients, and we cannot comment further." Chapter 48. The Unicorn's Cry in the Forbidden Forest. I remember Harry mentioning that Hagrid went to Gringotts to retrieve a mysterious package on August 1st. Draco glanced at Harry and Hagrid, who were deep in conversation. Yes, I believe that package contained the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had Hagrid retrieve it and place it at Hogwarts, Amanta whispered. Fortunately, they collected it in advance. Otherwise, the stone might have been stolen. Where do you think the stone is now? Draco inquired quietly. I'm not sure, but it's certainly isn't in a place that students can frequently access. According to the original storyline, Dumbledore only placed the stone in the Mirror of Erist after Christmas, moving the mirror to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. So I truly have no clue where Dumbledore has hidden the stone now. I suspect it could be in the headmaster's office or some other chamber, perhaps even in the Forbidden Forest or the Black Lake. Or Dumbledore might be carrying it with him, Amanta analyzed. Do you remember during the feast at the start of the term when Dumbledore forbade students from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor? Oh, of course, I remember. She understood that the stone would indeed appear there in the future, though perhaps not at present. I suspect that's the most likely location. Otherwise, why would he prohibit all students from entering? Draco asserted earnestly. That makes sense. We should check it out. Amanta suddenly changed her mind. She considered, during the Halloween feast, Snape hurried to the 4th floor to investigate, indicating that the stone was likely already there, but after this commotion, security must have been reinforced. Although I can't be certain, if we don't take a look, we may never know whether the stone is indeed there. However, they could not rush in unprepared. What about the 3 large dogs guarding the entrance? Or the wizard's chess? Oh dear, I've never played wizard's chess. Draco, do you play any musical instruments? Amanta's seemingly random question left Draco puzzled. Huh, what does that have to do with the corridor on the 4th floor? Amanta shook her head. Nothing. I'm just curious if young Master Draco has learned any music. Draco averted his gaze awkwardly, his earlobes tinged with a faint pink. Well, I'm not sure why you're interested, but I can manage a few instruments. Amanta nodded thoughtfully. Other challenges, such as breaking the vines and catching the key, were not difficult, and Snape's potion logic puzzle seemed simple enough. It appeared that only the wizard's chess remained. She resolved to find an opportunity to learn from Draco. That evening, they walked along the path back to the castle. Amanta shared their discoveries and plans with Harry. Initially, Harry nodded enthusiastically. But then he posed a perplexing question. Wait, why are we trying to break in there? While I'm certainly curious, I mean to say, if the stone is truly there, what should we do once we obtain it? Amanta shrugged. Of course, we would return it to Dumbledore. We can't confront Quirrell at this stage. Our only option is to go for the stone. If the 3 of us, mere first-year students, can easily access the stone, what does that imply? Amanta raised an eyebrow. If we can retrieve it, then facing the Dark Lord and Quirrell would be a mere trifle. Draco pondered, cupping his chin in thought. Harry concurred, indeed. They made their way along the narrow path that led from Hagrid's hut, the darkness deepening around them. On the other side of the path lay the Forbidden Forest, ominous and foreboding, occasionally echoing with eerie sounds. Draco adjusted his robes and hastened a few steps forward. It's getting dark. We must return quickly. Amanta replied. Amanta, I can't shake the feeling that there is something lurking in the Forbidden Forest. Harry trailed behind them, casting curious glances into the shadows of the forest. It could be centaurs or something else. There are undoubtedly many perilous creatures within. Just as Amanta finished speaking, a chilling wail erupted from deep within the forest, haunting and dreadful, followed by a flurry of owls taking flight from above. The sound, though diminished by distance, was still clear to them as they stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Draco's face turned ashen with fright. Run! He sprinted ahead, glancing back to see that Amanta and Harry lagged behind, prompting him to halt and urge them forward. However, Amanta's pace slowed, the wail unsettling her. Its tone was smooth and melodious, though high-pitched yet not shrill, a beautiful sound. She had never heard it before, but it seemed vaguely familiar. It soon dawned on her. She recalled a book on magical creatures she had perused last month, which described the sound of a unicorn. She remembered that during this period, Voldemort had been sustaining himself by drinking unicorn blood. Given their current capabilities, recklessly venturing into the Forbidden Forest would be tantamount to seeking death, especially if they were to confront Quirrell and Voldemort. They needed to find Hagrid and the other professors to handle the situation. I think we should inform Hagrid, Amanta declared, turning to dash toward his hut. What? Inform him of what? Draco reluctantly followed her. That sound was likely from a unicorn. It sounded dangerous. Even though unicorns are incredibly precious, one cannot guarantee that they won't fall prey to some beast. Amanta's expression grew serious. The blood of a unicorn can prolong life. Harry's countenance shifted dramatically. Voldemort? It's a possibility, Amanta replied cautiously. Oh dear, you two go ahead. This matter must be reported to the professors at once. Harry immediately bolted toward the castle, shouting over his shoulder, Draco, keep an eye on Amanta. Don't let her come to harm. Draco watched Harry's retreating figure and then glanced at the dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest. Damn it. Amanta had already run quite a distance. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and ran forward. Thankfully, the path was relatively even, making it less likely for him to stumble as he ran with his eyes shut. Just then, he felt his foot catch on something. He stumbled, crashing to the ground. Under the moonlight, Draco was horrified to see that he had seemingly stepped on something writhing and contorted on the ground. What the? Before Draco could finish his thought, a cold hand clamped tightly over his mouth. Strange noises seemed to emanate from behind him as Amanta glanced back while running. The path was eerily silent. No one was there. How peculiar. Hadn't Draco been right behind her? Had he run into the castle with Harry? No. Harry had instructed Draco to look out for her. Given Draco's nature, he wouldn't simply abandon her. Where was Draco? Chapter 49, Twisting Shadows Crawling About. Draco? Draco, can you hear me? Amanta called out, her voice echoing in the stillness, but the path remained silent, as if no one had ever been there. She turned her gaze toward the castle, her heart tightening. The moonlight illuminated the grass and hills, and she could clearly see that only one figure was running toward the castle. Draco's platinum hair shone brightly against the dark night, while the silhouette ahead blended seamlessly into the shadows. Undoubtedly, it was Harry racing toward the castle. Amanta cast a final glance at Hagrid's hut, drew her wand, and sprinted back to the spot where they had been. Her shoes squelched in the damp earth of the Forbidden Forest. After only a short distance, she noticed something amiss. To the side of the path lay an area where bushes and weeds were crushed haphazardly to the ground, and beside it, a long, fresh drag mark marred the soil. Something must have dragged Draco away. The trail extended deeply into the Forbidden Forest. Once she stepped into the forest, it felt as if the outside world had closed a door behind her. This was a realm entirely distinct from the one outside. As soon as she entered, all external sounds faded away. She held her breath, but the forest was eerily quiet. Amanta raised her wand. Lumos. The tip of her wand emitted a brilliant white light, momentarily illuminating her surroundings. She stepped over the gnarled branches of an old oak tree and directed her wand toward a tangle of trees nearby. The drag marks ceased abruptly. Clutching her wand tightly, Amanta hoped that whatever creature had taken Draco would not leave behind nothing but a few bones by the time she found him. This is not a place for you. A male voice suddenly echoed from not far behind her, startling the on-edge Amanta. She turned to see a melancholic figure gazing at her. It was not entirely accurate to call him a man. Upon closer inspection, he had the lower body of a chestnut-colored horse and a long, red tail trailing behind him. He was a centaur. Excuse me, have you seen a boy? He has platinum-colored hair and may have been dragged along the ground, Amanta inquired tentatively. However, she knew that centaurs were often unfriendly toward wizards, so her hopes were not high. As expected, the centaur sighed and gazed up at the sky. After a moment, he spoke. The Mars tonight is not very bright. Centaurs were quite adept at divination and astronomy. He was likely engaged in some form of divination. She doubted he would provide any clues. Amanta turned away, raising her wand to illuminate her surroundings in search of new leads. A rustling sound emerged from the nearby woods. A centaur emerged, his long black hair cascading down, giving him a rugged appearance. Yet this centaur seemed particularly unwelcoming to her presence. He warily drew a longbow, aiming an arrow at her. Where did you acquire the Philosopher's Stone upon your arm? Amanta raised her wand defensively. It is mine. Thief, liar. The dark-haired centaur glared at her menacingly. You will pay for this. Bane, do not be so rash. The red-haired centaur continued to gaze at the sky. Ronan, did you not see? I have witnessed a long-lost constellation returning to its rightful path. The mysteries of the stars are inexhaustible. The voice of the red-haired centaur, Ronan, was deep and sorrowful. I am a descendant of the Merlin family. My name is Amanta Merlin. Amanta began to comprehend that the dark-haired centaur, Bane, seemed to have misunderstood something. The Merlin family had long since vanished, a charlatan. Bane was utterly disbelieving of her words, tightening his bowstring and aiming at Amanta. The Ring of the Sage would not recognize anyone as its master other than a member of the Merlin lineage. Amanta raised her arm, illuminating it with her wand for Bane to see. She believed that this bracelet must acknowledge its master through bloodline. Otherwise, such a simple password could not have been established. Nor could it have bound itself so firmly to her arm upon mere contact. She had yet to discover a method to remove it. Bane scrutinized Amanta with skepticism, examining her arm closely, and after a long pause, he gradually lowered his bow. Very well, but this indeed strikes me as peculiar. I cannot fully trust you just yet. Amanta exhaled in relief and inquired of Bane, have you seen a boy with platinum hair? He might be dragged by something. Bane shook his head, but pointed in a direction. There's a trail of blood. Blood? Amanta gasped. Draco wouldn't he have after thanking Bane? Her expression darkened as she moved towards the direction he indicated. She had only turned her gaze away from Draco for a moment, and now he clenching her wand tightly. Her face turned ashen as she surveyed her surroundings. She had taken only a few steps when she spotted the ground scattered with droplets of blood. However, it was not human. It was silvery blood that glimmered in the darkness, resembling pearls. That was the blood of a unicorn. Amanta felt a momentary relief. At least it wasn't Draco's blood. Yet, with so much blood on the ground, the unicorn might have already met a tragic fate, and Draco was now missing. She extinguished the light at the tip of her wand, treading softly as she followed the silvery trail of blood. Soon, the trail vanished, but a hissing voice echoed ahead. It was soft, terrifying, and even laced with a hint of seduction. Amanta stealthily halted, concealing herself behind a tree as she observed the source of the sound. Before her lay a clearing, where a beautiful, pure white creature lay on the ground, its slender limbs glimmering in the night. It was a unicorn. It lay weakly, its belly rising and falling. Beside it appeared to be something crouched, resembling a hooded figure, crawling darkly and grotesquely upon the ground. After writhing for a moment, it moved aside, revealing that platinum hair. Draco. Amanta inhaled sharply. At that moment, the crawling creature advanced to Draco's side. Let me see Lucius, dear son. Amanta was now certain that this was Voldemort, possessing Professor Quirrell. I have great admiration for your father, Malfoy. Like him, you are a fine specimen. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Master, your judgment has always been impeccable, Quirrell's voice chimed in. Follow me, be my servant, and I shall lead you to the pleasures of glory, trampling upon the lives of all who oppose us. Why so silent? Look at that fearful expression. I hear you have been quite close to that Merlin who stands against me. Chapter 50. The Torment and Temptation of Voldemort. Master, we could use him to threaten that old fox Lucius, showing him who truly deserves his loyalty. Quirrell cackled ominously, his voice sounding somewhat neurotic. Yet at this moment, he stuttered far less, speaking with greater fluency than during his usual classes. Very well. Let Lucius see who he should follow as his master. Once I obtain the Philosopher's Stone, right under Dumbledore's nose, he has grown old. It is time for him to be replaced. I shall proclaim to the world that I have returned. Voldemort slowly rose, pacing around Draco. After circling him a few times, he prodded Draco's face with the tip of his wand. From a distance, Amanta could faintly see the wand's glow illuminating Draco's pale, terrified countenance. Draco, prove your loyalty. I have a task for you. Lurk around Merlin and find an opportunity to eliminate her. Voldemort paused. Oh, I also have a diary. Quirrell interjected urgently. No, that Merlin is far too cunning, master. What if she discovers the secret of the diary? You make a valid point. Then let this boy taste the consequence of betraying me. Very well, master. Quirrell fumbled through his robes, retrieving a small vial of potion from an inner pocket. He restrained Draco with one hand while gripping his chin with the other, forcefully pouring the green potion into his mouth. The taste of the potion was evidently unpleasant. Cough. Cough. Ugh. A series of low, agonized groans escaped from Draco's throat. Once released, he clutched his chest in agony, retching uncontrollably until he collapsed on the ground. Still convulsing in coughs, Voldemort let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. Crucio. Under the pale moonlight, Amanta watched from afar as Draco's body writhed violently on the ground, contorting into a grotesque shape. It was as if a piece of meat had been tossed into a furnace, curling and convulsing in the red-hot coals, emitting horrific screams. Amanta felt a chill run through her, a wave of sickly sweetness rising in her throat. Stay calm. Stay calm. She bit down hard on her lower lip. The pain and taste of blood brought her a modicum of clarity. She licked the blood from her face, swiftly surveying her surroundings. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, strolled alongside. Cloaked and watching, seemingly reveling in the unfolding spectacle like a new play, erupting in cackling laughter. Ha! Do you understand now? This is the taste of betraying me. TSK. I would love for Lucius to see this. What? Still not begging for mercy? It seems you want to taste it again. Cruciatus. Ah. Draco's screams tore through the depths of the forbidden forest. Amanta inhaled deeply, her nails digging into her palm, blood trickling down without her noticing. Utilizing the cover of darkness and branches, she quietly crept closer. The torment of Draco seemed to have temporarily ceased. His screams gradually diminished, curled up on the ground, motionless, as if life had drained from him. Watch that boy. I shall sample the unicorn's blood, Voldemort commanded, then approached the writhing unicorn in the pool of blood. Bending over its wound, seemingly to suckle, Amanta stepped carefully on the damp, muddy leaves, inching forward, cautious not to make a sound. It was too far away. She could not ensure the accuracy of her spell and needed to get closer. Fortunately, the rain from the previous day had softened the ground, muffling her footsteps. She lacked confidence. Despite facing an extremely weakened Voldemort, there was still a professor of dark arts defense beside him. She was merely a first-year student who had just begun her studies a week ago, having mastered only a handful of spells, let alone battle against a professor. Though she understood that the wisest course of action was to swiftly depart and return to the castle to inform the professors of the events unfolding here, she wondered if there would still be time then. She could not bear to witness Draco being tormented to the brink of madness. Seizing the moment while Voldemort was momentarily distracted, drinking the blood of the unicorn, Amanta had already found a suitable position from which to launch her attack. Disarm. Expelliarmus. Shield Charm. Protego. Quirrell swiftly raised his wand to counter this assault, his posture exceedingly peculiar, given that Voldemort's presence was still nestled at the back of his head. Feasting upon the unicorn. Who? Quirrell exclaimed. Master, someone is here. Humph. Who dares to interrupt us? Voldemort swiftly rose, brandishing his wand and unleashing spells in all directions. A barrage of green beams shot towards Amanta's position. The ambush had failed. Amanta was not particularly surprised, after all. Quirrell now had eyes on both the front and back of his head. Thus, her only recourse was to evade as much as possible. Amanta rolled on the ground, dodging 2 green rays, and took cover behind a tree to launch another attack. Incendio. The spell did not target Voldemort, but struck the nearby trees instead. Flames rapidly climbed along the lush vines, soon engulfing a wide expanse as the fire blazed skyward. Damn it! Quirrell cursed loudly. Amanta was acutely aware that her chances of confronting Quirrell and Voldemort were almost non-existent. So her only plan was to delay them as much as possible and attract attention from both within and outside the Forbidden Forest. She promptly cast a second fire spell in their vicinity. The trees crackled and groaned, grotesquely contorting in the flames, as the fire spread wildly throughout the Forbidden Forest. Before long, the surrounding woods had transformed into a vast circle of fire. Wait, where are they? A chilling laugh echoed ominously above Amanta. Look, who do we have here? Merlin. Amanta's limbs turned cold, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Voldemort's pale, frigid fingers gripped her hair tightly, slamming her to the ground. Then crushing her left hand, which clutched her wand, beneath his foot. Pain washed over Amanta, turning her face ashen. It felt as though her hand had been reduced to a pulp. To encounter the illustrious Miss Merlin here, how unfortunate. Such noble lineage. Such a distinguished Slytherin. Why will you not join me? Together, we could forge greatness and share in the glory. Amanta struggled to steady her face, which was contorting in agony. It's not entirely out of the question. Voldemort seemed somewhat taken aback by her response. He tilted his head, neurotically contemplating for a moment, weighing the authenticity of her words. But it didn't take long for him to grasp the implications. Humph, nurturing a tiger to its peril. I shall deal with your troublesome self first. Chapter 51. The Blood of the Unicorn and Redemption. Whoosh. Arrows sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. A multitude of arrows surged toward them. Thud, thud. Hooves pounded the ground, creating a cacophony of impacts. Voldemort turned, waving his wand to create a transparent barrier that deflected all the arrows. Those bothersome creatures are back. A long, piercing whistle pierced the air as a centaur, brandishing a bow, charged toward them, bellowing, "Get out." This incited the centaurs to rally together in a fervent uproar. How dare you? How dare you? Leave. This is our territory. Voldemort laughed coldly, launching spells into the throng of centaurs. You filthy, lowly mongrels dare to command me? The centaurs dashed through the woods, evading the green beams Voldemort unleashed, while returning fire with their arrows. Seizing the opportunity while Voldemort was occupied, Amanta rolled over and scrambled to her feet, retrieving her wand with her other hand. She glanced at her left hand, now numb and bloodied, seemingly fractured. However, what mattered more was she peered at the space where Draco lay and cautiously retreated until she was out of Voldemort's reach. She carefully made her way to the area behind Draco. He lay silently on the ground, curled up in a fetal position. Draco! Draco! Amanta crouched down, gently shaking his shoulder and patting his face. Yet, Draco remained with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as parchment, utterly unresponsive. His lips had turned a ghastly gray, and had it not been for the faint warmth of his body, he would have appeared entirely lifeless. Amanta leaned down, pressing her cheek against his chest. His heartbeat was weak and intermittent, barely audible. Draco might be on the brink of death. Amanta's fingers felt icy, her lips trembling slightly. No, there must be a way. Suddenly, she remembered. The blood of the unicorn could sustain life. She turned her gaze toward the unicorn lying in a pool of its own blood not far away. She crouched low and quietly approached the unicorn, which, sensing her presence, opened its gentle, moonlit eyes, its long silver lashes glistening with crystalline tears, exuding an aura of sorrow and beauty. To slay a unicorn and drink its blood would bring about an eternal curse. Episki, Episki. Amanta whispered the incantation, casting it twice as the unicorn's wounds gradually healed, restoring much of its vitality. Struggling with her wand in her right hand, she recited the healing spell multiple times until the unicorn's wounds were nearly invisible. The unicorn gazed at Amanta with gratitude. Fortunately, the unicorn's injuries were not too severe. Amanta discovered that its inability to move was primarily due to 2 fractured hind legs. Once the healing was complete, Amanta sighed in relief. She had expended a significant amount of magical energy with the numerous healing spells, leaving her somewhat exhausted. She collected a pool of the unicorn's silvery blood from the ground. Though it was from the earth, in such a dire moment, Draco surely would not mind. Amanta grasped Draco's chin, gently feeding him the unicorn's blood. As the silvery liquid flowed down his throat, the color began to return to Draco's face. Vitality slowly seeping back into his features, yet he remained with his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Amanta surveyed the area. The silhouettes of centaurs flickered in the forbidden forest, flames and shadows dancing all around. She needed to find a safe haven. Suddenly, the unicorn stood up, approached her, and knelt before Amanta, lowering its front hooves. Under the unicorn's gentle gaze, Amanta understood its intent. She used her elbow to leverage Draco's armpit, exerting all her strength to drag him onto the unicorn's back, feeling as if her fractured left arm had become utterly useless. Then, she climbed up herself. The unicorn glanced back at the chaotic scene of Voldemort and the centaurs battling amidst the raging flames, then swiftly bolted toward the far side of the forbidden forest. It ran as swiftly as lightning, leaving everything in its wake. The deafening fire, the centaur's roars, and Voldemort's spells all vanished within a minute. The unicorn ultimately came to a stop by a gentle stream, where it crouched down and delicately placed Amanta and Draco upon the grassy bank. It then approached the water's edge, bending down to sip the cool, flowing waters. Bathed in the moonlight, the unicorn shimmered ethereally, resembling a sprite from the depths of the enchanted forest. Amanta stepped closer, caressing its long, silvery horn, and murmured, "Thank you." The unicorn appeared to comprehend her words, nodding in response. With a graceful toss of its dazzling white mane, it vanished from Amanta's sight like a flash of lightning. Draco seemed to finally awaken, lying weakly on the grass as he opened his eyes. "Amanta, what are you doing here? Have I died, or am I merely dreaming?" he muttered to himself. Amanta hurried over, crouching beside him to assess his condition. She rested her head against Draco's chest, listening to his heartbeat. The unicorn's blood indeed possessed potent magical properties. Barely moments after he had ingested it, Draco's heart began to beat steadily and robustly. Upon hearing the reassuring rhythm of his heartbeat, she clasped her mouth in joy and enveloped Draco in an embrace. "This is wonderful." Draco, flustered and at a loss for words, instinctively raised a hand to gently pat her back. "Amanta, is it truly you? How did you end up here? What about Voldemort? Where are we?" He seemed to regain some composure, hastily bombarding her with questions. Yet, after the harrowing escape and confirming Draco's safety, Amanta felt the tension within her dissipate. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she found herself unable to think clearly, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. Draco furrowed his brow, attempting to prop himself up. But as he did so, he gasped, "Your hand?" Amanta suddenly realized she had neglected to heal her left hand amid the chaos. She picked up her wand and murmured the incantation, Episki. The spell drained her last reserves of energy and willpower. She watched as the flesh on her left hand slowly mended, only to be engulfed by a wave of darkness, plunging her consciousness into chaos. Chapter 52. The Arrival of Harry and Firenze. The sound of hooves thundered against the ground, sending tremors through the earth, while the angry roars of centaurs echoed in the air. Fire blazed everywhere. Flames surged toward the heavens, crackling and releasing an acrid scent that filled the atmosphere. At the heart of the turmoil lay a clearing illuminated by the cold, blue glow of the moon, stark and serene. Draco lay motionless at its center. With limbs heavy as lead, Amanta trudged step by step toward him. Draco's body felt frigid, his complexion an unnaturally pale hue. His gray pupils were unfocused, resembling a fog that lingered before the dawn. Merlin, Voldemort rasped, uttering her name in a hushed tone. She swiftly turned, confronted by a ghastly, pallid face. The visage, reminiscent of a corpse, bore eyes that gleamed like freshly spilled blood. At once, her left hand felt as if 1,000 bees had stung it, tingling and aching, as though the flesh was about to peel away from the bone. The face twisted grotesquely, resembling a lake's surface disturbed by raindrops, erupting into a chilling, maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Ah, Amanta gasped, her heart racing as she jolted awake, eyes wide open. Oh, Amanta, you're awake. Draco, seated beside her, seemed startled and quickly released her hand. She realized that he had been holding her hand all along. Slowly, she sat up and examined her left hand. Aside from a dislocated bone in her ring finger, it was nearly restored to normalcy. Draco, were you just trying to heal me? Yes. You fainted right after casting the healing spell last night. I haven't learned any healing spells yet. I just heard you recite the incantation and tried to prolong it. Draco replied, his face drawn and eyelids reddened, struggling to catch his breath as though he had expended all his strength. You didn't try it all night, did you? Amanta asked, both amused and concerned as she gazed at him. Draco awkwardly averted his gaze. Of course not. I just woke up. Amanta raised an eyebrow. Very well. She lifted her hand and cast another healing spell on her left hand. Episki. A warm, gentle light enveloped her, and with a satisfying crack, her ring finger was completely restored. I know you must have numerous questions, but there's no hurry, she said, retrieving a hefty stack of rock cakes that Hagrid had insisted they take the previous day from the Philosopher's Stone. She handed several to Draco. Let's start with this. I'm already famished. Ugh. She had underestimated the potency of the rock cakes. One bite nearly shattered her teeth. However, soon both were silently chewing. No longer dismissing Hagrid's culinary endeavors as they had the day before, they had expended too much energy and desperately needed to replenish. By now, the sun had risen high in the sky. Amanta surveyed their surroundings. Judging by the shadows cast by the sunlight on the trees, it was likely around noon. Given the commotion they had caused the previous day, it was improbable that they had not attracted attention from outside the Forbidden Forest. It seemed the professors had yet to locate them. The unicorn must have brought them deep into the forest, to a place it deemed safe. Can you still walk? Amanta inquired, observing the stream's course. This creek likely led to the Black Lake. If they followed it, they might reach Hogwarts before nightfall, assuming fortune favored them. I believe so, Draco replied, mustering his strength and attempting to rise. Yet as he stood, his legs trembled uncontrollably, resembling strands of overcooked noodles, utterly devoid of power. The Cruciatus Curse was deemed one of the 3 unforgivable curses due to its malevolence and terrifying potency, particularly the Cruciatus Curse, which served solely to torment its victim, rendering them in unbearable agony. Draco had endured 2 successive applications of the Cruciatus Curse from Voldemort the day prior, compounded by having been force-fed an unknown potion by Quirrell. Without the unicorn's blood from yesterday, it would have been nearly impossible for Draco to survive. Amanta supported him as they staggered forward a few steps. But soon they had to concede defeat. Draco was no longer concerned about his robes getting dirty. He collapsed onto the grass with a weary sigh. At this rate, we might take several days to return. Amanta sighed, sitting down beside him as she fiddled with her wand. The midday sun shone brightly, and she wondered if anyone could see sparks shooting into the sky from their location. More importantly, if the professors did not see them, it could inadvertently attract Voldemort's and Quirrell's attention, which would be dire. Let us rest for a moment. Beneath the warm autumn sunlight, the depths of the Forbidden Forest did not appear as ominous as they had the night before. Seated upon the slightly yellowed grass, they heard nothing but the gentle babbling of the stream. Amanta recounted the events of the previous day to Draco in brief. He sat with his eyelids partially lowered, gazing silently at the stream in the distance, an indescribable emotion flickering in his eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Amanta, thank you. However, please refrain from taking such risks in the future, otherwise, you might. He left the sentence unfinished. Amanta shrugged, but I'm perfectly fine. No. Draco clenched his fists, a faint flush of color rising to his cheeks, as if he were suppressing some inner turmoil. Amanta, Draco. Suddenly, a boy's clear voice echoed from a distance. It was Harry. Amanta quickly rose to her feet and called out towards the source of the voice. A handsome centaur came galloping towards them from the nearby forest. He boasted a mane of platinum hair, with a lower body of a light golden horse, adorned with a long, silvery mane cascading behind him. As he approached, Harry leaped down from his back, expressing his gratitude to the centaur. Thank you, Firenze. Firenze shook his head, his striking blue eyes shimmering like brilliant sapphires. Things have been quite unsettled lately. You should leave this place promptly. Amanta sighed. But Draco is unable to stand at the moment. Only then did Harry notice Draco sitting on the ground, his face ashen, offering a faint smile that seemed to hint at his precarious state. Draco? What happened to you? Harry exclaimed in shock, rushing towards Draco to assess his condition. Amanta turned to Forenza and asked, Forenza, could you do us a favor? Speak, he replied. Her expression turned serious as she inquired, Have you seen our professor? If possible, please inform them that we are here. Thank you. Of course, Forenza replied, gracefully retreating into the woods, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 53. The Despair Potion of Hallucinations. Amanta walked back towards Draco and Harry. Harry anxiously lifted Draco's long robe and grasped his arms and legs, trying to ascertain if he had sustained any injuries. Draco, what on earth happened? Don't move him. He needs to rest, Amanta interjected, pulling Harry's hands away from Draco. He was cursed by Voldemort with the Cruciatus Curse. The Cruciatus Curse? What is that? Harry asked, his eyes wide with confusion. Amanta's face grew grave as she explained the 3 unforgivable curses to Harry, revealing that Neville's parents had been driven insane by the Cruciatus Curse. Harry's complexion drained of color. Oh my God, Draco. He threw himself onto Draco, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down his face. All right, he should be fine for now. Amanta recounted the events of the previous day to Harry in detail, causing his veins to pulse with tension and his eyes to redden. Merlin's beard. Voldemort is truly in Quirrell's head. I can hardly fathom how cruel that is. Thank goodness you are all unharmed. As Harry stretched out his arms again, wishing to embrace them, Amanta noticed the snot dripping from his nose and quickly asked, Harry, why are you here alone? Where are the professors? Harry lowered his arms and began to recall the events from the previous night. I rushed into the castle, eager to find Professor Dumbledore, but as soon as I entered, I collided with Snape. I informed him that Voldemort was in the Forbidden Forest trying to kill a unicorn to drink its blood. Snape had initially dismissed him entirely, telling him not to think that such nonsense would draw anyone's attention and ordered him to return to the Slytherin dormitory. However, as they walked down the corridor, flames suddenly erupted from the Forbidden Forest, quickly engulfing a patch of sky in crimson. Snape shot him a glare before swiftly alerting several professors to head over. I followed them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid emerged, completely unaware of the situation and having not seen any of you. I grabbed Snape and shouted, Amanta and Draco are missing. Snape pushed me away, and they all ventured inside. I waited outside for nearly the entire night, managing to dodge Filch's patrols a few times, but as dawn approached, no one had emerged from within. Harry glanced towards the direction where Forenza had disappeared, seemingly pondering whether he would return. I thought about going in to find you, but not long after, I got lost in the woods. Thankfully, I encountered Forenza later. He told me he had seen 2 human children by the stream, and he helped me find you. Amanta tapped his forehead. You should have stayed outside. It's far too dangerous in there. What if you had run into Voldemort? Harry retorted, You all went in. What was I supposed to do? I was worried about whether you were with Voldemort. Amanta shook her head, relieved that he was unharmed. Who knows where Voldemort and Quirrell are now? Just as she finished speaking, Forenza returned, accompanied by Professor McGonagall and Quirrell. I expect an explanation for your actions once we return to the castle. Professor McGonagall appeared angrier than the last time Harry had seen her on a broomstick, pointing her wand towards the sky and conjuring a massive Gryffindor emblem to mark their location. After thanking Forenza, he swiftly departed. Quirrell, meanwhile, trailed behind Professor McGonagall, peering at them with a nervous tilt of his head. Miss Granger and Mr. Potter and Malfoy, I have finally found you. His speech had reverted to its usual stuttering. Amanta noticed he was not wearing his hood or that enormous scarf. Upon seeing Quirrell, Draco's face drained of color and sheer terror. Amanta quickly signaled to Draco and Harry. Harry, bewildered, glanced at Quirrell and whispered to Amanta, Wasn't it Quirrell's head? Amanta made a gesture to sneak away. Harry nodded in realization. You. Draco pointed at Professor Quirrell, his face a mask of fear, emitting raspy breaths. Professor McGonagall looked at him in confusion. Malfoy, what is the matter? Quirrell's presence seemed to trigger a panic in Draco. He propped himself up on the grass, continuously retreating, hands scratching at his hair. Fear had hollowed out his eyes, which were clouded, as if he were perceiving something entirely different. Amanta suddenly recalled the potion Quirrell had forced Draco to consume the day before. The green potion, created by Voldemort, capable of inducing agony and hallucinations. Could it possibly be the Despair Potion? It was a concoction specifically devised by Voldemort to protect the locket, inflicting immense suffering and inducing vivid hallucinations on those who drank it. She hoped that Snape would have a solution upon his arrival. She and Harry each took hold of one of Draco's shoulders, straining to restrain his erratic movements. Soon, Snape, Hagrid, and Professor Flitwick hurriedly arrived. Snape approached Draco, gazing at the convulsing boy with an expression of pity, yet his words were devoid of compassion. Ah, how utterly pathetic, my dear pupil. Just imagining Lucius witnessing you in this foolish state fills me with an irresistible urge to present you to him for his viewing pleasure. Severus, what on earth is happening to him? Professor McGonagall inquired. Snape leaned closer to Draco, inhaling near his mouth. It seems he has inadvertently ingested a peculiar potion. And I believe I have discerned the antidote. Let us first transport him to the dungeon. A few professors directed their wands at Draco, levitating him to proceed ahead. Amanta and Harry followed closely behind, their expressions filled with concern for Draco, who was ensnared in a tormenting hallucination. They kept their distance from Quirrell, who lurked nearby. Hagrid trailed behind, leading Fong, who occasionally approached to lick Amanta and Harry's palms. It is a relief to see you both unharmed. Though the events of yesterday remain a mystery, the path was strewn with traces of unicorn blood, yet the unicorn itself was nowhere to be seen. The centaurs, too, were angrier than I have ever witnessed. They were utterly incredulous of our words. We exerted considerable effort to persuade them to allow us to extinguish the fire. Amanta cleared her throat awkwardly. Thankfully, they attributed the igniting of the Forbidden Forest entirely to Voldemort, and they abide by a code against harming younglings. Otherwise, before the professors could locate them today, the centaurs might have scattered their ashes to the wind. Hagrid scratched his beard. After returning you, I shall indulge in a much-needed rest. It will not be too late to recount the events to me then. You are all relatively trustworthy children, are you not? Chapter 54, Arrival at Snape's Office. This is Snape's office. The surrounding shelves are densely packed with an array of vials and jars, each filled with various potion ingredients. The air thick with the bitter aroma of concoctions blending into a pungent scent. Draco lay on the hard sofa in the center of the office, his lips pale and his forehead damp with sweat. Amanta and Harry anxiously observed the unconscious Draco. Is he all right? Well, he would likely fare better if it weren't for your two little trolls' interruptions. Snape shook a purple-brown glass vial in his hand, pouring its contents into a steaming cauldron, skillfully chopping black beetle eyes into fragments. Since you insist on lingering here to disrupt a potions master's diligent work, I shall find you something to occupy yourselves. Potter, come here and extract 5 milliliters of flobberworm mucus into this vial. Harry stared in horror at the writhing mass of brown worms, swallowing hard. Professor, may I do something else? Certainly, you may leave this instant. I do not welcome idlers here. Resigned, Harry plunged his hand into the squirming mass, gingerly attempting to extract the slime into the vial. The green mucus immediately splattered across his face, causing him to yelp and fall backward onto the floor. Amanta stifled a laugh, her lips twitching. Snape's dark glare swept over, clearly displeased by the presence of another idler. Merlin, go grind the horn of a bicorn into powder. Harry shot a resentful glance at Amanta, muttering, why does she get to grind the bicorn horn while I have to extract flobberworm mucus? Potter, has no one ever informed you that complaining about others is a display of rudeness? Harry silently closed his mouth, resolutely squeezing the flobberworm. As Amanta ground the bicorn horn, she cast glances at Draco, who seemed trapped in a painful nightmare. Even though Snape had administered a sedative, it merely quelled his physical convulsions temporarily. His face occasionally contorted with expressions of struggle, making it difficult to fathom the torment he endured. The Draught of Despair was a potion meticulously crafted by Voldemort, concocted from a myriad of potion ingredients, known for its extreme complexity and potent effects. Had it not been for the presence of a master potioneer before them, Draco would likely have endured further suffering. Snape added the final ingredient to the cauldron and stirred it clockwise for a minute. Little trolls, while we await your friend's awakening, enlighten me about the events of yesterday. Harry eagerly recounted the details Amanta had shared with him, embellishing the narrative with fervor. Professor, Quirrell and Voldemort are in league. Voldemort is parasitically residing in Quirrell's head. They plotted to kill us, to slay the unicorn. Their aim is to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Snape furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Yet your suspicions regarding a professor's allegiance are baseless. But Amanta and Draco witnessed it with their own eyes. Moreover, if it were not for Voldemort, how could Draco be in such a state? Potter, I must remind you that when in the woods today, Quirrell was neither wearing a scarf nor a hood. Voldemort must have temporarily possessed another host. Harry exclaimed urgently. Snape's icy gaze slid from Harry's face. In truth, what you assert is not entirely unfounded. Quirrell has been acting suspiciously. He was not summoned to the Forbidden Forest yesterday, yet he appeared here today. I also find it hard to believe that you, mere first-year students, possess the capability to cast an unforgivable curse or ascertain the source of this potion. Harry's face lit up with delight. So, Professor, you believe us. Splendid. We must swiftly apprehend Professor Quirrell and locate Voldemort. However, based solely on the testimony of a few first-year students and your unfounded conjectures, it is difficult not to be perceived as fabricating accusations. Snape doused his enthusiasm with cold water. You cannot even prove Voldemort's existence. No one believes he still lives and has infiltrated the safest place in all of England, Hogwarts. Harry, his cherubic cheeks puffed in frustration, contemplated for a considerable time before declaring, I wish to see Professor Dumbledore. He must have a way. Dumbledore is out. I have already informed him of this matter in writing, Amanta sighed, rubbing her temples. Snape's reasoning was not without merit. In the absence of any evidence, the mere claims of a handful of 11-year-old first-years hold no sway. Even if one student has suffered under dark magic, and he is the heir of the Malfoy family, the crowd would likely turn their gaze upon themselves, assuming they had merely ventured into the forbidden forest and fallen victim to some dark wizard's malice. Rather than considering the existence of Voldemort, should they outright declare that Voldemort was responsible or that he had returned, the panicked masses would only perceive it as an attempt to conceal their own wrongdoing, dismissing them as nonsensical. Just moments ago, as they entered Hogwarts alongside the professors, most students had cast fearful glances in their direction. Their eyes were fixed upon the levitating Draco, shifting between Harry and Amanta with uncertainty. Yet today, their fear silenced them, preventing them from uttering a word. Amanta could already envision the outrageous rumors that would circulate among students during class on Monday. Look at that unfortunate Malfoy, always mingling with Merlin and Potter, nearly losing his life. Clearly, he is cursed by Merlin. How cruel to experiment on friends. Anyone who gets too close is doomed. Snape continued to stir the cauldron, which had transformed into a clear, translucent aquamarine. He extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron, poured the potion into a small vial, and divided the remaining potion into several portions, each contained in small bottles. Remember, administer him a dose each day. Amanta and Harry nodded in agreement. Harry carefully assisted Draco to sit up, while Amanta pinched his chin and gradually poured the potion into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The azure liquid flowed down his throat. And moments later, Draco coughed a few times and slowly began to regain consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he glanced at Amanta and Harry beside him, gradually taking in his surroundings. Draco relaxed and weakly spoke, Godfather Quirrell. Chapter 55. Let us not be friends, shall we? Snape interrupted Draco, saying, Well, I know what you are about to say, but your unfounded accusations against a professor will only lead everyone to suspect that you are the ones at fault. He added, I will write to Lucius shortly, hoping that he will clarify his stance upon receiving my letter, though I do not expect this old fox to do so. Draco, do not act rashly until your father responds. Draco's face turned pale. He understood his position in his father's eyes. Yet, his father bore the weight of the entire Malfoy family. For the sake of the family, for him and his mother, his father had sacrificed so much. He was uncertain how his father would decide. Even if his father chose once more to side with Voldemort, as the heir of the Malfoy family, he would follow without hesitation. To prevent your brains, stuffed with nonsense, from turning into complete mush due to this setback, I will explain the situation to the other professors. You two keep a close watch on Draco. Do not let him step on anything needlessly again. After uttering this, Snape turned and began brewing other potions, leaving them with his cold, silent back. However, Amanta subtly sensed the concern hidden beneath the professor's harsh words. Amanta and Harry each took an arm of Draco and guided him back to the Slytherin common room. Along the way, they faced numerous disdainful glances filled with malice. As they passed a long corridor lined with suits of armor, they caught sight of Ron and Seamus glaring at them. Ron's gaze towards Draco was tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Look at that arrogant Malfoy, insisting on mingling with such unsavory company. Now look where it has gotten him. His father will likely have to visit St. Mungo's to see him. Amanda shot back, I hope you can show some respect to Draco. Since arriving at Hogwarts, she had not witnessed Draco, unlike in the original storyline, taunting and provoking Gryffindors on a regular basis. Perhaps it was simply because they were too busy, and Draco had yet to find the time. She drew her wand and aimed it at Ron. Ron's face flushed instantly. And you, Merlin, don't think I'll be afraid just because you dare to use dark magic. Is that so? Amanta retorted, Rictus Sempra? Ron, not to be outdone, raised his wand but forgot the incantation. Damn, how does that spell go? He was struck by Amanta's tickling charm, doubling over with laughter, struggling to catch his breath. Ha ha. Ahaha. Seamus hurriedly grabbed him. Ron, what is wrong with you? Harry let out a chuckle, and even Draco couldn't help but smile. Let us go, Amanta urged, concerned they might be caught by some professor or Filch for using magic in the corridor. They quickly escorted Draco back to the Slytherin common room, where the occupants cast curious glances in their direction. They regarded Draco with sympathy while eyeing Amanta and Harry warily. Amanta and Harry swiftly found a sofa tucked away in a corner and settled Draco down. Incendio. Amanta cast a fire-making spell at the nearby fireplace, and the flames instantly illuminated the hearth, dispelling the dungeon's chill. Blaze approached, furrowing his brow as he regarded Draco. Draco, what happened? Thank Merlin. I'm fine, Draco replied, though his already pale complexion had taken on a notably sickly gray hue, and his weakness was evident as he leaned on Harry and Amanta for support. This response did not satisfy Blaise. I heard you encountered something dreadful in that forest. What exactly happened? I heard you were attacked by a dark wizard? And why were you even in the Forbidden Forest? Blaise peppered him with questions, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Blaise, you're being too nosy. I never realized you were so gossipy, Draco shot back. Blaise shrugged. My mother sent me to check on you. It's her business. Besides, we've known each other for ages. Can't I show some concern? He was attacked by Vold. Harry began, but Amanta quickly covered his mouth. I'm sorry, but Draco's situation cannot be disclosed to too many people for now. He was harmed by an evil wizard, and that's all we can share at this moment. All right then, I'll relay that to her, Blaise replied, shrugging as he patted Draco's shoulder. Get better soon. After Blaise departed, Crabbe and Goyle approached, offering Draco a meat pie and a cup of hot chocolate, chewing their remaining syrup pies while looking at him with sympathy. Draco, you're all right, That's good, Goyle mumbled. My dad sent me to check on you. You seem okay, Crabbe added, sipping his pumpkin juice. Thanks to you, Draco said, starting to feel a bit exasperated. Crabbe and Goyle fell silent and wandered off to continue eating. After they left, Harry eyed the meat pie in Draco's hand with longing, licking his lips eagerly. Draco, feeling irritated, shoved the pie into Harry's hands. Here, you eat it. I'm not really in the mood. Really? Harry exclaimed, delighted. He hadn't eaten anything all night plus the entire morning, and he eagerly devoured the meat pie. Amanta gently tapped Harry on the head. You seem a bit down, she ventured to ask Draco, perhaps guessing the reason for his mood. Draco rested his chin on one hand, seemingly lost in thought, unconsciously rubbing the family crest ring on his thumb. Amanta's question broke his reverie, and he paused for a moment, as if contemplating deeply before turning to face them. He took a deep breath, lightly furrowing his brow. Amanta, Harry, I truly appreciate your help, but it's best if you keep your distance from me moving forward. Draco's tone was cold, suggesting he wished to sever their ties. What? Harry set down the meat pie in shock. Draco, how can you say that? You know how much Amanta and I care about your safety. No, this has nothing to do with that. Let us not be friends, shall we? Draco. Harry's voice was weak, his green eyes pleading as they looked at Draco. Chapter 56. Positions may not truly differ. Draco, are you worried that your father Lucius will side with Voldemort? Amanta asked abruptly. These words struck a chord deep within Draco's heart. As he gazed at Amanta and Harry, his eyes clouded with confusion. With a heavy, bitter sigh, he spoke. If my father were to learn of the Dark Lord's resurrection, the Malfoy family might once again align with him, and I would be compelled to follow my father's choices. As the heir of the Malfoy lineage, I must first embody Malfoy before I can be Draco. Harry grasped his shoulder with urgency. But what of it? You can still be our friend, can't you? We know you are not willingly compliant. Draco shook his head despondently, his gaze dim. Amanta, you are the descendant of Merlin, rallying Slytherin to oppose the Dark Lord. Harry, you are the boy who lived, and he will undoubtedly seek you out to exact vengeance for the events of 11 years past. You walk so closely with me that the Dark Lord will likely exploit my connection to you, even threatening my family. I do not wish for my family, nor for you, to suffer harm. Amanta recalled that yesterday, Voldemort indeed intended for Draco to find an opportunity to eliminate her, thereby demonstrating the Malfoy's loyalty. It was no wonder that Draco bore such a heavy psychological burden. Amanta took Harry by the arm. Draco, I respect your choice. Harry looked at Amanta incredulously. Amanta, how can you? His expression was one of disbelief, to which Amanta shook her head. However, things are not entirely without hope. Do not think so negatively. How can you be certain that your father will choose Voldemort? Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Amanta, I knew you would have a perspective. Amanta shook her head once more. Of course, I cannot be certain. It is merely speculation. Voldemort is currently so weak that he lacks a physical form and can only possess Quirrell. The Malfoy family would not make such an unwise choice. Draco sighed. But my father has always been adept at hedging his bets. She extended her hand, covering Draco's anxious fingers as they rubbed together. Aligning with Voldemort is the most perilous path. He is skilled in tormenting and threatening others. Following him would only plunge the Malfoy family into danger. And Voldemort, he requires your influence, needs your father's standing in the Ministry of Magic, and seeks your estate as a stronghold. Thus, he can only intimidate you with his power to achieve his aims. Yet, he currently lacks such formidable strength. I believe your father, Lucius, has his own plans. She had an inkling that this time, Lucius would not side with Voldemort, at least not for the moment. Another unspoken reason lay beneath her thoughts. The Malfoys have always prioritized family. Their kin status surpasses all else. In the original narrative, during their 6th year, Voldemort threatened Draco's parents, compelling him to repeatedly attempt to assassinate Dumbledore. At that time, Draco's yearning for Voldemort had already begun to wane, leading him to refrain from identifying Harry in front of the Death Eaters. Draco's mother, Narcissa, had sworn an unbreakable vow for Draco's sake, concealing from Voldemort the fact that Harry was still alive, which indirectly contributed to Voldemort's ultimate downfall. Without the assistance of the Malfoy family, they might have acted solely for their own sake and their family. However, without them, Harry might not have been so fortunate as to survive until the Battle of Hogwarts. Moreover, the Malfoy family, prior to the impending conflict at Hogwarts, also switched their allegiance and departed from the battlefield. Everything they did was for the sake of family. Nothing is more important than kin. This time, even before Voldemort successfully regained his corporeal form, he sought to use Draco to threaten Lucius. Fueled by his hatred for Lucius's betrayal, wishing for his son to experience the bitterness of treachery, Draco endured torment at Voldemort's hands, nearly losing his life in the process. Lucius would evidently not so easily profess loyalty to Voldemort, especially since Voldemort's current power was insufficient to instill such fear in them. They only wished to protect Draco, while Voldemort's intentions were entirely contrary. It seemed that Professor Quirrell's fervent piety had rendered Voldemort oblivious to the fact that he was no longer as powerful as he had been decades prior. Amanta was indeed correct. Harry clapped Draco's shoulder vigorously. Voldemort is merely a monster that needs to latch onto something, a wraith, devoid of Quirrell. He cannot even wield a wand. Draco, if your family so readily chooses to serve such a creature, spare me the disdain. The words exchanged between them sparked a flicker of resolve within Draco. The light seemed to return to his countenance. Perhaps it was because my father had once fervently followed Voldemort that I failed to grasp this truth. He sighed. Nevertheless, let us wait until tomorrow morning to see my father's reply. Early the next morning, Lucius's response largely confirmed Amanta's suspicions. Holding the letter, Draco felt a wave of joy wash over him. Snape's potion had taken effect swiftly. Aside from feeling slightly fatigued, he had nearly regained his strength. He passed the letter down the long table for Harry and Amanta to see. My dear little dragon, I have heard everything from Severus. Thank Merlin my little dragon is safe. If anything else arises, you must inform Severus promptly. I have procured several vials of restorative potions. Remember to take them on time. I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt, as a father, for failing to protect you, even causing you harm in the process. Narcissa is also very worried about you. She cried throughout the night and could not sleep. Please write back and detail your current situation. Please extend my thanks to your good friends Amanta and Harry, especially Amanta. Without her, the ink had smudged slightly, the ornate script becoming somewhat distorted. I cannot bear to think of what might have happened had he dared to harm my son. The handwriting had become completely chaotic, indicating the writer's agitation. Your loving father, Lucius Malfoy. Though Lucius's letter did not explicitly reveal his stance, his attitude spoke volumes. Along with the letter came several exquisitely packaged potions, 3 small gift boxes, and a large bag of snacks, as well as some extraordinary fruits whose names they could not discern. Draco pushed the packages across the table towards Amanta and Harry, eagerly extracting a quill to pen his reply. Chapter 57. The Crest Brooch with Protective Functions. Harry was elated. I knew it. This is simply marvelous. He gleefully tore open a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the pile of snacks. But upon tossing one into his mouth, he let out a yelp and spat it out. Merlin's beard. I swear this tastes like boogers. This one has my name on it. And yours and Harry's too. We each have one. Amanta picked up one of the gift boxes, which bore a note inscribed with her name. Can I open it? Oh, I am curious about what my father sent us. Let us take a look. Amanta unwrapped the box, revealing a small object wrapped in green satin. As she unfurled the fabric, an exquisitely crafted serpent-shaped brooch emerged, adorned with a capital letter M. What is this? A brooch? Amanta picked up the brooch, its intricate design hinting at complexity, while the pin clasp at the back suggested a certain practicality. However, the faint aura of magic emanating from it led her to believe it was far from ordinary. No, that's not right. It is. Draco lifted his own, identical to Harry's. He held the brooch up to the light for inspection. This was not merely a decorative piece. It was also a form of protective gear. Protective gear? Indeed, a charm-repelling brooch. While standard protective items could deflect minor spells and hexes, this particular brooch boasted enhanced efficacy, still effective against certain dark magics. Upon hearing this, Harry promptly fastened the brooch to his chest. The emblem depicted the Malfoy family crest. It seemed their fathers had bestowed upon them a treasured heirloom from the Malfoy vaults. Draco scoffed slightly, noting that the contents of that vault were something his father had allowed him to glimpse only a few times. Amanta also secured the brooch to her attire. Although she felt no immediate difference, psychologically, she felt considerably more at ease. Even if it might not guard against the unforgivable curses, at least she would not fear an errant hex flying toward her in the corridors. Lucius had given them such a precious gift, likely not only out of gratitude, but also to ensure their safety and to encourage them to look after Draco. Yet, they might have forgotten that they remained the center of attention in the Great Hall today. Each day, Hogwarts students closely observed the latest developments concerning the Slytherin trio. However, it appeared that today, the long table was less populated than usual. Perhaps it was due to the weekend, or perhaps the spectacle from the previous day had intimidated them. Or maybe they were wary of encountering Merlin and Harry. In any case, the breakfast crowd was sparse, yet those present still discreetly followed the trio with their peripheral vision. Upon witnessing them collectively don the brooch, aside from the Slytherin table, many could not help but exchange glances. That item appeared to be the Malfoy family crest. Ron elbowed Seamus and Neville, gesturing for them to look. They seemed to be on good terms. After all, the Malfoys had gifted them something from their home. Seamus remarked objectively. Neville, in a state of shock, responded, "Didn't you say yesterday that Merlin had tormented Malfoy with dark magic until he was unrecognizable?" He recalled how Seamus had supported a cackling Ron back to the Gryffindor common room the day before, where Fred and George had teased Ron relentlessly until Percy finally intervened. Following that, Ron had fumed in their dormitory, even threatening to study dark curses in the library to retaliate against them. Ahem. Ron felt his cheeks redden as he struggled to clarify his stance. Actually, Seamus and I thought that when we saw them bringing Malfoy back. It might not be as you imagined. Neville nodded, somewhat dazed. Honestly, I don't think they're that scary. Remember during potions class on Friday when I accidentally melted Seamus's cauldron? The dreadful corrosive potion spilled everywhere, burning a huge hole in my shoe. But Merlin managed to clean it up just in time. Cedric, sitting behind them with his back turned, overheard their conversation and turned around from the Hufflepuff table to join in. I believe Harry is a kind and upright person. And Amanta leaves me with an impression of gentleness, politeness, and a passion for learning. As for Draco, I don't know him well, but he strikes me as a spoiled young master, though not inherently bad. Cedric shook his head with a touch of exasperation. Yet, they remained unconvinced, stubbornly believing only what they wished to see. Ron's face flushed deeper, and he hastily shifted the topic. Cough, they always seem to stir up trouble. What happened in the Forbidden Forest that day? How did they end up in there? Who turned Malfoy into that state? I don't understand why the professors want to tell us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be left to speculate wildly. I believe I am under no obligation to explain such matters to you, Weasley. A deep, smooth voice slithered over Ron's shoulder like a snake. I am quite displeased to see you discussing such mundane gossip instead of enriching your mind on your day off. Especially when there might be something other than slugs occupying your brain. 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape stood coldly behind Ron, as naturally as ever, deducting points from Gryffindor. He then lifted his robes and strode toward the Slytherin table. Ron stared in shock at Seamus and Neville, who had already adopted a serious demeanor while eating. When did he arrive? Why didn't you warn me? The two pretended to eat earnestly in silence. Snape approached Amanta, Draco, and Harry, coolly delivering a remark before heading toward the staff table. Draco, and you two little trolls, come see me after breakfast. Yes, Godfather. Yes, Professor. What do you think Professor Snape wants to discuss with us? Harry inquired. Amanta shook her head. I'm not quite sure. It could be about Draco's father. Or perhaps concerning Voldemort or Dumbledore. We'll find out soon enough. Harry lowered his gaze, speaking softly to the two, clearly anxious. Speaking of Snape. That night we were waiting outside the Forbidden Forest, I suddenly came to a realization. Amanta looked at him with keen interest. What did you realize? Although Snape has a terrible temper and treats me poorly, when I think of what my father and his friends did to him, I can somewhat understand. Harry seemed to recall something, his tone melancholic. His situation reminds me of my own. I was often bullied by Dudley and his friends, as well as the Dursleys. But then I came to Hogwarts and made friends with you all. But what about Snape? He has always been isolated, bullied, comes from a poor background, and even now, he has no friends and no family. Chapter 58, Dumbledore's Long-Term Schemes. They once again found themselves in Snape's dim, cramped underground office. Godfather, what did you want to discuss with us? Draco spoke first. This morning, I received a letter from Lucius. It seems this old fox still stands with Hogwarts for the time being. Well, but the reason I called you here today is different. Snape, while conversing, remained at his desk, stirring a potion. Amanta surveyed the surroundings. The office was as sparse as the Slytherin dormitory and, upon closer inspection, revealed no personal belongings, just potions, ingredients, and a collection of seemingly arcane books. First, my dear godson, your father wishes for you to steer clear of these matters regarding the Dark Lord. He wants you to stay as far from danger as possible. Draco fell silent for a moment. Yes, Godfather. As for you, Merlin and Potter, do not involve yourselves any further in affairs concerning the Dark Lord. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. No one can harm you here under Dumbledore's watchful eye, unless you seek your own demise. Harry interjected eagerly, but Professor, Voldemort wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. And he has already infiltrated once. Amanta coolly remarked, Professor, the Philosopher's Stone is located in the corridor on the right on the 4th floor, isn't it? She fixated intently on Snape's sharp eyebrows, seeking to glean some insight from them, while he regarded her with an icy stare. Given that the opening feast had declared that area a forbidden zone, she surmised that obstacles must have been established there. However, could they truly deter Voldemort? What if she pivoted her argument? If even we, a handful of first-year students, could not be stopped? What made them so certain that these barriers could hold back the Dark Lord? After safely returning to the dormitory last night, she restructured her thoughts. Just a few days ago, during that afternoon tea at Hagrid's hut, the three of them had deliberated on their plan to venture into the corridor on the 4th floor. While she had not divulged the exact nature of the challenges within the corridor to Draco and Harry, she was already aware of the original narrative and the trials faced by the original trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Yet, as the calm settled, she found herself increasingly uneasy about something amiss. The original plot had constrained her thinking. A bold hypothesis began to form. If she, Harry, and Draco were to break into the 4th floor corridor, the challenges they encountered might not merely consist of finding keys, playing wizard's chess, or solving potion logic puzzles. It was probable that the obstacles in that corridor were not designed to thwart Voldemort at all. After all, the little tricks laid by Dumbledore and the professors could hardly stop even a few first-year students, let alone Quirrell and Voldemort. If Quirrell and Voldemort were to employ dark magic to violently bypass those barriers, it would undoubtedly be accomplished with greater ease. Even within the original narrative, Quirrell had outpaced the trio and reached the final challenge unscathed. The only true deterrent to Voldemort obtaining the Philosopher's Stone was the Mirror of Erist. And only Harry could retrieve the stone from that mirror. Even Harry's obsession with the mirror during the Christmas period seemed orchestrated by Dumbledore, deliberately gifting him the invisibility cloak so that he would wander aimlessly while cloaked. And placing the Mirror of Erist in an empty classroom. It appeared that the configuration of challenges on the 4th floor was merely intended to prevent Harry's companions from reaching the end. Each trial was designed to leave one of Harry's friends behind, ensuring that when confronted with Voldemort, only Harry would stand alone. Subsequently, Voldemort would not immediately kill Harry, for he wished to utilize Harry to obtain the stone from the Mirror of Erist, while Harry, of course, sought revenge and aimed to prevent Voldemort from acquiring it. If fortune favored him, Voldemort and Quirrell might perish in the struggle due to the protective charm surrounding Harry. However, in the original storyline, Voldemort had abandoned Quirrell in a moment of crisis, fleeing in panic and thereby narrowly escaping, with only Quirrell meeting a tragic end. She shuddered at her conjecture, a clever ploy to use another's hand to carry out the deed. While she could comprehend Dumbledore's rationale, she was nonetheless deeply shaken by the intricacy of his designs. I suspect those obstacles are not truly meant to stop Voldemort, are they? Dumbledore merely desires to leave us two behind, allowing Harry to face Voldemort alone. She gazed directly into Snape's abyss-like eyes, but his expression remained inscrutable. Miss Merlin, your imagination is truly beyond my reach. Well, she did not expect to uncover any useful information from the expression of Snape, a master of occlumency. Yet she knew that, aside from herself and Draco, the only one genuinely wishing to prevent Harry's demise was Snape. I warn you, you little trolls. If you wish to avoid being consumed by curiosity, do not venture into the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. The Dark Lord cannot possibly obtain the Philosopher's Stone from there. Snape seemed to say nothing yet conveyed everything. However, he was indeed correct. As long as Harry did not enter the 4th floor corridor, Voldemort would never acquire the stone. How could Dumbledore place something as vital as the Philosopher's Stone behind a series of trivial challenges as if it were a mere prize? If Harry did not step into that corridor, he would remain unharmed, and Voldemort would not seize the stone, though the opportunity to confront Voldemort would diminish. Voldemort had temporarily vacated Quirrell, and while it was unclear where he resided now, he could return at any moment. It seemed she must heighten her vigilance henceforth. The experiences they would face were bound to diverge more significantly from the original story. She recognized the importance of mastering more combat spells, as well as wandless and silent magic. Particularly, wandless magic and silent spells could prove decisive in critical moments of combat. Their SO group had a formidable task ahead. Snape glared menacingly at Harry. Especially you, always stirring up trouble, Potter, just like your arrogant father. Harry's face flushed with indignation. Professor, you cannot speak of my father that way, he retorted vehemently. Amanta tugged at Harry's robe from behind, attempting to pull him back. She understood that Snape's warning to Harry about the 4th floor stemmed from concern for his safety. However, Snape's biting words seemed to have the opposite effect. Chapter 59. Harry gifts Snape shampoo. Harry's anger had been thoroughly provoked. He paid no heed to Amanta's gesture, instead charging directly to Snape's desk, hands gripping the surface as he glared at Snape behind it. "Potter, who taught you to speak back to a professor?" Snape sneered. "Oh, it seems you have inherited your father's simplistic, overbearing arrogance. I truly do not understand how the Sorting Hat placed such a sniveling worm in Slytherin." Snape's cold gaze scrutinized Harry's actions, his words listing Harry's flaws like bullets from a gun. Harry bowed his head, his dark hair obscuring his eyes, revealing only the flush of rage on his face, veins bulging on his forehead. Amanta and Draco exchanged glances, both understanding the next course of action from each other's expressions. They needed to swiftly apologize to Snape and remove Harry before he completely infuriated him. However, just as they prepared to approach, Harry, still looking down, muttered, "Professor, I have something I wish to give you." Amanta gasped, and Draco was taken aback as well. What was he thinking? Draco silently mouthed the question. Amanta shrugged, mimicking his silent inquiry. "How should I know?" They watched as Harry, after uttering those words, seemingly conjured a bottle of shampoo from within his robes. It appeared to be no magical hair potion, but rather a bottle of Muggle shampoo. Amanta speculated that Harry had brought it from the Dursleys. Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. "By Merlin's scarf. So that's why you rushed back to the dormitory during dinner." Actually, I brought too much with me at the start of term. I thought you might find it useful, Professor." Harry looked at Snape expectantly, his face reddening as if set ablaze, whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. His thick lashes fluttered, and his vibrant green eyes sparkled. Snape's expression seemed to freeze, as if he had been turned to ice, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Harry. His demeanor remained cold and inscrutable. Harry swallowed hard, unable to suppress his nervousness. Amanta and Draco could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for Harry. They exchanged glances once more. Amanta gestured towards the doorway, and Draco nodded earnestly in response. The two simultaneously lifted their feet, slowly retreating, preparing to vacate the office before being crushed under Snape's oppressive atmosphere. After what seemed like several seconds, Snape's eyebrows twitched as if animated by an unseen force, abruptly shooting upwards. He swiftly turned, leaning in to scrutinize the potion bubbling within the cauldron. Strands of hair cascaded from his shoulders, obscuring his pale, gaunt visage. Do not delude yourself into thinking that presenting gifts to the professor will earn you any favors. The quick smooth potion is far superior to that Muggle shampoo. He bluntly derided Harry once more. Visibly, Harry's bright green eyes dimmed rapidly. "I'm sorry, Professor," he said dejectedly. "Thank you for your kindness, Potter," Snape replied, his voice low and indistinct, as if enveloped in a haze of potion mist. Harry's mouth instantly stretched into a wide grin. "Did you all hear that? Did you hear that, Amanta? Draco, did you hear? Snape actually thanked me. Thanked me." On the way back to the Slytherin common room, Harry incessantly repeated these words, occasionally darting joyfully around them like a chirping little bird. No, that's not quite right. Perhaps a bee would be a more fitting comparison. Although Amanta and Draco were equally astonished by Snape's response, they were beginning to grow weary under Harry's exuberance. "Harry, if you keep repeating that, I might just have to cast a silencing charm on you," Amanta warned, brandishing her wand at him. "No," Harry exclaimed, raising his hands and quickly hiding behind Draco. "I want to say it again, but you don't feel surprised at all." Draco rolled his eyes. My godfather's reaction did indeed astonish me. After all, the sharp-tongued professor usually speaks to my father with no hint of courtesy. Amanda pondered. It was unclear whether it was Harry's enchanting green eyes that had made the difference, or if it was the first genuine concern for his life he had received in years, apart from Lily. Nevertheless, it seemed a positive development. "Harry, your task is to charm Snape and learn some secret potion techniques from him," Amanta said, giving Harry's shoulder a light pat. Upon their return to the Slytherin common room, they found several lower-year students gathered around the notice board at the entrance, blocking the way completely. Amanta reached out, exasperated, attempting to push past the obstructing students. Blaise was also squeezed in, and upon seeing them pass, he called out, "Draco, take a look at this. I guarantee you'll be interested." "What?" Draco glanced casually at the notice board, but his gaze quickly became glued to it. "Harry, Amanta, look." Amanta stood on tiptoe to see over the heads of the students, her eyes drawn to a simple announcement adorned with a picture of an upper-year student riding a broomstick. The student was soaring through the air, gleefully waving at them and blowing a kiss. Announcement: starting next Thursday afternoon, Slytherin and Gryffindor will share a flying lesson. Rolanda Hooch. September 8th, 1991. "We're going to have flying lessons," Harry exclaimed joyfully. Amanta was delighted to see he had stopped repeating Snape's words, though he immediately launched into an enthusiastic discussion about Quidditch, bombarding Amanta and Draco with questions about broomstick riding. Amanta shrugged. "I don't think it's anything noteworthy. Just sit on it and go with the flow." Harry looked somewhat vexed. "Well, you're a genius in this regard," I should ask Draco instead. Amanta sighed in relief. Fortunately, Draco seemed to relish the attention. He raised his chin haughtily, first extolling his own flying skills, then, like a seasoned Quidditch player, passionately advising Harry on the nuances of riding a broomstick. First, once you get on, you need to kick off hard. The harder, the better. Harry nodded, somewhat confused. But what if I kick off and it doesn't lift? Chapter 60, Spreading Rumors About Quirrell. While I believe your flying skills are undoubtedly inferior to mine, I am confident that even a fool like Neville can manage to take to the skies. Amanta sat on the emerald velvet sofa in the common room, resting her chin on her hand as she listened to Draco's animated discourse. She wondered what expression would grace Draco's face when he discovered Harry was also a flying prodigy during their flying lesson on Thursday. It would likely be more colorful than the variety of flavors in Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans, although the Slytherin Quidditch team would presumably not be accepting first-year students. Given their exceptional skills, it was likely that they would both be playing Quidditch by their second year. She recalled that in the original storyline, Draco had only joined the Slytherin Quidditch team in his second year thanks to a sponsorship that provided every player with a Nimbus 2001. Yet his own flying talent was commendable. It was sometimes hard to imagine the Draco who typically sought to provoke trouble for the trio was, in her view, actually diligent in his studies, valuing friendship, and responsible. Reflecting on the original plot, Draco had also been the head boy of Slytherin, excelling in Quidditch, performing well in potions, and advancing to the advanced potions class, with overall grades only surpassed by Hermione, surrounded by a large group of friends. Perhaps it was a biased perspective to view him solely through Harry's adversarial lens. One could not deny that, at least objectively, Draco was indeed a remarkable student. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Amanta felt that ever since they received Lucius's gift that morning, the attitudes of students from other houses had softened somewhat. At least there were no longer the bitter insults and curses trailing them as they had on that Saturday after returning from the Forbidden Forest, when they often encountered students spitting angrily at their backs as they walked through the corridors. Draco and his family's demeanor had undoubtedly proven one thing. Draco was not a victim of the harm she and Harry had inflicted. Perhaps due to the inherent honesty and integrity of Hufflepuff students, or perhaps influenced by Cedric. One morning, a Hufflepuff boy approached them, blushing, and bowed deeply before them, exclaiming, "I'm sorry." They didn't even have a chance to see his face before he hurriedly dashed off down the corridor. On another day at lunch in the Great Hall, Lavender Brown rushed over to the Slytherin table, seeking Amanta for some inquiries. Merlin, we have a few things we'd like to ask you. I think it's better to hear it straight from you. What exactly happened that day in the Forbidden Forest? What was going on with Malfoy?" She appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing back at the Patil sisters and a few other students whose names Amanta couldn't recall. The Patil sisters quickly gave her an encouraging gesture. The students of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were quite intrigued by the matter, though they were hesitant to approach. Professor Snape had forbidden us from divulging this information. Draco's injury was the result of a sinister plot by a dark wizard, and we narrowly escaped with our lives. However, there are certain details I can share with you. Amanta leaned closer to her, prompting Lavender to instinctively take a step back. "Come closer," Amanta beckoned with a finger. Lavender hesitated, casting a glance at a few Gryffindors, but ultimately chose to draw nearer. "Tell them to be wary of Professor Quirrell, but do not spread this information too widely," Amanta whispered softly in her ear. "Professor Quirrell?" Lavender could not suppress a gulp. "Yes, you see, he is not merely suspicious. It's just that we lack evidence, as do the professors." Lavender furtively glanced at Professor Quirrell, who was dining at the staff table, but Amanta swiftly blocked her view. "Do not look. You will attract his attention. This matter must remain confidential, and you cannot disclose that I was the source. But do be cautious around him, understood?" She emphasized the need for caution. Lavender nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Merlin. I will alert everyone." Amanta reiterated her warning that Lavender must not reveal her words, only act discreetly. "I understand," but Lavender felt conflicted. Although we Gryffindors generally do not hold Draco in high regard, given his injury at the hands of a dark wizard, please extend our condolences to him. She cast a sympathetic glance at Draco. "All right, I will," Amanta replied. After several days of Snape's potions and an array of remedies bombarded from Lucius, Draco appeared to be on the mend. After Lavender left, Harry, biting into a meat pie, questioned, "Amanta, isn't Snape forbidding us from discussing this?" "Well, I didn't say much, just discreetly advised them to be cautious of Professor Quirrell," Amanta shrugged. Harry still looked puzzled. "But we lack evidence to accuse Professor Quirrell, don't we? So we become the architects of rumor. And besides, this is not baseless," Amanta responded with a mysterious smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lavender hurrying back to Gryffindor, whispering fervently to the Patil sisters, who then swiftly changed their expressions to one of concern, doubt, and fear, before they could not help but gossip among their classmates. This would undoubtedly draw Professor Quirrell's attention from most students, and I can guarantee that someone will follow him, making it more difficult for him to execute his nefarious plans. Draco dipped a finger into the pea puree in agreement. After all, we have many other matters to attend to, and our godfather is quite busy. He cannot constantly monitor Professor Quirrell. Harry nodded, but soon recalled something. But he could act at night when everyone is asleep. That's the only drawback, but our godfather seems to be responsible for part of the night patrols. So we need not worry too much, Draco remarked. Amanta adjusted her schedule and confirmed the textbooks and parchment she needed for the afternoon classes. After our return from the Forbidden Forest, the professors would surely be on high alert. For the time being, we need not fret. In the following period, they should finally be able to enjoy some peace. However, on the night of the Halloween feast, it was likely that Quirrell would attempt something. After all, everyone would be preoccupied with preparations for the evening's festivities, and no one would be vigilant over Professor Quirrell, not even Filch, who would choose to attend the feast rather than wander the castle. This would be Hogwarts' most vulnerable day, presenting Quirrell with the optimal opportunity to strike. Chapter 61. The Practical Defense Training in Progress. Starting this week, their SO group could begin planning a portion of simple practical training. Although their SO group's progress in other areas was nearly stagnant, the semester had just commenced, and many skills required time and experience to develop. Harry displayed considerable talent in defense against the dark arts. Despite having attended only a few lessons, he had managed to grasp a couple of simple spells. Even though Quirrell occasionally scrutinized them with an unsettling gaze during class, he was still a responsible teacher in the realm of dark arts education. During dinner on Tuesday night, she informed Cedric to prepare for the practical duel the following evening. Wait, are you sure? You've only just started school, Cedric replied, puzzled, a large question mark hovering over his forehead. He also reminded them, moreover, you may not be aware of some school regulations. As a senior, I must inform you that dueling is prohibited at Hogwarts. Amanta flashed a knowing smile. Thus, we have found a place to practice discreetly. She interjected before Cedric could firmly refuse. First and foremost, we do not intend to engage in any wrongdoing. We merely wish to learn how to protect ourselves. You saw Draco's condition from a few days ago. We urgently need to learn some self-defense techniques. With your guidance as an exemplary third-year student, I believe it will greatly expedite our mastery of defensive magic and ensure greater safety during training. Cedric glanced at Draco, fidgeting with his nose. All right, Amanta, you make a valid point. I suppose we do need to learn some combat techniques, but only defensive spells. Especially since Draco should at least be able to protect himself when that dark wizard finds him again. Cedric was evidently aware of the rumors Amanta had circulated from Lavender. Amanta nodded with a smile. Thank you for your understanding. It is settled then. Remember to find us after dinner on Wednesday night. I've lived here for 3 years and never knew such a place existed. Cedric exclaimed as he watched a door slowly materialize opposite the tapestry depicting the giant battling the troll. Harry patted his shoulder. There are many incredible things yet to discover. Cedric. The four entered the room of requirement. Amanta led the way, stepping into the center to face Harry, Draco, and Cedric. First, we shall learn the simplest yet most effective spell in practice, the disarming charm. The simplest spells may wield the greatest power. This is Harry's most frequently used incantation. And in the original plot, Harry ultimately vanquished Voldemort using the disarming charm. Amanta approached several life-sized wooden dummies provided in the room of requirement, as she had envisioned. The dummies held shields and wooden swords. Expelliarmus. A red beam shot toward the foremost dummy. With a resounding thud, the dummy was struck, swaying violently before the shield flew from its grasp, crashing against the wall of the room of requirement. Well done, Amanta, Cedric exclaimed in admiration. Amanta responded with a smile and continued. This is the most rudimentary spell a wizard can employ during a duel, yet do not underestimate its potency. For the vast majority of wizards, losing their wand equates to losing their ability to engage in combat. Now, let us begin by practicing against the wooden dummies. Cedric has surely mastered this spell by now. Harry and Draco, once you have honed your skills with the dummies, we shall pair off for dueling. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. The incantations of Harry and Draco reverberated through the room of requirement, while Cedric found a chair and sat nearby, overseeing their practice. Amanta, meanwhile, had located a wooden dummy at the back and attempted to cast the disarming charm using either a nonverbal spell or wandless magic. She had found scant information on wandless magic in the library. Most texts merely informed readers that those who could wield wandless magic were exceptionally gifted, vividly describing the wonders of such abilities. Conversely, there was an abundance of literature on nonverbal spells. These spells excelled in discreet casting, yet in terms of potency, they paled in comparison to spells uttered aloud by the caster. In recent days, Amanta had read several books on nonverbal spells, but had yet to practice their teachings. Today presented a perfect opportunity. She raised her wand, aiming at the wooden dummy, recalling the techniques described in the texts. Her gaze firmly fixed on the dummy's weapon as she attempted to silently conjure the incantation in her mind. A faint red spark emitted from the tip of her wand, yet it extinguished mid-flight before reaching the dummy. Cedric noticed her attempts and approached with keen interest. Amanta, are you attempting a nonverbal spell? I believe that is part of the 6th-year curriculum. Amanta nodded. Indeed, there is no harm in getting a head start. Would you like to learn? She retrieved 2 books on nonverbal spells from the Philosopher's Ring and handed them to Cedric. Here you go. I found these 2 well written. You might find them useful. Thank you. I believe I shall thoroughly peruse them, Cedric replied gratefully. Taking the books and moving to a nearby seat to delve into one titled The Theory and Practical Application of Nonverbal Spells. Meanwhile, Amanta continued her practice against the wooden dummy. Nonverbal spells were certainly a complex discipline. The simple incantations taught in class were quickly mastered by her, often requiring little time to grasp, but in learning nonverbal spells, she was akin to her peers, starting from scratch. After several attempts, she began to grasp some essential aspects. Beyond merely waving her wand with precision, it was imperative to recite the incantation in her mind without distraction. Focus was crucial. After another attempt at silently casting the disarming charm, the tip of her elder wand finally released a spark that successfully reached the wooden dummy. The dummy's hand loosened slightly, and its wooden sword clattered to the ground. Amanta sighed, brushing aside a few strands of her light golden hair and wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Patience and diligent practice were key. Chapter 62. Insights on Wandless Magic. She set her wand aside and attempted to replicate her earlier wandless magic. Wandless magic did not diminish in power as much as nonverbal spells did, yet the accuracy was indeed a source of embarrassment for her. She extended her hand. Aiming at the dummy she wished to disarm. Expelliarmus. A burst of red light shot forth from her palm, dispersing into a myriad of twinkling sparks like a meteor shower, striking several dummies in the background. Amanta, your aim is terribly off. Harry, who had been diligently practicing, had not noticed Amanta's actions. As a result, before he could utter his incantation, a red light shot past him, causing the dummy's weapon to fall to the ground. Resigned, he picked up the weapon and returned it to the dummy's hand. A mistake. Amanta shook her head. She then attempted to combine nonverbal spells with wandless magic. Now, she had both good news and bad news. The good news was that combining nonverbal spells with wandless magic yielded results almost indistinguishable from casting spells aloud. The power remained intact. The bad news was that there was indeed no difference in precision, causing her spells to lack effectiveness. What should have been a single target attack morphed into a chaotic barrage of fireworks like sparks. It seemed that wandless magic did not afford the same accuracy as wand-based casting. The distinction was akin to that between a shotgun and a sniper rifle. While she acknowledged the practicality of this in battle, she pondered how she might achieve greater precision and efficacy. A new thought emerged. She recalled how young wizards often exhibited magical talent through the spontaneous occurrence of extraordinary events. Most young wizards, especially those of Muggle descent, were unaware of the concept of incantations. Just as Harry had once inadvertently released a large python at the zoo to frighten Dudley, he had merely wished for the glass to vanish to scare his cousin. This suggested that magic could be wielded not solely through incantations, but rather through the wizard's strong will. However, this method was more challenging to control systematically than conventional wand magic. She decided to give it a try. Closing her eyes, she cleared her mind of all distractions, banishing irrelevant thoughts. When she opened her eyes again, she fixed her gaze on the weapon held by the wooden dummy. She discarded the notion of incantations and concentrated solely on the object itself. Will. A powerful will. She felt the surge of magic within her, gathering it into a tangible force, which she would then manipulate with her intent. She raised her hand, gracefully tracing an arc drop. She silently willed. Clang. The wooden sword fell from the dummy's hand with a soft thud. This time, no sparks erupted from her hand, no incantation struck the dummy. Only the emerald stone at the center of her philosopher's ring glowed faintly. If a muggle happened to pass by, they would surely think that some careless artisan had crafted the dummy and that a gust of wind had knocked its weapon from its grasp. She tried a few more times on different wooden dummies, experimenting with other spells, and the results were unequivocal. The operational rules of wandless magic were, in fact, the opposite of those governing nonverbal spells. Nonverbal spells required one to internalize the incantation, relying on the wand and the spell itself, while wandless magic demanded the abandonment of both wand and incantation, focusing instead on the essence of the task at hand. It seemed clear that wands served as tools for wizards to direct spells with greater efficacy and precision. The invention of wands had undoubtedly elevated the average skill level of many wizards of mediocre talent. Pondering this, she mentally organized the theoretical knowledge she had acquired and determined her primary focus. It was evident that she possessed a remarkable aptitude for wandless magic. Wandless magic is evidently superior to mere silent spells, as the very process of casting does not necessitate sound and is considerably more discreet. Moreover, it allows for practice at any place and time. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. It demands an exceptionally strong will, as any distraction renders it utterly ineffective. I'm all set, Harry shouted joyfully from a short distance away. I'm nearly ready too, Draco replied, taking a deep breath as he approached Amanta. Are you practicing wandless magic? It seems you possess some talent in this area. I believe I can manage some simple spells now, but who knows? Perhaps it's thanks to the influence of the Philosopher's Stone, Amanta humbly remarked. Draco patted her shoulder. Once you've mastered it, don't forget to teach me. Of course, Amanta smiled, moving to the lower end of the dueling platform. Since everyone has finished practicing, I think we can commence the official duel now. Harry, you and Draco will go first. Please remove your shield brooches. Amanta unfastened the protective brooch from her chest and set it aside. After Harry and Draco did the same, they stepped onto the narrow dueling platform at the center of the room of requirement. Don't forget the etiquette, Draco reminded Harry. Ah, right, Harry nodded, somewhat confused. Draco strode forward, bowing to Harry as he reached the center line, and Harry mimicked the gesture. The two turned their backs and walked away from each other. Draco quickly made his way to the opposite end of the platform, but just before reaching the edge, he spun around abruptly. Disarm. A flash of red light shot from the tip of his wand, striking Harry in the back. Ah! Harry cried out as he was propelled forward, landing hard on the soft mat behind the dueling platform. Fortunately, the room of requirement had thoughtfully prepared several cushions to catch his fall. Cedric rushed over anxiously to check on Harry, casting a reproachful look at Draco. Draco, Harry wasn't he ready? You should have waited until he was prepared. I'm fine. Cedric, Harry complained while rubbing his backside. Ouch, Draco, what was that for? I wasn't he ready. Draco flashed a practice smile. When battling an opponent, they want to wait for you to be prepared. Do you understand? He raised his wand, pointing it at Harry. Get up. Harry, continue. Harry stood up, straightened his disheveled robes, and raised his wand. Disarm. Draco sidestepped, countering with disarm. Harry bent down to evade the spell as well. Chapter 63, The Rules of Disarming Spells. Amanta stood at the edge of the platform, encouraging them. Harry, Draco, splendid. It's quite impressive to see such skill displayed with only one spell, especially given your long-standing rivalry in the original story. The two exchanged spells on the dueling platform, with Draco consistently catching Harry off guard, hitting him on an arm or calf when he let his guard down. Meanwhile, Harry was darting from side to side, sometimes charging at Draco immediately after rising from the mat, shouting spells as he went. His sudden ferocity was enough to fluster Draco. Amanta reminded Harry several times not to cross the line. However, Harry's seemingly reckless actions were not solely aggressive. It appeared he had discovered an intriguing fact. The disarming spell not only disarms the target but also triggers an effect within its vicinity, meaning that when cast on someone, it can also disarm those nearby. Harry charged at Draco multiple times, aiming to draw him into this range, making it impossible for him to dodge the disarming attack. After several failed attempts, he finally disregarded Amanta's warning, crossing the center line and rushing towards Draco, who was caught completely off guard. Disarm, Harry shouted. Although he hadn't aimed directly at Draco, Draco's wand flew from his grasp nonetheless. Merlin's gloves, what the? Draco exclaimed, wide-eyed, as he jumped off the dueling platform to retrieve his wand. Amanta clapped her hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, well done. Harry, how did you discover that? The disarming spell has an additional offensive technique, allowing for a small disarming effect in the surrounding area. Harry grinned widely. Once, when I picked up a wand from under a puppet, I attacked another puppet standing next to it, and its shield just fell. I found it curious, initially wondering if I had inadvertently knocked the shield off, but I hadn't even touched it. After several attempts, I confirmed it. It was truly fascinating. Draco retorted defiantly. Harry, you crossed the line. That doesn't count. Let us go again, Harry said, rubbing his hands together as they quickly resumed their battle. In their final clash, both spells struck simultaneously, sending them tumbling onto the mat, at which point Amanta intervened. That's enough for today. You both practiced well. Now it's my turn with Cedric. Harry looked a bit disappointed, as it seemed his fervent fighting spirit had not yet been fully expended. Amanta raised an eyebrow. Since you're so eager to continue, how about a doubles duel later? A doubles duel? Draco clarified, that is two pairs battling each other. That sounds fantastic. Harry had no objections, hastily climbing off the mat. Amanta approached the dueling platform, reminding Cedric, today, we can only use the disarming spell, understood? Cedric nodded, of course, but... He hesitated. Although I've often heard tales of your exploits at school, you're still just a first-year student, and I'm concerned. Amanta smiled politely. Do not underestimate me. Give it your all. You Hufflepuffs are known for your commitment to fairness, so approach this duel with the right attitude. All right, I will. Cedric's resolve visibly strengthened. The two bowed to each other, moving to opposite ends of the dueling platform. Harry shouted, "Go, Amanta!" Amanta watched Cedric intently, waiting for him to make a move, yet he stood still, wand raised but not attacking. After a moment of standoff, Cedric spoke up awkwardly. Where's your wand? I mean, I'm waiting for you to draw it. He added, I can't possibly attack a defenseless first-year student. It's my principle. While you were reading, I practiced a bit of wandless magic and thought I'd give it a try now. Amanta shrugged. Cedric's eyes widened in astonishment. The events of the day had far exceeded his expectations. Wandless magic? I've heard that only the most elite wizards can master it. At least, that's what I remember. Like our headmaster Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and even you-know-who. Do you not believe my words? Amanta gazed earnestly at him, her pale ice-blue eyes shimmering with flecks of starlight. It is not that I disbelieve. Rather, I find it exceedingly hard to accept, Cedric replied, somewhat flustered. In truth, I believe many possess the innate ability to perform wandless magic, yet have gradually forgotten this talent through an over-reliance on their wands, rendering them unable to wield it proficiently. Amanta elaborated. Before the invention of wands in Europe, wizards exclusively utilized wandless magic, while certain schools in other parts of the world taught only this form of magic. Cedric inquired with curiosity, what would happen if one were struck by the disarming charm without holding a weapon? That is indeed a matter of intrigue, Amanta responded. From my readings, the disarming charm does not actually confiscate one's weapon. It merely sends whatever the target is holding flying away, accompanied by a force that could propel them a distance. If struck by multiple disarming charms simultaneously, one could risk losing consciousness. She provided a detailed interpretation of the definition from her book. I surmised that either my philosopher's stone would be sent flying, or I would be thrown backward to the ground. Nothing more. Very well, let us commence. You may go first, Cedric insisted, maintaining his stance for her to take the initial action. Amanta, no longer hesitant, focused her mind intently on the wand in his grasp. She had just practiced wandless disarming several times and now felt quite adept at it. With a snap of her fingers, she executed the spell. In an instant, Cedric's wand was unexpectedly wrenched from his hand, tracing an arc through the air as if he had thrown it himself, landing on the soft padding behind him. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Is this wandless magic? Good heavens, I have never witnessed anything like it. Completely unpredictable. Cedric stood frozen for a few seconds before leaping onto the padding to retrieve his wand. Without incantations or visible trajectories of sparks, how does one defend against it? Amanta suggested, if you can only use the disarming charm, it may be somewhat unfair to you. How about trying to cast the shield charm as well? Will you use the shield charm? Cedric asked. I can give it a try. Amanta believed that spells like the shield charm could not be controlled through mere thought and had to be vocally pronounced. As anticipated, upon uttering Protego, the philosopher's stone on her wrist radiated a faint golden light, enveloping her in a silvery aura that formed a protective barrier. Let us begin. Amanta and Cedric circled the dueling platform, each scanning for weaknesses in the other's defenses to launch their attacks. They remained vigilant, observing every motion, activating the shield charm to defend themselves just as the other raised their hand to strike. The wandless disarming method proved to be far more discreet, and Cedric found himself struck multiple times within mere minutes. However, each time he reclaimed his wand, he seemed to learn from his mistakes, becoming increasingly formidable. Before long, Cedric seized an opportunity during a moment of vulnerability between Amanta's disarming and shield charm, swiftly casting a spell that struck her. Amanta was propelled backward, landing amidst a heap of soft padding, quickly becoming engulfed by it. Oh, I apologize. Are you all right? Cedric rushed over, helping her up from the cushions. Thank you. I am fine, Amanta replied, rising and checking her wand and philosopher's stone within the pockets of her robe. Just as she had previously stated, she had been knocked back. Yet nothing had fallen from her possession. It seemed the disarming charm only affected items held by the target. After several rounds of back-and-forth dueling between Cedric and Amanta, she raised a hand in pause. That should suffice. Now let us pair off for a team duel, and afterward, we shall conclude today's group activity. Upon hearing her words, Harry leapt from his chair, rushing towards Cedric. Fantastic. I can hardly wait. I want to team up with Cedric. Very well. I shall pair with Draco. Amanta signaled for Draco to stand to her left. Cedric and I will use the shield charm and disarming charm, while Harry and Draco will only employ the disarming charm. Draco stood beside her and whispered, Amanta, do not disappoint me. Take Harry and that Cedric down, so they may see our prowess. Amanta winked in response. Of course. Leaning closer to Draco's shoulder, she quietly proposed, I will continuously cast the shield charm, and you stand behind me, ensuring not to exceed its range. then wait for an opportunity to strike. Excellent, Draco replied, knowingly winking at Amanta before adopting a typical Malfoy smirk. Meanwhile, Harry and Cedric remained oblivious to their tactical discussion, maintaining a polite distance on either side. What are you two whispering about? Harry urged. Hurry up, I can hardly wait. We are ready, let us begin. Amanta declared, casting Protego, surrounding herself with a silver light that created a protective barrier roughly a meter in diameter. Draco chose to stand back to back with her. Amanta, may I hold your arm? He asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. However, Amanta, focused on maintaining the shield charm and observing Harry and Cedric, failed to notice his unease. Of course, she promptly replied, extending her right hand to grasp his left. Although she was uncertain of Draco's intentions, she felt that by choosing to trust her partner with her back, she had already placed her faith unconditionally in him. Draco's ears flushed crimson as he murmured, just the arm will suffice. Amanta, puzzled by his hesitance, replied with a hint of exasperation, isn't that the same thing? His fingers were as cold as his pale complexion, yet slightly clammy. Did he seem to be sweating? It was merely a duel. Was it necessary to be this anxious? Very well, Draco sighed. This way, we will remain within the shield charm's range, making it difficult to stray beyond it. Amanta, could you turn slightly? All right. Amanta understood his intent, and the two gradually shifted to face Harry and Cedric sideways. On the opposite end of the dueling platform, Harry and Cedric paced back and forth, Cedric appearing somewhat lost. Meanwhile, Harry dashed around, attempting to find a moment when Draco might step outside the boundary. Seizing the opportunity, Draco raised his hand and swiftly cast Expelliarmus. Harry lunged forward, narrowly evading the spell. Cedric quickly reacted, rushing to stand in front of Harry. Protego. Harry peeked out from behind him. Expelliarmus. The spell struck the ironclad charm cast on Amanta, leaving no mark nor sting. Damn it, Harry complained. Cedric, this isn't working. Move aside a bit. I can't see clearly. All right, Cedric adjusted his position, granting Harry a clearer view. However, in that instant, Harry inadvertently exposed a shoulder from beneath Cedric's ironclad charm. Draco seized the opportunity. Expelliarmus. Whoosh. The spell narrowly grazed Cedric's protective charm, hurtling backward and striking Harry's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. Harry let out a startled yelp as he tumbled onto the soft mat. You're cheating, he cried, rubbing his sore bottom as he struggled to rise from the heap of cushions. Cedric stowed his wand and extended a hand to help him up. Harry, they haven't broken any rules. We were mistaken. The dynamics of team dueling differ vastly from those of one-on-one combat, he asserted. Amanta nodded in agreement. In team duels or multi-person contests, the emphasis lies not on superior defensive and spellcasting skills, but rather on the synergy between teammates. But doesn't that make you invincible? Harry retorted in frustration. The ironclad charm cannot be maintained indefinitely. The magical drain is substantial. Harry, you must exercise caution and patience. Waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively, Amanta advised, shaking her head. Is it so difficult for you to admit that you are outmatched? Draco chuckled, his confidence radiating. He tugged at the corner of his eye and made a face at Harry. Harry's hair bristled in anger. Draco, just wait until we get back to the dormitory. Chapter 65. The Noble Heritage of Bloodlines. Amanta released Draco's hand, leaping down from the dueling platform to approach the small blackboard at the center of the room of requirement. She began to jot down notes, first outlining the theoretical applications of disarming spells, then summarizing each individual's strengths and weaknesses demonstrated during the duel. Harry, you are far too impulsive, often disregarding the dangers of your own situation. Draco, your reaction time in the face of sudden circumstances was insufficient. She sketched circles and lines on the board, proposing tailored strategies for each individual. All right, the SO group's activity will be scheduled for Wednesday evenings after dinner. We shall convene here at that time. Is that agreeable? Though she addressed all three, her gaze was fixed solely on Cedric. Among them, he was the only third-year Hufflepuff, and his schedule differed somewhat from theirs. Cedric nodded. Of course. He glanced between the three, then hesitantly added, Amanta, may I invite others to join? If anyone is willing to come, that would be splendid. We welcome all, Amanta replied. Just as she finished speaking, Draco suddenly recalled something, his expression souring in distaste. Half-bloods are one thing, but I have no desire to associate with mud. He abruptly halted, casting a glance at Amanta and Harry. Amanta tilted her head, having recognized the unspoken term Draco was about to utter. However, for reasons unknown, he shifted his words, stating instead, Muggle-born wizards can train together. Harry immediately protested, Draco, I know your family and Slytherin have always pursued pure bloodlines, but although my parents are not Muggles, I grew up in the Muggle world, and I believe they are no different from me. Amanta sighed, gesturing for Harry to cease his fervent discourse. It was evident that the naive Harry failed to comprehend that, had he not been a half-blood hailing from the ancient Potter lineage, Even as the boy who lived, Draco would never have chosen to approach him. This perspective was deeply ingrained in Draco, shaped by the upbringing of a family that held pure-blood ideologies. Though she recognized that, in the original narrative, Draco eventually underwent a transformation in his beliefs, marrying Astoria, who was more tolerant of bloodline issues, leading to tensions with his parents. This was evidently not the mindset Draco held at present. She did not dismiss Draco's views on pure blood. She respected his opinions, yet. Amanta raised an eyebrow. Draco, are you afraid of being bested by a muggle-born wizard and losing face? What nonsense. As the noble heir of the Malfoys, I simply do not wish to sully my hands with muggle-born wizards. Draco's irritation flared at her words. He struggled to suppress his anger, but could not help but voice the deeply rooted bloodline prejudices in his heart. Amanta lowered her thick, light-colored lashes slightly, feigning melancholy as she regarded Draco. If a wizard can only rely on their bloodline and family name, then I believe there is little else of merit within them. Noticing the veins on Draco's forehead throbbing, she spoke slowly. I am of the pure-blood Merlin lineage, yet I have never felt the need to bring it up. Draco blinked in surprise, his expression a blend of complexity and confusion as he looked at Amanta. While everyone seemed to fixate on her heritage, she appeared disinterested in drawing their attention to it, instead striving to excel in other realms. Since they, like us, have been chosen by Hogwarts. Whether you acknowledge it or not, they have stood on equal footing with us since their enrollment. If one continues to take pride in their bloodline, then might purebloods become stagnant and ultimately be eclipsed by half-bloods and muggleborns? Impossible. Draco instinctively refuted her assertion. Pureblood wizards are superior to all. They could never be outdone by those of inferior bloodlines. I believe no one wishes to witness such a scenario. Yet you are aware that even though Slytherin began admitting half-bloods centuries ago, the number of entrants continues to dwindle yearly. Even in dormitories designed for two, a significant portion remains unoccupied. The number of distinguished figures emerging from Slytherin is decreasing, while those from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are on the rise. And it is undeniable that the numbers of pureblood wizards choosing to enter the other three houses are increasing. Draco's pale gray eyes appeared somewhat dazed. Indeed, the number of Slytherins is diminishing, the pureblood families are dwindling, and pureblood status is becoming less valued. With traitors like the Weasleys eager to distance themselves from their pureblood heritage, Amanta smiled slightly, continuing in the vein of his thoughts. Yes, Draco. But have you considered that the current plight of purebloods may stem from the pureblood families themselves? I don't understand, Draco replied. The nobility of pureblood should not arise from self-importance, but rather from the strength and prowess that match it. What is the source of a pureblood family's honor? They were once revered for their achievements, earned through strength and sacrifice. As descendants, we ought to uphold our ancestors' glory and expand upon it, rather than languish in their shadow. Squandering this privilege, clinging to the past will ultimately lead to obsolescence. The decline of pureblood lineage stems from the incompetence of many descendants of pureblood families, who cling to the notion that their bloodline is superior to all else. They harbor an inflated sense of self-importance, looking down upon everyone else. Instead of striving to uphold the hard-won honor of their heritage, many choose to repeatedly instigate disputes with other wizards, employing cruel curses to torment opposing factions and wielding fear to maintain their status, which only serves to further tarnish the reputation of purebloods. I believe I may have grasped some of this. I need to return and contemplate it thoroughly. Draco murmured, his gaze distant. There was also an exceedingly cruel truth that Amanta refrained from voicing. Perhaps it was not fitting to express. Various pieces of evidence attest that the talent for magic does not stem from hereditary lineage. The sheer number of wizards of Muggle descent suffices to illustrate this. Even among wizarding families, there are often those who are utterly talentless. If we trace back to the very origins of it all, what indeed is the source of pureblood families? Is it divine? Is it Muggle heritage? Is it a power bestowed by the gods? But why ponder such matters? Amanta shrugged. After all, this is merely a conjecture that no one can definitively prove. Chapter 66. The similarity between Draco and Harry. Amanta, I have discovered that you possess a remarkable talent for persuasion, Cedric remarked bashfully as they exited the room of requirement. Amanta replied politely, Thank you. I think so too. Cedric. Harry, with his tousled hair, squeezed in. By the way, I heard that you Hufflepuffs have a plethora of food-related spells. Could you perhaps teach me a few? I'm not too familiar with that, but I have a friend who knows a lot. Would you like me to introduce you to him tomorrow? That would be fantastic. I've long wanted to learn how to turn a pea pie savory. I could even heat up a pot of bubbling soup in the cold, dreary dungeon dormitory later. Oh, the latter spell is quite simple. We Hufflepuffs use it every day. You just need to point your wand at the dishes and recite the heating charm. That's amazing. So what is the heating charm? How do you use it? Harry and Cedric engaged in animated conversation. Amanta gradually slowed her pace. waiting for Draco to catch up and walking alongside him. Draco raised his right hand, illuminated by the dim candlelight in the corridor, scrutinizing the family crest ring on his thumb. The hollow doubt reflected in his eyes, his gaze astonishingly pale. In a voice only Amanta could hear, he murmured, heavy with despair, "Amanta, I fear I am still inadequate. I have always dreamt of becoming someone like my father, yet I suddenly comprehend his stern demeanor towards me. It is because I fall so short of his expectations." As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly despondent. "Draco, as a first-year student, you are already remarkable. And your father's strictness is merely a facade. Both he and your mother love you dearly." Amanta turned her head, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on his gray eyes. "I apologize if my words have disheartened you, but from my perspective, you will undoubtedly excel in the future." "Really?" Draco's eyes glimmered with hope, as if he were grasping at a lifeline. "Indeed, if you were truly beyond redemption, you would not have afforded me the opportunity to say those words. Nor would you feel distressed about it, would you?" A flicker of warmth danced in Draco's cold gray eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched ever so slightly. Though fleeting, it was a smile Amanta had never before witnessed on Draco's face, a true expression unveiled beneath the shackles of exhaustion and the practiced facade he wore. "Amanta, I am genuinely happy," he suddenly declared without preamble. In truth, I have always been delighted to be friends with you and Harry. This feeling may rival that of Harry's." Draco glanced towards Harry, who was eagerly holding on to Cedric's arm, practically bursting with excitement to accompany him to the Hufflepuff common room. "I feel a certain similarity between myself and Harry. It seems I see another version of myself in him." Could it be that this was the reason the proud Draco in the original narrative would choose to strike up a conversation with Harry at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions? "I grew up hearing tales of the boy who lived," Draco scoffed. "I admired. Well, it seems now it should be the storyteller." He trailed off as snippets of Harry and Cedric's conversation drifted towards him. "Corned beef, dipping sauce, apple pie." Draco rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Although my personality is completely different from Harry's, and our environments vary significantly," he said dryly, "perhaps we are similar in our experiences. People often believe I am very fortunate. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, lavished with attention, like a star surrounded by admirers. Yet, I have never had a true friend. They merely follow me due to the Malfoy name. If the Malfoy family were to fall, you know." Draco shrugged. "Harry has been a legend in the wizarding world since childhood, but he has been subjected to abuse by a host of loathsome muggles, with no friends. Though he is famous, he is equally lonely. I believe we are of the same ilk." Amanta lowered her gaze. "Indeed, beyond that. They both carry the weight of a heavy destiny. Draco bears the burden of inheriting the Malfoy legacy, while Harry is destined to vanquish Voldemort. Fate shapes individuals. The three of them were meant to strive alone, yet with her assistance, they have become the best of friends." As Draco spoke, he appeared momentarily frozen by his own words, unable to suppress a shiver. Amanta reached out from the sleeve of her robe, gently covering his cold hand. His hand was chillingly frigid. Though Draco's hand was somewhat stiff, he did not withdraw it from hers. "Before I met you, all I saw were interests and bloodlines. Others sought to curry favor with me because of my family, following me like sycophants. I mistook that for friendship," he said, a hint of vulnerability slipping into his voice. Amanta understood what he was trying to convey. "It's all right. From now on, you have us by your side." She tightened her grip on his hand, warmth flowing through her skin into his veins. "Yes, together," Draco whispered softly. "Good. Huh, you all." A sudden exclamation from Harry broke the moment. Amanta and Draco looked up to find Harry and Cedric standing a few steps ahead, turning to face them with expressions of surprise. Draco, feeling suddenly self-conscious, quickly released Amanta's hand and coughed loudly. Amanta, inexplicably feeling a twinge of embarrassment under Harry and Cedric's gaze, looked on. Harry raced over, pulling Cedric along. "You two are holding hands behind my back," Harry protested, indignant. "Humph, Cedric, we should join in too." Cedric quickly cleared his throat. "I would rather not." "Cedric, it's fine. Don't be shy." Harry completely ignored Cedric's awkward refusal, grabbing one of Cedric's hands and the other of Amanta's, before urging Amanta to take Draco's hand as well. "Come on. Good friends should walk hand in hand. Cedric taught me that today. How about it?" Harry gleefully picked up a piece of nut pie, eager to demonstrate a newly learned spell that added a peppery flavor to food to Amanta and Draco. "Harry, don't forget we have flying lessons this afternoon," Amanta reminded him. With a puff, the pie in Harry's mouth flew back onto his plate. Draco, standing nearby, angrily gave him a light smack on the head. With tears welling in his eyes and clutching his sore forehead, Harry protested, "Draco, you're being too harsh." Yet the thought of riding brooms soon made him forget his grievance. "I can hardly eat thinking about it." Draco scoffed. "When have you ever not been able to eat?" Harry shot him a resentful glare. "Oh, and one more thing. We're supposed to join Gryffindor." Amanta cast a meaningful glance at the Gryffindor table. Chapter 67, a not-so-terrible flying lesson. As anticipated, with Neville involved, a flying lesson was almost guaranteed to result in mishaps. Draco recalled something and rubbed his temples in exasperation. That fool Longbottom will undoubtedly ruin the lesson. Harry felt a bit disheartened. You're right, this flying lesson is something I've been looking forward to for ages. Amanta shook her head and turned to Draco. Draco, you can ride a broomstick, can't you? Of course. My skills are exceptional, he replied, though his expression soured slightly. You're not expecting me to help you catch him, are you? I certainly intend to do it myself. I just wanted to know if you would assist. I've heard Neville is quite good at herbology. But our trio's herbology skills, Amanta blinked. Our SO group could use someone like him. This is a splendid opportunity to boost Neville's favorability. Perhaps it could even salvage their poor reputation at school. How could your little frame possibly stop that oaf Longbottom? Never mind, I'll handle it. Draco irritably ran his fingers through his platinum hair, slicked back with pomade. It's fine. We still have Harry, Amanta said, turning to him. Harry quickly waved his hands. I think I'll pass. I'd be grateful just to avoid a disaster like Longbottom's. Amanta patted his shoulder. Harry, I believe in you. After 3 o'clock, they descended the steps and exited the Hogwarts castle, arriving at a flat grassy area in front of the castle. 2 rows of brooms were neatly arranged on the ground. Slytherin students had gathered early, while the Gryffindors had yet to arrive. Have the Gryffindors been devoured by slugs? Draco complained. Who knows? It's not yet time for class. But I'm positively itching to begin. Harry dashed over to the brooms, curiously inspecting them. Compared to Amanta's broom, these felt akin to a Muggle-esque sweeping broom. Amanta found a patch of grass to sit on. A gentle breeze tousled her golden curls as she gazed longingly at the dark, ominous, forbidden forest in the distance. A section of it was visibly scorched and even somewhat barren, a remnant of a terrifying fire. Blaise approached them, also gazing into the distance and offering his commentary. The trio fell into an awkward silence. Amanta nodded seriously. It's truly wicked that someone could set fire to a forest. Draco and Harry exchanged glances, their expressions betraying unspoken words. Fortunately, Blaise remained fixated on the horizon, oblivious to their discomfort. I have a bad feeling. The Dark Lord may be returning. Don't you think? He observed, glancing keenly at Amanta's expression. She maintained her composure. Who knows? We must prepare for the worst. While they conversed, Gryffindor students began trickling onto the lawn, followed closely by Madame Hooch. She sported a very short, light gray hairstyle and piercing yellow eyes akin to those of a hawk. What are you waiting for? Grab a broom and stand beside it, quickly, she commanded sharply. They swiftly positioned themselves next to a broom. Extend your right hand. Place it on the broom and shout, up. Madame Hooch whistled, signaling them to commence practice. Up. The brooms of Amanta, Draco, and Harry immediately leapt into their hands. Harry exclaimed with delight, this is fantastic. Most of the Slytherin students were in similar high spirits. Amanta speculated it was likely due to their backgrounds, as they had all, to some degree, been exposed to broomsticks before. However, the situation among the Gryffindors appeared somewhat dire. Up. Dean's broom lazily rolled across the ground. Up, 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 Neville shouted. His face flushed, but his broom remained stubbornly inert. After waiting a moment, Madame Hooch blew her whistle again. She demonstrated the correct posture for riding a broom and walked among the students, correcting their grips. Amanta kept a watchful eye on Neville, knowing he was prone to mishaps at any moment. With the next step involving riding the brooms, she needed to be extra vigilant. Madame Hooch whistled once more. All right. When I blow the whistle again, you'll push off the ground with both legs, rising a few feet, then lean forward and gently return to the ground. Following my whistle. Yes, right here. Amanta immediately focused on Neville's direction. True to form, he was overly anxious. Before Madame Hooch had even blown her whistle, he pushed off with all his might, lifting off the ground and rising higher and higher, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet. His face turned pale with fear as he looked down at the broom beneath him, his body leaning dangerously forward, threatening to slide off. Everyone gazed up in alarm, their expressions filled with terror. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Neville, who was about to fall from his broom. Neville, don't look down, Amanta called out, grasping the back of his cloak and pulling his upper body back. Phew. Neville was too frightened to speak, merely gasping for breath. Draco flew over, grabbing Neville's other shoulder. Still pale, Neville hung his head, staring at the ground, fear seemingly consuming his mind, unaware that he was being held by 2 people. Good job, Madame Hooch shouted. Bring him down safely. Hold on tight. We'll lower him together, Draco instructed. Right. They each grabbed one of Neville's shoulders, attempting to guide him down together. With their support, Neville's body tilted forward at an angle, and the broom began to descend steadily. Suddenly, a shiny glass ball slipped from Neville's robe pocket. Below, it was headed directly for Ron, who was watching in awe. Ah, A gasp erupted from the crowd as Ron, still gazing up with his mouth agape, was struck by the falling ball, sending him tumbling down onto the grass along with Seamus and Dean. "Oh dear, what is happening? You stepped on my head." A group of individuals tumbled together, their robes entangling their legs, and amidst their loud complaints, they finally managed to rise from the grass. "Potter?" Ron exclaimed in surprise. Harry offered an embarrassed smile. "I just saw you almost get hit, and I panicked for a moment." Chapter 68. A pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. Amanta and Draco gently lowered Neville to the ground. The moment Neville's feet touched the earth, it seemed as though all strength drained from his body, causing him to collapse to his knees, his lips trembling incessantly. "Neville, are you all right?" Seamus stammered as he clambered to his feet and rushed to Neville's side, grasping his arm in an attempt to help him up. Only then did Neville realize he was safe. He shakily tried to rise with Seamus's support, but his limbs felt weak and his feet kept slipping. Seamus shouted to Dean, "Dean, come help me lift Neville." Dean approached, grumbling. Having just been in an argument with Ron about whose robe had gotten dirty, Madame Hooch knelt beside them, examining Neville's injuries. "Thank Merlin. Dear child, you're all right." She stood up and walked towards Ron and Harry. "What about you lot? And Potter? Goodness, is this your first time on a broom? And you're already engaging in such reckless behavior? Aren't you afraid? I'm nearly having a heart attack thanks to you first years." Harry scratched his messy hair sheepishly, looking sincerely at Madame Hooch. "I was worried they might be in danger, and I acted in haste." Amanta winked at Harry as she approached. "See, I told you. You could do it." Ron shot Harry a puzzled glance, clearly unable to fathom why Amanta and Harry would come to their aid. He explained to Madame Hooch. "Just when Neville's ball was about to hit me, something black, Potter just lunged at us and knocked us all down. Oh right, my ball. My memory ball. The one my grandmother gave me. Where did it go?" Hearing Ron's words, Neville finally snapped back to reality, clumsily rising to his feet and looking down at the grass for his memory ball. Seamus comforted him. "It's all right, as long as everyone is fine. You can just have your grandmother send you another." "Is this it, Longbottom?" Harry said, holding up a shiny glass ball, beaming as his white teeth sparkled in the sunlight. Ron gasped in astonishment. He pointed at the memory ball in Harry's hand, stammering, "Potter actually caught that ball?" Draco appeared equally astonished, leaning against the side with his arms crossed as he remarked to Amanta, "I didn't expect Harry to be as talented as you." Neville hesitantly looked at Harry and said, "Potter, can you give that back to me?" "Of course," Harry replied, walking over to hand the memory ball back to him, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "Just be careful next time." Neville looked back and forth between Harry, Amanta, and Draco, feeling conflicted and confused. Madame Hooch raised her hands, intrigued by their camaraderie. "This is the first time I've seen Slytherin and Gryffindor students helping each other. Regardless, they saved you. Don't you think you owe them a thank you?" Encouraged by Madame Hooch's gaze, Neville slowly approached Amanta and the others. Blushing, he stammered, Well, Potter, Merlin, and Malfoy, thank you." Seamus elbowed Dean, and together they stepped forward. "Thank you for saving Neville and Ron." As everyone else expressed their gratitude, Ron's expression resembled someone who had just swallowed 100 snails. Yet, he still awkwardly mumbled, "Thanks." After this commotion, the atmosphere of the flying lesson seemed to have eased from its initial tension. Madame Hooch instructed them on basic low-altitude flying before organizing them into 2 lines to soar around the small courtyard. Harry spread his arms wide, joyfully calling out to Amanta and Draco ahead. "Riding a broom is absolutely amazing." Madame Hooch blew her whistle sharply. "Potter, keep both hands on the broomstick." "Do you want to fall off?" Harry sheepishly returned his hands. "Harry, don't rush. By second year, we'll be playing Quidditch together." Amanta shouted back at him. "Absolutely. I've been thinking about it," he exclaimed, his joyful voice echoing in the sky. In the dark, foreboding forbidden forest, a pair of lifeless, blood-red eyes coldly fixated on the distant figures above. It hovered restlessly among the sharp treetops, mumbling anxiously to itself. "Harry Potter, Amanta Merlin. It's time to find an opportunity. Yes, an opportunity." The creature neurotically repeated this phrase, "Find a time. To kill them all. Kill them. Kill them. No. First, find the Philosopher's Stone to summon my servants. Damn it. When is Quirrell coming? Is he trying to starve me?" It extended its crimson tongue, swiftly snatching a passing insect into its mouth. I truly miss the taste of Hogwarts feasts. Say, do you think the professor will wash his hair during potions class tomorrow? On the way back to the Slytherin dungeon, Draco suddenly broached the topic. Ever since Harry had gifted Snape a bottle of Muggle shampoo, they hadn't seen their elusive head of house. "How about a bet? I bet Professor Snape will wash his hair." Amanta, while organizing her notes from the day's lessons, casually remarked, "Since Snape accepted the shampoo, it's likely he has come to terms with it. Anyway, from how he acted that day, I can't tell if he was angry. I bet he wants to wash it. Everyone knows how stubborn he is," Draco said, pulling a green apple from his robe pocket and wiping it with a handkerchief. "Honestly, The fact that he didn't throw us all out that day was enough to astonish me. What are you all betting on? Harry leaned in, intrigued. Amanta hadn't considered this, being an orphan with few galleons to spare, but she thought for a moment. How about the homework for History of Magic this week? The longest and most tedious assignment. Professor Binns even wants us to transcribe the entire tale of the peculiar Uric. Harry, what about you? Harry's gaze flitted between Amanta and Draco, and after a long moment of deliberation, he finally declared, I'm with Draco. He is Snape's godson. So he must know him better. He scratched his head midway through his sentence and added, but I really hope Snape does wash his hair. Chapter 69, Professor Snape's washed hair. By the way, Harry, what made you think to give him shampoo that day? Amanta inquired. Ahem, Harry coughed awkwardly. Draco doesn't like associating with him because of his hair, plus he was bullied as a child for not washing it. Can't tell. You seem to care about him, Draco scoffed. No, Harry hurriedly defended himself. It's just that whenever I think about what my father did to him, I feel a bit guilty. His face flushed. In a way, it's my way of atoning for my father's actions. Is that so? Over the years, it seemed that no one had genuinely cared for him, and I sensed that Professor Snape had accepted Harry's goodwill. Amanta remarked with a shrug. She did not mention the pair of green eyes reminiscent of lilies. After all, it was quite possible that the godfather had grown accustomed to years of neglecting his hair. They turned down a corridor flanked by suits of armor, and as they rounded the corner, the three of them collided directly with a tall figure. Ouch! Harry exclaimed, tumbling backward along with Amanta and Draco. Where are my glasses, Draco? Move aside. Harry knelt on the ground, frantically searching the floor. Merlin's beard, and my dear godson. The three most notable members of Slytherin are openly discussing the professor's private matters in the corridor. Snape stood motionless, his cold gaze fixed on the flustered trio. His tongue as sharp as ever. I beg your pardon, Professor, we did not mean to intrude. We are merely concerned about your daily life. Please forgive us. Amanta quickly apologized. What an unfortunate stroke of luck that they had just happened to run into Snape at that moment. The mere thought of him possibly intending to confine them in his office for hours, dealing with the slime of flobberworms, sent a shiver down her spine. Rubbing her sore forehead where they had collided, Amanta looked up and her eyes widened in disbelief. What? Surely, I am not mistaken. She rubbed her eyes to confirm that the sight before her was not a figment of her imagination. Snape had not only washed his hair, but it also appeared extraordinarily soft and smooth. His thick, glossy black hair danced in the breeze, framing a sharply chiseled face with a prominent nose and cold, piercing black eyes that scrutinized them mercilessly. In the past, Snape's greasy black hair had clung to his scalp, making him appear a bit balding and disheveled. Like an old scholar, she had never imagined that Professor Snape could be so strikingly handsome. The transformation had seemingly taken off a decade from his age. She would wager that if Gryffindor and Hufflepuff's gaggle of infatuated girls caught sight of him, tales of their romance with the brooding head of Slytherin would sweep the entire school by the following day. Have your eyes become stuck with flobberworm slime, miss? Snape said with an icy demeanor, brushing his robes and pushing the trio forward a step. My apologies, Professor. Amanta hastily averted her gaze. And you, Potter? Do I need to douse your eyes with lethifold venom to make you realize that staring at the professor is exceedingly rude? No, Professor. Harry hurriedly shook his head, casting a guilty glance at his shoes. My dear godson, I truly wish I could see a hint of the Malfoy air in you. Snape's cutting words left no one unscathed. I apologize, Godfather. Draco quickly straightened his disheveled robes and rebut-toned his collar pin. Snape strode past the trio, standing in a line, exuding an aura of authority that rendered them mute. I have heard that you have been getting along well with Gryffindor lately. No wonder you now resemble those oafs from Gryffindor. Look at the foolish expressions on your faces. If it weren't for my position as head of Slytherin, I would be inclined to deduct all points from your house. She was certain that their recent discussion had severely bruised the old headmaster's pride. Help! If there was anything that could save them now, it would surely be those green eyes that mirrored Harry's mother's. Amanta discreetly turned her head to signal Harry, who also lowered his gaze. Harry wore a bewildered expression, his face contorting in confusion. Go, Amanta silently mouthed to him. Harry's face twisted in distress. No. After several rounds of silent exchanges, Snape noticed their subtle gestures, igniting a greater fury within him. Have your families not taught you that paying attention is a courtesy? Merlin? Potter? This remark was evidently a powerful blow, as Snape was acutely aware that they were all orphans. She felt indifferent to this, as her previous world had no concept of parental relationships, but Harry's greatest vulnerability lay in his parents. As she had anticipated, Harry's face turned crimson. This was it. Amanda thought to herself. Harry might very well charge at Snape, and they would irreparably offend him, thus severing all ties with an exceptional potions master and curse expert. Godfather. You know full well that they have no parents. A youthful voice chimed in beside her, and she looked up in surprise. Draco stood tall, gazing up at the cold eyes above him, unwavering as he met Snape's fierce glare. Yet, Amanta stole a glance and noticed that he trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, betraying his inner tension. This was utterly unexpected. It was Draco who stepped forward to defend them. Harry's flushed face quickly returned to normal, mirroring her astonishment as he looked at Draco. Draco, even as your godfather, I cannot condone your insolence. You dare to speak back to the professor? Godfather, you always teach us to maintain decorum. I hope you can set an example for us. The Malfoy family has taught me that attacking someone else's parents is not a courteous act, Draco replied, his face slightly pale, teeth clenched. It appears you have learned quite a bit from that old fox Lucius. Is that your justification for arguing with the professor? Snape was unyielding, aggressively unrelenting, dismissing all reason. As a busy potions professor, I have neither the obligation nor the time to inform every student of their family circumstances. Chapter 70, Undercurrents in Potions Class. Godfather. I apologize. I admit I acted thoughtlessly, but I hope you will refrain from using their parents against them in the future. Draco's knuckles were turning white from gripping tightly. Humph, as your headmaster, I certainly know my limits. My dear godson, do not mistake yourself for those arrogant, foolish, and ignorant Gryffindors. After Snape finished speaking, he did not spare them a glance, snorted disdainfully, and strode away with long strides, his robes billowing behind him. Phew! Amanta exhaled in relief. It was astonishing that Snape had let them off so easily. Whether it was due to Lucius's influence or Draco's dual approach, both soft and hard, was uncertain. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that all three of them belonged to Slytherin. Otherwise, their house points would have been entirely deducted by Snape. However, that was not enough to overshadow something else, something that left them utterly astounded. Draco, did you see? You lost the bet, Harry exclaimed, grabbing Draco's sleeve excitedly. Draco shot him an exasperated glare. You seem to have forgotten that I made that bet with you. Harry's eyes widened. Really? I don't remember that. He scratched his tousled black hair. Don't try to weasel out of it. Draco gritted his teeth. Well, you certainly have endured quite a lot. Amanta extracted a parchment from the Circle of Sages, a modest beginning to her magical history assignment that she had drafted earlier in the week. Raising an eyebrow, she divided the parchment into 2 portions and handed them to Draco and Harry. I appreciate your help. Harry gazed at the parchment in despair, wishing he had never engaged in this wager, as it meant he would be confined to the common room over the weekend, laboring over a magical history assignment for at least a day. Draco patted Harry on the shoulder. If only getting the godfather to wash his hair were as straightforward as completing a magical history assignment, I would gladly write magical history every day. Indeed, Harry lamented, recalling how unexpectedly youthful and handsome Snape appeared after washing his hair. I always thought he was at least 50. Amanta tapped his head. Do not forget, he was contemporaneous with your parents. If I recall correctly, he should be in his early 30s. One must concede, the godfather is rather accomplished for his age. Draco shook his head. It appears that if it weren't for his unkempt hair, he would already have a multitude of admirers. As anticipated, the events that unfolded the following morning during the potions class, shared by Slytherin and Gryffindor, were nothing short of extraordinary. Snape stormed into the classroom, his fury palpable as he unleashed a barrage of acerbic remarks upon the Gryffindor students, deducting several points from their total. Parvati and Lavender huddled together, their expressions animated. From a distance, Amanta could vaguely hear their conversation. They had even begun referring to Snape as Severus. Did you see that? The way Severus deducted points is utterly captivating. I find myself entranced by his cold, unyielding gaze, his prominent nose, and his flowing hair. How could I have overlooked his undeniable charm? Had I known the head of Slytherin was this striking, I should have joined Slytherin. The Slytherin girls exchanged knowing glances. I can guarantee that your godfather is on the verge of becoming the new heartthrob of Hogwarts. Seizing the moment as Snape turned to reprimand Ron, Amanta leaned toward Draco and remarked, the godfather is indeed handsome, but I dare say he pales in comparison to me. Draco, unyielding, retorted while adjusting his own meticulously styled platinum hair. For the initial segment of the class, nearly everyone was too preoccupied to focus on the lesson, their attention solely fixed on Snape. Yet, as Snape's ire escalated, most students, particularly the girls, began to exhibit unexpected diligence. Amanta shook her head in bewilderment, pondering if these individuals were masochists. However, Snape's assignment of crafting a simple potion for scabies surprisingly saw the majority of students succeed. Even Neville made notable progress, at least avoiding the catastrophic melting of his cauldron this time. Yet, if the murky concoction in his and Seamus's cauldron could even be deemed a potion, one must wonder. Perhaps it was that she and Draco had also been somewhat influenced by Snape, as their pace in grinding snake fangs had significantly slowed compared to their previous efforts. Consequently, The first student to successfully brew the potion was Theodore, not from Slytherin. He possessed an air of aloofness, with deep gray hair and pale blue eyes that lent him an aura of cool detachment. Amanta recalled him, as he had been present at nearly every occasion attended by Slytherins in recent days. Yet, he consistently observed everything with indifference, or immersed himself in reading, as if the happenings around him were of no concern. Amanta knew little about him, but she vaguely remembered he was one of the 12 students advancing to N.E.W.T. level in potions. Given that he was also a Slytherin, inviting him to join their SO group seemed a promising choice. She elbowed Draco gently. "Do you know that Theodore?" Draco looked up, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Upon glancing at Theodore in the distance, his demeanor shifted to one of wariness. "I know him. Why do you ask?" Before Amanta could respond, he continued, "I've known Theodore since childhood, but I think it would be wise for you to keep your distance. He has always preferred solitude, more so than that blasé fellow." "Well, are you familiar with him?" "Not particularly close, but not entirely strangers, either." "Why do you ask?" Draco replied swiftly, casting her a peculiar, almost unsettling look. Amanta felt an inexplicable shiver at the intensity of his gaze, which seemed to carry a hint of reproach. She shrugged, attempting to dispel the odd sensation. "I merely meant to suggest that he appears quite gifted in potions. Perhaps we should invite him to our SO group? Am I not sufficiently talented in potions?" Draco lowered his eyelids, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, yet it was evident that he was not pleased. Chapter 71. The eve of Halloween had finally arrived. Amanta sensed that Draco might have misconstrued her intentions. Did he believe that her praise of Theodore was a covert critique of his own achievements? "Of course, I consider you the most gifted student in potions. However, it would be too burdensome for you to shoulder the entirety of our SO group's responsibilities alone. If you are acquainted with him, perhaps you could inquire if he would be interested, all right?" Draco seemed to wrestle with his thoughts for a considerable time before finally exhaling a resigned sigh. "As it is your request, very well." Even with Draco's entreaty, Theodore politely declined to join the group after contemplating it for several days, sending a response via owl that read, "I regret this decision. I do not wish to become embroiled in too many controversies during my time at Hogwarts. As you are aware, my father is a fiercely loyal Death Eater, and joining a public opposition against the Dark Lord's followers would have dire consequences." Upon receiving his reply, Amanta merely shrugged. It seemed that until their SO group demonstrated tangible results, rejection would be the norm. One could not expect everyone to view them with the same sincerity as Cedric. September and October slipped by quietly amidst the daily grind of classes and assignments. Coupled with their clandestine SO group, duels every Wednesday, and Quidditch practices every Thursday. By the time Amanta realized she had been at Hogwarts for over 2 months, she found herself devoid of any astonishment. Hogwarts was increasingly resembling her home. The students had also grown accustomed to their potions professor's newfound grooming habits, no longer astonished that he had begun to wash his hair. The only change might be that Snape had somehow made it onto the Hogwarts Dreamboat ranking, a student-organized poll, where he appeared to be ranking quite high. Over the past few weeks, their SO group had also learned some fundamental counter-curses, besides their initial practice of the disarming charm. They had acquired knowledge of the shield charm, the stunning spell, and the leglocker curse, while their older peer, Cedric, had imparted much wisdom on subjects like herbology. Cedric expressed numerous reflections on this matter. According to him, many students who had been at Hogwarts for an extended period had yet to master these spells. Given the current results, it seems that practical experience is indeed one of the swiftest methods to enhance one's proficiency in spellcasting. There was also an incident that left her both amused and exasperated. After numerous forays into the gray areas of the dueling rules with Draco, Harry gradually learned this approach as well. On one occasion, taking Draco by surprise, Harry feigned an action before swiftly casting a leg-locking curse, leaving Draco frozen in place. They soon realized that their previous underhanded tactics against Harry were no longer effective. Nevertheless, the honest Cedric remained committed to the rules, yet he respected their actions. In his words, "While I would not resort to such tactics myself, I do not oppose your methods. After all, in real combat, dark wizards will not grant you any opportunities, will they? Furthermore, I can learn much from your dueling style." As Halloween drew ever closer, Amanta's heart began to flutter with trepidation. Since the day she exited the Forbidden Forest, the facade of tranquility seemed destined to fade. What actions might Professor Quirrell undertake on the night of Halloween? Would he hastily summon Voldemort to seek the Philosopher's Stone? Or would he choose to create chaos on campus while secretly searching for the stone's whereabouts? Regardless, she could hardly believe that Quirrell would let such an opportunity slip away. Truly, the things we dread often manifest with alarming swiftness. On the morning of Halloween Eve, Amanta left the dungeons to find the corridors filled with the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin. Breakfast that morning consisted largely of pumpkin dishes, and the dining table was adorned with a myriad of Halloween decorations. Yet, Amanta had little appetite for the day's culinary delights. She took a few absent-minded spoonfuls of pumpkin porridge while furrowing her brow, mentally reviewing the 20 methods to tackle a troll and various spells for unforeseen circumstances. Harry, however, was in high spirits. Look at that pumpkin. It's exquisitely carved. Today's pumpkin pie is simply splendid. I heard there will be a Halloween feast tonight. What do you think will happen? He exclaimed, eagerly piling his plate high with every dish within reach. He enthusiastically inquired if Amanta and Draco would like to partake in his bounty. After several refusals, Harry relinquished his attempts to persuade them, shaking his head in mild disappointment. What a pity that such delicious food is to be enjoyed solely by me. Draco sighed. Then you can share our portion as well. That's a splendid idea. Harry nodded eagerly, preparing to target his next dish. Amanta remained solemn, scarcely absorbing their conversation, her mind troubled. The prospect of confronting an unknown threat today weighed heavily upon her. She contemplated whether to risk herself or to involve Draco and Harry. Although opting for self-preservation might offer temporary safety, should Voldemort acquire the Philosopher's Stone, she might forever regret today's decision, fundamentally forfeiting her chances of maintaining safety in the future. Amanta, you seem preoccupied today, Draco remarked softly. Amanta quickly extricated herself from her thoughts, attributing her tension to the pressures of recent studies. After all, she couldn't very well disclose that Quirrell, or even Voldemort, might choose to act tonight, could she? Draco looked at her with a hint of concern. I know you always work hard, but you should also take time to relax. How about we let Harry take us out this weekend? We can go out. Amanta was taken aback by his suggestion. Ahem, Draco blushed slightly. In fact, it was mentioned in a letter from my father. He said our life at school might be somewhat dreary, so as a governor, he arranged for us to have the opportunity to visit Hogsmeade once a month, provided we are accompanied by a professor. Chapter 72, The Invitation to Hogsmeade. Lucius truly is a commendable governor, managing to secure for them first years the same privileges as third years, even with a professor's accompaniment. However, we will be accompanied by Professor Snape? Indeed. Draco glanced around cautiously, ensuring no unexpected figures were lurking nearby. It was because his father provided his godfather with numerous rare potion ingredients that the latter agreed to supervise us. Hogsmeade, what are you talking about? Harry inquired, taking a large bite of pumpkin cake, his words muffled. It's a wizarding village near the school, filled with various shops, and I hear the scenery is quite lovely. Amanta clarified. Harry gulped down a cup of pumpkin juice, clearing his mouth. Really? That's fantastic. But I just heard you say Snape is coming with us. Oh no. He won't make our lives miserable, will he? Harry lamented. Well, I suspect my godfather won't be inclined to shadow us the entire time. He has potion dealings to attend to in Hogsmeade. We can always concoct an excuse to divert him, Draco said with a hint of pride. Amanta raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing smile with Harry. As long as they could escape Hogwarts, they had countless ways to distract Snape. Provided nothing too unfortunate occurred today, she found herself looking forward to exploring Hogsmeade this weekend. Ultimately, the prospect of an outing helped to ease her anxiety a bit. The morning's charms class proceeded as per the usual narrative, with Professor Flitwick teaching them the levitation charm. Do not forget, the most crucial aspect of this spell is the subtle wrist movement. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of thick books, demonstrating with his wand. A swish and a flick. A swish and a flick. Remember, everyone, the incantation must be pronounced correctly. Does anyone remember poor Baruffio? He pronounced the F as, and when he awoke, he found a wild buffalo standing on his chest. Harry couldn't help but shudder, the more Flitwick elaborated. The more anxious he became about mispronouncing the spell like that unfortunate fellow. Amanta had already studied this spell independently, so she effortlessly executed the swish and flick. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather gracefully soared into the air, swirling around the room with her wand's movements. Professor Flitwick applauded. Oh, everyone, look at Miss Merlin's splendid technique. It no longer surprises me that she is always the first to succeed. Shortly after her, Draco successfully levitated his feather several feet into the air. Meanwhile, Harry struggled to pronounce the incantation, his neck veins bulging as he swung his arm with increasing fervor, yet his feather remained stubbornly still on the floor. Amanta turned her head and whispered a reminder to Harry. Harry, when casting spells, pay attention to the rhythm of your phrasing. The incantation must be elongated and clear. Oh, I'll give it a try, Harry said, pursing his lips in thought before attempting again. Wingardium Leviosa. This time, his incantation was commendable. The feather rolled twice across the table before it soared upward, nearly lifting off entirely. Amanta encouraged him. Well done. Your wand movement was a bit excessive. Shall we try once more? After several more attempts, Harry finally succeeded in making the feather float completely. He grinned, revealing a small toothy smile. I can do it too. Amanta shrugged. As long as you find the right method, anyone can learn swiftly. Due to the forthcoming Halloween feast, the afternoon-esque Quidditch practice was cancelled. When Amanta met Draco and Harry in the Slytherin common room, she reminded them not to forget the Malfoy family's protective brooch. Harry had no objections. I've been wearing it constantly. Ever since Fred's prank backfired and he spat out a gigantic purple bubble, I haven't taken it off. Draco emerged from the dormitory, frowning as he scrutinized his attire. He had donned a modest yet luxurious dark green silk robe, and his platinum hair was slicked back with more product than usual. However, I fear my outfit does not leave room for improvement. At least, it seems you don't find it quite fitting. He fiddled with the circular moonstone brooch on his chest. Today is the Halloween feast. I doubt any bored student would neglect to participate. Amanta adopted a serious expression, one they had not seen in some time. I have a sense that something ominous will occur tonight, she stated gravely. Harry cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. Amanta, are you implying Voldemort? Yes, Voldemort has been in hiding for quite a while. With the entire Hogwarts preparing for festivities tonight, it is undoubtedly the perfect opportunity for Quirrell or Voldemort to strike. Draco retrieved the protective brooch from his Malfoy family crest ring and pinned it to the inside of his robe's collar. Damn it, just when we finally have a feast. Amanta shrugged. I'm merely speculating. The likelihood of nothing happening is still there, though perhaps a bit smaller. Should we inform Snape about this? Harry asked nervously. Amanta shook her head. Have you forgotten? Snape said we lack evidence, and besides, this is merely my assumption. After they gathered their belongings, they crawled out of the common room, preparing to attend the feast in the Great Hall. All the while, Harry remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Why don't we find Quirrell ourselves and follow him? He wouldn't dare to do anything in the castle anyway, Harry suggested anxiously. Harry, do not underestimate a Death Eater's limits. That is certainly not a wise course of action. What if he seizes the Sorcerer's Stone first and intends to kill you? Amanta corrected Harry's wandering gaze. Let us not draw attention. We'll act as if we know nothing and attend the feast. Chapter 73, A Disturbance at the Feast. The Great Hall was adorned with a myriad of dynamic decorations, the ceiling teeming with thousands of bats, and thick clouds swirling ominously above the dining tables. Each seat was graced with either large or small pumpkin lanterns, the flickering candlelight illuminating the insides of the pumpkins. The trio found a few vacant spots at the Slytherin table, and Amanta cast a sidelong glance toward the Gryffindor table. As she had anticipated, Hermione did not engage in a quarrel with Ron as per the original narrative. Instead, she appeared to have made several good friends in Ravenclaw, happily discussing something with Padma beside her. Amanta nudged Harry with her elbow. Don't eat too much. Be careful. All right, I understand, Harry replied begrudgingly. Indeed. Shortly after Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast, and just as Harry was about to take his first bite of chicken, Filch stumbled into the hall, panting heavily. His face a mask of terror, a troll, and a three-headed dog. It's rampaging through the castle's dungeons. And a little Norwegian ridgeback has thrown the castle into complete chaos. Someone tell me this isn't some Halloween prank. His face twisted with anger and fear. Where are the professors? Professor Dumbledore. You must notify them immediately. Before he could finish, a strange rumbling reverberated from beneath the ground. Students erupted into chaos. Shrieking and dropping their food, darting about, the hall descended into pandemonium. Dumbledore had to cast a few sharp explosions with his wand to restore order. Students, please remain seated and calm in the hall. Prefects, keep a watchful eye on your houses. I will cast a large protective spell here. And I urge everyone not to leave. With that, he waved his wand, murmuring an incantation, as streams of silvery mist emanated from the tip, enveloping the entire hall. He gestured for several professors to accompany him as they exited. Once the professors departed, the hall fell back into a state of panic. The prefects were forced to pace around the long tables, soothing the overly agitated students. Has that old fool Dumbledore truly lost his mind, leaving us students here unprotected without a single professor? Ron lamented, cradling his head in despair at the Gryffindor table. It's over. I think we're utterly doomed. Nearby, Blaise watched with a look of morbid curiosity. My mother always said Hogwarts is the safest school in the world. If she knew so many dangers had suddenly invaded. Oh dear, he sighed wistfully, unsure whether to mourn Hogwarts or his mother's misguided beliefs. The Ravenclaw students engaged in serious discussions about the efficacy of the defensive spells Dumbledore had cast. From what I observed, there are likely several defensive charms, primarily for safety. Do they really work? I've heard trolls have thick, tough skin that can ignore most spells. Amanta patted the two frightened individuals beside her, who were wide-eyed and glancing at each other in panic. We need to find a moment to head to the 4th floor. What? Amanta, you can't be serious. We're actually going? Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Amanta raised an eyebrow. I'm prepared. If you're unwilling, I'll go alone. The three-headed dog seemed to have been unleashed, and the guard dog in the right corridor on the 4th floor was absent. It was uncertain how well Dumbledore had concealed the Sorcerer's Stone. Given the current situation, She surmised that Quirrell would not infiltrate while releasing these magical creatures. It would be all too easy for the professors arriving to inspect the Philosopher's Stone to catch him red-handed. If he were sufficiently astute, he would first venture into the Forbidden Forest to rendezvous with Voldemort, before returning to the castle and concealing himself in the vicinity of the fourth-floor corridor. There, he would bide his time, awaiting either Snape or another professor to finish their examination of the stone, or perhaps to prepare for its transfer to another location. Quirrell would lie in wait at the entrance, seizing the opportunity to snatch the stone for himself. If they could outpace Quirrell, they could position themselves nearby and quietly apprehend him. She had already identified an impeccable spot for ambush and practiced several useful nonverbal spells. Draco, you stay here while I go with Amanta. But how do we get out? Harry peered around. The two Slytherin prefects were patrolling the long table in a forward and backward manner. Disillusionment charm, Amanta stated succinctly. We'll go one at a time. Harry, you pretend to have dropped something and crouch under the table. I'll cast the disillusionment charm on you. Be careful not to be touched by anyone. We'll regroup at that door on the right side at the back of the Great Hall. Harry glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to him. Fortunately, everyone was engrossed in the marvelous creatures that had appeared in the castle, their focus not divided as it usually was by the trio of Slytherins. Seizing the moment, he feigned dropping something, crouching down to search for it, and then fully submerged himself beneath the tablecloth. Bedazzling hex. Amanta intoned softly as she discreetly extended a hand from her robe, casting the spell. Harry's form instantly vanished, or rather, became exceedingly difficult to perceive. The human eye could no longer discern him from his surroundings, though his physical presence remained. Amanta, I'm moving forward, came Harry's muffled voice from beneath the table. Seemingly inching ahead, Amanta rubbed her temples in exasperation. Should she remind Harry that while she instructed him to crouch, it was merely to make his disappearance less conspicuous? She had meant for him to traverse the narrow gaps between the long tables. Even if he encountered a patrolling prefect, he could have barely managed to slip past. Just as she prepared to crouch and replicate her earlier actions, Draco tugged at her sleeve, his eyes gleaming. I'm coming with you. Draco, I understand. But today will be particularly perilous, so it's best if you wait here for us, all right? She replied delicately, hoping to dissuade him. After all, their actions today would be a direct defiance against Voldemort, likely endangering him and the Malfoy family. Chapter 74. Slipping out of the feast towards the ambush point. Draco fell silent, yet he did not release her robe's sleeve. All right, Draco, stay here. If anyone inquires about us, cover for me and Harry. Amanta said with a sigh of resignation. Time was of the essence. Quirrell could arrive at any moment. Draco shed his dark green silk robe. Draco, what are you doing? I'm going. He stowed the robe in his family crest ring. You saved me before, and as friends, we cannot abandon each other in peril, can we? Fine. There's no time to waste. Let us go together. Amanta pressed down on Draco, casting the disillusionment charm before carefully rising, ensuring they did not disturb anything. They proceeded along the Slytherin table toward the door at the back right of the Great Hall. Along the way, Blaise and Theodore were conversing not far from them, while Crabbe and Goyle continued to feast, with no one else at the adjacent tables paying attention to their movements. Amanta had just exhaled in relief when a Gryffindor boy stood up, gesticulating wildly, his arm nearly colliding with their chests. She yanked Draco down, quickly dodging to the side, inadvertently bumping into a tall Slytherin boy. Who? The Slytherin boy turned with annoyance. Amanta gasped, doing her utmost to shrink her form and conceal herself. Jordan, it's you again, looking for trouble? You've got the wrong person. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't think you can fool me by playing dumb. I'm well aware of your little games. The tall Slytherin boy and the previously gesticulating Gryffindor were now locked in a heated argument, on the verge of exchanging curses. Enough. What are you shouting about? Goodness, not now. Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, rushed over. Seizing the opportunity, Amanta and Draco crouched down, slipping past Percy and stealthily evading the brewing conflict. Somewhere along the way, someone had spilled pumpkin juice on the floor, causing them to slip. It must be said, perhaps Harry's choice to crawl out from beneath the long table was indeed the wiser option, although he had evidently emerged later than they had. Amanta pulled Draco down behind a colossal pumpkin lantern stationed to the right of the entrance. Blast it, how do we regroup with Harry? We can't see him, and he can't see us. Draco peered out from behind the lantern. The disillusionment charm doesn't render one completely invisible. If you look closely, you might notice some discrepancies, Amanta elucidated. After a couple of minutes, Amanta suddenly sprang up, grasping at the air before her. Here he comes. A muffled gasp, laced with panic, echoed in the air. Amanta promptly covered his mouth. Shoo, Harry, don't make a sound. It's us, right? I almost forgot you were invisible too. Harry panted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. How did you get over here? I didn't see you when I was crawling under the table. No time for that. We need to move. Amanta glanced back, It seemed the Slytherin table had realized their absence, causing a stir among certain students. With Prefect Gemma counting heads around the table, the absence of 3 individuals was unmistakable and could not be concealed for long. To the 4th floor, Amanta called, sprinting ahead, striding through the corridor and ascending the stairs. Gotcha. Peeves, the poltergeist, dangled from the wall, his legs swinging as he cackled maniacally. I'm going to tell Filch. Let him know there are disobedient students sneaking out from the Great Hall. He seized a vase from the corner of the wall and hurled it their way. The vase shattered on the ground beside them with a resounding crash, echoing through the corridor. Harry nervously glanced back, ensuring no one was trailing them. Peeves, we have something very important to do. Important, you say? Please, what could be more significant than me ripping your robes off? Peeves lunged forward, grabbing Harry's robe collar and yanking it back. Petrificus totalis. Impedimenta. As Amanta withdrew her wand, she swiftly cast several spells, prompting the fat friar to scream and dodge to the sides. Goodness gracious, these new students are truly remarkable. Run. The obstruction charm might delay the fat friar for a few moments. Amanta led Harry and Draco up the staircase while continuously hurling the obstruction spells behind them. They dashed past the trophy room on the 4th floor, then hurried past the armory corridor, turning through countless hallways. As they rounded the corner of the charms classroom corridor, Amanta suddenly lifted a tapestry beside the wall and urged Draco and Harry, quick, get in. Heavens, there's a secret passage, Harry exclaimed. They swiftly squeezed into the narrow passage hidden behind the tapestry. The fat friar muttered as he passed by, completely oblivious to their concealment. Where are those bothersome new students? TSK. Once the fat friar's voice had faded into the distance, Draco awkwardly stretched his arm and whispered, Amanta, shouldn't we go out and look for that corridor? No, do you see that door? Amanta indicated a small gap in the tapestry, gesturing towards an inconspicuous door at the end of the charms corridor. The door appeared to have been forcibly damaged. After all, the 3-headed dog was released from there. Could that be it? Indeed, Amanta succinctly replied. We should leave here. Someone may come by soon. She rose, carefully lifting her feet in the dim passage, retreating soundlessly. This secret passage led from the charms corridor to the armory corridor. Just as they moved into the armory corridor, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from below the staircase. The 3 of them held their breath. After exchanging a tense glance, they separated to hide behind a suit of armor, straining to catch any useful information. Master, we shall remain here, came Quirrell's stuttering voice from the corridor. What? This place is too easy to be discovered. Are you saying there's another passage behind that tapestry? Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Quirrell's footsteps gradually approached. Chapter 75. The encounter between Snape and Quirrell. The sound of the tapestry being lifted echoed at the entrance of the secret passage. It seemed Quirrell had also squeezed in. Amanta raised her wand towards the passage's exit, glancing at Harry and Draco's hiding spot. Fortunately, they were equally well concealed. From her angle, she could only see a row of armor glinting silver in the moonlight. Master, I remember that the passage leads to the trophy room. Yes. I will go check. Quirrell muttered nervously. He held his wand high, cautiously illuminating the surroundings, inching closer to the armory where Amanta and the others were hiding. Occasionally, a rumbling sound resonated from below, accompanied by a terrifying tremor, though it was somewhat muffled due to the distance. Quirrell paused, mumbling something under his breath. Bringing these things here took quite a bit of effort. They should keep them busy for a while. His footsteps grew ever closer. Amanta crouched beside a suit of armor, peering through a narrow gap, her gaze fixed on the exit. She felt the darkness they occupied being gradually dispelled by the light from Quirrell's wand, and she could even hear his rapid breathing. Her heart raced to her throat. Suddenly, voices echoed from the direction of the charms corridor. Severus, I believe you harbor some bias and discrimination against Quirrell. If he had nothing to hide, he wouldn't constantly fear facing me. Where is he now? The familiar voices belonged to Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. Quirrell evidently realized their arrival, as he extinguished the illumination spell and fell silent. Professors McGonagall and Snape appeared unaware of anything amiss, deeply engrossed in a heated discussion. Poor young man. He must have a few things he wishes to pursue. You may be misunderstanding him. We just saw that thing. It was of no concern. In any case, this place is no longer safe, Minerva. Dumbledore has instructed us to remove it. He intends to relocate it. Severus, sometimes I don't understand what Albus is thinking. What is the purpose of setting these traps? They want to stop any dark magic. Minerva, have you not yet realized? He merely wishes to lure Potter and that individual there. Snape hissed through gritted teeth. What? Potter? He is still just a child. Potter possesses the blood of Lily to protect him. He can still utilize that power against him. That is Dumbledore's plan. But that cannot be. I must have a serious talk with Albus. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, reverberating as if something had fallen, scattering its contents across the floor. Immediately following, there was a thud as a heavy object landed. Who? Snape's voice rang out, alert and low. Minerva, are you all right? Professor McGonagall did not respond. Oh. No wonder you've been causing me trouble these past few days. You've suspected me all along, Quirrell stammered. At the end of the passage, another clatter ensued. Seemingly as Quirrell pushed aside the tapestry and exited. Snape snorted coldly. I was prepared for your presence here long ago. How fortunate, Severus. For I too am prepared to eliminate you. Just you, a half-baked fool? Snape, I advise you not to become overconfident. Quirrell's voice dripped with irritation. Master, please help me. Humph, fool. A serpentine hiss echoed. Severus, another familiar face. TSK, if you were to return to my side now, I would not hold a grudge for your betrayals over the years. You could still be my most loyal servant. Snape grunted, seemingly in contemplation. Is your current state enough to convince me you are the Dark Lord? How can you prove it? No. I believe the Dark Lord would never degrade to such a state. Of course, just hand over the Sorcerer's Stone, and I promise you will be astonished. After enduring all these years, I have not regressed in the slightest. Voldemort coaxed softly. If you give it to me, I can regain my body, Severus. And together we shall stride towards the future we desire. But you are merely an incorporeal monster, looking ever so pitiful. Severus, I once admired you. Thought you a clever man. However, it seems you are not all that. Crack, bang, boom. Snape remained silent, while the sound of various spells clashing erupted in the corridor, quickly followed by the cacophony of shattering objects. During Snape and Voldemort's conversation, Amanta had stealthily maneuvered to the back of the tapestry. She gently lifted a corner of the tapestry, observing the scene before her through the gap. The corridor was illuminated as bright as day by a myriad of spells. Sparks flying from the spells that erupted, dazzling spell effects colliding against shields and walls, casting bizarre shadows throughout the corridor. The floor lay in disarray, with vases, astrological instruments, and decorative stands toppled haphazardly, and the glass windows on either side shattered into a million pieces. Gradually, Quirrell found himself overwhelmed by Snape. He faltered and retreated step by step. Master, help me, he implored. Fool, do not fixate solely on Severus. Eliminate that woman on the ground first, Voldemort hissed, urging Quirrell on. Quirrell cast a glance at the unconscious Professor McGonagall and raised his wand. Avada, crash. His hand inexplicably slackened, and the wand slipped from his grasp. Damn it, why is my hand cramped? In a panic, Quirrell crouched down to retrieve his wand. However, his actions left him exceedingly vulnerable in the midst of battle. Snape swiftly waved his wand, sending Quirrell hurtling backward. Incompetent. Did you not notice there are others here? Voldemort shrieked. He made the decisive choice to abandon Quirrell, transforming into a swirling cloud of darkness and escaping through the window. Master, you cannot forsake me as you did last time. Master, take me with you. I wish to accompany you. Quirrell scrambled to his feet in a frenzy, forgetting to retrieve his wand, instead clutching the window frame and peering outside. Snape approached with measured strides, elegantly gesturing with his wand, and a bundle of ropes promptly ensnared Quirrell from head to toe. Come forth. I am not blind like that fool Quirrell. Chapter 76. Quirrell is expelled from the school. Amanta leaped forth from the hidden alcove behind the tapestry. Quirrell's eyes widened in shock, his face turning a shade resembling that of a liver. You again. Damn it. Cursed Merlin, when were you there? He stammered. But further words were silenced as Snape swiftly stuffed a cloth into his mouth. I believe you owe us an explanation as to why you are here, Miss Merlin. Rather than remaining with the other students in the Great Hall, choosing instead to gallivant about like a hero, have you caught Potter's arrogance? Snape coldly regarded Amanta. His wand lowered. Professor, it was my idea, a clear voice chimed in, as Harry emerged from behind the tapestry. Such a foolish and mindless act is indeed only something you would do, he muttered, casting a glance back at Draco, who remained unmoved behind the tapestry. Have you mistaken yourself for a corpse, my dear pupil? Upon being called out by Snape, Draco reluctantly rolled his eyes and stepped forward. Excellent. All three of you are present. Are you planning to gather around for a game of wizard cards? Snape's voice dripped with a chilling gentleness that sent shivers down their spines. Well, Lucius even penned a letter requesting that I take you to Hogsmeade this weekend. Is this how you repay him, my dear pupil? Professor, it is not like that. We are merely concerned that Quirrell might acquire the Philosopher's Stone, Harry hastily defended. The professor's affairs are not your concern, or do you fancy yourself superior to the professors? Snape scoffed. As a clever and meticulous professor, I was well aware Quirrell would be near, and I had summoned Minerva, though she was distracted by my words. Yes, and what of Professor McGonagall? Amanta instinctively scanned the corridor and quickly spotted McGonagall. Fortunately, she appeared unharmed, merely unconscious, leaning against an overturned cabinet. What are you still doing there? Do you think you are a trio of discovered trolls? Quickly, Help Professor McGonagall up and take her to the hospital wing. Yes, Professor. They struggled to lift McGonagall. But after several attempts, they failed. After all, lifting an unconscious adult was no easy task. Are you all merely idle? Forget it. Let me handle it. You keep an eye on this fool. Snape kicked Quirrell in the rear, sending him stumbling before them. He emitted muffled sounds of protest, his eyes wide with fury, seemingly on the verge of popping from their sockets. A good colleague. I advise you to behave. My students are hardly less troublesome than I am. Amanta and the others drew their wands, pointing them at Quirrell. Move. Quirrell's face turned purple as he stiffly walked ahead. They kept their wands trained on him, following Snape as they escorted McGonagall to the hospital wing on the second floor. Upon entering the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey hurried over, her eyes wide with concern. Minerva. Oh, what has happened? Severus, quickly, lay her on a bed, gently. She knelt to examine McGonagall, and after a moment, she sighed in relief. Thank Merlin, Minerva is fine. Merely a bit dizzy. A night's rest will suffice. Rising, she then noticed Quirrell bound like a mummy at the entrance. Quirinus? Severus, why have you bound him like this? He has naturally committed some unforgivable errors, and we caught him in the act, Snape replied slowly. Madame Pomfrey shot a disapproving glance at Quirrell, leaving no room for doubt. Well, I trust Dumbledore has his own decisions. You may leave now. Do not disturb Minerva's rest. With that, Madame Pomfrey waved her hand, ushering them all out. Though she remained composed, the sight of them escorting the mummified Quirrell into the great hall caused a stir among the students. Merlin, Potter, and Malfoy, the head girl Gemma, rushed over. You. Initially, she intended to inquire where they had been, but upon seeing Quirrell's bound state, she abandoned the thought. Never mind. As long as you are unharmed. They followed Snape down the long table towards the staff table, the hushed whispers surrounding them impossible to ignore. Do Snape and Quirrell have a feud? Did Quirrell unleash those terrifying creatures tonight? I thought it was Hagrid's doing. Why are they always involved? They seem to be at the center of every incident. Do you think this is connected to the fire in the Forbidden Forest? These remarks evidently reached Quirrell's ears. He slowed his pace, his legs trembling, eyes darting in fear. Hurry up, Draco said, prodding him with his wand in the back. Quirrell stiffened, hastening his steps. They faced the astonishment and murmurs of the entire hall as they approached the podium, where Dumbledore awaited them. Severus, you have returned, Dumbledore greeted gently, nodding. What has transpired? Quirrell let out muffled sounds, perhaps attempting to plead his case, but no one paid him any heed. Albus, he has escaped again, Snape stated. Dumbledore blinked behind his half-moon spectacles. Quite normal. Severus, you have done well. Albus, he has returned. I am certain it is him. I can assure you, Snape's gaze fell, his eyes vacant. Yes, he has returned. Dumbledore looked up at the ominous clouds above the great hall. They were part of the Halloween feast decorations, the gray clouds thickening. The floating candles nearly obscured, their feeble light flickering dimly amidst the gloom. He would never allow himself to plunge into peril again. Quirrell was merely his pawn, one he could readily abandon in critical moments. Yet he would undoubtedly return, and we must remain ever vigilant. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Quirrell relinquished all struggle, his eyes darting uncertainly between Dumbledore and Snape. When had Snape and Dumbledore begun to doubt him? This question perplexed him greatly. In this regard, I must also express my gratitude for Miss Merlin's timely reminder at the beginning of the term. Dumbledore smiled knowingly at Amanta. She replied politely, I believe it was merely a stroke of luck. Luck, too, is a form of power, Miss Merlin, Dumbledore remarked with significant undertones. Chapter 77, The New Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. It was evident that you all exerted tremendous effort this evening, and I thank you for rescuing Minerva. Therefore, Slytherin receives an additional 20 points. Dumbledore cast a glance towards the staff table. Furthermore, we urgently need to find a new professor for defense against the dark arts. Regarding this matter, Severus, there is no need to fret. I have already identified a candidate. Dumbledore forestalled Snape's impending protest. Very well, that is most agreeable, Snape replied, furrowing his brow in evident dissatisfaction. After all, he had long been vying for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Severus, I have no doubts regarding your professional capabilities. I merely worry about finding someone as exceptional as you for potions. So, I am most curious to know, who is the new defense against the dark arts professor? Gilderoy Lockhart wrote to me, expressing his eagerness to come here as long as he can teach the illustrious Harry Potter. Lockhart, Draco whispered in astonishment, upon sensing the collective gaze of everyone upon him. He shrugged. He is quite the celebrity. His books are prominently displayed at Flourish and Blots, even featuring a dedicated section for him. Lockhart, surely, you do not mean that pompous charlatan? Snape replied incredulously. Albus, there are moments when I genuinely believe you have lost your wits. I concede that I may be somewhat advanced in years, yet I am not muddled, Severus. I am aware of his past actions. I happen to know a couple of wizards whose memories he has obliterated. If you are aware of this, why would you choose to appoint him as the defense against the dark arts instructor? It seems you truly are confused. Precisely because he excels at the memory charm. No one can verify whether those events were indeed his doing. However, I believe that if we merely place him into the ordinary school environment, his charade will unravel. Very well, Albus, I wish you the best of luck, Snape retorted with a sardonic huff. The following morning, Dumbledore informed everyone that due to Professor Quirrell's negligence and dangerous conduct the previous night, the school had decided to relieve him of his teaching position. The origins of those perilous creatures had been handed over to the Ministry of Magic for investigation. Officials from the ministry took Professor Quirrell away last night. These creatures would temporarily be cared for by Hagrid near the Forbidden Forest until the ministry found suitable custodians to retrieve them. The new defense against the dark arts professor would arrive at Hogwarts over the weekend. Quirrell was also honored to grace the front page of the Daily Prophet for the first time. Today's edition bore a large black headline. The greatest joke of the century. Hogwarts defenses are flimsy. The image of Quirrell showed him warding off cameras and flashing lights from all directions, his face a pallid and one shade of gray. During the interview, he insisted that he never intended to jeopardize Hogwarts. He merely wished to pull a few harmless pranks in the spirit of Halloween. As for unleashing those dangerous creatures within the castle, he claimed it was merely a little stunt to add some thrill to the Halloween night. However, when reporters inquired about the origins of those creatures, he fell silent. Harry leaned over to glance at Draco's Daily Prophet, chuckling heartily. Amanta, come look. The reporter asked Quirrell how he managed to bring the troll into Hogwarts, and guess what Quirrell said? He claimed he used a shrinking charm on the troll. The shrinking charm doesn't even work on trolls. Does he think the reporters are fools? And look at this, he continued, as the reporter concluded the interview. Expressing his skepticism about Quirrell insulting his intelligence, for Quirrell had not uttered a single truth. Amanta shrugged. I, too, am quite curious about how he managed to acquire those creatures and bring them into Hogwarts. Aren't they always proclaiming that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world? Draco's ears reddened slightly as he haughtily turned his face away. That is something my father always says. It has nothing to do with me. It's a pity there's no way to prove Quirrell's connection to Voldemort. Even if they apprehended Quirrell, the most they could do is imprison him for smuggling creatures, Harry lamented. Amanta shook her head. Even if it could be proven, no one would be willing to believe that Voldemort is truly alive. I wrote to my father, asking him to keep a close eye on Quirrell. After all, my father holds a high position in the Ministry of Magic. Draco's face brightened at the mention of his father. Amanta smiled wryly. We must also extend our gratitude to Professor Snape. Not only is he willing to take us to Hogsmeade this weekend, but it was also thanks to his preparedness yesterday that we were able to navigate the situation so smoothly. This incident caused a tremendous uproar outside the school. The glaring vulnerabilities in Hogwarts defenses, which allowed a professor to effortlessly smuggle a host of extremely dangerous monstrous creatures inside, were indeed alarming. They had long insisted that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. Now, the press busied themselves crafting articles laden with satire, frequently mocking Dumbledore or poking fun at Quirrell's interview, even lauding him as a master of humor and pranks. Parents were in a state of frenzy. From early morning, the skies above Hogwarts were filled with a flurry of busy owls. Parents sent a deluge of furious letters to Headmaster Dumbledore, denouncing the entire affair, and his desk in the headmaster's office was left charred and blackened. Dumbledore was compelled to cast a protective charm outside his office to fend off those letters. Subsequently, parents wrote to the ministry, urging them to dispatch orders to safeguard the beleaguered Hogwarts. However, the ministry declined, citing that the previous night's disturbance had not resulted in any injuries. Within Hogwarts, students were fervently discussing a new question. Who do you think our future defense against the dark arts professor will be? Students pondered this question while dining and traversing the corridors with their textbooks and parchment. Soon, some unfounded rumors began to circulate within Hogwarts. I was sitting very close to Professor Dumbledore yesterday. I heard it's Lockhart. What? That Gilderoy Lockhart? The handsome one? I've read his autobiography. It's him. He is literally my dream man. Most importantly, he is so young and dashing, with those forget-me-not blue eyes. I adore his wavy golden curls, and his accomplishments are astonishing. He received the Order of Merlin at such a young age. Chapter 78, The Honey Duke of Hogsmeade. Draco scoffed at this. Did not the Godfather and Dumbledore mention it? Those experiences he takes such pride in are entirely fabricated. It is no wonder that I felt an uneasy shiver when I first saw his grand poster displayed at the Leaky Cauldron. Amanta was diligently inscribing and sketching upon a piece of parchment, reviewing the intricate effects of various potion ingredients. Speaking of which, I find myself rather curious about what the smile that has won the Most Charming Smile award from Witch Weekly 5 times must look like. Look at this. I possess a photograph of him. Harry slid over a small piece of paper, a gift from Cedric. Merely judging by the photograph, Amanta hesitated. To her, Gilderoy Lockhart undeniably possesses an allure that captivates a multitude of young witches. Even though it was just a small black and white cutout from a newspaper, one could still discern Lockhart's radiant and charming smile, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. However, it is primarily his flamboyant attire, complemented by his meticulously styled hair, and even a light touch of makeup that stands out. If one disregards his actions, the photograph indeed portrays him as youthful and handsome. Unlike Draco and Harry, she did not feel disheartened by Lockhart's arrival. To be frank, although Lockhart is rather inept, he is certainly not as perilous as Quirrell. Yet, it seems Dumbledore has no immediate plans to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. As long as it remains within the school, danger continues to loom. Amanta, you can't possibly find him handsome, can you? Draco scrunched his nose with exaggerated distaste, his expression akin to having swallowed several slugs. Harry too gazed at her with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Under their scrutinizing gazes, she faltered, "Well, he is not bad?" Immediately, Harry and Draco's expressions fell, especially Draco, whose eyes brimmed with disappointment. "Amanta, I never thought you would actually harbor an affection for such a buffoon as Lockhart." Amanta shrugged. "I don't like him. I merely stated that, purely in terms of appearance, he is indeed appealing. It is no wonder so many are enamored by him. But we already know the ugly heart that lies beneath his polished exterior." She crossed out several lengthy steps of potion configurations she had written on the parchment and continued. "Dumbledore's choice for a defense against the dark arts professor is truly a spectacle. While Quirrell may have been a Death Eater, at least he had genuinely traveled the world and possessed some real skill." Upon hearing her words, Harry began to sigh heavily. Goodness, enduring Quirrell's class was already torture enough. Lockhart, in my opinion, is just a self-aggrandizing novelist. He wouldn't expect us to emulate him in writing novels, would he? Draco rested his chin on his hand and grimaced. "I only hope tomorrow arrives quickly so we can revel in Hogsmeade for an entire day." He nearly forgot about this matter. Amanta rolled up the parchment she had been working on and tucked it into the Philosopher's Ring. She shook her head, clearing her mind of knowledge, and replaced it with plans for their excursion to Hogsmeade. With the mention of this topic, Harry perked up with excitement. "I hear it's absolutely splendid. I have yet to see a genuine wizarding village." He rambled on. "Cedric mentioned he is going as well. He can show us around. He knows of a candy store and a joke shop that are supposed to be incredibly fun." "Harry, don't forget who is taking us," Amanta reminded him. Her primary concern was that Snape would spend the entire day making them purchase potion ingredients and supplies. "Oh, I mean if Snape permits." Harry deflated like a punctured balloon. Early the next morning, Snape, with a dark scowl and an unwilling demeanor, escorted them to Honeyduke's sweet shop. He then tersely informed them that he was about to conduct a very important transaction. "Stay here quietly until I return." With that, Snape strode out of the candy shop, which was so at odds with his usual demeanor, leaving Amanta and the others exchanging bewildered glances. "Did he say when he would be back?" Harry inquired. "It is already quite fortunate that Snape brought us here." "Harry," Amanta sighed, picking up a brightly wrapped candy from the shelf. "What is this?" She hoped Snape would complete his potion dealings and not forget them here. Mrs. Flume approached, enthusiastically promoting her wares. "This is our shop's newly introduced creamy fudge. Would you like to give it a try? We offer free samples." "Creamy fudge? What is that?" Harry's curiosity was piqued. "I'll have a piece. I want to taste it. I have no interest in sweets." Draco waved his hand dismissively. "Is that so?" Amanta unwrapped a piece of the fudge. The soft, creamy candy melted in her mouth, filling her palate with a rich milk flavor. "But I recall your parents always sending you sweets." Draco's ears turned a shade of crimson. They always believed he was still a child. Liking sweets has nothing to do with being a child, right? "Have a piece." Amanta unwrapped a piece of fudge and directly popped it into his mouth. Draco's eyes widened, and after a few seconds, he turned his face and began to chew thoughtfully. "All right, it's actually not bad." "That's good." Amanta's eyes twinkled. Harry, having tried a package of pepper imps, rushed up to them in a panic, while the shop assistant stifled a laugh behind her hand. "My nose and ears feel a bit strange, huh?" As he spoke, flames suddenly erupted from his nose and ears. The shop assistant doubled over with laughter, while Harry stood dumbfounded. "My nose. I saw it breathe fire. Good heavens. I apologize. Our pepper imps do tend to have that effect." The shop assistant pointed to the remaining packaging in Harry's hand. The bag featured an exaggerated cartoon illustration resembling Harry's earlier appearance, with a bold caption stating, "For your friends, breathe fire from your nose." Harry frowned and discarded the wrapper, picking up a toadstool mint instead. "I need something to cool my stomach." Amanta shook her head in resignation. "Let us get a bit of everything," she instructed the shop assistant. She had yet to touch the tuition fees provided by Dino Sina, though not much. It sufficed to buy some sweets. "Thank you very much for your patronage." The shop assistant efficiently packaged the candies, quickly filling a massive bag. She also included a few slices of cake. Since you purchased so much, the shop is pleased to offer you 3 additional slices of our new cake. Harry's eyes widened. Amanta, can you possibly eat all of this? Amanta shrugged. What are you thinking? Of course, there's enough for you and Draco as well. Chapter 79. The uninvited guests at the 3 broomsticks. Harry exclaimed in delight. And mine too? Of course, Amanta replied as she accepted the enormous package from the shop assistant. However, carrying this around while exploring isn't very convenient, so I shall place it in the philosopher's ring for now. Exploring? Harry quickly caught onto the word. You don't genuinely intend to stay here all day, do you? Amanta pointed to the vibrant Zonko's joke shop across the street, a favorite destination among many. Zonko's joke shop. Harry's eyes sparkled as he rushed to the window, staring at the flamboyantly decorated storefront. That's the place I most wish to visit. He donned a beseeching expression. Amanta, Draco, shall we venture there for a moment? I promise, just a quick glance. Draco hesitated slightly. What if the professor suddenly returns and finds us gone? Then you can write to your father, telling him that Snape abandoned us at Honeyduke's to attend to his own affairs. Amanta retorted, her light blue eyes sparkling with mischief. Draco furrowed his brow. That does seem plausible. The 3 shared a conspiratorial smile, their gazes drifting toward the bold red and blue sign of Zonko's joke shop. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Cedric. He was engrossed in examining a biting teacup alongside a Hufflepuff boy. Cedric, Harry called out loudly. Cedric turned abruptly, startled. Oh, Harry. And Amanta and Draco, He tilted his head, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Where's Professor Snape? He left us at Honeyduke's, declaring, I must attend to a very important transaction. You lot wait here. Harry mimicked Snape's tone, shaking his head. Cedric couldn't help but chuckle, and the small brown-haired boy beside him grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I forgot to introduce him. This is my roommate, Andy. He possesses quite the talent for food-related spells. Cedric brought the brown-haired boy forward. Andy, do I need to introduce them? The freckled boy smiled warmly. Hello. I've often heard Cedric speak of you. Well, you're quite renowned within the school. Ha ha ha. We frequently interact, creating various rankings and school newsletters. He shook hands with Amanta and the others in turn. So those rankings and the mischievous mouse were your creations? Amanta inquired with interest, recalling how Draco had once triumphantly claimed he topped the Hogwarts hairstyle ranking, only for her and Harry to discover it was a bottom-ranking list. Adhering to a spirit of camaraderie, they chose not to expose him, leading Draco to occasionally boast about it with pride. Speaking of his specialty, Andy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I'm part of it. Many Hufflepuffs are involved. Interested? Though I doubt they'd allow you to join. If you did, half of the content for mischievous mouse would vanish. Amanta shrugged. Well, I suppose that's true. She retrieved a handful of candies from the Philosopher's Stone and distributed them to Cedric and Andy. Consider this a bribe. Do remember to write some favorable remarks about us. Andy gleefully accepted, patting his chest. Leave it to me. Cedric and Andy guided them through Zonko's joke shop, then led them to the nearby Quill Ink store and the Elegant Enchanter's Robe shop. As they exited the latter, Andy suggested, shall we sit at the 3 broomsticks? A steaming mug of butterbeer sounds delightful, especially now that the weather's turned chilly. I find myself yearning for its taste. Certainly, no objections here. Amanta and the others readily agreed, feeling fortunate to have 2 third-year students as their guides through Hogsmeade's offerings. They strolled down a narrow path. The 3 broomsticks situated at the village's heart, closer to its entrance. A strangely dressed figure, shrouded in a hood, hurried past them, lowering her head. In that fleeting moment, Amanta sensed an odd aura. Startled, she turned to look back. The figure seemed oblivious to their presence, hastening along the path. She shook her head, unable to articulate the feeling that had washed over her. To confirm it wasn't merely her imagination, she nudged Draco with her elbow. Draco, preoccupied with counting the scarves and decorative pins he had just purchased from the Elegant Enchanter, muttered, 3 pairs, 5 pairs. What is it? Without lifting his gaze. Did you not find that person a bit peculiar? What? Which one? Draco finally raised his head, glancing in the direction she indicated. Andy leaned in closer. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean that person? The hooded figure quickly turned into a narrow alley beside the post office, disappearing from view. Oh, she took the path to the Hog's Head. That's not surprising. Most patrons there are rather odd. Never mind. We're heading to the 3 broomsticks, where the beverages are superb. He enthusiastically ushered them toward the establishment. Had she not known he was a Hufflepuff student, Amanta would have suspected him of being a recruiter for the 3 broomsticks. The tavern was incredibly crowded, making them hesitate at the entrance. Andy, there might not be any available seats here, Cedric shouted over the din. Andy surged forward. Don't worry. Trust me, I'll find us a spot. Fortunately, a few familiar students recognized Andy, and, just as they were about to leave, vacated their seats for him. See, I told you I would find us a seat, Andy boasted proudly. Madame Rosmerta, the proprietor of the Three Broomsticks, squeezed through the throng holding a menu. What can I get for you all? Apologies for the crowd today. Service may be a bit slow. Oh, 1 butterbeer each. By the way, why are there so many people today? Andy called out, his voice nearly drowned by the surrounding chatter. I believe you young folks will find it intriguing. Gilderoy Lockhart. Madame Rosmerta pointed toward the most densely packed area, though they could see nothing through the throng. But do not rush. I have heard he will be teaching at Hogwarts soon, so you will have plenty of time to seek his autograph. Chapter 80. Lockhart's Fervent Admirers. Lockhart. Andy's eyes lit up brighter than a bulb. By Merlin's beard, this is first-hand news. I must seize this opportunity. He stood, addressing them earnestly. I apologize. But I must temporarily leave your company. Something mysterious is calling to me over there. Oh, Cedric, I hope you won't hold it against me. Cedric rubbed his temples, throbbing from the noise, and replied wearily, Go on, we will wait for you here. With a sense of relief, Andy craned his neck, pushing into the crowd. 5 steaming mugs of frothy butterbeer soon arrived at their table. How delightful! Harry exclaimed. Amanta picked up her cup, savoring a sip. The rich, buttery flavor melded seamlessly with the beer, a warm current coursing through her, melting away any chill. Truly splendid. Draco regarded them skeptically. Really? Is it truly that good? It is indeed delicious. Don't you want to try? Hogwarts has nothing like this. Cedric lifted his cup, blowing off the froth atop the butterbeer. Draco observed their expressions, which seemed unremarkable, before cautiously lifting his cup to inhale the aroma and taking a sip. It was indeed rather pleasant. He had not anticipated Gilderoy Lockhart's swift arrival. Amanta gazed at the throngs crowding the Three Broomsticks and mused aloud. Such ostentation. Draco frowned in response. Cedric, perplexed, looked at them and inquired, Forgive me, but it seems you are not particularly fond of Lockhart? I find him quite impressive. His words faltered under Harry's disapproving glare. Cedric, how can you admire such a man? Harry scoffed, visibly irate at Cedric's taste. Cedric waved a dismissive hand. Harry, why do you say that? Even if you harbor reservations about him, he is, after all, to be our future defense against the dark arts professor. Amanta sighed. Cedric, if you find him appealing. I shall not contest that, but frankly, his so-called illustrious experiences are entirely fabricated. Cedric's eyes widened in disbelief. Fabricated? Is that true? How do you know? Dumbledore informed us. Harry replied mysteriously. Cedric appeared ready to inquire further, yet the moment was swiftly overtaken. They continued to sip their butterbeer, while Lockhart suddenly pushed through the crowd towards them, inciting a chorus of squeals from a group of young witches. Those who had gathered around him cast envious glances at Amanta and her companions. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, adorned with a blue and gold-trimmed top hat, Lockhart approached with an air of self-assured charm. Harry Potter, is that you? As soon as I heard this eager student mention your name, I felt compelled to speak with you. Andy, standing beside Lockhart, winked at them. Lockhart flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming teeth, brighter than in any photograph, as he unceremoniously pulled up a chair, shoving aside Cedric and Draco to sit beside Harry. Draco frowned and distanced himself. Harry felt quite uncomfortable, glancing at his friends before turning to Lockhart with uncertainty. Professor Lockhart, what can I do for you? Indeed. But before that, Harry, look at the camera. Here, just smile, Lockhart commanded. He drew Harry into a close embrace, flashing a congenial smile. Amanta then noticed a short man with a large black camera pushing his way through the crowd, excitedly raising his camera and frantically clicking the shutter. Harry, did you come here just to see me? Lockhart asked with a smile during a brief pause to change poses. No, not at all, Professor, Harry stammered. Lockhart chuckled heartily. Unwilling to admit it, are we? I understand the shyness of a young lad. I know you two have stood in line for hours just to obtain a signed photograph from me. He produced a photograph from his robes, swiftly signing it with a flamboyant quill and kissing the back of the photo. This act elicited another round of gasps from the crowd. I sincerely apologize, everyone. But I have decided to present the final signed photo of the day to Harry Potter, who, despite his tender age, dared to defy school rules to witness my splendor in person. Shouldn't such bravery be rewarded? Lockhart beamed as he waved the signed photo at the crowd before handing it to Harry. Harry accepted it, dazed, while Amanta felt as though his brain might overheat. Harry, don't be anxious. Starting next week, I shall be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and you will see me every day. Exciting, isn't it? Lockhart reassured him softly, rising to raise Harry's hand triumphantly. Take a few more pictures. He instructed the short man with the camera. The man jumped around, searching for the perfect angle, as he clicked away, sending a puff of purple smoke from his camera, further muddling the air in the already crowded Three Broomsticks. Amanta felt as though she might suffocate. Harry, how thrilling. You will be featured on the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet. Lockhart, entirely oblivious to Harry's stupor, gleefully posed him in various stances. After Lockhart blew a kiss to the crowd, the shrieks grew even more frenzied as they surged forward. Pressing Amanta against the edge of the table, Cedric forcefully pushed through the arms of the two individuals blocking his path, struggling to shout to Amanta, "You all should leave. I'll stay here to watch over Harry." Amanta grasped Draco's arm, laboriously making their way from the table, step by step, towards the exit. She felt as though her lungs might burst from the pressure of Lockhart's fervent admirers. After what felt like an eternity, they finally escaped that dreadful place. Amanta gasped for breath, exhausted, leaning against a sign by the door. Rubbing her sore feet, she remarked, "Thanks to Harry and Lockhart, we nearly perished in there." Draco, equally grim, polished his shoes. "Have these people gone mad?" he complained,